In the face of extreme heat, frigid cold, torrential rains, earthquakes, and plagues of insects, calamities descend, and human civilization is obliterated in an instant. In her past life, Lin Chu clung to her vast fortune of billions. Yet due to her benevolent nature, she took in her fiancé and stepsister, only to have them seize her resources and cast her into the flood. Reborn a month before the apocalypse, Lin Chu gazed at the black heart in her hand and made a daring decision. To spend it all. Insufficient supplies? She embarked on a shopping spree. 5,000 roasted ducks, 10,000 pounds of pork, 8,000 boxes of self-heating hot pots, countless polar down jackets, anti-riot yachts, generators, emptying an entire city. Lacking a sense of security, she initiated a transformation, custom designed by a premier security company. Her home was fortified with bulletproof glass and electrified fences, creating a fortress as impenetrable as a steel barrel against the apocalypse. A month later, the apocalypse arrived as foretold. Outside, rain poured in torrents, and the bone-chilling cold gripped all as people fought fiercely over a moldy piece of bread. Yet Lin Chu reclined in her safe haven, maintained at a steady 26 degrees Celsius, cradling a cat, sipping on ice-cold cola, and watching the monitoring screen where the despicable man and his family trembled in the cold, begging for refuge, as she coldly smiled and remarked, "Want to come in? Perhaps in your next life." Chapter 1. My husband and stepsister personally sent me to hell. So hot. Help me. Lin Chu lay sprawled on a floating wooden door, surrounded by the foul-smelling, yellow-brown floodwaters. This water was not cool. It was scalding hot. In the third year of the apocalypse, extreme heat engulfed the globe, with surface temperatures soaring to 70 degrees Celsius. The floodwaters caused by torrential rains resembled a pot of boiling muck, with swollen corpses and melting refuse floating upon the surface, exuding a nauseating stench of sulfur and decaying flesh. Lin Chu's skin had developed extensive sores, oozing yellow fluid, a consequence of prolonged immersion in the scalding floodwaters. "Guyan, pull me up, I beg you." She strained to lift her head, her bloodied hands reaching towards the only rescue boat in sight. On that yacht stood her beloved husband, Guyan, alongside her stepsister, Lin Wan, who typically appeared so pitiful. Yet, Guyan did not call her wife with his usual tenderness. He looked down at Lin Chu from a lofty height, his gaze as indifferent as if he were surveying a bag of refuse. He held Lin Wan closely, and to Lin Chu's horror, Lin Wan was clad in the last heat-resistant suit that Lin Chu had fought to reclaim. "Lin Chu, the boat is overloaded." Guyan's voice was starkly cold amidst the sweltering heat. "If we take you, we will all perish. For Wan to survive, you, being a burden, must make the ultimate sacrifice." Lin Chu's pupils dilated in disbelief as she stared at the man who had once vowed to love her for eternity. "A burden? Guyan, for these past 3 years of the apocalypse, I have liquidated all my shares to support you both. I risked my life to gather supplies. Even the news of this boat was procured by me. How can you—" "Silence." Guyan grimaced in disgust. "If it weren't for the tens of billions of inheritance and supplies you possess, do you think I would have tolerated you for so long? Now that the supplies are exhausted, you are nothing but a waste." Lin Wan, nestled in his embrace, suddenly let out a sweet, syrupy laugh, her voice as venomous as a serpent's sting. "Sister, please don't make it difficult for my husband. Just look at you now, neither human nor ghost, oozing pus all over. If I were him, I would find it repulsive." Lin Wan crouched down, delicately brushing Lin Chu's fingers that clung desperately to the boat's edge. "Sister, rest easy. I will thoroughly enjoy your jewels and that half-mountain villa you never had the chance to inhabit." "Lin Wan, I am your biological sister. Are you a beast?" Lin Chu screamed, her eye corners splitting as blood tears flowed, instantly evaporated by the intense heat. "Stop wasting time with her. The rescue team is leaving." Guyan seemed to have lost his last shred of patience. He lifted his heavy hiking boot and brutally stomped down on the back of Lin Chu's hand that clutched the boat's edge. Crack! The sound of splintering bones was distinctly audible. Lin Chu emitted a heart-wrenching scream. The excruciating pain radiating from her fingers almost caused her to faint as she was forced to relinquish her grip. Guyan kicked violently at Lin Chu's shoulder. The tremendous force caused Lin Chu to lose her balance instantly, her body tilting backward as she plunged heavily into the scalding, boiling floodwaters. Glub glub. The intense heat surged in her nostrils and throat, her lungs feeling as if they were being scorched by molten lava. In that moment, Lin Chu caught a final glimpse of the departing yacht through the murky water. The treacherous pair embraced each other, celebrating their survival, utterly oblivious to her plight. How excruciating! How loathsome! I refused to resign myself to this fate. It was I who invited the wolves into my abode. It was I who lacked discernment. If I could relive this moment, Guyen and Lin Wan, I would rend you both into 1,000 pieces and scatter your ashes. My consciousness plunged into darkness amidst the searing pain. Huff! Huff! Lin Chu abruptly sprang upright from her bed, gasping for breath, her chest heaving violently. No, it's too hot. The water is scalding. Instinctively, she clasped her head with both hands, her body trembling uncontrollably from sheer terror. However, the anticipated sensation of searing agony did not materialize. Instead, a refreshing, soothing breeze gently caressed her face. A cool breeze? In a post-apocalyptic world where even the air is suffused with a sweltering 60 degrees, where could such a breeze possibly come from? Lin Chu stood frozen in astonishment. She stiffly lifted her head and surveyed her surroundings. What met her gaze was neither the foul-smelling refugee tent nor the terrifying yellow waters. Instead, it was a spacious and opulent bedroom. A vintage European chandelier cast a warm, golden glow, and luxurious silk curtains obscured half of the floor-to-ceiling window, while the central air conditioning emitted a faint, soothing hum. On the display screen, green digits illuminated 26. Is this my home? Trembling, Lin Chu extended her hand. What should have been a grotesquely decayed hand, even missing 2 fingers, was instead slender and fair, with skin so tender it seemed capable of yielding moisture, and her nails painted in the most fashionable nude hue from the pre-apocalyptic era. These hands were intact. A frenzied thought exploded in her mind. She nearly lunged toward the bedside table, seizing the limited edition phone. The screen illuminated, the blinding light causing her to squint. The date displayed was heartbreakingly clear. June 15th, 20XX at 8:30 a.m. Lin Chu fixated on that date, tears streaming down her cheeks in an instant. She had returned. She had truly returned. There remained a full month until the cataclysmic disaster that would devastate humanity, the day that would transform the world into a hellscape. July 15th. Lin Chu leaped barefoot from the bed, her feet sinking into the soft, plush carpet. This tangible sensation reassured her that this was not merely a fleeting vision before death. She dashed to the floor-to-ceiling window and swiftly drew back the curtains. Outside, the sun shone brightly, and traffic flowed abundantly. In the park below, individuals were jogging, while the distant commercial street bustled with life. This world was still alive. Order prevailed. Law remained intact, and the hell where a mere cup of water could cost a life had yet to descend. Ha 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 ha! Lin Chu leaned against the cool glass window, shaking with laughter as tears streamed down her cheeks. The heavens had granted her mercy. Since fate has granted me, Lin Chu, a second chance at life, I shall demand from those who wrong me their debts, with interest. In this life, I will no longer be the sacrificial lamb. I shall survive and thrive better than anyone else. At that moment, the phone abandoned on the bed suddenly vibrated, shattering the room's tranquility. Buzz, buzz. Lin Chu turned around, her gaze fixating on the phone screen. The caller ID boldly displayed 5 words, "My dearest husband." The instant she read those words, Lin Chu's previously elated expression froze, replaced by a chilling aura reminiscent of a demon clawing its way out of hell. In her past life, it was this very person who whispered the sweetest nothings in her ear, only to ultimately thrust her toward her demise. The sound of bones shattering seemed to echo in her ears. Lin Chu approached and picked up the phone. The call persisted, ringing insistently. She neither answered nor hung up, simply watching the name flicker with a slowly curling, bloodthirsty smile at the corner of her mouth. Guyen, do not rush. This time, I will personally construct the most formidable tomb for you and Lin Wan. Chapter 2. Money not spent is merely waste paper. The phone finally ceased its incessant vibrations. Lin Chu casually tossed her device onto the bed, not sparing it a glance. At this moment, she had no time for scoundrels. She was preoccupied with a far more significant matter to validate. Lowering her gaze, her trembling hand reached for her chest, where an ancient Kirin jade pendant hung, a precious heirloom passed down to her by her grandfather on his deathbed. In her previous life, as the floodwaters surged, and Guyen crushed her fingers, blood cascaded down her neck, soaking the very pendant she now clutched. In that fleeting moment before death, she felt an inexplicable pull. Lin Chu inhaled deeply, closed her eyes, and concentrated her thoughts. There were no earth-shattering effects, merely a momentary disorientation, yet her consciousness truly entered a world shrouded in gray. It was astonishingly vast, extending beyond the horizon. Beneath her feet lay solid ground, while above her head loomed a misty expanse of gray. Most remarkably, there was no wind, no sound. It was as if everything lay in stillness. Indeed, there existed a space. Lin Chu's eyes flew open, her heart racing. As a seasoned reader of countless apocalyptic novels, she understood the implications. This was the cornerstone of her survival in the impending apocalypse. However, she needed to verify one crucial detail. Could this space preserve freshness? If, during the apocalypse, she could only consume cold, unappetizing ration bars. What was the point of her rebirth? She craved warmth. She longed for freshly made meals. Without hesitation, Lin Chu seized her phone and opened the food delivery application. It was the height of the morning rush, yet she wasted no time, selecting the nearest bubble tea shop. I want 10 cups of signature bubble milk tea, fully sweetened. No ice. Deliver the hottest. I'll pay double for expedited service. If it doesn't arrive within 10 minutes, I'll leave a bad review. Money can indeed move mountains. 10 minutes later, the doorbell rang. The delivery boy, panting, handed her the bag. Beautiful lady, just made. Be careful, it's hot. Lin Chu accepted the milk tea, the scalding warmth seeping through the cup into her palm, providing her with immense comfort. She closed the door and immediately drew a cup of the hottest milk tea, her thoughts swirling. Receive. The milk tea in her hand vanished into thin air. Once more, she delved into the space, where she beheld the cup of milk tea quietly suspended in midair, maintaining the posture it had when she placed it inside. Even the droplets of water on the straw had not slipped away. Lin Chu suppressed her excitement and glanced at the wall clock, 9 o'clock a.m. She decided to wait. The waiting process was excruciating. Lin Chu paced restlessly in the living room like a caged beast. During that half hour, she did not remain idle. She dashed into her cloakroom, sweeping all her priceless Hermes bags and haute couture dresses into a corner of the space. These items, while not edible or drinkable, could become hard currency for acquiring vast resources in the days leading up to the apocalypse. 9:30 a.m. Time is up. Lin Chu stood in the center of the living room, inhaled deeply, and with a flicker of her thoughts commanded, exit. The next instant, the cup of milk tea reappeared in her grasp. Lin Chu trembled as she placed her hand against it. It was still as scorching as when it was freshly brewed. Even the condensation on the lid matched precisely with that of half an hour prior. With a gasp, she inserted a straw and took a hearty sip. The piping hot, sweet liquid flowed down her throat, the pearls soft and chewy, retaining their delightful texture. Lin Chu was exhilarated, almost wanting to shout. What did this signify? It meant she could stockpile thousands of freshly roasted ducks, countless steaming hot pots, and an abundance of fried chicken, pizza, and spicy skewers. When the apocalypse struck, while others outside gnawed on moldy tree bark in sub-zero temperatures, she could relish hot milk tea and indulge in succulent roasted lamb leg within her warm fortress. Just envisioning this contrast sent shivers of delight coursing through her. After finishing the last sip of milk tea, Lin Chu regained her composure. The space was established, but filling this bottomless pit would require an immense quantity of resources. What was essential for resources? Money. Lin Chu tossed the milk tea cup into the trash bin and strode purposefully to her study, unlocking the safe. As the sole heir of the Lin Corporation, she had inherited an astonishing fortune after her parents' tragic car accident. Regrettably, in her previous life, she had been deceived by Gu Yan's sweet words, naively mistaking them for love, and had relinquished control of the company to him, even planning to transfer all her shares on their wedding anniversary. She had nearly handed everything to that scoundrel. With a cold laugh, Lin Chu accessed her online banking app. Fingerprint unlock. The interface transitioned. A long string of numbers appeared before her eyes. Account balance, 25,600,000. 000 yuan, 2,500,000,000 in liquid assets. This was the last cash flow her parents had left her. Yet, it was far from sufficient. To create a fortress as solid as a rock in the apocalypse, she needed to amass enough supplies to last several lifetimes. This amount could only be considered seed money. Her true wealth lay in her 45% stake in the Lin Corporation, along with several properties in the city center and a half-built villa in the mountains. Lin Chu swiftly compiled a list of her assets. Lin Corporation shares, 45 estimated market value of 1.5 billion. The current Riverview flat, valued at 80 million. The Mountain View villa, under construction valued at 200 million. This would be her future stronghold in the apocalypse, not for sale. Luxury cars, jewelry, and designer goods, estimated value of 50 million. Roughly calculated, the total funds available to her approached 2 billion yuan. In peaceful times, this amount could last several lifetimes. However, now, with only 30 days until the world crumbled, these red banknotes would soon be worthless. Less valuable than a pack of instant noodles. Gu Yan, you wish to deceive me of my shares? Lin Chu stared at the words Lin Corporation on the list, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in her eyes. Since you covet the company so dearly, I shall sell it to your adversaries behind your back. She needed to liquidate. In the shortest time possible, she intended to convert these numbers, soon to become mere waste paper, into tangible resources. Rice, flour, oil, generators, medicine. Weapons. She aimed to empty the city. Lin Chu picked up her phone, no longer hesitating, and directly dialed the largest financial intermediary in the city. Hello, Manager Wang. This is Lin Chu. I currently hold 45 of Lin Corporation shares and several properties. I wish to sell them all. Manager Wang on the other end of the line was taken aback. President Lin? Are you joking? The Lin Corporation stock price is rising, selling everything. I'm not joking. Lin Chu's voice was chillingly calm, devoid of any fluctuation. The only condition was speed. Cash payment. If the money could be transferred within 3 days. I could even accept a 20 discount. 30 off would also be acceptable. Hanging up the phone, Lin Chu gazed out at the bustling city through the floor-to-ceiling windows. A manic smile creeping across her face. Countdown to the apocalypse. 29 days and 23 hours. The frenzied stockpiling mode has commenced. Chapter 3, with the apocalypse approaching. Who still owes money? Just after hanging up with the financial intermediary, her phone screen lit up once more. It was still that nauseating contact name, beloved husband. This time, Lin Chu did not allow it to ring. Instead, she took a deep breath, composed herself, and pressed the answer button. Since she was about to sell her shares, she absolutely could not let Gu Yan suspect anything. Once he knew she was liquidating the company, he would undoubtedly resort to measures to freeze her assets. And that would create complications. Hello, darling. Lin Chu's voice sounded somewhat weak, even carrying a hint of grogginess, as if she had just awakened. On the other end of the line, Gu Yan's voice was laced with urgency, but more so, it dripped with feigned affection. Chu. Why did it take you so long to answer? I was terrified, thinking something had happened to you. I'm fine. Lin Chu suppressed the turmoil churning in her stomach, digging her nails into her palm to maintain her composure. I stayed up late watching dramas last night. My head hurts a bit, just catching up on some sleep. What a relief. I'm glad you're okay. Gu Yan sighed, immediately revealing his true colors. By the way, Chu, regarding the share transfer agreement I mentioned earlier. The lawyer has already drafted it. Do you think you could swing by the office today to sign it? After all, our wedding anniversary is just a few days away. I wish to alleviate the burdens of the company as soon as possible, allowing you to enjoy the life of a wealthy lady with peace of mind. Listen to that. What a grandiloquent excuse. In my previous life, I was utterly moved by such tender words, foolishly handing over the fruits of my parents' hard work for half a lifetime. A hint of sardonic laughter graced Lin Chu's lips, though her voice remained soft and tender. Darling, you know I have a tendency to procrastinate. Besides, I have quite a headache today and can't muster the strength to rise from bed. Regardless, we will eventually manage the company together. There is no need to rush in these couple of days. Gu Yan, evidently a bit anxious, replied. But, oh dear, have you ceased to love me? Must you insist on pushing a sick person to the office? Lin Chu immediately resorted to her charm. Let us wait a couple of days, shall we? On our anniversary. I promise to give you a grand surprise. How does that sound? Upon hearing the phrase grand surprise, Gu Yan clearly misconstrued her intention. Assuming she was planning a lavish signing ceremony that day, he swiftly adopted a gentle tone. All right, I'll do as you say. Please rest well. Drink plenty of warm water, and I won't disturb you for the next few days. Just stay home and be a good girl. You're so wonderful. My love. A soft sound followed the end of the call, and in an instant, the tenderness on Lin Chu's face vanished, replaced by an icy demeanor. A surprise? Huh. Gu Yan, the surprise I have in store for you, you might not be able to handle in this lifetime. Having pacified Gu Yan, Lin Chu immediately commenced her frantic plundering plan for the apocalypse. She stormed into the wardrobe like a whirlwind, sweeping out all valuable items. 10 minutes later, several secondhand luxury goods dealers arrived. The Hermes Himalaya, limited edition Chanel, along with these Patek Philippe and Richard Mille pieces left the dealers agog. Miss Lin, are you selling all of this? Absolutely, Lin Chu asserted, seated on the sofa with a glass of red wine in hand, her tone resolute. One price, take it all. I won't look at invoices or discuss sentimental value. I only want cash transfers immediately. But we don't have that much liquid cash right now. 70% off. Lin Chu coldly stated a figure. The dealers gasped. 70%. This is practically giving it away. They could turn around and sell for millions in profit. Deal. We'll take it, even if it means selling our pots and pans. Half an hour later, 50 million in cash was credited. Next, it was time to deal with the luxury vehicles in the garage. That limited edition Lamborghini Veneno Gu Yan coveted. along with the Ferrari LaFerrari and Rolls-Royce Cullinan. When the car dealers arrived, their hands trembled. Mr. Gu, this car has barely been driven 500 kilometers. Are you sure you want to sell? Sell. Get it out of here today, make room. Another 80 million was credited. Yet, this was still far from sufficient. Lin Chu sat in the empty living room and opened her computer. Now came the real main event. Online loans. In a society with an exceptionally advanced credit system. As the heiress of the Lin Group, Lin Chu's credit score was top-notch, with staggering limits on the black cards from various banks. You used to beg me for loans. Now I'll grant you all. She opened the apps of major banks, her fingers dancing swiftly across the keyboard. Cash out full amounts from certain loans and credit lines. Cash out all the platinum cards and black cards. Max out the mortgage loans. She even sought a few legitimate small loan companies. In the past, borrowing this much money would have accrued interest that could suffocate anyone. But now, Lin Chu watched the notifications of funds arriving on her screen, laughing with abandon. Your account ending in 8888 has received 500,000,000 RMB. Your account ending in 8888 has received 1,200,000,000 RMB. Interest? Credit history? Blacklist? To hell with it. In 29 days, the world order will collapse entirely. Bank buildings will be submerged in floods, servers will be incinerated, and all data will reset. By then, survival will be the only truth. Money? Merely printed scraps of paper. The apocalypse is upon us. Who will repay their debts? Lin Chu gazed at the rapidly increasing numbers in her account, the intoxicating thrill of retaliatory spending soaring to her head. By evening, Manager Wang had also delivered good news. Due to the price being a full 20% below market value, several mysterious buyers nearly fought over the 45 stake. Ultimately, it was sold at lightning speed for 1.2 billion in cash. Though it was a few billion less than the valuation, Lin Chu was unfazed. What mattered was that the money was in hand. Gazing at the dizzyingly long string of numbers in her mobile banking app, total assets, 13 billion. Lin Chu rose and walked to the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the bustling city below. At this moment, what she held in her hand was not merely money. It was life itself in the apocalypse. It was the bread, medicine, weapons, and fortified shelters that countless people yearned for. Guyan, Lin Wan. Lin Chu raised her glass, toasting the night outside with a steely gaze. The game has begun. Next, I shall show you the true meaning of financial power. She drained her glass of red wine and dialed a number. It was the largest grain and oil wholesaler in the city. Hello, I would like to place an order. 500 tons of rice, 500 tons of flour. And I don't care about the brand, I want it all. Chapter 4, Emptying a City. 5,000 roasted ducks were merely an appetizer. With 1 billion in hand, Lin Chu's first order of business was to lease an oversized warehouse located in a suburban logistics park. This area was sparsely populated, with numerous blind spots and surveillance, making it the ideal location for a supply transit station. After securing the warehouse, Lin Chu wasted no time rushing to the city's largest grain and oil wholesale market. Boss, how much of your best Wuchang rice is in stock? Boss Wang of the grain store was nonchalantly picking his teeth when he glanced at Lin Chu, dressed head to toe in designer labels. Beautiful lady. Are you buying rice for home? The bagged ones over there are 50 renminbi each. I'm inquiring about the stock. Lin Chu removed her sunglasses, her gaze steady. I need 500 tons. Cough, cough. Boss Wang nearly choked on his toothpick, his eyes widening in disbelief. 500 tons? Are you planning to provide disaster relief? Don't concern yourself with my intentions. 500 tons of rice, 500 tons of premium flour, 2,000 barrels of non-GMO soybean oil, and all vacuum-packaged grains. I want it all. Lin Chu slammed a black card onto the table, producing a crisp sound. Cash on delivery. If you can deliver to my designated warehouse today, I'll add a 10% shipping fee. Upon hearing about the extra shipping fee, Boss Wang's eyes lit up like light bulbs. A major deal. A godsend. No problem. Absolutely no problem. I'll mobilize all the trucks in the city to deliver your goods. Having secured the staples, this was merely the baseline for survival. What Lin Chu truly desired was a quality of life. In her previous life, during the extreme heat of the apocalypse, she had subsisted on moldy compressed biscuits for 3 years. The mere thought of that repulsive taste still made her stomach churn. In this life, she intended to indulge. After leaving the wholesale market, Lin Chu headed straight to the city's most popular century-old establishment, Quanjude Peking Duck Restaurant. As she approached the entrance, the unique aroma of duck meat roasted over fruitwood charcoal wafted towards her. Lin Chu swallowed hard, striding confidently into the restaurant, directly seeking out the manager. I'd like to place an order for roasted ducks. The manager wore a professional smile. How many, miss? We have a table for you to pack. Lin Chu extended 5 fingers, 5,000. The manager's smile froze on his face, thinking he had misheard. 5,000? Miss, are you joking? Our shop's daily output is merely a few hundred. I am not joking. Lin Chu promptly retrieved her phone, displaying her balance. I want the entire set, including the lotus leaf pancakes, chives, cucumber strips, and sweet bean sauce. Not a single item less. I understand you may struggle to meet this demand. You can mobilize chefs from all your branches to work overnight. I will pay double the original price for each duck. Double. The manager took a deep breath. This was no ordinary customer. This was a living deity. We will need time. I will give you 3 days. The prepared ducks must be boxed while hot and delivered to this address immediately. Lin Chu tossed a card with the warehouse address. Remember, if they are cold, I will return them. With thoughts of her space's miraculous preservation function, Lin Chu's lips curled into a wild grin. Consider this. Outside, a blizzard seals the doors, with temperatures plummeting to -50 degrees. While others shiver in the cold, fighting over a half-frozen bun, I sit in a temperature-controlled haven of 26 degrees, holding a freshly roasted duck, steaming and succulent. Taking a bite, the oil sizzles. This is not just eating duck, it's savoring life. Upon exiting the duck shop, Lin Chu's spree of retaliatory consumption knew no bounds. She became an insatiable serpent, voraciously devouring the culinary map of the city. Target 1, the king of crawfish. Boss. 5,000 pounds each of spicy, garlic, and 13 spice flavors. Yes, 5,000 pounds. They must be freshly stir-fried, with ample sauce. I want them so that I can dip the shells into the broth. Target 2, the internet-famous bubble tea shop. We are about to close. No closing. Use up all your raw materials. I want 10,000 cups of bubble tea, mango sago, cheese grapes, and full cups of ruby grapefruit. No ice, full sugar. If you can't finish, get the neighboring shop to help. Target 3, the premier seafood restaurant. Lin Chu directly approached the city's most upscale seafood establishment and summoned the executive chef. I wish to book a banquet. What specifications? According to your highest banquet standards. How much for a table with Australian lobster, braised abalone, Buddha jumps over the wall, and steamed East Star grouper? Approximately 888 yuan. Good, I want 1,000 tables. The chef's spatula clattered to the floor. 1,000 tables? Are you hosting a state banquet? Consider it a state banquet, Lin Chu replied nonchalantly. I want it packed without platters, directly into these specially designed thermal containers. I need to ensure that the Buddha jumps over the wall is still piping hot when I retrieve it. For the next 3 days, Lin Chu barely closed her eyes. By day, she traversed various supermarkets, factories, and agricultural markets. In the seasoning section, 10 tons of salt, a precious commodity after the apocalypse, 10 tons of sugar, 5,000 boxes each of soy sauce and vinegar, 2,000 boxes of lao gan ma, and 5,000 packs of hot pot base, a must in extreme cold weather. In the meat section, she headed straight to the slaughterhouse. 5,000 pounds of fresh pork, 2,000 pounds of ribs, 3,000 pounds each of beef and lamb, freshly killed, still warm with blood. In the fruit section, durian, cherries, strawberries, and watermelon, specifically reserving several cold storage units. By night, she drove to the suburban warehouse to collect her goods. The warehouse entrance was already filled with unloading trucks. Bags of rice piled into small mountains. Boxes of roasted ducks emanated an enticing aroma, and enormous thermal containers held exquisite banquets. Lin Chu stood in the center of the warehouse like a queen inspecting her army. With a mere thought and a wave of her hand, she commanded, "Collect." The once overflowing warehouse instantly stood empty. All supplies were neatly organized in her space, frozen in time at their freshest, most delectable moment. Gazing at the endless mountain of resources in her space, Lin Chu felt the last remnants of her fear regarding the apocalypse dissipate entirely, replaced by an unparalleled sense of security. Is this enough? Lin Chu mused, glancing at the remaining billions in her account. This is just the beginning. With food secured, it was time to fortify her stronghold for the impending apocalypse. She pulled out her phone and retrieved a number, the contact of the head of the world's top security firm, Black Shield Security. Hello, I wish to renovate my house. What is your budget? There is no budget limit. I want my villa to be transformed into a shell that not even a nuclear bomb can breach. Chapter 5. As long as it cannot be breached by a nuclear bomb, I shall reside here. With supplies nearly hoarded, the next crucial step was establishing a refuge. In the apocalypse, having a secure sanctuary is paramount. Lin Chu drove to the half-mountain Yujing Villa district located in the southern part of the city. This was her most valuable property, meticulously chosen as her base for survival. Why here? First, its elevation. The villa sits at an altitude of 300 meters. Although the terrifying flood from her previous life submerged the city, the water level only reached about 100 meters. This place is undeniably safe, even allowing one to sit on the terrace and enjoy the sea view below. Second, its independence. A standalone villa with a private yard, surrounded by no close neighbors. This makes it convenient for renovations without the worry of troublesome neighbors peeking over the fence. Standing at the villa's entrance, gazing at this bare, unrenovated house, Lin Chu's eyes sparkled with fervor. This will be my Ark of Noah. 10 minutes later, a black Hummer roared up the mountain road like a beast, screeching to a halt at the villa's entrance. The door swung open, revealing a tall man, approximately 6 feet 3 inches, clad in a black tactical t-shirt. His muscular physique exuding power. Most striking were his eyes, sharp like an eagle's, radiating an aura of someone who has danced on the edge of a knife for far too long. Qin Xiao. In her previous life, he was a legendary mercenary king, a formidable figure with extraordinary combat prowess. In this life, he now heads Black Shield, the country's top security company, and serves as Lin Chu's contractor for the renovation. Miss Lin? Qin Xiao scrutinized Lin Chu, his brow slightly furrowed. To him, she appeared to be just another wealthy heiress with delusions of persecution, burning through her excess money. It is I. Lin Chu remained composed, undeterred by his intimidating presence, as she slapped a densely detailed blueprint onto the hood of the car. I wish to renovate this house. Time is limited to 20 days, with no budget constraints, but I have several non-negotiable demands. Fail to meet them, and you're out. Qin Xiao raised an eyebrow, picking up the blueprint. His previously indifferent demeanor shifted to one of seriousness upon seeing its contents. Install 20-centimeter thick explosion-proof steel plate interlayers throughout. Replace all glass with military-grade bulletproof glass, capable of withstanding close-range shots from a Barrett sniper rifle. Convert the basement into an independent ecological recycling system. And excavate a subterranean water reservoir capable of holding 50 tons of water in the yard. Qin Xiao looked up, a teasing glint in his eye. Miss Lin, are you preparing to ward off thieves, or an army? Or are you gearing up for a world war? That is of no concern to you. Lin Chu crossed her arms, her tone resolute as she queried, can you accomplish this task? Qin Xiao flicked the blueprint playfully, a roguish smile gracing his lips. As long as the funds are in place, I can fortify not just a fortress, but even the White House with security measures. Excellent. Lin Chu pointed towards the villa, issuing commands one by one. Her voice echoed in the vast mountain expanse, each word imbued with the essence of wealth. 1. Regarding defense, tortoise shell system, the exterior walls shall remain untouched. I do not wish for it to be conspicuous. However, within the walls, I require a 30-centimeter layer of reinforced concrete, interspersed with 2 layers of blast-resistant steel plates. I want this house impenetrable, unless one were to bombard it with missiles. All doors must be replaced with bank vault-grade alloy blast doors, equipped with facial recognition, fingerprint, and mechanical triple locks. The windows must be fortified with the highest grade of one-way bulletproof glass, allowing me to see outside while remaining unseen. Additionally, I demand an electrified security net, high voltage and lethal to the touch. 2. Regarding energy, life system, the roof shall be adorned with the most efficient solar photovoltaic panels. The basement must house 2 high-capacity diesel generators, along with an industrial-grade energy storage battery system. I must ensure that even amidst a decade-long blackout, my abode remains illuminated, with air conditioning set to a comfortable 26 degrees. 3. Regarding water circulation, survival baseline, a subterranean reservoir shall be excavated in the yard, connected to a rainwater collection system. Furthermore, I require the installation of cutting-edge industrial water purification equipment, capable of rendering rainwater drinkable. In the apocalypse, water is more precious than gold. I refuse to consume tainted water. 4. Regarding temperature control, counteracting extreme weather, this is of utmost importance. Lin Chu emphasized, insisting on underfloor heating throughout, double-layered. The walls must be equipped with the finest insulation, regardless of whether it's minus 50 degrees or plus 60 degrees outside. The temperature within my home must remain consistently within the most comfortable range for the human body. As Qin Xiao absorbed these audacious demands, his astonishment deepened. This woman was not only affluent, but possessed a terrifyingly meticulous mindset. She had contemplated every detail of survival: energy, water sources, defense, and temperature control. This was nothing short of a perfect survival guide for the apocalypse. Miss Lin, adhering to your specifications, the timeline is tight. Materials will require air transport, and labor will necessitate 3 shifts. Qin Xiao swiftly calculated, presenting a preliminary quote of at least 200 million. Moreover, it must be a full payment. 200 million? For Lin Chu, this was merely a figure. I shall transfer you 200 million. Without a flicker of hesitation, she produced her phone to initiate the transaction, adding, however, I have one condition. Work must commence immediately. Additionally, she gestured towards the courtyard wall, raise the wall to 3 meters, and line it with barbed wire. Leave me a plot of land. I intend to cultivate vegetables. Vegetables? Qin Xiao chuckled at the sight of this elegantly attired heiress, amused by the notion of her growing vegetables in a 200 million mansion. Miss Lin, you possess quite the unique taste. What do you know? Lin Chu refrained from elaborating. When the apocalypse descends, a fresh head of cabbage could barter for a night with a top celebrity or even a human life. Very well. I accept the terms. Qin Xiao neatly folded the blueprint, decisively stating that his crew was stationed down the mountain, ready to commence work. Miss Lin, may our collaboration be fruitful. As she watched Qin Xiao's retreating figure, Lin Chu gently caressed her fingers. In her past life, Qin Xiao had valiantly perished while defending the city's survivors from a horde of undead, a man worthy of admiration. In this life, should the opportunity arise, perhaps she could recruit him as a bodyguard. However, for now, her priority was to safeguard her own existence. At that moment, her phone chimed once more, an announcement from the property management group. Property manager, friendly reminder. Dear residents, the meteorological station has issued a red high-temperature warning. The upcoming month may experience persistent heat. Please take precautions against heat-related illnesses. Lin Chu glanced at the scorching sun overhead. The harbinger of extreme heat disasters had already begun. She turned to observe the workers fervently unloading materials, a slight smile creeping onto her lips. Let it be built. Expedite the process. While those insufferable neighbors suffer in the heat, I shall sit within my icy fortress, savoring chilled watermelon, and relish the spectacle. Chapter 6. A sanitary napkin for a life? Clear out the warehouse. With the house secured, Lin Chu hurried to the city's largest wholesale market for daily necessities. If food represents the baseline of survival, then daily essentials embody the dignity of life. In her previous life, Lin Chu had witnessed many formerly polished urban professionals resort to using dirty rags or even hay in the absence of sanitary napkins, leading to severe infections and tragic deaths on the streets. In the later stages of the apocalypse, an unopened pack of sanitary napkins could surpass the value of a kilogram of rice, a true blood diamond. Lin Chu entered a wholesale store specializing in women's products. The owner was fanning herself with a palm leaf, lamenting the blistering sun outside. This infernal weather is unbearable. Who would venture out shopping? Madam, are you open for business? Lin Chu rapped on the counter. Of course, lovely lady. What can I assist you with? Discounts are available for both day and night supplies. Lin Chu surveyed the shelves, extending her finger to draw a large circle. I want everything on this wall, as well as the entire inventory in the warehouse. Excuse me? The fan slipped from the owner's grasp. You want it all? This warehouse must contain thousands of boxes. Are you planning to open a chain supermarket? I am involved in foreign trade. It's an urgent order. Lin Chu fabricated a reason, her gaze unwavering. Sophie, whisper, ABC. Regardless of the brand, I need all cotton, mesh, and comfort pants, especially the 420mm ultra-long night use. Provide me with as many as you have. After a moment's consideration, she added, also, I require toilet paper, wet wipes, facial tissues, and disposable underwear. These items have long shelf lives. Prepare a stock of 100,000 units. The owner beamed broadly, promptly directing her staff to empty the warehouse. Watching the mountains of sanitary napkins being loaded onto the delivery truck, Lin Chu felt a profound sense of security. These were not merely cotton and non-woven fabric. They represented her dignity as a woman in the apocalypse and the sharpest bargaining chip for employing female superhumans in the future. Upon departing the daily necessities market, Lin Chu turned her vehicle into a concealed alleyway. Here lay various internal channels of a large pharmaceutical company. Medications were regulated. Purchasing cold medicine at a pharmacy required real name registration, and stockpiling antibiotics was a formidable challenge. Yet, if one had the funds, no door remained unyielding. Lin Chu approached a previous business partner, a dealer specializing in medical equipment. I need medicine. She cut to the chase, specifying not just a few boxes, but several trucks. The dealer's eyes widened. Lin, this is not a trivial matter. Regulations are strict. Lin Chu slid a 5 million yuan check across the table. I intend to donate a batch of medical supplies to impoverished regions in Africa. This serves as a deposit. No need to go through the formal hospital channels, you understand. Upon seeing the zeros on the check, the dealer's principles vanished. Understood. Charity work, what a noble cause. Soon, a lengthy list emerged. Antibiotics, the elixirs of the apocalypse, amoxicillin, cephalosporin, roxithromycin. These would be a second chance at life in the apocalypse. Inflammation, infection, without medication, death is inevitable. Lin Chu placed an order for 10,000 boxes. Common medications, ibuprofen, pain relief and antipyretic, montmorillonite powder, antidiarrheal, cold relief, Yunnan Baiyao, and fast-acting heart rescue pills. Vitamins, the invisible killer in a post-apocalyptic world where fresh fruits and vegetables are a rarity. Many do not perish from starvation, but rather succumb to scurvy and night blindness. Lin Chu frantically selected 5,000 bottles of multivitamins. Their compact size and extended shelf life could prove invaluable in dire moments. First aid supplies, medical alcohol, hydrogen peroxide, gauze, bandages, and iodine. Observing the scalpers loading box after box of medication onto their vehicles, Lin Chu felt a secret sigh of relief. In her previous life, she had witnessed Gu Yin nearly selling Lin Wan to an old man over a mere half-tablet of fever reducer. In this life, she intended to treat medicine as though it were candy. The final stop, her last destination, was a seasonal shopping spree. At this point, the outdoor temperature had soared to 40 degrees Celsius, and passers-by donned short sleeves and shorts, drenched in sweat. Yet, Lin Chu parked her vehicle in front of a factory store specializing in polar expedition gear. "Sir, I need a down jacket." Now, the owner regarded her as if she were a fool. "Miss, it's hot enough outside to fry an egg. You want a down jacket?" "I'm heading to Antarctica for a scientific expedition." Lin Chu maintained her customary icy demeanor. "I require your thickest, highest fill polar parka, capable of withstanding temperatures of -50 degrees. Additionally, thermal underwear, cashmere sweaters, fleece-lined trekking pants, and top-grade snow boots." Though the owner was baffled, turning down business that presented itself would be foolish. "All right, we just happen to have a surplus of last year's stock. How many do you need?" 1,000 sets each for men and women. Lin Chu envisioned the second phase of the post-apocalyptic world, where extreme cold would reign. That would be a hell more terrifying than floods and scorching heat, with the entire globe encased in ice and temperatures plummeting to -50 or 60 degrees. Many would be frozen into ice sculptures in their sleep, shattering at a mere touch. In addition to clothing, a heat source was essential. Lin Chu then contacted a coal factory. "I need smokeless fruitwood charcoal, the best for barbecuing. 500 tons. This type of charcoal burns without odor, making it safe for use in enclosed villas. And warmers, the kind that adheres to the body for heat." Lin Chu ordered online. "Send me 100,000. I want to cover myself completely. I'll place them wherever I choose." After sweeping up these essentials, night had fallen. Lin Chu drove back to the warehouse located in the suburbs with her truck laden with supplies. With a grand gesture, she commanded, "Store it." Several truckloads of sanitary napkins, medications, down jackets, and coal instantly vanished from sight, neatly arranged on the shelves of her space. To the left lay steaming roast ducks, while to the right were towering piles of down jackets. This juxtaposition of resources, both fiery and frigid, elicited an involuntary laugh from Lin Chu. "Gu Yin, Lin Wan. When the extreme cold descends, I shall feast on hot pot by the fireplace. I hope your flimsy garments can withstand the biting winds of -50 degrees." At that moment, her phone chimed with a news alert. "Breaking. Unusual warming detected in equatorial waters. Experts predict this year will usher in the hottest summer on record." Lin Chu's gaze sharpened at the screen. It had begun. The news was merely the prelude. In a few days, the cataclysmic disaster would unfold. Yet before that, there remained one final item to secure: weaponry, the true cornerstone for establishing dominance in the apocalypse. Additionally, she needed to confront the man who had been the pinnacle of combat prowess in her previous life, Qin Shao. It was time to assess her fortress and tame that lone wolf. Chapter 7. Before all else, I must master the art of killing. Having secured provisions for sustenance, Lin Chu now turned her attention to the most perilous and crucial domain: weaponry. In her homeland, firearms were a strict taboo. She did not wish to be apprehended for illegal possession before the apocalypse struck, potentially jeopardizing her plans. However, this did not imply that she was devoid of options. She drove to a clandestine, high-end private club for elite members known as Wild Hunt, concealed in the outskirts of the city. Ostensibly, this was a venue where the wealthy indulged in archery and shooting sports, but in reality, it was a treasure trove for acquiring exceptional items. As a Black Diamond member, Lin Chu was promptly ushered into the VIP room. "I require the finest compound bow." With sunglasses perched on her nose, she lightly tapped the table. "Matthews. Hoyt, provide me with the most lethal hunting model. The poundage must be high, but manageable for me." The manager, well-versed in the craft, promptly produced a sleek black case. Upon opening it, a matte black compound bow lay within, exuding an aesthetic of mechanical brutality. The Matthews V3X, a top-tier hunting bow, boasted high efficiency, rapid initial speed, and immense power. Paired with carbon steel arrowheads, it could pierce a wild boar's skull from 100 meters away. Lin Chu grasped the bow, testing its weight. It was heavy, yet after years at the gym, she could manage it. A fine weapon. A glint of cold determination flickered in her eyes. If it could penetrate a boar's skull, what would it do to a human's? "I'll take this bow, along with 2,000 carbon steel arrows and 500 barbed bloodletting tips." Lowering her voice, she added, "I also want that." The manager paused momentarily, then comprehended, turning to retrieve several black batons and spray canisters from the safe. High-voltage stun baton, a police-grade enhancement capable of delivering up to 10 million volts. A jab to the body would induce instant convulsions, potentially resulting in permanent nerve damage. Bear spray, Industrial grade. This is not ordinary pepper spray. It is designed for outdoor bear defense, unleashing industrial grade capsaicin. A single spray would leave anyone within a 5-meter radius in tears, with scorched airways, utterly incapacitated. Tang Dao, Tang sword forged from manganese steel, a deadly artifact with a sharpened blade. The straight blade glinted menacingly, capable of cleaving through iron like mud. Lin Chu caressed the cold edge of the Tang Dao, as though she could already hear the sound of blood dripping. In the early days of the apocalypse, gunfire would attract zombies and marauders, while cold weapons remained the quietest and deadliest harvesters. Package it all and deliver it to the usual place. Another few million spent. And Lin Chu didn't even blink. By evening, she returned to her villa in the hills. At this point, the external temperature felt distinctly abnormal. Despite it being only 6 in the evening, with the sun yet to set, the car thermometer displayed an alarming 42 degrees. The air was stifling, akin to a steam room, and cicadas shrieked from the trees, exacerbating her agitation. The villa's renovations were nearing completion. A massive blast-proof wall had been erected, equipped with a high-voltage electric grid, like a steel behemoth perched on the mountainside. Upon entering the courtyard, Lin Chu spotted him, Qin Xiao. At that moment, he stood shirtless, directing workers to install solar panels under the oppressive heat of over 40 degrees. Sweat cascaded down his bronzed skin, tracing the contours of his striking scars, ultimately converging at his taut abdomen. His muscles were not the exaggerated, inflated variety often seen in gyms, but rather resembled a cheetah, each sinew brimming with explosive power. A surge of hormones filled the air. Lin Chu lingered in the shadows for a moment, observing. In her previous life, she had witnessed Qin Xiao in the act of killing. Armed with a military dagger, he had navigated through waves of corpses with fluid precision, devoid of flair, relying solely on lethal techniques. She possessed resources, a fortress, and weaponry. However, she harbored one fatal weakness: she could not fight. If she were to encounter a seasoned combatant like Qin Xiao, her spatial advantages would be rendered moot, and she would be dispatched in an instant. Captain Qin. Lin Chu approached, her high heels clicking against the ground. Qin Xiao turned around, casually pulling a t-shirt over his body to conceal his well-defined muscles, his gaze indifferent. Miss Lin, you'll have to wait 2 more days for the inspection. Why the rush? I'm not anxious about the house. Lin Chu removed her sunglasses, locking her eyes onto Qin Xiao's hawk-like gaze. I wish to discuss a new business venture with you. What is it? I want to hire you. Lin Chu pointed to herself. In this chaotic world, before the apocalypse descends, teach me combat skills. Qin Xiao scoffed, as if he had heard a jest. Miss Lin, I am a security consultant, not a fitness trainer. If you wish to sculpt your abs, turn left and seek a personal trainer. With that, he turned to leave. I am not interested in sculpting abs. Lin Chu's voice rang coldly behind him. I want to learn how to kill. Qin Xiao's steps halted abruptly. He turned back, scrutinizing the rich heiress who usually only threw around money. There was no hint of jest in her eyes, only a chilling determination that sent a shiver down his spine, a look he had only witnessed amidst the corpses on the battlefield. Do you comprehend what you are saying? Qin Xiao squinted. I do. The recent surge in crime makes me, a solitary woman, in dire need of self-defense. Lin Chu produced her phone, directly opening the transfer interface. 1 million. Whether it be Brazilian jiu-jitsu, Israeli combat techniques, or your military kill moves. I require only the most practical and lethal techniques that can incapacitate an opponent in a single strike. Teach me for 7 days, and this million is yours. Qin Xiao regarded her in silence for a few seconds. Then, a smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth, a wolf spotting its prey. 1 million to buy my time for 7 days? Miss Lin, my training can be deadly. Can your delicate self endure it? As long as I don't die. Push me to my limits. Lin Chu stepped forward, her aura unwavering. The money has been transferred. Shall we commence? Qin Xiao glanced at the notification on his phone, a flicker of interest crossing his eyes. You're straightforward. I appreciate a client who pays promptly. Very well. Qin Xiao stripped off the t-shirt he had just donned, tossing it aside, revealing his formidable physique. He beckoned Lin Chu with a dismissive gesture, his tone mocking and provocative. Come on, attack me. Let us see what you've got. Half an hour later, Lin Chu found herself being lifted as if she were a mere chick by Qin Xiao, covered in dirt. With scraped elbows and disheveled hair, she grimaced in pain. Just moments ago, he had thrown her to the ground at least 20 times. This man had no understanding of tenderness. Every strike aimed for her joints, leaving Lin Chu drenched in cold sweat. Too slow, too soft, your techniques are mere ornamental flourishes. Qin Xiao looked down at her from above, mercilessly critiquing. If I were the assailant, you would have perished 10 times by now. Again, gritting her teeth, Lin Chu rose from the ground, her eyes gleaming with renewed fervor. Pain. What is this pain compared to being boiled alive in my past life? Or the agony of betrayal by my husband? This is merely a tickle. She wiped the dirt from her mouth, clenched her fists, and charged at Qin Xiao once more like an enraged lioness. Qin Xiao, initially indifferent, felt a shift in his demeanor as he observed Lin Chu's reckless determination. This wealthy girl was intriguing, not a pampered vase, but rather a mad woman clawing her way back from hell. Watch your balance. That is not how you kick. Qin Xiao dodged to the side, gripping Lin Chu's wrist and pinning her down. His voice dropped to a husky whisper, laced with danger. Remember, in the face of absolute power, technique is worthless. What you need to do is poke the eyes, kick the groin, and choke the throat. That is the art of killing. Their bodies pressed closely, sweat mingling. Lin Chu gasped for breath, gazing at the proximity of Qin Xiao. She felt no embarrassment. Instead, she was fervently memorizing every movement he executed. Only 7 days remained. After those 7 days, she would transform into a woman no one could bully. Chapter 8. Target Freeport. The final frenzy of 72 hours. Lin Chu applied an ice pack to her bruised arm, unable to suppress a sharp intake of breath. That madman, Qin Xiao, truly struck hard. After just 7 days of grueling training, she felt as though every bone in her body had been dismantled. Although she had learned cunning moves like the groin kick and eye poke, enhancing her physical capabilities significantly, Lin Chu remained acutely aware it was not enough. In the face of true apocalyptic marauders, especially those awakened with supernatural powers or wielding firearms, no matter how skilled her martial arts were, they could not contend against a bullet. As the old saying goes, beyond 7 steps, the gun is swift. Within 7 steps, it is both quick and precise. Lin Chu approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the recently completed, impregnable hillside villa. The fortress was established, the supplies gathered, and combat training acquired. Now, she lacked only 2 essentials: firearms and fuel. The domestic gun control laws were stringent. She had no intention of crossing legal boundaries before the apocalypse. Moreover, the fuel stations imposed purchase limits, making it impossible to stockpile enough diesel to power the villa's generator for generations, no matter how hard she tried. To procure these 2 items, there was only one solution: travel abroad. Lin Chu glanced at the electronic calendar on the wall. July 10th. Only 5 days remained until the apocalypse struck. Currently, international flights were still operational, and customs had not yet closed. This was the final window of opportunity. Lin Chu's expression hardened as she swiftly retrieved her phone, booking a first-class ticket for that evening's flight to Freeport, country. It was the world's largest free trade port, a haven for vice and wealth. As long as one had US dollars, anything could be purchased there. On her way to the airport, Lin Chu dialed Lawyer Wang's number. This was the final trap she had laid for her scoundrel ex, Guyan. Hello, Lawyer Wang. I need you to do 2 things for me. First, apply for temporary credit limit increases on a few unlimited black cards under my name. I intend to make substantial purchases overseas. Second, Lin Chu paused, a playful smile curling her lips. Leak some rumors, especially for Guyan to hear. Just say that I've been feeling down and have gone abroad to indulge in gambling, not only losing all my cash, but also preparing to mortgage my assets. On the other end of the line, Lawyer Wang hesitated. President Lin, this might tarnish your reputation. Do as I say. The more exaggerated, the better. It should spread throughout the city. Say I've gone mad. Hanging up, Lin Chu gazed out at the rapidly retreating cityscape. Only by declaring bankruptcy and feigning madness would Guyan, that greedy man, reveal his true colors and hastily disassociate himself from her. Enjoy the peace while it lasts. Guyan. 12 hours later. Country, Freeport International Airport. As she stepped out of the cabin, a humid breeze laced with the scent of machine oil enveloped her. This place was synonymous with chaos, graffiti on the streets, biker gangs, armed security personnel everywhere. The air was thick with the aroma of money and gunpowder. Lin Chu pushed her suitcase, donning oversized sunglasses that obscured half her face. Instead of heading to a hotel, she directly entered a black Chevrolet parked at the roadside. Inside sat a burly white man with a full beard, named Jack. He was a local guide hired at a high price by Lin Chu on the dark web, specializing in businesses that dwelled in the gray areas. Hey, Miss Lin from the East? Jack whistled, his gaze lecherously appraising Lin Chu. You look like a princess off to Disneyland. Are you sure you want to venture into such a place? With a swift motion, Lin Chu dismissed any small talk, pulling out 2 thick bundles of Franklin's US dollars from her bag and tossing them onto the passenger seat. $20,000. Shut up and drive. She removed her sunglasses, revealing a pair of cool, piercing eyes. Take me to see old K. I know he has the most extensive inventory in this area. Upon seeing the cash, Jack's demeanor underwent a complete transformation. He greedily grabbed the bills, inhaling their scent while a sycophantic smile spread across his face. At your service, esteemed lady. In the city, wealth is akin to divinity. The Chevrolet roared as it carried Lin Chu deep into the chaotic and dark slums of Freeport. Half an hour later, The vehicle halted at the back door of a dilapidated underground boxing gym. Jack guided Lin Chu through a dimly lit corridor and pushed open a heavy iron door. Inside, a different world awaited. Smoke curled in the air, and the cacophony of heavy metal music reverberated throughout. A group of tattooed men huddled around a table, meticulously cleaning their firearms. At the head of the table sat a bald, one-eyed man, casually picking his teeth with a dagger. He was Old K, the most notorious arms dealer in the vicinity. Jack, what brings a yellow-skinned girl like her here? We don't sell dolls. Old K's tone was brusque, his gaze remaining fixed on his task. She's a big client, Jack whispered. Lin Chu stepped forward, undeterred by the sinister gazes surrounding her. With a resounding thud, she slammed her black briefcase onto the table and opened it. Wow. Inside was a box brimming with green, old series sequentially numbered US dollars, 1 million in total. The previously raucous room fell into a hushed silence, the weight of the moment making every breath feel heavy. In this chaotic district, this was life, a divine pass. I don't sell dolls. Lin Chu's slender fingers lightly tapped on the stack of cash, creating a rhythm that sent shivers down the spine. She looked at Old K, a smirk playing on her lips, her voice cold yet audacious. I want firepower that will make this entire city tremble. Whether it's a Glock, an AK-47, or even a Barrett, if you can procure it, this box of money serves as a deposit. Old K paused his toothpicking, slowly lifting his head, his solitary eye glinting with greed and excitement. Oh, this is intriguing. Old K stood, revealing a wide grin filled with yellowed teeth. Welcome to Freeport, my eastern god of wealth. Follow me. I'll show you the toys for grown-ups. Chapter 9. The Arms Deal. Gatling and Sniper Rifles. Beyond the heavy iron door lay a narrow staircase descending into darkness. The air was thick with the pungent scent of gun oil and rusted metal, odors that might repulse an ordinary girl but provided Lin Chu with a sense of security. At the foot of the stairs, the space opened up into a vast underground warehouse, its walls adorned with an array of weaponry, from handguns to rocket launchers, resembling a miniature military museum. Feel free to browse and choose, Old K proclaimed, lounging on a sofa, tossing Lin Chu a cigar. As long as you have the money. I assure you there is nothing I cannot procure. Lin Chu declined the cigar, her gaze sweeping over the black metal array, her eyes gradually igniting with fervor. I want the best. Approaching the display case, she pointed to a black Glock handgun. Glock 17, the most durable handgun in Timbuktu. I want 100 of them. With 500 magazines and 20,000 rounds of 9mm ammunition. Old K raised an eyebrow. 100? Planning to form a private army? Lin Chu disregarded his inquiry and continued forward, her fingers brushing over a row of assault rifles. AK-47, no need to elaborate, cheap and reliable, throw it in the mud, and it will still fire. Give me 50, and I need 100,000 rounds of 7.62mm ammunition. She paused before a massive black case, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Inside lay an exaggerated heavy sniper rifle, long and exuding an intimidating aura. Barrett M82A1. In the late apocalypse, facing those tough-skinned mutated beasts or some awakened thugs with hardened defenses, ordinary rifles won't suffice. Only this anti-material sniper can obliterate a target in one shot. This is a prized possession, and it comes at a steep price. Old K began to raise the stakes. I want two, Lin Chu interjected, and ensure I have enough armor-piercing incendiary rounds. Her gaze then fell upon a colossal object in the corner, shrouded by a canvas. She approached and yanked away the cover. In that moment, even for Lin Chu, accustomed to grand spectacles, her breath hitched. It was a 6-barrel rotary machine gun, the M134 Gatling. This was not merely a gun. It was a tempest of metal. With a firing rate of 6,000 rounds per minute, once unleashed, nothing would survive within a 1,000-meter radius. This was a guardian artifact for a hillside villa. I want this as well. Lin Chu's voice quivered with exhilaration. In addition to the firearms, she added 10 boxes of M67 grenades to her list, along with several bulletproof vests and tactical daggers. Observing Lin Chu as she compiled an inventory sufficient to arm an enhanced platoon, Old K's solitary eye glimmered with avarice. All right, straightforward. Old K clapped his hands, and several of his henchmen immediately began to gather the items Lin Chu had requested, piling them in a small mountain in the open space. The total comes to $1,500,000. Old K exhaled a plume of smoke, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Cash up front. Lin Chu nodded, pushing the briefcase she held toward him. Here is 1 million as a deposit. The remainder will be transferred. However, Old K did not accept the case. He signaled to several burly men nearby. Click, click. 4 or 5 dark gun barrels suddenly lifted, aligning perfectly with Lin Chu's head. The atmosphere froze, thick with tension. Little girl, you might not grasp the rules here. Old K rose, his corpulent frame trembling as he revealed a sinister smile. In Freeport, A beautiful woman like you, alone and wealthy, typically meets one fate, losing both life and fortune. The 1,500,000 worth of goods belongs to me. And so does your $1 million. As for you, old K leered, his gaze roving over Lin Chu, you'll remain here with me. Perfectly suited for my brothers to indulge. This was the law of the jungle, where the strong devoured the weak. In old K's eyes, Lin Chu was merely a plump lamb awaiting slaughter. Yet, confronted with 5 guns aimed at her head, Lin Chu did not scream for mercy. Instead, she let out a gentle sigh. I knew it. She shook her head in resignation, a smirk of derision gracing her lips. Conducting business with people like you truly lacks integrity. Stubborn to the end. Jack jeered from the side. Boss, stop wasting time. Bind her first. Lin Chu remained motionless. Slowly, she extended a hand and pressed it against the heavy Gatling gun. She gazed at old K, her eyes devoid of fear, replaced instead by a chilling indifference akin to that of one who has witnessed death. Do you believe in magic? She inquired. What? Old K was taken aback. In the next heartbeat, a scene that sent shivers down spines unfolded. Lin Chu gently clapped her hands. Whoosh. The heavy Gatling gun, weighing several dozen kilograms, along with the towering stacks of ammunition boxes and numerous rifles, astonishingly vanished into thin air before the astonished eyes of the onlookers. It was as if they had been consumed by the very air, leaving no trace behind. The once weapon-laden ground was suddenly left desolate. Fuck. Old K, startled, dropped his cigar, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. Where's the gun? Where's my cargo? The burly men surrounding him were equally terrified, retreating as if they had seen a ghost, their eyes fixed on Lin Chu. Are you human or a ghost? Lin Chu stood in the empty space, brushing the dust off her hands, advancing step by step toward old K. With each stride she took, the surrounding men recoiled, too frightened to fire their weapons. The unknown terror was far more daunting than the barrel of a gun. This Eastern woman was a monster, a witch. I do not like being threatened with a gun. Lin Chu approached the rigid old K, extending her slender finger to gently tap his forehead. Her voice, soft yet reminiscent of a whisper from the depths of hell, echoed. I can make those guns disappear just as easily as I can make the contents of your skull vanish. Would you care to test that? Thud. Old K's legs buckled, and he fell to his knees. A seasoned villain who had danced with death for years, he had never witnessed such supernatural prowess. This extraordinary power shattered his composure entirely. Please don't kill me. You're a witch. You're a devil. I was wrong. Old K trembled uncontrollably, cold sweat cascading down his face. Take my goods. I don't want the money. Please, just don't make me disappear. I lack for nothing, Lin Chu replied with a cold smile, picking up the suitcase filled with cash from the ground and tossing it at old K's face. Here's your money, but I'll be taking the goods. Additionally, her gaze swept over the petrified gang members. Toss your guns over here as well. Consider it compensation for my emotional distress. Clatter. No one dared to hesitate. Those who usually killed without flinching now treated their weapons like hot potatoes, hurriedly tossing them at Lin Chu's feet. With a flick of her hand, whoosh. The guns on the ground vanished once more into thin air. This miraculous display completely dismantled the last vestiges of their psychological defenses. A few minutes later, Lin Chu, in her high heels, elegantly exited the underground boxing arena. Behind her knelt a group of quaking men, as if they had just bid farewell to a deity descending upon the mortal realm. Upon stepping out of the alley, Lin Chu cast a glance at the neatly stacked armory in the space, letting out a long breath. Her fear of insufficient firepower had finally been cured. Next, she raised her gaze toward the brightly lit port in the distance. That was a feast prepared for the capitalists. The $0 purchase had begun. Chapter 10, Midnight Ghost. Emptying the port containers. At 2 in the morning, the Freeport container terminal bustled with activity. This was the heart of global logistics, handling trillions worth of goods daily. Under the massive searchlights, the towering stacks of containers resembled a forest of steel, stretching for miles with no end in sight. A dark figure, akin to a nimble cat, evaded the watchful eyes of patrolling security and silently infiltrated the core yard of Area F. Lin Chu, clad in a black tactical bodysuit and equipped with night vision goggles, surveyed the grand steel jungle before her, a glimmer of greed curving her lips. In this apocalyptic world, this place was the largest treasure trove on the planet. And now, with the guards dozing off and the surveillance cameras having blind spots, it was a buffet feast exclusively for her. Commencing operations, Lin Chu approached the first row of containers. It was a white container marked for cold chain express delivery, adorned with an Australian export label. She extended her hand, placing her palm against the cold surface of the container. Her consciousness swept through, and the space instantaneously relayed the information of the items within. Top grade M9 Australian Wagyu beef. Whole cuts, 20 tons. A splendid find. Lin Chu's eyes lit up. This premium Wagyu beef, in the pre-apocalyptic era, was priced in the thousands per pound. And now, it was a legendary delicacy unattainable even by the gods. Collect. With a mere thought, the massive container, stretching over 10 meters, subtly warped in the air before vanishing. The stacked containers above it crashed down with a thunderous noise as the bottom container suddenly disappeared. But in the split second before they hit the ground, Lin Chu's fingers made contact once more. Collect. 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 It was akin to playing a game of match 3. The entire row of cold chain containers filled with top-grade beef, bluefin tuna, and Boston lobsters vanished in mere seconds. If anyone had witnessed this scene, they would surely believe themselves to be mad. Those steel behemoths, weighing dozens of tons, were as fragile as soap bubbles, disappearing with the slightest poke. Having cleared the fresh produce section, Lin Chu, like an insatiable glutton, dashed into the dry goods area. It was akin to a super blind box event. Red boxes, Bordeaux wines from France. A case of 12 bottles, stacked into 5,000 cases. In the apocalypse, a glass of red wine could trade for a celebrity. Here, it was enough for her to throw 10,000 parties. Collect. Green boxes, Royal Thai jasmine rice, also in tons. The unique aroma of the new rice seemed to waft through the metal containers. Collect. Blue boxes, New Zealand whole milk powder, a hard currency for protein. Collect. There were chocolates, canned goods, pasta, olive oil. Lin Chu scarcely had time to examine the items. She was like a human vacuum cleaner. Anything edible, anything with a food label, or even anything that merely appeared valuable, was whisked away. After all, the space was infinitely vast, and time stood still. Whatever was placed inside remained unchanged upon retrieval. Having emptied half of the food section, Lin Chu was still unsated. She turned her gaze toward the deeper heavy industrial area, where a batch of special goods awaited export to the Middle East. Stealthily, she crept over and, beneath a massive tarpaulin, discovered something that made her heart race. Caterpillar industrial-grade generator sets. Each unit could supply power to a small hospital. And here, 20 of them were neatly lined up. With these, combined with the solar panels on her villa's roof, even if eternal night fell upon the world, her home would remain brightly lit. Mine now. With a wave of her hand, the 20 generators disappeared into her storage. Shortly thereafter, a row of special flatbed containers caught her attention. The doors were partially ajar, revealing a dark green paint job within. As Lin Chu approached, her heart skipped a beat. Military-grade Hummer H1. Moreover, it was a specially modified bulletproof version, yet to be loaded for shipment. This vehicle boasted a high chassis, powerful horsepower, and an all-steel body, making it a perfect war machine tailored for the apocalypse. Not only were there Hummers, but behind them stood several colossal heavy-duty trucks, reminiscent of Optimus Prime's cab, designed to facilitate long-distance migrations in the infernal heat of the post-apocalyptic world. This was the prototype of the war chariot I had been seeking. Lin Chu trembled with excitement. Initially, she had planned to return home and purchase a few Raptors to make do. But now it seemed as though she had upgraded from a bird gun to a cannon. Seize it. Take it all. 5 modified Hummers, 10 heavy-duty truck cabs, along with their accompanying maintenance parts and tires, vanished into the night. Unbeknownst to her, the eastern sky began to lighten with the first blush of dawn. Standing atop the containers at the dock, Lin Chu removed her night vision goggles and wiped the sweat from her brow. The F District dock had transformed dramatically. What once resembled a labyrinthine cluster of containers was now sparse, with several vast, barren concrete expanses emerging in between. In just one night, she had emptied at least 3,000 containers, consuming 1/3 of the port's inventory. The value? It was beyond monetary measure. This was a stockpile sufficient to establish a small kingdom in the apocalypse. Burp. Gazing at the mountain of spoils in her space, Lin Chu experienced a sensation akin to having overeaten. The feeling of satisfaction was 1,000 times stronger than winning the lottery. It was nearly time. Lin Chu glanced at the security team changing shifts in the distance, nimbly leaped from the containers, and disappeared into the morning mist. Farewell, Freeport. Thank you, nature, for your generous gifts. Half an hour later, as dawn broke, the day shift dock manager arrived at F District, yawning, only to drop his coffee cup with a resounding crash. Rubbing his eyes, he pinched himself, letting out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. My God! Where's the cargo? The 10 tons of beef and wine that were piled here last night. What about the Hummers destined for the Middle East? The entire dock descended into chaos. Police cars screeched to a halt, sealing off the area. However, the surveillance footage revealed nothing amiss, thanks to Lin Chu's hacking skills. With no signs of a large convoy entering or exiting, nor any sounds of cranes at work, those goods, weighing several tons, seemed to have evaporated into thin air. This would become the greatest unsolved mystery in the history of Freeport, dubbed the Phantom Theft Case. Meanwhile, the instigator, Lin Chu, had already taken a shower, donned an elegant gown, and was seated in a car headed to the airport. Her next target was the suburban oil refinery, the final stop before returning home. Armed with weapons, vehicles, and sustenance, all that remained was to fill the fuel tanks. Lin Chu gazed at the rising sun outside the window, her smile radiant. Chapter 11. Energy Bandit. Plundering the oil tanks. After departing the chaotic Freeport dock, Lin Chu did not head directly to the airport. She glanced at her phone's navigation. Approximately 20 kilometers from the dock lay the Atlas Oil Refinery, one of the largest strategic oil storage bases in the country. It housed the lifeblood of the city. In the latter stages of the apocalypse, a single liter of pristine gasoline was worth more than an equivalent weight in gold. With fuel, the generators could roar to life. The air conditioning could cool, and the war machines could growl. Without fuel, even the finest fortress would merely be a sweltering iron coffin. Since she was here, she might as well see it through. Lin Chu instructed her driver, Jack, to park on the outskirts of the refinery. Wait for me here. And don't turn off the engine, she said, tossing him a stack of dollars. I'll be right back. Jack glanced at the desolate wasteland surrounding them and shrugged. He didn't understand the eccentricities of the wealthy, but he understood the value of cash. Under the cover of night and the thicket of bushes, Lin Chu quietly approached the barbed wire surrounding the oil storage area like a nimble raccoon. The place was heavily guarded, with searchlights sweeping back and forth. However, for Lin Chu, who had just looted an arms depot and a dock, this level of security was merely a facade. Utilizing the instantaneous displacement characteristic of her spatial storage, removing a section of barbed wire, slipping through, and then restoring it, she stealthily infiltrated the core tank area. Standing beneath the colossal white storage tanks, Lin Chu felt as tiny as an ant. Each of these massive cylinders contained tens of thousands of tons of refined oil. She pressed her hand against the cold metal surface, sensing the fluid's movement within. Space divided. In her mind, she designated a corner of her spatial area as a liquid storage zone, establishing an absolute stillness barrier to prevent oil vapors from contaminating the nearby Peking duck and Wagyu beef. The star absorption technique, commence. Lin Chu closed her eyes, unleashing her intent. Boom. This was the thunderous roar within her consciousness. Although there appeared to be no commotion externally, within Lin Chu's perception, the liquid level inside the storage tank was plummeting at an astonishing speed. Diesel zone. For generator trucks, this was of paramount importance. The two industrial generators in her villa were fuel hogs, and the heavy trucks and Hummers she had acquired were also diesel-consuming beasts. Lin Chu drained 5 massive storage tanks in one go. 5,000 tons. Enough to keep her generators running day and night for 100 years. Within her designated void in space, a vast, golden lake of diesel materialized. The liquid floated silently, not a single drop spilled. Truly a magnificent sight. Gasoline zone. 4 cars and boats. Next came the high-octane gasoline, grade 98. Lin Chu didn't overindulge. She only collected 2 tanks. 2,000 tons. Enough for her sports cars and speedboats to run until they were scrap. In addition to the fuel, Lin Chu also raided the adjacent lubricating oil depot. Motor oil, gear oil, brake fluid. These seemingly inconspicuous substances would be lifesavers when her vehicles broke down with no place to repair them. Seize it. Take it all. In a mere 20 minutes, Lin Chu, like a voracious vampire, silently drained 1/10 of this refinery's inventory, gazing at the 2 enormous floating oil lakes in her space. The last remnants of anxiety within her vanished completely. This was her backbone. This was the capital that would allow her to live more lavishly than an emperor in this crumbling world. Beep, beep. Suddenly, alarms blared from the control room in the distance. What was happening? The liquid pressure in tanks 3 and 4 had unexpectedly dropped to 0. Was the sensor malfunctioning? Hurry and check. Is there a leak? Watching the frantic workers and security personnel rushing out, Lin Chu lowered her hat's brim and smiled faintly. This was what one might call an oil rat, was it not? She turned and vanished into the soft light of dawn. Upon returning to the Chevrolet, Lin Chu carried with her a faint scent of industrial crude oil. Let us go to the airport. Leaning back in the rear seat, she removed her hat, revealing her delicate yet weary face. Jack started the car, glancing curiously at the rearview mirror. Miss Lin, you seem to have a rather strong scent from your little errand. Don't ask what you shouldn't tea. Lin Chu shot him a cold glance. Just drive. We need to catch the earliest flight. This car is yours. All right. Jack pressed the accelerator, and the Chevrolet surged toward the airport like an arrow released from a bow. As they sped along, Lin Chu watched the Freeport recede through the window. This city, fraught with sin and chaos, was on the cusp of welcoming a new dawn. But little did anyone know, the underground armory of this city lay barren, the docks were deserted, and even a corner of the oil refinery stood empty. At this very moment, the mastermind behind it all, with eyes closed, was meticulously plotting her final move upon returning to her homeland. With arms secured, fuel obtained, and provisions in hand, The next step was to return home and ensnare that scoundrel Guyen in a web aptly named bankruptcy. Guyen, cherish the few remaining days of your bliss. For the moment I touch down, your nightmare shall commence. Chapter 12. A Bounty of Plunder. The tax-free store. As the vehicle made its way to the airport, the streets became increasingly congested. The security of M country had always been tenuous, now exacerbated by an unprecedented heat wave and frequent power outages. The simmering discontent among the populace finally erupted. Ahead, outside a grand high-end duty-free shopping mall, a quintessential M country spectacle unfolded, a chaotic riot over $0 purchases. Countless rioters smashed window displays, frantically rushing inside to seize televisions, sneakers, and electronic gadgets. The wailing of police sirens echoed in vain amid the turmoil. The vehicle came to a halt, and Jack gripped the steering wheel nervously. Damn it, these lunatics. Miss Lin, we must take a detour. No, stop the car. Through the window, Lin Chu observed the pandemonium within the mall, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes. With 2 hours until takeoff, time was ample. She swung open the car door, not retreating but adjusting her skirt as though preparing for an evening gala, gracefully blending into the frenzied crowd. Now that she was here, how could she return empty-handed? She bypassed the brawny men wrestling for cumbersome flat-screen televisions, instead purposefully heading toward the luxury goods section and cosmetics counters. That was where the true treasures of this post-apocalyptic world lay. First stop, the premium skincare section. The rioters were too preoccupied with high-value electronics to spare a glance at the myriad of bottles and jars. The sales associates had long fled, leaving the counters wide open. Lin Chu approached the La Mer counter. In a world where survival was a struggle, a woman's vanity transformed into an extreme desire. An unopened jar of cream could barter for a month's worth of laundry from a young girl or a family heirloom jade bracelet from a fallen socialite. Collect. Lin Chu's hand brushed across the neatly arranged creams, serums, and eye treatments, causing them to vanish in an instant. Following swiftly was SK2, CPB. Helena Rubinstein. Lin Chu moved as though strolling through her own backyard, leaving desolation in her wake. These would be my wages henceforth. A smirk graced her lips. When establishing the base, one must offer incentives to win hearts, and these items held far greater allure than moldy bread. Second stop, the watch and jewelry section. This area had already been decimated, glass shards littering the ground. Lin Chu, in her high heels, deftly avoided the bloodstains as she reached the Rolex and Patek Philippe counters. While some watches had been snatched away, the storerooms remained intact. Lin Chu pressed her hand against the storeroom's security door. Sensor penetration, spatial absorption. Though the contents remained unseen, who cared? She would take whatever lay within. In this new world, gold was the ultimate currency, and Rolex represented the pinnacle of that currency. A green submariner could fetch a semi-automatic rifle or a case of penicillin on the black market. Third stop, the handbag section. Hermes, LV, Chanel. Lin Chu was not particular about styles. Whether it was a Birkin or a Kelly, as long as it was genuine leather, she would seize it all. She even spared no thought for the silk scarves and perfumes displayed in the cabinets. In a mere half hour, Lin Chu glided like a specter through the tumultuous mall. Within her spatial corner, small mountains of top-tier luxury goods had materialized. This was what it meant to embark on a journey in this world. One must return laden with bounty. Brushing off non-existent dust from her hands, she nonchalantly exited through a side door before the riot escalated and riot police arrived, settling back into the Chevrolet. Drive to the airport. Jack marveled at Lin Chu, who emerged unscathed, her hair impeccably styled as though she had just attended a soiree. How could this Eastern woman, who had just ventured into hell, appear even more radiant upon her return? At the international airport in M country, the first-class lounge was rife with announcements of flight delays and cancellations. Due to the sweltering heat, many aircraft engines had triggered malfunction warnings, plunging the airport into chaos. With stranded passengers and wailing children everywhere. Clutching her gilded first-class ticket, Lin Chu knew this was the last flight heading home. Just a few more hours. And as temperatures soared beyond critical levels, global routes would be severed entirely. This was the final Noah's Arkansas successfully boarding the plane. Lin Chu settled into the spacious first-class seat, accepting a glass of champagne from the flight attendant. The aircraft began to taxi, accelerate, and ascend into the clouds. Turning her head, Lin Chu gazed through the window at the city below engulfed in flames. The streets blazed with the fires of rebellion. Flashing police lights at the port marked her handiwork, and though the oil refinery appeared tranquil, it had been drained of its lifeblood. Farewell, old world. Lin Chu raised her glass, gently clinking it against the clouds outside. With this departure, the journey ahead was long and arduous. By the time she touched down, she would no longer be the bullied young lady of the Lin family, but the queen of the apocalypse, wielding billions in resources and absolute power. Next, Lin Chu closed her eyes, The vile faces of Gu Yin and Lin Wan flooding her mind. It was time to return home and ensnare them. Chapter 13. Homecoming and Inspection. The Fortress of the Apocalypse completed. July 12, 1400 hours. Only 3 days remained until the apocalypse descended. The plane landed at the city's international airport. As she stepped out of the cabin, a suffocating wave of heat washed over her. Though the temperature had yet to reach lethal levels, the ground temperature was nearing 40 degrees Celsius, far exceeding that of previous years. The airport's air conditioning worked in overdrive, but could not fully dissipate the oppressive heat. Has it begun? Lin Chu donned her sunglasses, concealing the chill in her eyes. This stifling warmth was the Earth's fever, the prelude to hell's opening. She eschewed returning home to rest, opting instead to hail a cab directly to Banshan Yujing. The car wound its way up the serpentine mountain road. From a distance, Lin Chu caught sight of the transformed structure perched on the mountainside. No longer a lavish villa for leisure, it had become a steel behemoth lurking in the hills. The once elegant European-style walls had been raised to a height of 3.5 meters, cast entirely in high-strength reinforced concrete, topped with 3 layers of electrified barbed wire. Under the sunlight, the barbs glinted with a chilling sheen. At the entrance, the formerly intricate iron gate had been replaced with 2 thick, half-meter-wide vault doors designed to withstand explosions. Miss Lin, we've arrived. The taxi driver, eyeing the peculiar edifice, could not help but mutter, what a fine villa. Yet it looks like a prison now. Lin Chu offered no explanation, paying the fare before stepping out. As she approached the entrance, a black Hummer emerged from the courtyard. Halting before her, Qin Xiao exited the vehicle. At that moment, he was still clad in his signature black tactical t-shirt. Despite being drenched in sweat, his formidable aura remained undiminished. Inspection? Qin Xiao tossed a tablet computer towards her, displaying the smart control system interface for the entire villa. Although the timeline was tight, everything you requested was accounted for. Qin Xiao gestured towards the villa behind him, his tone imbued with a hint of professional pride. This was no mere house. It was a fortress. Lin Chu received the tablet and began her meticulous inspection. The first item, the defense system. She approached the floor-to-ceiling window and tapped the seemingly transparent glass with her finger. It emitted a dull thud, devoid of any echo. Double-layered bulletproof glass, with a layer of polycarbonate fiber sandwiched in between. Qin Xiao elaborated, stating that not even a typical sniper rifle or an RPG rocket launcher could breach it on the first shot. Furthermore, it was one-way transparent. While you could sip tea inside, your silhouette would remain invisible to anyone outside. The second item, the energy system. Lin Chu lifted her gaze. The formerly red glazed tile roof was now entirely covered with black monocrystalline silicon solar panels. 2 Tesla industrial energy storage walls had also been installed in the basement. Qin Xiao added, as long as the sun shone, this house would never suffer a power outage. Lin Chu nodded in satisfaction. The 20 industrial generators and several thousand tons of diesel she had procured abroad would serve as a perfect backup for this system. The third item, the source of life. The two made their way to the backyard. The original swimming pool had been filled in, replaced by a colossal stainless steel water tank buried beneath. With a capacity of 50 tons, it was connected to the roof's rainwater collection system and a German-imported RO reverse osmosis water purifier. Qin Xiao kicked the cover beneath his feet, asserting that as long as it rained, there would be an endless supply of pure drinking water. If it didn't rain, the 50 tons of stored water would suffice for 3 years for one person. After a thorough inspection, Lin Chu found no faults. Not only had Qin Xiao fulfilled her requirements, but he had also executed many details, such as the gas mask filters for the vents and the rodent-proof spikes in the drainage system, beyond her expectations. Truly, he was a professional. Lin Chu closed the tablet and turned to Qin Xiao, inquiring about the final payment. Having previously provided 200 million, it would be a matter of adjusting for any overages. The material costs had exceeded the budget slightly, and Qin Xiao quoted a figure for labor. She would need to supplement him with 500,000. Lin Chu produced her phone and conducted a transaction. Ding! Qin Xiao's phone chimed. He glanced at it, his brow instantly furrowing. Your account ending in 9527 has received RMB 150,000,000. Miss Lin, did you accidentally send too much? Qin Xiao raised his head, noting the extra million. No accidental slip, Lin Chu replied, standing before the blast-proof door, removing her sunglasses to meet his sharp gaze. This extra million is a bonus. It is also a hush fee. Qin Xiao raised an eyebrow, but remained silent. Captain Qin, while I cannot ascertain your belief in this, I must impart a warning. Lin Chu's voice took on a serious tone, laced with a subtle gravity. The weather has been rather peculiar these days. She pointed to the scorching sun overhead. Take this million, purchase some water, some compressed biscuits, or even a bit of rice. Stock up. Do not underestimate the importance of preparation. Furthermore, she paused, casting a deep glance at him. For the coming month, Whatever occurs, it would be prudent to stay indoors. Qin Xiao tightened his grip on his phone. As a seasoned veteran accustomed to the battlefield, he possessed an innate sense of danger. The recent oppressive heat, Lin Chu's frantic stockpiling, and the peculiarities of this fortress. All clues seemed to converge towards a singular, albeit absurd, conclusion. Yet, he chose to trust his instincts. Understood. Qin Xiao refrained from probing further, pocketing his phone and casting a deep look at Lin Chu. If something truly goes awry, he gestured to his vehicle. Black Shield security is always on call. However, the price will not remain the same. Lin Chu smiled, aware that the seed of trust had been sown. Good. I hope that when the time comes, I can still afford your services. Watching Qin Xiao's armored vehicle depart, Lin Chu turned and entered her own Noah's Arkansas clique. The heavy blast-proof doors slowly closed, producing a reassuring locking sound. The world outside was thus sealed away. Lin Chu stood in the vacant living room, inhaling deeply. The fortress was ready. Now, her performance was about to commence. She retrieved her phone and dialed the pre-arranged number of Lawyer Wang. Hello, Lawyer Wang. Has the word been spread? Excellent. A smirk danced upon Lin Chu's lips as she plotted. Let the entire city know that the young lady of the Lin family has squandered her fortune gambling abroad and is now a debt-ridden pauper. Guyen. Prepare for the fallout. Chapter 14. Spreading rumors. I lost $2 billion in gambling. After hanging up with Lawyer Wang, Lin Chu observed the incessant WeChat notifications flashing on her phone screen, a cold smile gracing her lips. Good news seldom travels far, but bad news spreads like wildfire. Within half an hour, the formerly obsequious circle of socialites had erupted into chaos. Although no one dared to directly mention her, the snide conversations filtered through from those plastic friends who had envied her. Have you heard? That young lady from the Lin family went wild in M country. Oh my God, is it true? They say she lost $20 billion. Absolutely true. My cousin works at the bank and said she maxed out her credit cards. Now she's borrowing high-interest loans everywhere. Goodness, how could such a prodigal daughter emerge from the illustrious Lin family? It seems the Lin group may change hands. Quick, block her. What if she comes asking us for money? Watching the barrage of messages announcing departures from groups and blocks, Lin Chu felt an unprecedented sense of relief rather than anger. Excellent. The flies have been scared away. Peace has returned to the world. In this impending apocalypse, connections had become liabilities rather than assets. If she were the affluent Lin Chu, she would be besieged by moral obligations. You're so wealthy. Why not share some food? But as the gambling addict Lin Chu, everyone would keep their distance. With the groundwork for public opinion laid, it was time to set the stage for the incident. Lin Chu stowed her phone and surveyed the recently renovated steel fortress. Though the exterior resembled a prison, the interior was extravagantly adorned. Qin Zhao's team had employed the finest eco-friendly materials, and the once empty living room still bore traces of its upscale essence. Too pristine. Lin Chu shook her head. This did not resemble the abode of a desperate gambler. With a thought, she activated her abilities. Whoosh. The luxurious curtains, crystal wall sconces, and even the smart control panels that belonged to the villa were swiftly absorbed into her space, leaving behind bare walls and a gray concrete floor. Next, Lin Chu drove the bulletproof Hummer she had procured from a broad strait to the largest recycling station on the city's outskirts. Boss, are you in the market for business? The owner of the recycling station, a burly man clad in a sleeveless shirt, was sorting cardboard when he was taken aback by the sight of the colossal Hummer parked at the entrance. As a stunning young woman descended, her first utterance was a request to purchase refuse. What could she possibly want? I desire the most dilapidated and wretched furniture. Lin Chu pointed at the heap of industrial waste yet untouched, the mattress with springs protruding, the dining table with a broken leg, and the pile of moldy woven bags. Every single item is what I seek. The elderly gentleman stared in disbelief. My dear, are you attempting to create performance art? Indeed. Performance art. Lin Chu tossed a red 100 yuan note aside, stating there was no need for change, and requested assistance in loading the items onto her vehicle. Half an hour later, at the hillside villa, Lin Chu busied herself like a diligent laborer, arranging the musty and foul-smelling shabby furniture into this opulent mansion valued at 200 million. In the living room, the central feature was that yellowing, blackened mattress, atop which lay 2 tattered cotton quilts. Beside it stood a dilapidated coffee table with a corner missing, cluttered with leftover instant noodle containers and empty bottles she had deliberately purchased from a convenience store. On the floor, she retrieved a bag of pre-prepared household waste, fruit peels, scrap paper, plastic bags, and scattered it evenly across the expensive underfloor heating. To enhance the realism, she even splashed a bit of foul water into the corner. The odor immediately overwhelmed the refreshing minty scent from the new air system. On the walls, Lin Chu produced a can of red paint and scrawled several bold characters across the pristine white surface. Debts must be repaid. Murderers must pay with their lives. After completing this chaotic masterpiece, She stood in the center of the living room, surveying the scene resembling a looted space or a den for addicts. With satisfaction as she clapped her hands. Perfect. This spectacle, one could bet, would befuddle even Gu Yin. And perhaps even her biological father resurrected would fail to recognize this as the abode of his formerly fastidious daughter. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the orange glow seeped through the still unsealed floor-to-ceiling windows, casting its light upon the littered ground, evoking a sense of absurdity and desolation. Lin Chu approached a mirror that had yet to be splattered with paint. In the reflection, she beheld herself adorned in a high-fashion gown she had yet to change out of, her makeup immaculate, her eyes sparkling. Yet behind her lay a wasteland. This stark contrast compelled her to chuckle. In this city, I shall soon become the most pitiful individual. Gu Yin, Lin Wan. The stage has been set, and the spotlight awaits you. Lin Chu raised her wrist to check the time. July 13th, 6:00 p.m. There remained but 42 hours until the apocalypse. And one last night before her final shopping spree at the farmer's market. Tonight, a restful slumber was imperative. With a thought, she retrieved a top-tier latex mattress from her space and laid it out in the sole-clean master bedroom on the second floor, of course. It would be stowed away before the scoundrel's arrival tomorrow. Tomorrow, I shall procure some soil-scented items. After all, in the future, if I wish to savor fresh green onions with dipping sauce, it shall be solely through my own cultivation. Chapter 15, The Last Supper. The Raid on the Farmer's Market. July 14th, 5:00 a.m. Only 31 hours remained until the world's end. Though dawn had yet to break, the air had become as stifling as a vast steamer. The outdoor temperature had already soared to 38 degrees, yet this did not deter the early risers from their daily struggles for survival. Lin Chu drove her modified Hummer towards the city's largest suburban farmer's market. She was not there to purchase meat, having already amassed sufficient supplies from overseas $0 purchases. Rather, she was there to acquire hope. In the apocalypse, the stockpiled resources would eventually dwindle. To ensure long-term survival, one must establish a sustainable ecological cycle. Simply put, grow vegetables and raise chickens. First stop, the seeds and agricultural supplies stall. Boss, I want seeds. Lin Chu entered a yet-to-open agricultural supply store, rousing the dozing proprietor. 50 pounds of seeds for bok choy, lettuce, leeks, and spinach, those with short growth cycles and high yields. 100 pounds of potatoes, sweet potatoes, and corn as staple foods. And for watermelons, tomatoes, peppers, cucumbers, everything you have in stock, I want each variety. The owner, rubbing his sleepy eyes, broke into a grin. Sure thing. Anything else? Soil. Lin Chu pointed to the outdoor stockpile, that bagged northeast black soil, along with organic fertilizers, nutrient solutions, and pesticides. Fill my trunk. No, load up the truck I brought. With these provisions, she could cultivate a verdant garden in the villa's yard, or perhaps in the ecosystem-equipped basement. While others might resort to violence over a half-rotten apple, she could pluck a dew-kissed cucumber to dip in sauce. Second stop, the seasoning wholesale area. This was Lin Chu's most crucial section. Many stockpilers remembered to hoard rice and flour, yet neglected the essentials, scallions, ginger, and garlic. Without these, even the finest meat would carry an unpleasant odor. Moreover, garlic and ginger hold medicinal value in the apocalypse for their antibacterial and warming properties. I want this single clove garlic. It's long-lasting. Give me 2 tons. For ginger, I need the kind with soil, 2 tons. Dried chili, Sichuan pepper, star anise, and cinnamon, 500 pounds each. And scallions, with roots, so I can plant them back home. Watching the bags of fragrant spices being loaded into her space, Lin Chu could almost envision the savory aroma of braised pork wafting through her future villa. These were essential provisions, absolutely indispensable. Third stop, the live poultry section. The odor was far from pleasant, yet Lin Chu found it enticing. Miss, how much for these chicks? This cage holds Luohua chickens, and that one has layers. Both are lively. I'll take them all, Lin Chu declared, waving her hand. And those ducklings over there. 2 breeding pigs, and a pair of goats. Reinforce the cages. I intend to take them with me. Although most of her space was static for preservation, there existed a special area for living creatures, or perhaps she planned to temporarily preserve them until the apocalypse stabilized, to raise them in her villa's backyard. These little beings would serve as future sources of eggs and fresh meat. After completing her rounds, the sun had risen high. The scorching rays blistered the asphalt, causing it to sizzle, while the market-goers, drenched in sweat, exhibited irritability, cursing the infernal weather. Lin Chu prepared to leave. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon a makeshift stall in the corner of the market. There sat an elderly woman with a head of white hair, surrounded by woven baskets filled with homegrown water spinach and green beans. The vegetables had wilted somewhat in the heat, and the elderly woman, donning a straw hat and wielding a tattered fan, tirelessly fanned her produce. Her wrinkled face glistened with sweat, yet her eyes radiated a pure and anxious spirit. Clearly, she sought to sell her vegetables to exchange for a little rice money. Lin Chu's heart jolted. In her previous life, she had encountered a similar elderly woman during her flight who had given her half a sweet potato, only to be robbed of her food and perish from hunger the following day. In this world on the brink of cannibalism, this represented the last flicker of human warmth. Lin Chu halted her steps and approached. "Grandma, how much for these vegetables?" The elderly woman looked up, her cloudy eyes brightening momentarily. "Dear, the water spinach is 2 yuan a bunch, and the green beans are 3. They're homegrown, no pesticides, just the heat has made them a bit wilted. If you want them, I can give you a discount. I'll take them all." Lin Chu crouched down, disregarding the dirt above, and lifted the basket with ease. She retrieved a stack of crimson banknotes from her bag, amounting to 2,000 or 3,000, and directly pressed them into the old woman's hands. My dear girl, this is too much for these vegetables." The elderly woman's hands trembled in shock, eager to return the money. "Take it," Lin Chu insisted gently, yet with unwavering seriousness, holding the old woman's rough hand. "Grandmother, heed my counsel. Come home early today, do not sell anymore. With this money, buy more rice and flour at the grocery store. And some buckets of water. The weather is about to change." She leaned in closer, gazing into the elder's eyes. "No matter who knocks at your door later, do not open it easily. Guard your provisions, and live well." The old woman was momentarily taken aback, staring at the girl before her, who resembled a painting in her beauty, and nodded, albeit somewhat confused. Though she did not comprehend the full weight of the words, she sensed that this girl had her best interests at heart. "All right, I will listen to you, dear girl. I shall go home to buy rice now." Trembling, the old woman gathered her belongings and pushed her tricycle away. Lin Chu stood still, watching the elder's hunched figure vanish into the crowd. This was the extent of her capability. She could not save everyone, but in her limited capacity, she aimed to preserve a glimmer of hope for the kind-hearted. To prevent herself from entirely transforming into a cold-blooded monster amid future carnage. Upon returning to the mountainside villa, it was already noon. Lin Chu closed the door, shutting out the sweltering heat. She temporarily placed the live creatures in the stasis zone of her space and stacked the seeds and soil in the basement. Then, she entered the kitchen and tied on an apron. Since this was to be her final supper, it deserved a semblance of ritual. She did not consume the stockpiled provisions from her space, but instead prepared a meal with her own hands. A dish of stir-fried water spinach, generously laced with minced garlic. A bowl of tomato and egg soup, a serving of twice-cooked pork, accompanied by a steaming bowl of fragrant white rice. The meal was simple, yet it embodied the last taste of the civilized world. Lin Chu sat in the living room, which was now furnished only with a dilapidated table, surrounded by disguised refuse. Savoring each bite, outside, the cicadas chirped with exhaustion, as though singing a final elegy. After finishing her last morsel, she set down her chopsticks, her gaze hardening into an iron resolve. She was satiated. Now, it was time to get to work. She picked up her phone and glanced at the time, July 14th, 1400 hours. Just then, the dreaded ringtone rang true to its schedule. Caller ID, XX Bank Credit Department. Lin Chu stared at the flashing screen, a cold smirk curling her lips, reminiscent of a hunter who has ensnared her prey. "Guyan, your death knell has arrived." Chapter 16. The fish is hooked. The bank's debt collection call. July 14th, 14:30. Only 225 hours remain until the apocalypse descends. In the city center, at the former Lin Group headquarters, Guyan, clad in a custom Italian suit tailored for the signing ceremony, strode into the lobby with confidence despite the sweltering 39-degree heat. Lin Chu had been elusive these past few days, ignoring his calls and messages. However, Guyan remained unperturbed. He knew Lin Chu well. Although she possessed a bit of a temper, she would return obediently at his beckoning. Today marked the final deadline, and he planned to confront her at the office, compelling her to sign the documents. Soon, this would be his domain. Adjusting his tie, he envisioned himself seated in the chairman's office, dictating his empire. Yet, when he lifted his gaze, he froze in place. The massive, gold-embossed logo symbolizing the Lin family's glory was conspicuously absent from the backdrop wall. In its stead stood the sign of an unfamiliar technology company. The reception desk had also changed. The flirty administrative assistant he was accustomed to was replaced by a cold, middle-aged woman. "Excuse me? Who are you? Do you have an appointment?" The receptionist regarded him with suspicion. I'm looking for Lin Chu." Guyan felt a jolt of dread, his voice somewhat dry. "I am her fiancé from the Lin Group. What is going on with this company?" "Lin Group?" The receptionist rolled her eyes, regarding him as though he were a fool. "That old news. This company changed owners 3 days ago. The previous Mr. Lin reportedly sold the company and fled with cash." Boom. Guyan felt as though a thunderclap had erupted in his mind. Sold. He seized the marble reception desk, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. Impossible. That was her parents' legacy, worth over 10 billion. Who did she sell it to? Where's the money? How would I know? Security. There's a disturbance. Gu Yan was unceremoniously dragged out by two burly security guards, flung onto the scorching concrete ground. The blazing sun above made him feel faint. Yet, his heart felt ice cold. Sold? Fled with cash? That was 10 billion. She hadn't mentioned a word to him? Just days ago, she had deceived him into thinking they would sign a contract. She was guarding against him. Damn it. Damn it. Lin Chu, you wretched woman. Gu Yan scrambled to his feet, his face twisted with rage as he fished out his phone, intent on bombarding Lin Chu with messages. Just then, his phone rang. An unfamiliar landline number flashing on the screen, the area code indicating the local financial district. Trembling, Gu Yan answered, "Hello? Hello, is this Mr. Gu Yan?" A dispassionate male voice echoed from the other end, exuding an icy sense of officialdom. "This is the XX Bank Credit Department. Ms. Lin Chu has defaulted on a 300 million mortgage loan with our bank, and her phone is currently off and unreachable. As per her marital status registration, you are her legal husband. In the absence of contact with the debtor, we are obliged to inform you." Gu Yan's pupils dilated in an instant, his tone shifting. "How much?" 300 million. Not just that, the voice continued, each word landing like a hammer upon Gu Yan's skull. "According to the credit system, Ms. Lin has recently overdrawn substantial amounts from multiple banks and even private lending institutions. The total estimated debt exceeds 500 million. Mr. Gu, according to relevant laws, this substantial debt accrued during your marriage. If it cannot be proven that the funds were used for her personal illegal expenditures, such as gambling, the bank is entitled to regard it as joint marital debt and pursue you for repayment." "What joint marital debt? I don't know anything about it. I haven't spent a single cent." Gu Yan's panic surged, and he shouted frantically into the phone, drawing the attention of passers-by. "That was her borrowing. I won't pay. I refuse to pay." Beep. The other party, evidently uninterested in his explanations, abruptly terminated the call, leaving only a cold remark. "We will initiate legal proceedings to freeze your assets. Please be prepared." With a thud, the phone slipped from Gu Yan's clammy grasp, crashing heavily to the ground, the screen shattering. Yet, he could not afford to care. 500 million, joint marital debt, asset freeze. These words constricted around him like a noose, choking him. If this were substantiated, not only would he fail to become a wealthy man, but he would also inherit a debt that could take multiple lifetimes to settle. His newly purchased BMW, the few million in his private account, all would be lost. Half an hour later, at a high-end apartment in the Western District, the love nest Gu Yan had rented for Lin Wan. "What? That wretched woman has incurred a debt of 500 million behind your back." Lin Wan's piercing scream nearly sent the roof soaring. Her freshly done nails dug deeply into Gu Yan's flesh, and her typically pitiable face contorted into an expression reminiscent of a vengeful spirit. "Brother-in-law, are we going to be implicated? Will the bank come to seize your car? And what of the apartment you promised me?" "Very likely." Gu Yan, exasperated, pushed her away, pacing the living room like a wild beast ensnared in a cage. Now that the company is gone, the money has vanished, and all that remains is a mountain of debt. If we cannot get a divorce, we'll both be left to starve. Divorce? We must divorce immediately. Lin Wan, in her desperation, stomped her feet and, with a wicked glint in her eye, added, "Not only should we divorce, but she must sign an agreement acknowledging that all debts were incurred from her gambling losses. It has nothing to do with us." Regarding gambling, Gu Yan's eyes brightened as he recalled the previous rumors circulating about her catastrophic gambling losses abroad. It seemed there was truth to them. This extravagant woman is indeed a lost cause. But where is she now? Has she fled? Lin Wan inquired. "She cannot escape." Gu Yan halted, casting a sinister glance towards the mountainside. "Her passport is still with me, though it is not. He merely believes it is, so she cannot leave the country. That villa in the hills is her premarital property, her only refuge. She must be hiding there. Let's go." Gu Yan seized the car keys, gritting his teeth. "If we cannot finalize the divorce today, I will break her legs and force her to sign." "I'll come too." Lin Wan hastily grabbed her bag, her face alight with schadenfreude. "I want to witness how this fallen heiress kneels before us, begging. Such ill fortune must be expelled without delay." At 4:00 p.m., a black BMW, fueled by rage and the urgency to deflect blame, charged up the winding road to the hillside residence like a rampaging bull. Inside the car, the air conditioning was cranked to its maximum, yet it could not quell the fury simmering within both occupants. Meanwhile, within the villa, Lin Chu sat amidst a carefully arranged mess, observing the approaching black car on the surveillance screen. She picked up the intercom and, addressing the void, whispered, "Attention, all departments. The prey has entered the arena. The show is about to begin." Chapter 17, Oscar-worthy performance. The mansion transforms into a haunted house. Bang! With a resounding crash, The villa's intentionally ajar blast-proof door was forcefully kicked open by Gu Yan. Lin Chu, you wasteful woman, come out now. Gu Yan stormed inside, followed closely by the acerbic Lin Wan. They had prepared a deluge of venomous insults to humiliate this bankrupt woman. However, upon witnessing the scene inside, all words lodged in their throats. A deathly silence enveloped the room. Is this the opulent mansion worth 200 million? Gone were the dazzling crystal chandeliers, the exquisite rosewood furniture, and Lin Chu's beloved Italian leather sofa. Instead, their eyes were met with a litter of instant noodle containers, empty bottles, and moldy scraps of paper strewn across the floor. Scrawled in red paint on the walls were the terrifying words, "Debts must be repaid, and murder must be avenged." The air was thick with a nauseating stench, as if they had stepped into a den of vagrants. In the center of the living room lay the only remnant, a filthy, torn mattress. Lin Chu, clad in a yellowed t-shirt and sporting a nest-like hairdo, sat cross-legged amidst a pile of coins and loose change, murmuring to herself, $1, $2, still 5 million short, still 5 million short to break even. Lin Chu. Gu Yan stared incredulously at the deranged figure before him, instinctively retreating a step. What has happened to you? At the sound of his voice, Lin Chu abruptly lifted her head. Her expression shifted from a vacant stare to one of spine-chilling fervor in an instant. Husband, is that you, husband? Using all her limbs, like a starving dog catching sight of a bone, she lunged from the heap of refuse and clutched Gu Yan's leg. Husband, you've finally come. Do you have money? Quick, lend me 2 million. No, make it 5 million. Lin Chu clung desperately to Gu Yan's expensive trousers, smearing her tears and mucus all over. I've figured out the patterns of that casino. Just give me 5 million more, and I swear I can win back the 20 billion I lost tonight. Truly, trust me. Get away. Do not touch me with your filthy hands. Gu Yan recoiled as if struck by lightning, forcefully kicking Lin Chu's shoulder. Ah! Lin Chu screamed, tumbling back into the trash, then snatching a few coins and giggling foolishly. Money is money. Witnessing this spectacle, Gu Yan and Lin Wan were utterly convinced. This woman was beyond redemption. She was completely deranged from gambling. Lin Chu, snap out of it, Gu Yan exclaimed, disgustedly brushing off his trousers as if they bore a contagion. The bank has contacted me. They say you owe 500 million. Did you squander all the money from selling the company? If it's lost, it's lost. Lin Chu wailed on the floor, her cries heart-wrenching. Those loan sharks say they'll chop off my hands. Husband, please help me. Can you sell the apartment in the city center? Or your car? Please help me pay off a bit of the interest. I don't want to lose my hands. Wah, pay off the interest? Huh. Upon hearing Lin Chu's intent to leverage his property, Gu Yan's last shred of hesitation evaporated. Being associated with such trash is misfortune enough. Lin Chu, listen closely. Gu Yan inhaled deeply, swiftly retrieving a pre-prepared document from his briefcase and slamming it down onto Lin Chu's filthy face. Smack! Several A4 sheets scattered across the refuse. In the dim light, the bold black characters spelling out divorce agreement were glaringly prominent. Sign it. Gu Yan pointed at the paper on the ground, his voice harsh. Given your imminent demise, I shan't waste words. Sign it, and your debts are your own. They have nothing to do with Gu Yan. Lin Wan, holding her nose, stepped forward with disdain. Sister, one must possess a conscience. If you choose to self-destruct, do not drag my brother-in-law down with you. Hurry and sign, lest we be forced to act. Trembling, Lin Chu picked up the agreement, her eyes filled with despair. Her acting was exquisite. Divorce? Husband, are you abandoning me at this moment? Enough prattle. Will you sign or not? Gu Yan's gaze was cold and merciless. If you refuse, I'll report you for fraud. You'll be imprisoned for life. No, don't arrest me. I'll sign. Terrified by the mention of imprisonment, Lin Chu sobbed as she shakily retrieved a pen from the ground. If I sign, will you lend me $100 for food? While weeping about her poverty, she signed the agreement at a speed unmatched in her life. To make it appear genuine, she deliberately wrote her name in an unsteady scrawl, even letting a few tears fall onto the paper. With a flourish, she completed the final stroke. Gu Yan snatched the agreement back with a fervor akin to seizing a life-saving talisman. After swiftly verifying the signature, a triumphant smile broke across his taut face, as if a weight had been lifted. Ha! Excellent. Splendid. Gu Yan carefully stowed the agreement in his bag, as though it were a precious talisman against death. He looked down from his lofty perch at Lin Chu, who lay sprawled on the ground, his eyes devoid of the previous pretense, replaced instead by unabashed derision and disdain. Lin Chu, I once perceived you as merely foolish. Now it appears you are also unhinged. Borrow money, perhaps in your next life. Gu Yan adjusted his tie, nonchalantly kicking aside the instant noodle bucket at his feet. Wan, let us depart. This place reeks. I fear I may vomit if I linger any longer. Indeed, it exudes a stench of poverty. Lin Wan clung to Gu Yan's arm, casting one last contemptuous glance over her shoulder before spitting. Sister, this villa will surely be sealed in a few days, won't it? If you find yourself begging and happen to pass by our doorstep, do remember to steer clear so as not to tarnish our threshold. The pair surged out the door as if shedding a foul burden from the soles of their shoes. Without a backward glance, they slipped into a sleek black BMW. With a roar, the engine thundered, and the luxury vehicle kicked up a cloud of dust as it sped away. They hastened in fear that Lin Chu might pursue them for that 100 yuan. The villa's gate stood ajar, a draft sweeping through and swirling the litter on the floor. Just moments ago, Lin Chu had been weeping inconsolably on the ground, like a deranged creature, but upon hearing the engine's roar fade into the distance, her cries abruptly ceased. She rose gracefully from the refuse, her movements elegant and her gaze lucid. She tucked her disheveled hair behind her ears and dusted off her clothing. The vacant look in her eyes was replaced by a chilling smile, reminiscent of an abyss. Acting, it truly is a strenuous endeavor. Lin Chu approached the window, peering through the bulletproof glass at the BMW vanishing at the end of the mountain path. Guyen, Lin Wan, congratulations, you have successfully escaped my sea of suffering. However, she glanced at the glaring sunset on the horizon, her lips curling into a cruel arc. The world outside is but a hell. She turned to survey the disarrayed living room. The unsightly presence had finally been cleared away. The legal ties had been severed entirely. No longer would anyone be able to morally bind her, nor would debts ensnare her. System, cleanup mode. Though there was no actual intelligent cleaning system, Lin Chu willed the refuse to be gathered into a discarded corner of her space, to be used later for throwing at zombies. Then, she retrieved the invaluable genuine leather sofa and wool carpet she had packed away just yesterday and restored them to their rightful place. Everything was as it had been, as if the ghastly scene were but a fleeting illusion. Lin Chu settled onto the sofa, pouring herself a glass of red wine and gently swirling it. If memory served her correctly, she glanced at the wall clock. July 15th was fast approaching. The door would be welded shut, and the grand performance would commence. Chapter 18. The door is welded shut. The final barricade. Setting down her wine glass, Lin Chu did not indulge in the euphoria of victory for long. Currently, she was single, a free spirit, and the wealthiest individual in the city, in terms of resources. Yet simultaneously, she was a survivor on the brink of confronting hell. She approached the entrance, gazing at the half-meter-thick alloy explosion-proof doors. This was the gate of life and death she had commissioned at great expense. Once locked, unless one employed a tank to batter it down, no one from the outside could ever enter. Lin Chu extended her hand, gripping the cold metal handle, and pushed with determination. With a rumble, accompanied by a dull grinding sound, the two doors slowly closed. Immediately after, she turned the mechanical dial lock. Click, click, click. 3 solid steel bolts, each 5 centimeters in diameter, drove forcefully into the depths of the wall. Guyen, you shall never again think to knock on this door in your lifetime. Having secured the entrance, Lin Chu turned towards the control panel. The main event was about to unfold. She pressed the red physical button labeled Level 1 Defense Mode. A low, resonant hum echoed through the villa as the armored steel plates began to descend over the previously transparent floor-to-ceiling windows. 1, 2, 3. Within a mere minute, all windows, ventilation ducts, and light wells were seamlessly sealed by the black alloy armor. The entire villa transformed into an airtight tin can. Sunlight was blocked, noise was silenced, and the world was cut off. Darkness enveloped the interior. 3 seconds later, a soft beep signaled the activation of the backup power supply. Warm, ambient lighting illuminated the expansive living room. The gentle hum of the central air conditioning system signaled the commencement of a new air circulation, as air filtered through 3 layers of industrial-grade filtration, replacing the lingering stench of spoiled food and refuse with a faint coolness. The thermometer on the wall displayed numbers that gradually stabilized, ultimately resting at the human body's most comfortable golden temperature, 26 degrees Celsius, with a humidity level of 55. Lin Chu inhaled deeply, savoring the refreshing coolness filling her lungs. This was the scent of wealth, and also the essence of life. With the environment set, it was time to cleanse herself. Having rolled around in the refuse for the sake of her act, the foul odor clinging to her drove her, a cleanliness enthusiast, to the brink of madness. Lin Chu stepped into the bathroom. It too had been remodeled, featuring a vast circular bathtub connected to an independent heating and water circulation system. She turned on the faucet. The clear, hot water gushed forth, steam rising in soft tendrils. Lin Chu discarded her soiled costume into the trash and sank into the fragrant, rose-infused hot water. Each pore opened in the warmth, washing away the fatigue of her recent endeavors, as well as the lingering negativity left by her encounter with the scoundrel. Half an hour later, the bathroom door swung open. Lin Chu emerged barefoot, clad in a silky maroon silk camisole. Her damp hair cascaded loosely over her shoulders, and her skin glowed with a rosy radiance from the steam. At this moment, the living room had undergone a transformation. She retrieved her favorite Italian-imported cloud sofa from her space and spread it over the soft, long-haired carpet. On the coffee table lay a perfectly chilled watermelon, a plate of glistening cherries, and a bottle of effervescent soda. A massive 100-inch laser projection screen descended, connected to her hard drive server, which held hundreds of terabytes of content she had downloaded in advance. What once appeared to be a refuge from the apocalypse resembled a top-tier luxury hotel suite. Lin Chu sank into the plush sofa, cradling a plush cat doll from her space. She raised her wrist to check her Patek Philippe watch. July 14th, late at night. 23:59. The second hand ticked. Tick, tick, tick. July 15th, 2000. At the moment the date changed, there was no earth-shattering noise. Only the cicadas outside intensified their cries, becoming more mournful and urgent in an instant. Lin Chu picked up the tablet on the coffee table and activated the villa's external surveillance system. A total of 36 high-definition night vision cameras covered the area surrounding the villa within a 500-meter radius, ensuring no blind spots. On the screen, the night remained tranquil. Yet in infrared thermal imaging mode, Lin Chu could clearly see the ground emanating a strange red glow. It was the Earth accumulating heat. Like a high-pressure cooker on the verge of explosion, it has arrived. Lin Chu extinguished the main light in the living room, leaving only a dim yellow floor lamp aglow. She did not succumb to slumber. This night was destined for wakefulness. She awaited the moment when the sun would rise, when humanity would be plunged into the abyss. Yet she would be exalted to the altar. System, check the oil level of the backup generator. Assess the water tank's level. Inventory the freezer's stock. Lin Chu mentally rehearsed her supply list. 2 billion in resources, a fortress as solid as a rock, and countless weapons. All was prepared, save for the wrath of nature. Time slipped by, and the eastern horizon began to glow pale. Yet the hue was amiss. It was not the usual golden yellow, but a dark purple tinged with the scent of blood. Lin Chu approached the surveillance screen, lifting her chilled cola, her gaze calmly fixed on the ominous spectacle on the horizon. July 15th, noon at 12 o'clock. That was the hour of judgment. Guyen, Lin Wan. I hope your air conditioning remains cool, for this may well be the last time you bask in its comfort. Chapter 19, 12 o'clock. Hell mode activated. July 15th, 11:58 a.m. The villa's living room was enveloped in an eerie silence, interrupted only by the faint electric hum of the wall clock. Lin Chu held her cola tightly. Her eyes locked onto the massive surveillance screen before her. The sky, which should have been basked in brilliant sunshine, now bore a distressing dark purple hue. It was not mere clouds. It was the ominous precursor to an aurora effect caused by high-energy particle impacts within the atmosphere. There was no wind. Even the chirping of cicadas outside had vanished in this moment. The world seemed to have been pressed on pause, quiet as a vast grave. 11:59, 5. 11:59, 55. 11:59, 59. Lin Chu's pupils constricted sharply. 12 boom. There was no sound. Yet Lin Chu felt as though she heard a roar emanating from the depths of the universe. In an instant, the screen turned a vivid crimson. The terrifying super-solar flare erupted, billions of tons of high-energy charged particles colliding with the Earth's magnetosphere at the speed of light, accompanied by a devastating wave of heat. Sunlight transformed from warm gold into a blinding, radiative white light, pouring down unabated. Beep, beep, beep. The industrial-grade environmental monitoring system installed by Qin Shao emitted a heart-wrenching red alarm. The temperature reading in the lower right corner of the screen began to fluctuate at a pace defying the laws of physics. 35, 42, 48, 55. In merely 10 minutes. The outdoor temperature soared to 60. The surface temperature surged past 80 in an instant. Caw. In the surveillance footage, a sparrow circling in the air seemed to be struck senseless by the sudden surge of heat. It flapped its wings in panic, searching for shade. Yet, as it soared over the villa's wall, a flame erupted from its feathers. It didn't have time to scream before it transformed into a fireball, plummeting to the scorching asphalt, shattering into a puddle of charred remains. Next came the plants. The lush landscape shrubs surrounding the villa began to wither and curl at a visible pace. The moisture within the leaves evaporated within seconds. With a whoosh, the dried leaves ignited under the concentrated heat, and flames rapidly consumed the greenery. Bang, 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 from the direction of the bustling urban area in the distance. The sound of multiple explosions began to echo. It was not bombs, it was transformers. The city's electrical grid could not withstand such a sudden surge of heat, and countless transformers exploded like firecrackers, emitting dazzling sparks. The once brilliant city lights faded as if swept away by an unseen hand of death. One by one, they extinguished. The entire city plunged into darkness. Meanwhile, The asphalt on the roads began to melt. The once solid surface morphed into a black mire, thick, molten, and exuding acrid fumes. Vehicles on the road experienced tire blowouts, colliding uncontrollably. Drivers, in a panic, flung open their car doors to escape. Yet, as soon as their feet touched the ground, their shoes emitted smoke, accompanied by sounds reminiscent of a pig being slaughtered. Chaos ensued. The orderly modern civilization crumbled before the judgment of the sun. Fragile as a mere sheet of paper, instantly torn asunder. Lin Chu sat on the climate-controlled 26-degree leather sofa, gazing at the infernal spectacle on the screen, feeling a chill in her limbs. Even though she had long anticipated this occurrence, witnessing it firsthand sent shivers coursing from the depths of her soul. Instinctively, she tightened her grip on the cold cola, the icy sensation seeping through her palm, returning her to a semblance of reality. This was the apocalypse. She turned her gaze to a small split screen beside her. It displayed the surveillance of the winding mountain road leading to the villa. A familiar black BMW lay stranded in the middle of the road, smoke billowing from under its hood. Beside the car, two diminutive figures flailed like ants in a hot pan, jumping on the scorching pavement, screaming. Lin Chu inhaled deeply and downed the cola in one swift motion. The carbonation burst upon her tongue, sweeping away all fear. The gates of hell had swung wide open. Lin Chu set down her cup, her gaze transforming into an unprecedented coldness. Thus, I wish you all good fortune. Chapter 20, A Duality of Ice and Fire. Dining on steak in the apocalypse. 12:15 p.m. Outdoor temperature, 62, and still rising. Surface temperature, 85. At the entrance of the mountainside villa, a farcical drama entitled Desperate Struggles unfolded. Open the door. Lin Chu, I know you're inside. I'm your husband. You can't let me die. Open the door. At this moment, Nguyen had completely abandoned any semblance of a CEO's demeanor. His expensive Italian tailor-made suit was drenched in sweat, clinging to his back like an impermeable plastic sheet, suffocating him. His face, scorched by ultraviolet rays, was flushed crimson, beginning to peel, with each prickling sensation prompting him to scratch, leaving trails of blood. The most perilous aspect was underfoot. Despite the high quality of his leather shoes, they could not withstand the searing 85-degree heat. The soles began to soften and warp. Each step felt as if he were treading upon a red-hot iron plate, compelling him to dance about like a monkey. Brother-in-law, I can't take it anymore. I'm dying. Beside him, Lin Wan fared even worse. She had donned a backless strappy dress to collect the house, and now her exposed skin was laid bare to the merciless sun, her shoulders and back covered in large, transparent blisters, a horrifying sight. She wished to retreat into the car, but the door handle was as hot as a branding iron, rendering it untouchable. Moreover, with the windows shut, the interior temperature was likely to roast a person alive. The two could only huddle like stray dogs in the meager shade of the villa's entrance, frantically pounding on the heavy steel door. Lin Chu, you venomous woman. We have come to reclaim the house. I possess half of this property. On what grounds do you lock the door? Nguyen shouted hoarsely, his voice ragged and parched from extreme dehydration. Hatred surged within him. He had envisioned a clever comeback, planning to expel Lin Chu in her moment of bankruptcy, meticulously searching the villa for any forgotten treasures, and then occupying the abode to escape the summer heat before the bank arrived to seize it. Who could have anticipated such a sudden turn of events? One moment, he was contemplating how to humiliate Lin Chu, and the next, he was on the verge of being roasted alive. Meanwhile, inside the villa's living room, the temperature was a comfortable 26 degrees Celsius, with humidity at 55. In stark contrast to the wailing outside, a soothing and elegant rendition of the blue Danube flowed through the air. Lin Chu, clad in a silky burgundy camisole, reclined barefoot on a cloud-like leather sofa. Her hair still damp, emanated a delightful fragrance of rose essential oil. In a space once cluttered with trash, an illusion meant for Nguyen, now stood a delicately set, folding dining table. The table was adorned with a true feast. The piece de resistance was a freshly baked Wellington steak, its golden, flaky crust enveloping tender, juicy filet mignon and rich black truffle mushroom sauce. Lin Chu gently sliced into it, and the pink juices flowed forth, filling the air with an intoxicating aroma in the cool room. The accompanying dishes included chilled black caviar and a bowl of creamy mushroom soup. Next to her, instead of red wine, was a glass filled with ice-cold soda. Tiny droplets of condensation clung to the glass, trickling down, providing a refreshing sight. Lin Chu pierced a piece of steak with her fork and savored it. The crispness of the pastry, the tenderness of the beef, and the aroma of truffles exploded on her palate. Following that, she lifted her soda and took a deep gulp. The icy carbonation erupted down her throat, banishing all heat. Contentment washed over her as she squinted her eyes in delight. Reaching for the remote to amplify the sound from the surveillance footage. On the screen, Guyen pressed his face against the door crack, wailing in despair. Water. Just a sip of water, Lin Chu. I beg you, for the sake of our marriage. Lin Chu watched the scene unfold, a sly smile curling at the corners of her lips. She pressed a red button on the coffee table labeled External Speaker. In the next moment, her cool, languid voice flowed through the hidden high-fidelity speakers embedded in the villa's exterior, reaching the outside world. Oh, is that not my ex-husband, Mr. Gu? Outside, upon hearing her voice, both Gu Yin and Lin Wan trembled as if they had heard a divine revelation. Chu, is that you? Gu Yin exclaimed excitedly, rushing to the surveillance camera. Disregarding the scorching heat. Open the door. We're going to die of heat. If you let us in, I won't divorce you. I still love you. Yes, sister. It's me. Wan. We're family. Please let us in. Lin Wan cried out, desperation lacing her voice. From the loudspeaker came Lin Chu's light laughter, devoid of warmth, only dripping with endless mockery. Family. Gu Yin, you weren't saying that when you pressured me to sign the divorce agreement yesterday. Lin Wan. You weren't saying that when you cursed me for my misfortune and told me to beg elsewhere. Gu Yin grew frantic. It was a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. We were just acting. Chu, I know you are the kindest. You wouldn't want to see us perish at your doorstep, would you? Kindness. Inside. Lin Chu sliced off another piece of steak, her gaze fixed on the grotesque faces on the screen. In my past life, it was my kindness that led you to push me into the scalding flood. In this life, my kindness is fed to the dogs. With a thought, Lin Chu retrieved a bloodied raw steak from her space. She tossed it to the plush cat at her feet, which was licking its fur. You think I don't want to see you die? Lin Chu's voice turned frigid. No, Guyen, you are mistaken. I spent 200 million to construct this fortress and installed a high-definition surveillance system precisely so I can sit in my air-conditioned room, savoring my steak while witnessing your gradual roasting. This is the grand finale I have prepared for you. With that, Lin Chu abruptly cut off the microphone. Regardless of the curses, wails, and door banging from the outside, they were mere desperate noises against the thick, half-meter blast door and soundproofing. She raised her glass towards the surveillance screen, now reflecting a blood-red sky, and the two figures, shrinking in the relentless heat, curled up in a corner, struggling to survive. Gently, she lifted her glass in a toast. Day 1. The grand performance has only just begun. Lin Chu drained her glass of soda, her gaze resolute and proud. Outside, the city was ablaze, civilization crumbling, and she, within this steel fortress, would tread upon the corpses of her enemies, stepping into her new epic. Chapter 21. The third day of extreme heat. The stench begins July 17th, the third day of the extreme heat era. Outdoor maximum temperature, 64 degrees. The sun hung like a dead star overhead, radiating an agonizing, blinding white light. Under such conditions, the city had ceased to be a home for humanity and transformed into a colossal, fermenting pressure cooker. It was not the power that first collapsed, but rather the stench. Due to the extreme heat, kitchen waste and garbage bins would sour and rot within 2 hours, emitting a nauseating, acrid odor. Even more horrifying were those who had collapsed from heatstroke on the roadside, or the elderly, who suffocated in their homes due to power outages. No one came to collect the bodies. The crematoriums had long ceased operation due to power failures and overload. Thus, a noxious miasma, a blend of decaying flesh, sulfur, burnt asphalt, and sewer gas, began to envelop this once thriving metropolis. Outside the hillside villa, in the shadow of a patch of withered bushes, two indistinct figures huddled in the crevice of the rocks, resembling two dying mangy dogs. Is there any water? Lin Wan's voice rasped like sandpaper. Her once proud internet celebrity face was now smeared with dirt and grime. Most terrifying was her skin, which, after prolonged exposure to the high temperatures and humidity, had developed a dense array of red heat rashes on her neck, armpits, and inner thighs. Some areas had been scratched raw, oozing yellow pus, mingling with sweat, causing her excruciating pain. Shut up. Conserve your energy. Beside her, Guyen fared little better. His expensive suit had long been removed and draped over his head as a makeshift sunshade, leaving him in a sweat-soaked, yellowed shirt. His lips were cracked and bleeding. They had been trapped here for 3 whole days. After their car broke down, they had attempted to flee down the mountain, but the surface temperature of 80 degrees had dissuaded them. They could not walk a kilometer before their shoe soles melted and they risked being parched. They had wanted to return to the villa to plead with Lin Chu, but that great door remained tightly shut, and no amount of wailing elicited a response from within. Brother-in-law, look, there's water on the leaves. Lin Wan suddenly exclaimed, her eyes brightening as she pointed at a patch of wild grass, not yet fully withered, growing in the rock crevice. On the blades of grass, droplets of morning dew glistened, though the dew was murky and tainted with insect eggs and dust. In the eyes of the two, it was nothing short of ambrosia. Get away. I found it first. Guyen abruptly shoved Lin Wan aside, lunging forward like a rabid dog. extending his tongue to greedily lick the filthy leaves. The few drops of liquid, bitter and earthy, slid down his throat, providing a slight respite from the burning sensation within. Guyen, you scoundrel, didn't you say you loved me the most? Lin Wan cried out, having been knocked onto the scorching stones. Love? Can love quench thirst? Guyen wiped the dirt from the corner of his mouth, his eyes dark with malice. If it weren't for you, this calamity wouldn't have befallen me. Just as they were grappling over a few drops of dew, a gust of wind blew in from the direction of the villa. Instead of the expected stench of decay, it carried a faint, exquisite fragrance of roses, mingled with the aroma of freshly baked bread. Both Gu Yin and Lin Wan halted their struggle, their nostrils flaring with excitement. This scent wafted from the villa's exhaust fan. How delightful! It smells like body wash and bread. Lin Wan swallowed hard, tears streaming down her face. She was bathing. She actually had water to bathe with. In the hillside villa, the master bedroom's bathroom. Indoor temperature, 26 degrees. Lin Chu had just concluded an hour-long bubble bath. She stepped out of the vast circular tub, her feet sinking into the soft, absorbent plush rug. In the floor-length mirror, her skin glowed with a rosy hue from the hot water. In stark contrast to the disheveled and filthy survivors outside, the enticing aroma grew stronger. Lin Chu wrapped herself in a towel and approached the control panel for the fresh air system. Although the system had filtered out 99 of harmful gases, the psychological discomfort lingered. She increased the filtration power and activated the negative ion purification mode. As she issued the command, the previously faint sound of airflow intensified slightly, ushering in a more refreshing forest scent that obliterated the faint whiff of decay from outside. Lin Chu proceeded to her vanity, commencing her elaborate skincare routine. Despite the apocalypse, the quality of life must not decline. Toner, eye cream, serum, and moisturizer. She meticulously patted the luxurious products onto her face. Finally, she picked up a bottle of Jo Malone Red Rose perfume. A fine mist of delicate fragrance filled the air, instantly enveloping the room in a sophisticated, melancholic, and subtly cool rose scent. They must be able to smell it outside, Lin Chu mused, setting down the perfume bottle with a playful smirk. To smell floral notes amidst the filth was indeed the cruelest form of torture. She donned a silk loungewear set and stepped out of her bedroom into the living room control panel. On the surveillance screen, Gu Yin and Lin Wan resembled two maggots, huddled in the shadows outside the villa's walls, greedily sniffing towards the exhaust vent. How pitiable, Lin Chu shook her head, retrieving a bottle of Evian mineral water from the refrigerator. Just then, her phone vibrated suddenly. Owner group, 500 members. Property manager, urgent notice to all members. We have received a report from the water company that, due to the drying up of the water source and pump station failures, the entire city will indefinitely cease water supply effective immediately. Please conserve water while awaiting rescue. Upon receiving this message, the owner group, previously lethargic due to the heat, erupted into chaos. Building 6, room 1202. What? No water? You expect us to survive in this heat without water? Building 3, room 501. It's over. I have only half a barrel of water left. The child still needs formula. Building 1, Aunt Wong. What is the property management doing? Go find a solution. We will die of thirst. Building 8, Tattoo Guy. Damn. I haven't bathed in 3 days, and now there's no drinking water? Panic spread through the group like a virus. Without electricity, one could still survive. But in temperatures exceeding 60 degrees, lacking water meant survival for only 3 days. Watching the desperate cries in the chat, Lin Chu twisted open her bottle of Evian and took a long sip, the sweet spring water soothing her throat. She glanced at the monitor, observing Gu Yan, whose lips were cracked and bleeding from dehydration, then at the neighbors who had once ridiculed her. Thirsty? Lin Chu's fingers lightly tapped the table. This is just the beginning. She refrained from commenting in the group chat, instead silently switching the basement's 50-ton water reservoir surveillance feed to the main screen. Gazing at the shimmering pool of clear water, Lin Chu felt an immense sense of tranquility. On the 3rd day of the apocalypse, water had officially become more precious than gold. And she, Lin Chu, held the key to the city's most significant treasury. Chapter 22, The First Drop of Blood, Over Half a Case of Water. July 17th, 3 o'clock p.m. Outdoor temperature, 65 degrees. Hillside Villa, audiovisual entertainment room. Lin Chu, clad in cool shorts and a tank top, nestled in a massage chair, holding a glass of freshly prepared chilled mint lemonade. The crystalline ice cubes clinked against the glass, with the lemon slices a tempting shade of yellow, condensation beating down the cup. At that moment, she was not engrossed in a film. The massive projection screen displayed a distant surveillance feed of the high-rise residential area at the foot of the hill. There, a silent drama titled Survival was unfolding. With the citywide water suspension notice issued, the residents who had initially hunkered down at home to escape the heat could no longer remain idle. Despite the sweltering temperatures exceeding 60 degrees, the burning desire for hydration overcame their fear of the heat wave. In the footage, in a small square of the residential area, a young man with thick glasses and a frail physique, likely a programmer, was stealthily emerging from the convenience store's back door, clutching a case of bottled water. That convenience store had long been ransacked. This case of water was likely something he had recently unearthed from a corner of the warehouse. He cradled the water as if it were his lifeblood, bending low as he dashed towards his apartment building under the blazing sun. However, just a few steps out, a muscular man, bare-chested and tattooed, suddenly charged out from the shadows. No words were exchanged, no arguments ensued, not even a demand for the water. The burly man wielded a red brick, pried from the garden's edge, and stealthily approached from behind. Then, bang! Even without hearing the sound, Lin Chu could envision the sickening crunch of a skull shattering from the blood mist that erupted in that instant. The bespectacled man fell lifelessly onto the searing asphalt, and the case of water tumbled to the ground. Plastic bottles rolled across the 80-degree pavement, rapidly deforming from the heat. The muscular man paid no heed to the corpse sprawled on the ground. Like a beast, he lunged forward, disregarding the scorching surface, wildly stuffing the scattered bottles of water into his arms. Behind the curtains of the nearby buildings, countless eyes peered out. Some covered their mouths in shock. Others hastily shut their windows. Yet more exhibited not fear, but regret. Regret for not having gone out sooner to seize the opportunity. Regret for lacking a brick in their hands. This was the first drop of blood in the apocalypse. For the sake of half a box of water, a life has been extinguished. Lin Chu gazed at the screen, where a pool of blood lay under the scorching sun, quickly drying and turning black, and took a sip of lemonade with an expression devoid of emotion. The tangy sweet and icy liquid tantalized her taste buds, while the screen bore witness to the demise of a vibrant existence. This was the sound of order unraveling. Lin Chu felt no nausea. In her previous life, she had witnessed scenes of brutality 1,000-fold worse. Cannibalism and the broth of living flesh, in comparison, rendered this brick a merciful end. Ding dong. The long-silent owner group erupted once more due to this loss of life. Building 6, apartment 1202. A murder has occurred. Someone has been killed downstairs. That tattooed man has beaten Xiao Zhang to death. Building 3, apartment 501. I saw it. It was horrifying. Brain matter was splattered everywhere. Call the police. Hurry, call the police. Property manager. Dear residents, please remain calm. Do not go downstairs. I have already called the police. They will arrive shortly. Call the police. Lin Chu regarded the naive words with a sneer. The police station's phone lines were likely overwhelmed, and their forces paralyzed at the front lines of rescue, though little could be salvaged. In the face of such extreme natural disasters, where was the law enforcement to manage such civil unrest? Indeed, after half an hour, no sirens could be heard. The corpse lay alone under the blazing sun, beginning to bloat and even emanating the scent of charred flesh. The sentiment in the group shifted. Tattooed brother from Building 8, the perpetrator to all members. Anyone who wishes to drink water may come down. My brick does not discriminate. A deathly silence enveloped the group. No one dared to speak. No one dared to cast blame. Fear rendered all mute. Yet soon, a more terrifying emotion began to spread, the madness that follows despair. Aunt Wong from Building 1, the notorious busybody. What a sin. We can't live like this. There's no water or electricity at home. Are they trying to starve us into begging? Aunt Wong from Building 1, property manager, you must take responsibility. Also, isn't there a wealthy family living in the hillside villa? I remember they renovated for a year. They must have stockpiled plenty. Everyone is on the brink of dehydration. Can't they spare some water to help? This statement was like a drop of water in a boiling pot of oil. Lin Chu's gaze turned icy as she looked at her name mentioned on the screen, diverting the blame. To mention the hillside villa at this moment was akin to roasting Lin Chu over a fire, transforming her into the succulent prey in the eyes of all the starving wolves. Old man Li from Building 2. Yes, that girl named Lin. I see her family keeps their doors shut every day. They must have a generator. Sister Zhang from Building 5. Miss Lin Chu, we are all neighbors. Distant relatives are not as good as close neighbors. A life has been lost, and your family's conditions are so favorable. Isn't it unreasonable not to share some water? Building 6, apartment 1202. Exactly. This is no time to be selfish. As Lin Chu observed the barrage of moral coercion on the screen, she set her lemonade aside. Rising to her feet, she approached the floor-to-ceiling window, perfectly cooled at 26 degrees, overlooking the neighborhood brimming with greed and murderous intent. You wish to morally blackmail me? Alas, I possess no morals. Lin Chu retrieved her phone, aiming it at the glass of untouched iced lemonade on the coffee table, alongside the freshly grilled, sizzling, oily Orleans chicken wings, capturing a high-definition close-up. She clicked send. Target, owner group, Lin Chu. Image, a glass beaded with water, golden chicken wings in the background, displaying an indoor temperature of 26 degrees. Sorry, just woke up. What were you saying? I can't hear with the poor signal. Though it is indeed quite hot, I'll have a refreshing glass of ice water. Sent successfully. 1 second later, the entire owner group fell into a state of suffocation. Following was an eruption of frenzied curses and chilling envy. Lin Chu observed the flurry of words, gently activating the Do Not Disturb feature for the messages. Are you filled with hatred? Are you envious? Then it is as it should be. Only in the throes of extreme anger would you lose your reason and recklessly rush forth to meet your demise. Lin Chu cast her gaze towards the electrified security fence surrounding the villa, a bloodthirsty smile curling at the corners of her lips. My electric fence is already yearning with anticipation. Chapter 23, Assemble. To seize water, storm the villa. July 17th, for 30 p.m. Outdoor temperature, 63. The photo of iced lemonade paired with chicken wings detonated like a nuclear bomb tossed into a cesspool, obliterating the last remnants of rationality within the owner group. Thirst, high temperatures, despair, compounded by extreme jealousy, transformed these neighbors who would typically exchange polite smiles into ferocious beasts with bloodshot eyes. Owner group, 500 members. Tattooed brother from Building 8. Lin Chu, damn it. You filthy bitch. I'm drinking urine while you feast on chicken wings? Aunt Wong from Building 1. This is outrageous. Such heartlessness. We are all neighbors. How can she stand by while we suffer, and then send a photo to humiliate us? Does this person have no conscience? Building 6, apartment 1202. My child hasn't had water for a day. I bet she has a generator and water purifier at her place. Tattooed brother from Building 8. Enough talk. If she won't give it, we will take it ourselves. She owes us that. Aunt Wong from Building 1, right? We aren't going to rob. We're borrowing. This is an emergency. The law will support us. Under Aunt Wong's righteous incitement and the violent threats from the tattooed man, an expedition team composed of 20-some young men quickly assembled, armed with fire axes, iron rods, and even kitchen knives. Each face was etched with greed and madness. Once they breached that villa, there would be endless air conditioning, limitless water, and an abundance of food. Such temptation was enough to drive them to risk everything and charge up the hillside in this murderous heat. At the entrance of the hillside villa, Guyan and Lin Wan were already on the brink of collapse. They had taken refuge in the crevice of a decorative stone beside the entrance, resembling 2 desiccated corpses. Guyan whispered, "Someone is coming." Lin Wan weakly opened her eyes, squinting through the heat-distorted air to see the menacing figures on the mountain path. Guyan jolted awake. He fixed his gaze on the leading tattooed man, the ruthless character from downstairs. A primal fear surged within him, yet almost immediately, a vicious thought struck him. Use them as a knife. Since Lin Chu wouldn't let him in, let these thugs smash the door open. Amidst the ensuing chaos, as her ex-husband, he might just slip in and even snatch a share. Uncertain of where he found the strength, Guyan somehow managed to rise from the ground, waving his filthy shirt and hoarsely shouting, "Here, over here. I'm Lin Chu's husband. I know how to get in." On the mountain path, the tattooed man and Aunt Wong halted, staring at the man who resembled a beggar. "You're Lin Chu's husband?" The tattooed man squinted, his fire axe still dripping with an unknown liquid, whether sweat or blood. "Yes, I am Guyan, the CEO of Lin Corporation." Guyan nodded fervently to establish credibility, entirely oblivious to how ridiculous he appeared. "That woman is inside. She has hoarded a lot of supplies. I have seen it. There's a generator and a house full of food." "Really?" The crowd erupted into fervor. What was once mere speculation has now been confirmed by an insider, intensifying the green light in everyone's eyes. "Yet, I find myself unable to enter. She has locked the door." Guyan pointed at the imposing blast-proof door, his expression filled with resentment. "Brother, you possess great strength. Break down the door." Inside the villa, there is only the defenseless Lin Chu. "If we can smash the door open, we will share whatever is inside equally. I only need a sip of water." "Ha. All right." The tattooed man laughed heartily, revealing a set of yellowed teeth stained by smoke. "You know what's good. Lead the way." Thus, on this absurd afternoon of the apocalypse, a band of thugs, led by the victim's ex-husband, surrounded the villa with great fervor. "Lin Chu, come out." Aunt Wong stood at the forefront, hands on her hips, commencing her auditory assault. "We are all neighbors. How can you hoard such resources alone without fearing divine retribution? Open the door and share the water, and we shall remember your kindness. Stop wasting time with her. Smash it." The tattooed man, a man of action, hefted a fire axe and struck the blast-proof door with great force. The sound of metal colliding reverberated through the valley. However, that expensive alloy steel door did not budge, not even a chip of paint flaked off. Instead, the tattooed man felt a numbing reverberation in his hand, nearly losing his grip on the axe. What kind of turtle shell is this? He cursed. Stop hitting the door. It's useless. Gu Yan, acting as the strategic advisor, pointed to the towering 3.5-meter wall nearby. Climb over. Though the wall is high, we have many hands. We can form a human ladder. As long as one person gets inside to open the door, we're set. Yes. Over the wall. The crowd surged forward, beginning to construct a human ladder under the wall. Inside the villa, on the second floor, in the surveillance room, Lin Chu sat comfortably in the air-conditioned room, watching the chaotic scene unfold on the large screen. She saw the tattooed man's bloated face, the spittle flying Aunt Wang, and even her ex-husband Gu Yan, bouncing around and directing the attack on his own home. Gu Yan, oh Gu Yan, Lin Chu mused, swirling the red wine in her glass, her eyes glinting with cold resolve. I had intended for you to live a few more days. Since you were so eager to play the guide, do not blame me for using you as an example. She set down her wine glass, her fingers lightly resting on a red lever on the control panel. Next to the lever was a yellow danger warning sign. High voltage electric grid 100,000V. System. Activate the electric grid. Lin Chu's voice was soft, yet pronounced a death sentence. Buzz. Outside the villa, the seemingly ordinary barbed wire coil suddenly emitted a faint electrical hum. Blue and purple arcs of electricity flickered between the barbs, resembling a serpent awakening, flicking its tongue, waiting for prey to draw near. Meanwhile, outside the wall, the small-time thug who volunteered to be the first to climb the human ladder eagerly reached for the iron mesh at the top. Haha, I made it. This wire mesh isn't too high. His hands grasped the wire mesh. Chapter 24, Electric Roasting of the Living. The Power of Millions of Volts. July 17th, 4:35 p.m. Time seemed to stretch infinitely at that moment. On the wall's edge, the yellow-haired thug, covered in tattoos, wore a face of impending triumph. Half of his body already protruding over the wall, his right hand clawing towards the seemingly innocuous iron mesh. Hee, there are no spikes up here. Hold on, brothers. I'll get inside and open the door. Just as his fingertips brushed against the iron mesh, a sound erupted, a not particularly loud, yet soul-freezing crackle of electricity shattered the silence of the afternoon. There was no scream of pain as one might expect, under the immense pulse of 100,000 volts. The muscles in a person's vocal cords would spasm and lock, rendering them incapable of producing any sound. The human ladder below continued to push up. Gu Yan craned his neck, eagerly shouting, "What is happening? Did you get in? Hurry and open the door." Yet, in the next instant, everyone witnessed a horrifying scene they would never forget. The yellow-haired thug's body suddenly stiffened, as if a stick were forcibly straightened. Following this, countless blinding blue and purple arcs of electricity raced up his arm, enveloping his entire being. His throat emitted an eerie, windbag-like sound. His eyes bulged from extreme hypertension and blood congestion, with one capillary bursting, causing 2 streams of blood to flow from his eyes. The hand that had grasped the iron mesh turned charred black, the skin curling like burnt paper, peeling away to reveal the stark white of bone underneath. Boom. A thick plume of green smoke erupted from his hair, armpits, and soles. This phenomenon was the result of the rapid carbonization of fat and protein within the human body due to extreme heat. This process lasted merely 3 seconds. Yet, for Gu Yan and the thugs, those 3 seconds felt like 3 centuries. They watched in horror as a living person convulsed, smoked, and blackened, akin to a fly caught on an electric fly swatter, illuminated by blue light. Thud. The villa's electrical protection mechanism activated, causing a brief power outage. The yellow-haired thug, now a charred husk of a human, lost his support and plummeted from the 3.5-meter wall. Thud. The body crashed heavily to the ground, landing squarely at Gu Yan's feet. A wave of heat, mingled with the nauseating aroma of roasted flesh, the distinctive stench of burnt hair, skin, and grease, assaulted Gu Yan's nostrils. In that moment, the world fell silent. Gu Yan stared blankly at the charred corpse still emitting steam, its features grotesquely altered. That blackened hand remained in a gripping position, as if it would seize his ankle at any moment. Gag! Gu Yan could no longer contain himself. Overwhelmed by visceral nausea, he bent over and expelled the remaining acid from his stomach. Immediately, the crowd erupted in chaos. Electricity. There's electricity. High voltage. Someone's dead. Someone really died. The once aggressive thugs, wielding axes and intent on robbery, now resembled cats with their tails stepped on, scrambling backward in terror. The tattooed brute, who had been the most boisterous, now turned pale, dropping his axe with a clatter, his legs shaking uncontrollably. This isn't a villa. It's clearly an electric execution ground. On the second floor of the villa, before the floor-to-ceiling windows, Lin Chu still held her glass of red wine, her gaze indifferent as she surveyed the chaos below. She didn't even furrow her brow. It seems this million was well spent, she murmured to herself. Watching the surveillance data display, defense successful, electric grid automatically reset. She had no intention of stopping there. To kill was one thing, but to strike at the heart was another. Lin Chu set down her wine glass and pressed the red button marked external speaker once more. From the speakers, there were neither angry rebukes nor fearful warnings. A lively, elegant voice, tinged with a hint of mockery, echoed through the air. Good afternoon, dear neighbors. This voice reverberated along the vast mountain path, piercing clearly into the ears of each listener. Moments earlier, I had shared a photograph of roasted chicken wings in the group chat, and it seemed that everyone was still hungry, so I thought to deliver a little extra meal. Didn't I? What do you think? Is the cooking of this electric dish to your satisfaction? This remark was more lethal than high-voltage electricity, murder without bloodshed. Gu Yin felt bile rising in his throat, and upon hearing those words, he abruptly looked up at the tightly shut window, his eyes filled with an unprecedented terror. This woman has gone mad. She has taken a life and can still joke so nonchalantly. She was no longer the Lin Chu who would merely act coy and weep. She had transformed into a devil. Lin Chu, you are committing murder. Aunt Wang, paralyzed with fear, sat on the ground, pointing at the villa and shouting, do you have no regard for the law? You've electrocuted a person. I will call the police to arrest you. Call the police? Lin Chu's cold laughter echoed through the loudspeaker. Aunt Wang, have you lost your mind? We are living in apocalyptic times. If I do not kill him, he will come in and kill me. This is self-defense. Furthermore, allow me to offer a friendly reminder to everyone. Lin Chu's voice suddenly turned frigid, imbued with a chilling murderous intent. This electric fence is merely an appetizer. On my walls, I have automatic crossbows. In my yard, I have buried 300 traps. Anyone who believes their life is sturdy enough to withstand it is welcome to try again. I have no qualms about adding a few more corpses to fertilize my flowers. Silence. An oppressive stillness enveloped the scene. No one dared to doubt her words. After all, the still smoking corpse was the best proof. This group was, after all, a rabble that preyed on the weak. They dared to approach because they perceived Lin Chu as a solitary, wealthy girl, a lamb ready for slaughter. But now they realized. This was no lamb. She was clearly a Tyrannosaurus Rex clad in human skin. Run, quickly. The tattooed man was the first to react. Picking up the axe and turning to flee. Others followed suit, screaming and shoving each other, terrified that lagging behind would mean being pursued by that invisible reaper. In a mere 30 seconds, the once crowded entrance had cleared completely, leaving only the charred body, abandoned beneath the scorching sun, and Gu Yin and Lin Wan, who had been trampled to the ground, their legs too weak to rise. Gu Yin, you bastard. A neighbor, who had been the last to flee, suddenly halted, turning back to curse. It's all your fault. You said she was a fragile woman. You said we could just climb over the wall. You caused Ergo's death. The man's eyes glinted with malice, though he dared not lash out at the villa. His gaze towards Gu Yin was filled with murderous intent. But after glancing at the corpse, fear overtook him. He spat and turned to run. I will settle the score with you later. At the entrance, only 3 figures remained. Lin Chu, inside the house, Gu Yin, and Lin Wan, and one lifeless body. Lin Chu switched off the loudspeaker. She chose not to pursue Gu Yin any further. Allowing him to die would be far too easy. Letting him linger beside the charred remains, under this sweltering heat of 65 degrees, steeped in endless dread, would be the most fitting punishment for him. She returned to her sofa, picked up a slice of chilled watermelon, and took a bite, the sweet juice flooding her mouth. The first wave of shock had come to an end. She glanced at the surveillance footage of the man curled beside the corpse, trembling in fear. Gu Yin. Tonight's nightmare will indeed be quite spectacular, won't it? Chapter 25, Scapegoat. The Wrath of the Mob. July 17th, 4:50 p.m. Outside temperature, 64 degrees. The nauseating scent of charred flesh lingered at the entrance of the hillside villa. Gu Yin, having nothing left to vomit, felt only the spasms of his stomach. He lifted his head, tears and snot streaming down his face, casting a terrified glance at the tightly shut black blast-proof door, then at the mutilated corpse at his feet. The charred hand of the body still pointed skyward, as if issuing a silent curse. Lin Wan, we must go quickly. Gu Yin was scared out of his wits. He disregarded the burning sensation beneath his feet, scrambling to rise, pulling the dazed Lin Wan along as they stumbled down the mountain. He dared not linger for a second longer, fearing that the woman inside, casually enjoying her steak, might next direct those tens of thousands of volts at him. The two moved like lost dogs, supporting each other as they navigated the searing, winding road downwards. Their shoe soles softened and stuck to the pavement, and each step required immense effort. Sweat stung their eyes, causing a sharp pain. At long last, they reached the foot of the mountain, where a small square connected the hillside villa area with the ordinary residential district of Yujing Bay. However, just as Gu Yin exhaled a sigh of relief, his steps abruptly halted. Beneath the shade of the trees, The group of neighbors who had just escaped had not dispersed. Over 20 burly men, glistening with sweat and bare-chested, squatted there, gasping for breath. Their faces were etched with lingering fear, but more so with a seething rage. A life had been lost. In peaceful times. This would be a monumental tragedy. Even at the dawn of the apocalypse, it dropped a heavy bombshell in the hearts of this group. After fear came the need for an outlet for their rage. That's Guyen. A voice cried out from the crowd. In an instant, over 20 pairs of bloodshot eyes turned to him, their gaze predatory, like a pack of hungry wolves fixating on a limping sheep. Guyen felt a jolt of dread, instinctively wanting to retreat. Neighbors, please, let me explain. Explain your mother. The tattooed leader abruptly stood up. He had nearly been electrocuted himself. And now he was engulfed in a frenzy of fear and fury. He hurled his cigarette butt aside and strode forward with purpose. Is this what you call a weak woman? Is this what you meant by just climbing the wall? Ergo is dead. Turned to charcoal. All because of the false information you provided. You liar. The tattooed man's roar reverberated, causing Guyen's eardrums to ring. No, that's not it. Guyen's face turned pale, hands flailing. I had no idea she had set up an electric fence. I am also a victim. I nearly died too. A victim? I'll make you a victim. The tattooed man dismissed any explanation, swinging his arm to deliver a vicious slap across Guyen's face. Crack. The sharp sound echoed. Guyen was spun around by the force of the blow, his blood-stained teeth flying from his mouth. He crashed heavily onto the scorching concrete. One side of his face swelling instantly to resemble a Dowie Bon. That slap acted like a starter pistol. The neighbors, who had been simmering with pent-up rage, surged forward. Beat this bastard to death. He caused Ergo's death. Let him pay with his life. Damn it. I nearly soiled myself just now. It's all his fault for leading us astray. A torrential downpour of fists and feet descended upon Guyen. Some kicked his stomach, others stomped on his face, while others yanked at his hair. Please stop. I beg you, don't hit me. Guyen clutched his head, writhing on the ground in agonizing despair. I am the president of the Lin Corporation. I have money. I can pay you. President? Bah. A neighbor spat a thick glob of phlegm onto his face. A bottle of water could buy you a life, but your worthless cash is fit only for wiping one's backside. And then there was that woman. She's no better. Someone yanked Lin Wan's hair, dragging her over. She had been the loudest just moments ago, claiming that if we got in, she would ensure we feasted on meat. Feast on what? High voltage electricity? Let me go? Brother-in-law, save me. Lin Wan screamed, struggling desperately. Yet her feeble attempts were no more than a tickle before the thugs. Slap. Slap. 2 resounding slaps struck her face, instantly transforming her meticulously maintained influencer visage into a swollen mess, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. This was a one-sided massacre. The terror they had endured at Lin Chu's hands, the torment under the sweltering heat, the despair for the future, now all morphed into primal violence, unleashed upon these 2 most vulnerable scapegoats. The beating lasted a full 5 minutes. Only when Guyen lay motionless on the ground, exhaling his last breaths, did the mob finally cease their assault, panting heavily. What a stroke of misfortune. The tattooed man wiped the sweat from his brow, gazing down at Guyen, who resembled a lifeless dog. Suddenly, his eyes fell upon Guyen's wrist, adorned with a resplendent gold Rolex. It was the last remnant of his wealth, a luxury he had chosen not to sell to maintain appearances. Nice watch, the tattooed man remarked, squatting down to seize it. No, this is mine. Guyen, though barely conscious, instinctively sought to protect his possession. Get lost. The tattooed man stomped down on Guyen's wrist, crushing it with force. Crack. The sound of bones splintering echoed. Guyen emitted a wretched cry, his hand going limp. The tattooed man yanked off the gold watch and stuffed it into his pocket. Although cash was useless now, gold and luxury watches could still hold value in certain black markets. And this woman's necklace. Nearby, another thug lunged forward, tearing Lin Wan's platinum necklace from her neck, leaving a bloody mark in its wake. Others stripped Guyen of his somewhat misshapen but still decent leather shoes. In a mere minute, the 2 had been completely plundered. All right, let's go. The tattooed man glanced at the dimming sky, realizing nightfall would bring even more heat. They shouldn't linger here. What about these 2? Leave them here. He scoffed. They're just 2 useless scraps, living as a waste of air. The group departed, leaving behind a trail of blood and 2 bodies curled upon the scorching ground. As the sun dipped below the horizon, blood-red rays illuminated Guyen's swollen, bruised face. He struggled to open one eye, gazing at the retreating figures, his eyes filled with bitterness and despair. Turning his gaze to the villa halfway up the hill, still ablaze with lights and faint music wafting through the air, he murmured, Lin Chu, his voice laced with a venomous hatred. Yet, he lacked the strength to rise. If earlier, at the villa entrance, he had felt fear, now, at the foot of the mountain, He was engulfed by the humiliation of having his dignity trampled into the mud. And this was merely the third day of the apocalypse. In the villa on the mountainside, second floor, Lin Chu held a pair of binoculars, observing the scene unfolding at the base of the hill with clarity. Though the distance rendered the sounds inaudible, the actions spoke volumes. A dog-eat-dog scenario. Lin Chu lowered the binoculars, devoid of any sympathy. This was all Guyan's own doing. Had he not brought people to assault the villa, they would not have provoked the neighbors. Had he not coveted the villa's resources, he would not have found himself in this predicament. Nevertheless, they were surprisingly resilient. Lin Chu noted the two still writhing on the ground, raising an eyebrow slightly. They had not been beaten to death. Good. Lin Chu turned and headed towards the dining room, where the automatic cooking machine had prepared steamed grouper for dinner. Live and suffer slowly. Dying too quickly would be too merciful for you. Outside the window, night fell. Yet this night was destined to be anything but cool. With the complete collapse of the power system, the city would welcome its first sweltering, pitch-black night. Chapter 26. Madness after the water cut. The community falls. July 17th. Late night, 2200 hours. Outdoor temperature, 48 degrees. Although the sun had set, that did not imply a respite from the heat. The ground felt akin to a red-hot iron plate, persistently radiating the heat accumulated throughout the day. The air was stifling, each breath feeling like inhaling scalding gravel. In the underground garage of the Yujing Bay community, the fire escape corridor stood as the relative cool spot, approximately 45 degrees. And it was now the refuge of Gu Yin and Lin Wan. Since their beating, they had dared not return to their rented upscale apartment. For the tattooed man had threatened to strike them every time they were seen. In the garage, darkness enveloped them. The emergency lights had long since dimmed, leaving only a faint glimmer of moonlight filtering through the vents. Lin Wan huddled on the filthy concrete floor, her consciousness slipping away. Her swollen face bore an eerie flush, a sign of severe heatstroke and dehydration. Her cracked lips resembled the bark of an old tree, and even tears could not flow from her eyes. Gu Yin leaned against the wall, his condition scarcely better. One eye was swollen shut, and each breath caused excruciating pain in his chest, where two ribs had been broken. Yet he paid no heed to the pain. His mind was consumed by a singular thought: water. His throat felt as though it were stuffed with burning cotton. Even swallowing saliva had become an impossible luxury. If they did not drink soon, they would not survive the night. Guyan, I want to go home. I want to drink ice-cold cola, Lin Wan mumbled deliriously. Shut up. Guyan growled irritably, his voice raspy like sandpaper scraping against itself. He squinted in the dim light, glancing towards a nearby corner. There, a few homeless individuals, or perhaps lower-class residents, seeking refuge from the heat were gathered around a half-empty water bottle, taking turns sipping the murky liquid within. That was condensation collected from an air conditioning unit, possibly even urine. Guyan swallowed hard, feeling a wave of nausea. Yet it was overshadowed by an overpowering thirst. Once a billionaire who would only drink Evian, he now found himself envying those drinking urine. No, I cannot die here. Guyan struggled to rise, his vision darkening. He recalled seeing a dim emergency light still on in the property security office when he had entered. The security captain, Zhao Datu, who normally bowed and scraped to him, might have a stash of Huaxiang Jingqi water. That was medicine, water, and now, the elixir of life. Wan. Get up. Guyan yanked Lin Wan from the ground, his actions rough. What are you doing? I can't move, Lin Wan groaned weakly. If you want to live, come with me. A glint of determination flashed in Guyan's eyes as he set off to find Zhao Datu. He used to take great pleasure in stealing glances at your thighs. There must be a certain allure there. The property management security room. This is the only place left in the community where a modicum of authority still exists. Zhao Datu, clad in a loose-fitting security uniform, wielding a tattered fan, was sweating profusely while guarding a small cardboard box behind him. That box contained a stockpile of Huaxiang Jingqi water he had frantically purchased from the pharmacy, now his lifeline. Knock, knock, knock. A feeble sound echoed at the door. Who is it? At this late hour, Zhao Data tightened his grip on the rubber batten with a sense of vigilance. The door creaked open. Guyan dragged Lin Wan, resembling two specters, to stand at the threshold. Captain Zhao, Guyan managed to force out a smile that was more grotesque than sorrowful, his swollen face appearing particularly ludicrous. It's me, Guyan, your boss. Boss Gu? Zhao Data paused, momentarily taken aback, and then, illuminated by the light, took in the disheveled appearance of the two. A glint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Oh, isn't this the esteemed boss Gu? What has become of you? Aren't you supposed to be lounging in your spacious penthouse, enjoying the air conditioning? Why come to my humble abode? Captain Zhao, have mercy. Guyan, disregarding any semblance of dignity, fell to his knees, pointing at his split lip. Just a drink of water, or that medicinal liquid, just one bottle. As soon as I recover, I'll pay you 100,000. No, 1 million. 1 million? Zhao Dada scoffed, spitting a thick phlegm onto the ground. Boss, have you lost your senses? A bottle of mineral water outside can be traded for a gold bracelet. You want to transfer money? That's just toilet paper. Get lost. I can barely quench my own thirst. With that, Zhao Dada moved to shut the door. No, don't close the door. Gu Yan panicked, bracing himself against the doorframe, his eyes darting around the security room. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon Zhao Dadu's lecherous eyes fixated on Lin Wan's chest. Despite her swollen face and dirted appearance, she still wore the spaghetti-strap dress she had chosen for that day, and beneath her torn stockings, her alabaster thighs were exposed. In this world reeking of sweat and despair, such primal allure was still deadly. Gu Yan's heart skipped a beat. A frenzied and despicable thought, like a noxious weed, began to flourish in his mind. He was Lin Wan's man. He was the CEO. How could he stoop to such a level? Yet, without water, he could truly perish. The terror of a parched throat overwhelmed all sense of morality and pride. Captain Zhao, Gu Yan's voice trembled, laced with a hint of supplication and lewdness. He yanked Lin Wan in front of him, forcefully pushing her towards Zhao Datu. I have no money, but my wife is still here. She's an internet celebrity, a big star. Weren't you always fond of watching her? Lin Wan widened her eyes in disbelief, staring at Gu Yan. Gu Yan, are you out of your mind? What are you saying? Shut up. Gu Yan shot her a fierce glare, hissing under his breath. Do you want to die of thirst? Just this once. Trade for 2 bottles of water. For our sake and yours. Zhao Datu was momentarily stunned. He gazed at the goddess-like beauty, usually aloof and untouchable, now sullied and bruised. But she was still the wife of the CEO. This stark contrast in status ignited his primal desires and cravings. Heh. Zhao Dada tossed aside his fan, his rough hands grasping Lin Wan's waist with a firm squeeze, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. Indeed, Boss Gu is a person of great ambition, capable of bending and yielding. He turned and retrieved 2 small brown glass bottles of Huaxiang Jingqi water from the cardboard box. What was once a Tinyuan box of unclaimed medicine now shimmered with the brilliance of holy water. 2 bottles. Zhao Dadu placed the vials on the table, his gaze lewdly fixed on Lin Wan. You stand guard outside. Once it's done, the water is yours. No, I want to do it. Gu Yan, help me. Lin Wan screamed, attempting to flee, but Gu Yan grasped her wrist tightly. Wan, be obedient. His eyes were cold and lifeless, devoid of humanity. Only the instinct to survive remained. Endure for a moment. Once we drink the water, we can live to seek revenge on Lin Chu. With that, he violently thrust Lin Wan into the pitch-black inner room. Bang! Zhao Dada slammed the door shut. Gu Yan stood outside, clutching the 2 still-warm bottles of Huaxiang Jingqi water. Through the thin door, the sounds of fabric tearing, Lin Wan's cries, and Zhao Dadu's heavy panting echoed. Let go of me. Gu Yan, may you suffer a fate worse than death. Gu Yan's hands trembled. Yet, he did not rush in to save her. Instead, he shakily uncapped one of the bottles, tilting his head back, eagerly pouring the acrid, pungent, and utterly foul liquid down his throat. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Bitter, astringent, spicy. This was the most horrid concoction he had ever tasted. But as the liquid slid into his stomach, the dread of impending death by thirst began to dissipate. If only slightly. Survived. Gu Yan slid down against the door, listening to the agonizing cries of his woman from within. A solitary tear, a crocodile's tear, trickled down his cheek. Lin Chu, this is all you're doing. I will settle this score with you. In the hillside villa, in a paradise of 26 degrees, Lin Chu sat before the panoramic floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the pitch-black community below. Though she could not discern the specifics of what transpired, the palpable aura of resentment and despair enveloping the area felt almost tangible. In her hand, she held a cup of hot milk, perusing a book titled Sapiens, A Brief History of Humankind. On the 3rd day, had the veil of humanity been completely stripped away? Lin Chu took a sip of her milk, her expression serene. In her past life, she had endured a similar despair, driven like a dog for a mere half a biscuit. In this life, Gu Yan and Lin Wan were simply retracing the path she had once walked. Enjoy it slowly. This soul-selling struggle for survival is merely the true beginning of hell. She closed the book, extinguished the light. Good night, Apocalypse. Chapter 27. Lin Wan's Descent into Darkness. A Scheme Reborn. July 18th, 1:30 a.m. Outdoor temperature, 46 degrees, nighttime. The door of the property management security room, marked with no entry for strangers, finally swung open once more. Get lost. Don't linger here. Zhao Datu, adjusting his trousers, wore a satisfied expression as he shoved the 2 out. He still held the half box of Huaxiang Jingqi water, his lifeline and a symbol of his power. Gu Yan, like a lapdog, kept nodding and bowing. Yes. Thank you, Brother Zhao. Thank you for the water. He turned to look at Lin Wan behind him. Lin Wan moved slowly, Her once expensive spaghetti-strap dress was now tattered, barely concealing the bruises on her thighs. The remnants of her stockings hung limply around her ankles, resembling a snake shedding its skin. Her hair was disheveled, clinging to her face, with dried blood lingering at the corner of her mouth. But the most chilling aspect was her eyes. The previous fear, weakness, and tears had vanished, replaced by a stillness akin to stagnant water, and beneath that silence lay a venomous resentment, akin to a snake flicking its tongue. Wan, Guyen, observing her condition, felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine. He shook the half-bottle of medicine in his hand, attempting to muster a tender smile. You've suffered. Here is the remaining half-bottle. Just take a sip. It will ease your discomfort. I find myself in a predicament. To survive, we must inevitably sacrifice something. Do we not? Lin Wan halted her steps, lifting her gaze to fixate on Guyan's hypocritical, swollen, and repugnant visage. Sacrifice for survival. Indeed. It is always I who must sacrifice, while you persist in living. Hand it over. Lin Wan extended her hand, her voice no longer sweet and delicate, but as frigid as shards of ice. Guyan, momentarily taken aback, had yet to comprehend the situation when Lin Wan snatched the medicine bottle from his grasp. Without hesitation, she tilted her head back and consumed the remaining bitter potion in one swift motion, leaving not a single drop for Guyan. Ah! Guyan exclaimed in alarm, realizing that was life-saving elixir. What's the matter? Are you feeling distressed? Lin Wan wiped her lips, revealing a chilling smile laced with sorrow. This was the price I paid with my body, and I shall drink as I please. What do you amount to? Lin Wan, how dare you speak to me in such a manner? Guyan, stung by her words, raised his hand in anger, ready to strike her. In the past, Lin Wan would have cowered in fear, but this time, she stood her ground, thrusting her scarred face forward. Go ahead, she glared with bloodshot eyes, gritting her teeth as she growled. If you dare, strike me dead. If you kill me, there will be no one left to provide you with water, no one to shield you from blows. Guyan's hand froze midair. He gazed at the woman before him, who seemed transformed, and he faltered. Indeed, he was now a cripple, with a broken arm and injured leg. In this predatory community, without Lin Wan as his tool, he would not survive 2 days. Fine. I want to hit you. Guyan reluctantly lowered his hand, his gaze flickering. We are in this together. Let us not turn against each other. Let us return to the garage. It is safer there. He turned to leave. I refuse to return to that pigsty. Lin Wan remained steadfast, unmoving. Then where do you intend to go? The streets are teeming with thugs. Guyan hissed, lowering his voice in a fit of anger. Lin Wan ignored him, instead turning her gaze towards the shadows at the end of the corridor. There, the faint glow of red cigarette embers flickered. A gang had taken up residence at the entrance of the building. Leading them was Long Go, the tattooed man who had suffered a setback earlier that afternoon, but remained as fierce as ever, though he had failed to conquer the villa. In this ordinary community deprived of water and electricity, armed with an axe and flanked by his brothers, he was the local tyrant. Lin Wan smoothed her disheveled hair and forcefully tore off her tattered stockings, revealing her long, pale thighs marred with bruises. From her pocket, she produced a half-broken lipstick, its origin unknown, and before the reflective glass, she trembled as she applied a vivid crimson to her lips. What do you intend to do? Guyan felt an ominous premonition. Guyan, do you not enjoy trading women for resources? Lin Wan turned to him, her previously swollen face now adorned with a seductive yet frenzied smile. That security guard was far too old for my taste. This time, I shall select someone strong myself. With that, she pushed past Guyan, limping yet resolute in her broken high heels towards Long Go at the corridor's end. Wan, come back. You will bring about our doom. Guyan cried out in terror, attempting to grasp her. Get lost. Lin Wan delivered a kick to Guyan's shattered leg. Ah! Guyan shrieked, collapsing to the ground. Lin Wan did not look back, striding directly to Long Go. A group of bare-chested ruffians encircled him, smoking. Upon seeing Lin Wan approach, they began to whistle. Oh, isn't this the little lover of President Gu? What is this? Did Zhao Dada not finish you off? Long Go exhaled a puff of smoke, squinting as he assessed Lin Wan. Though her face was swollen, her allure remained, particularly the venomous glint in her eyes. Intriguing indeed. What do you want? Long Go toyed with a bloodied fire axe in his hands. Lin Wan wasted no time with pleasantries. In front of everyone, she knelt at Long Gu's feet, wrapping her arms around his hairy thigh, tilting her head back with a voice that was both sultry and laced with venom. Long Gu, I have information to share. Oh, Long Gu raised an eyebrow. To whom will you spill the beans? Lin Wan pointed first at Guyan, who lay trembling on the ground, then gestured toward the brightly lit villa atop the hill. I know a crucial weakness of the villa. Though the electric fence is formidable, if the underground backup power supply is severed, it becomes nothing but a hollow shell. This was a fabrication, a fragment of overheard bravado from Guyan, its truth irrelevant. it served merely as bait. Moreover, Lin Wan's gaze shifted, her finger lightly trailing along Long Gu's thigh. That Gu Yan, he conceals a Patek Philippe in a small pocket sewn into his underwear. He planned to keep it for his escape. This too was a lie, intended to incite betrayal. If you are willing to take me in, provide me with sustenance and water. Lin Wan pressed her soft body against him, whispering sweetly in his ear, I will be your loyal dog. I shall assist you in eliminating Gu Yan and that wretched woman atop the hill. Long Gu gazed down at the woman who had utterly forsaken her dignity for survival. He cast a glance at Gu Yan, who resembled refuse. Ha! Long Gu erupted into raucous laughter, seizing Lin Wan by her hair, forcing her to look up. What a vixen! How ruthless! I like it. He abruptly pulled Lin Wan into his embrace, his rough hand roaming indiscriminately. He then lifted his head, his gaze turning murderous as he looked at Gu Yan. Brothers, Long Gu bellowed. Go, bring President Gu over. And check his underwear to see if he really has hidden treasure. No, don't. Wan, you're lying. I have nothing. Gu Yan screamed in despair as he beheld the advancing thugs, their malicious grins growing closer. He looked at Lin Wan, nestled in Long Ji's embrace, displaying a cruel smile directed at him. He finally understood the adage, the most venomous of hearts belongs to a woman. He had unwittingly created a devil, and now, that devil was coming to claim his life. Meanwhile, at the villa atop the hill, warning, malicious activity detected within the community, escalating rapidly. Although the system lacked such functionality, Lin Chu sensed something amiss as she observed the figures entangled on the monitor. She was currently applying a face mask, SK2, and holding a cup of warm milk. That woman appears to have changed. Lin Chu noted Lin Wan's posture, kneeling before Long Gu. This was not a plea for mercy, it was a gesture of sacrifice. Interesting. Lin Chu peeled off the mask, revealing a smooth and youthful visage. Lin Wan had succumbed to darkness. Gu Yan was in grave danger. It seemed the next wave of attack would be more coordinated and insidious than before. Lin Chu approached the control console, rechecking all defense systems. Bolts were drawn. Traps set. Let them come. Since you have formed an alliance, I shall eradicate you all in one fell swoop. Chapter 28. The Midnight Assault. Lin Wan's Oath of Loyalty. On July 18th, at 2:00 a.m., the outdoor temperature, a sweltering 45 degrees. The night was as dark as ink, devoid of even a glimmer of starlight. The entire city lay like a lifeless behemoth, sprawled in the abyss of darkness. Only the sporadic echoes of anguished cries and the shattering of glass served as grim reminders that this place remained a hell on earth. In the lobby of the Yujing Bay community, the air was thick with the acrid stench of low-quality tobacco, sweat, and potent hormones. The tattooed man, Long Gu, sat bare-chested, toying with a fire axe still stained with dried blood, his eyes greedily fixed on a makeshift sketch sprawled on the floor. It was a terrain map of a hillside villa drawn on the tiles with lipstick. Long Gu, look here. Lin Wan knelt beside him, her tattered clothing deliberately revealing ample patches of porcelain skin. Clutching a broken lipstick, she pointed at a red dot on the map. Her voice hushed, yet laced with an unsettling chill. This is the villa's lifeline, an underground cable well. She raised her gaze, her eyes unwavering. Even if her claims were mere fabrications, that wretched Lin Chu has installed a high-voltage electric fence, but it consumes a tremendous amount of power. If we sever this main cable buried underground, her electric barrier will be rendered useless. At that point, she'll be nothing but a trapped turtle, and we can force her out with fire. A malicious smile curled at the corners of Lin Wan's lips. Moreover, there's a vent at the back of the villa. It serves to ventilate the basement. Once the power is cut, the fan will cease to operate, creating a green passage for us to infiltrate. Long Ji's eyes lit up with anticipation. He licked his cracked lips, visions of heaps of food, cool air conditioning, and the legendary beauty Lin Chu flooding his mind. All right, let us do it. Long Gu slammed his thigh, exclaiming, damn it, I'm dying of heat. Tonight, it's either her demise or mine. Brothers, arm yourselves. With a clatter, over a dozen desperate outlaws rose. They wielded steel pipes, cleavers, and even a couple brandishing makeshift Molotov cocktails. Wait, Long Gu suddenly turned, his sinister gaze falling upon a cowering shadow in the corner, Gu Yan. He had been beaten to a pulp, bound hand and foot, a rag stuffed in his mouth, emitting only muffled whimpers. Since this plan was proposed by your wife, oh no, by Lin Wan, Long Gu approached and kicked Gu Yan's swollen face with his toe. Someone must scout ahead to verify its authenticity, right? Gu Yan's eyes widened in terror as he shook his head vigorously. Take him along. Long Gu chuckled coldly. The honorable tasks of severing the cable and crawling through the vent will be entrusted to our esteemed CEO, Gu. If you dare play tricks, I'll chop you into pieces to feed the dogs. Do you hear me? Useless. Lin Wan stepped forward, looking down at Gu Yan from above. She extended her long, dirt-streaked fingers, gently tracing his cheek. The gesture appeared tender, yet her nails dug deeply into his flesh. This is your chance for redemption. Perform well, and perhaps long go. In a generous mood, we'll reward you with a morsel of leftover food. Despair washed over Gu Yin as he gazed at the woman before him. Once, she had been so fragile and submissive, unable to even unscrew a bottle cap. Now, she resembled a venomous serpent, smiling as she nudged him toward the gates of death. At 2:30 a.m., on the hillside, under the cover of night, the group moved like specters, silently ascending the winding mountain road. The journey was arduous. Despite the late hour, the ground remained blisteringly hot. Fearing detection by surveillance, they opted for the overgrown thickets under Lin Wan's guidance, clambering up the rugged trail. Withered branches clawed at their skin, sweat mingling with blood, stinging painfully. Hurry, what are you dawdling for? A small-time thug shoved Gu Yin, who was bound and barefoot. His feet pressed against the sharp stones and thorns, each step a torment, leaving a trail of bloody footprints. Yet he dared not cry out. With a cold cleaver at his back. Finally, after nearly half an hour of climbing, they reached the base of the villa's back wall. This spot was a blind spot for surveillance, or so Lin Chu believed. The massive villa loomed like a dark leviathan against the night sky. Although the electric fence's sparks were not visible, the oppressive aura still rendered everyone breathless. We're here. Lin Wan pointed at an inconspicuous protrusion at the base of the wall, actually a sewer inspection cover, where the cable well lay concealed. Cut the red wire inside, and the electric fence will collapse. Lin Chu exchanged glances with his men. Two thugs promptly approached, flanking Gu Yin and dragging him to the inky well. They then thrust a rusty pair of scissors into his hands. Go, Lin Chu growled, his tone menacing. Lift the cover and cut the wires inside. If you dare to hesitate, I'll stab you to death. Gu Yin trembled as he knelt before the well. He understood that he was merely a meat shield, a sacrificial pawn to test for traps. But he had no choice. Glancing back at Lin Wan, he saw her standing behind Lin Chu, her body pressed against him. Her gaze cold as she scrutinized him, as if examining a corpse. A wave of profound desolation surged within Gu Yin. So this was retribution. He inhaled deeply, trembling as he extended his hand to grasp the edge of the well cover. It was scalding to the touch, burning his skin, gritting his teeth. He summoned all his strength. With a crack, the cover opened slightly. No alarm rang out. No sparks from the electric fence erupted. The surroundings were eerily silent, save for the sound of wind rustling through the withered leaves. Safety? A glimmer of hope flickered in Lin Chu's heart. It seemed Lin Wan's information was indeed accurate. Quick, cut the wire, the thugs urged. Gu Yin closed his eyes and reached into the dark abyss of the opening, his fingers brushing against a thick pipe. He had no idea if it was a power cable or if severing it would trigger an explosion. He simply gripped the scissors mechanically. Inside the villa's control room on the second floor, the temperature was a comfortable 26 degrees. Lin Chu sat before the vast surveillance wall, a glass of red wine in hand. The screens were not shrouded in darkness. In infrared thermal imaging mode, the figures beneath the wall appeared as clusters of red flames, their movements unmistakably clear. What a bunch of fools, Lin Chu chuckled as she watched Gu Yin clumsily attempting to cut the sewer pipe. Lin Wan had crafted a decent tale, yet little did she know that her villa operated on an independent power supply, severing the municipal power lines. Even if they pulled every wire in the city, her home would remain illuminated. However, since guests had already arrived, it would be remiss to let them depart empty-handed. Lin Chu set down her wine glass, her gaze shifting to another set of buttons on the control panel. Those were not the switches for the high-voltage electric fence. After all, Lin Wan had surely boasted about the means to disable the fence to these men. If she simply unleashed electricity, it might scare them away. To utterly dismantle the will of this group, one must resort to more primal, more brutal, and more humiliating methods. Lin Chu's finger hovered over a yellow button marked Biochemical Defense Area C. Do you not wish to crawl through the exhaust vent? Do you not yearn for warmth? A wicked smile gradually spread across Lin Chu's lips, becoming somewhat enchanting. Then allow me to treat you to a boiling golden bath. Chapter 29, Enter the Trap. Scalding Oil and Pitfalls. July 18th, 02:35 a.m. With a crisp snap, the sound of metal fracturing echoed painfully in the stillness of the mountainside. Gu Yin knelt on the ground, gripping a pair of rusty iron scissors, gasping for breath. Sweat dripped from the tip of his nose into the inky blackness of the well below. He had severed it. The thick black pipe, which had appeared so formidable, was now cut in two. Instinctively, he shut his eyes and recoiled, bracing for an imagined explosion or alarm. Yet, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, nothing occurred. The surroundings remained eerily silent, save for the occasional chirp of distant insects. Did it work? Gu Yin trembled as he opened his eyes, incredulity washing over him as he beheld the broken pipe. It really is severed. Brother Long, who had been anxiously waiting behind, erupted with joy upon seeing this. He rushed forward, kicking Gu Yen aside, peering into the well, then glancing up at the barbed wire encircling the villa's outer wall. The faint hum of electricity that had been audible seemed to have truly vanished. In reality, it had been silenced by Lin Chu. Damn, this woman is indeed merely bluffing. Brother Long straightened up, his face now overshadowed by greed. He turned to Lin Wan behind him, admiration and lewdness flickering in his eyes. You clever girl, well done. If we take the villa tonight, the credit is all yours. Lin Wan, clutching her still painful chest, wore a smile of feigned compliance. Though her eyes betrayed a hint of relief. She had gambled correctly. It seemed her fabricated weakness had inadvertently hit the mark. Brothers. Brother Long brandished the fire axe in his hand, lowering his voice, yet failing to conceal the fervor in his tone. The electric grid is down. This is but a toothless tiger. Do you see that exhaust vent? That shall be our VIP passage. Charge forth. Drag that wretched woman out. Tonight. The villa's air conditioning, fine wine, and women will be ours. Charge. Under the immense temptation of profit, this band of rogues became utterly besotted. They surged forth from the thicket like a pack of hyenas scenting blood, scrambling up the wall with hands and feet, heading straight for the exhaust vent 3 meters above the ground. Some formed a human ladder, while others threw ropes. Each one yearned to be the first to enter, to seize the first bite of flesh. Meanwhile, Gu Yen, having been kicked aside and with his hands and feet bound, found himself at the back of the group. Watching the frenzy of those scrambling above, he felt a flicker of relief. Thankfully, these people were leading the charge, sparing him from being cannon fodder. On the second floor of the villa, in the main control room, indoor temperature, 26 degrees. Lin Chu sat in a genuine leather gaming chair, cradling a bowl of freshly prepared sweet red bean jelly. The translucent jelly was adorned with crushed hawthorn, peanuts, and raisins, while the red syrup was cool and sweet. She took a spoonful and, with an indifferent gaze, observed the surveillance screen. On the screen, the group of men was frantically piling toward the exhaust vent like a human tower. The topmost thug had nearly reached the edge of the vent, eagerly attempting to stick his head inside. TSK, so eager, Lin Chu remarked, swallowing the jelly. She gently shook her head. Since you are so fond of crawling through holes, allow me to present you with a special face mask. Her finger decisively pressed down on the yellow button marked Biochemical Defense Area C. Moreover, she had thoughtfully opened the discharge valve to its maximum setting. Off you go. Outside. Beneath the villa's rear wall, below the exhaust vent, the thug perched at the top, known as Rat, was gloating as he pried open the vent slats, contemplating whether to snatch the gold watch or food first upon entry. Suddenly, a bubbling sound of strange liquid echoed from the depths of the exhaust pipe. Following this, a repugnant stench, a nauseating mixture of slop, waste oil, and some indescribable excrement, invaded his nostrils. What is that smell? Rat froze for a moment, instinctively looking up. The next second, his vision was filled with a torrent of scalding yellow-brown liquid. Splash! There was no time to react. A scalding liquid at 90 degrees erupted from the exhaust vent like a waterfall. This was not ordinary water. It was the sewage liquid Lin Chu had meticulously collected, mixed with waste oil from abandoned restaurants, and heated to a boil, the modern-day golden bath. Ah! A scream so piercing it seemed to come from the depths of hell shattered the night. The boiling mixture not only reached an extreme temperature, but was also highly viscous, due to the oil. It clung to Rad's face like a curse, pouring down his neck and into his clothes. The moment the hot oil touched his skin, it was as if pig skin had been scalded. It bubbled and peeled away, exposing raw, red flesh. But this was merely the beginning. The liquid cascaded down, dousing the group below who had formed a human ladder. Hot. So hot. Ah. My eyes. I'm blind. Shit. It's shit soup. And it's scalding. The once eager human ladder collapsed in an instant. 7 or 8 burly men, as if scalded like ants in boiling water, screamed as they fell from the wall, rolling on the ground in a frenzy, attempting to scrape off the scorching oil. Yet, the more they rubbed, the quicker their skin tore away. In the air, the suffocating stench mingled with an even more potent aroma of flesh, the scent of seared human meat, creating a grotesque odor that made one want to retch. Standing outside and directing the chaos, Brother Long, fortunate enough to be at a distance, had escaped the brunt of the deluge but still bore a few splashes on his arm. Just a few drops had already formed large blisters. He stared in disbelief at his men, now rolling on the ground, their faces unrecognizable. Golden liquid. How could this woman be so vicious? This is more terrifying than high voltage. High voltage is instantaneous. One dies, and that's it. But this doesn't kill, yet inflicts unbearable pain. And the wounds will certainly become infected. In a world devoid of medicine, this is a slow death sentence. Retreat. Quick retreat. Brother Long, clutching his nose, turned and fled in sheer terror. This is no villa. It's clearly the Hall of Yama. Chaos ensued. A group of scalded thugs, their skin flayed and raw, stumbled about in the darkness like headless flies. They no longer cared about formations, or Guyen or Lin Wan, only cursing their parents for not giving them 2 extra legs. Originally hiding at the back, Guyen now found himself obstructing their path. Get out of the way. Don't block the path. A thug, having lost sight in one eye, shoved Guyen violently. Guyen stumbled, losing his balance and falling backward. Instinctively, he tried to step back to stabilize himself. This foot fortuitously stepped into the nearby thicket. Crack! A crisp sound, akin to metal clashing against bone, resonated clearly amidst the chaotic cacophony of screams. Guyen's body abruptly stiffened. Immediately thereafter, an excruciating pain radiated from his left calf, surging upwards to his very crown. Guyen let out a wail more harrowing than that of the preceding crowd. Lowering his gaze, illuminated by the erratic beam of a flashlight, he beheld a sight that sent his spirit spiraling into despair. A rusted, enormous animal trap, originally intended for wild boar, was viciously clamped onto his left leg. The jagged teeth had deeply embedded themselves into his flesh, even wedging into the seams of bone. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, instantly staining his trousers crimson. My leg is broken. Guyen writhed in agony, collapsing onto the ground as he desperately attempted to pry open the trap. Yet, the more he struggled, the tighter it clasped, the sound of bone grinding rendering him nearly unconscious. Help! Brother Long, save me! Wan, help me! Guyen, in utter desperation, reached out to grasp the individuals rushing past him. But at this moment, who would heed his plight? Brother Long had long vanished without a trace. The assailants glanced at him not once, with some even trampling over his shattered leg in their frantic escape. Guyen's vision blurred with pain, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Meanwhile, at the rear, Lin Wan stood in the shadows, dumbfounded by the unfolding scene. She witnessed the tumbling assailants, the disfigured rat scalded by hot oil, and the writhing Guyen, clutching his severed leg like a maggot. It was over. All hope was extinguished. Her oath had transformed into a death warrant. She lifted her gaze towards the second floor of the villa. It loomed in darkness, resembling a silent behemoth, coldly observing the insignificant ants below. Though unseen, Lin Wan could feel it. That woman, the one named Lin Chu, must be seated behind the window, sipping red wine. Mocking her folly. Lin Chu. Lin Wan trembled, a manifestation of fear intertwined with despair that penetrated her very marrow. She dared not rescue Guyen, nor did she linger. She turned, seizing the moment when no one was watching, stumbling towards the dark descent of the mountain. On the second floor, in the control room, Lin Chu savored the last morsel of her icy dessert. She watched the surveillance screen displaying the wailing Guyen, clutching his shattered leg, alongside the panicked Lin Wan. The animal trap had finally sprung. Lin Chu procured a tissue, elegantly wiping her mouth. Guyen, with a leg broken, I wonder how you shall flee henceforth. Yet, the game is far from over. She cast a glance at another corner of the monitor. At the entrance of the community, several modified off-road vehicles were forcefully crashing through the barriers, barreling in. A cadre of individuals armed with makeshift firearms and machetes disembarked. These were the true external marauders. Brother Long's reign was at an end. The community was poised for a new master. Lin Chu rose, stretching languidly. The task of cleansing the domain had been accomplished. Now, it was time to embrace the genuine challenge ahead. Chapter 30. A lesson in exemplary punishment. The community lay in utter silence. July 18th, 0300 hours. Outdoor temperature, 44 degrees. Ouch, this pain is unbearable. Damn it, that wretched woman, I shall have her head. A ragtag band of defeated soldiers, supporting one another, lamented as they retreated in disarray from the back mountain path to the central square of the Yujing Bay community. Brother Long strode at the center. Although he wasn't drenched in golden syrup like his subordinates, his left arm and half of his face bore the splatter. At this moment, the scorched skin had begun to peel, revealing a vivid crimson dermis, each heartbeat accompanied by piercing agony. What shattered his composure even further was the stench, a repulsive miasma. A nauseating blend of grease and excrement made him feel like a walking refuse. What are you staring at? Close those windows now. Brother Long bellowed at the residents peering through the curtains of nearby buildings, threatening, if you keep looking, I shall gouge out your eyes. Despite suffering defeat, before these unarmed residents, he remained the imperious warlord. The residents, terrified, hurriedly drew their curtains, extinguished their lights, and feigned slumber. Brother Long, what shall we do? A subordinate, face drawn in despair, clutched his scorched scalp, lamenting that the villa was impenetrable, riddled with traps. Attack? Brother Long kicked over a nearby trash bin, declaring, we shall retreat and tend to our wounds. Once I recover, I will seize an opportunity to set the mountain ablaze. I refuse to believe she can survive that. However, no sooner had he spoken than, boom, boom, a deep, thunderous roar of engines erupted from the direction of the community entrance. Two blinding beams of light suddenly cleaved through the darkness, piercing the square like twin swords, rendering Brother Long and his men momentarily blinded. Who? Brother Long instinctively tightened his grip on the fire axe. Bang! The already feeble community gate was violently struck aside. 3 heavily modified off-road vehicles, even those used for hauling dirt, charged into the square, skidding to a halt before Brother Long's crew. The doors flung open. A dozen shadowy figures leapt from the vehicles. This group starkly contrasted with Brother Long's usual thugs, who merely flaunted tattoos and intimidation. They donned matching camouflage pants or work trousers, their feet encased in heavy tactical boots. Each pair of eyes radiated a chilling coldness, a true testament to having witnessed bloodshed and taken lives. Most terrifying of all were the weapons they wielded, not mere cleavers or steel pipes, but modified nail guns and even a few makeshift shotguns. Leading them was a bald man, a gruesome scar slicing from his brow to the corner of his mouth. In the blinding light, he appeared as a demon risen from the depths of hell. Where did these people come from? Brother Long's heart sank. Before this group, he felt like a child playing house. This territory, I have claimed it. The scarred man did not shout. His voice was low and hoarse, yet emanated an undeniable authority. He surveyed the surrounding buildings, ultimately fixing his gaze on the putrid Brother Long. I've heard you are the boss here? The scarred man wrinkled his nose in disdain. How did you end up in such a state? Fell into a latrine? Who are you? Brother Long, mustering the last vestige of his dignity, raised the axe. I am Brother Long. This community is mine. What do you want? Are you here for a black market deal? Brother Long? The scarred man's lips curled into a cruel smirk. From now on, there will be no Long, only insects. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the scarred man made a sudden move, raising his right hand. The shortened double-barreled shotgun's dark muzzle thrusting against Brother Long's forehead. Brother Long's pupils dilated to pinpricks. No, bang! A deafening gunshot erupted in the deathly quiet community. The echo reverberated between the buildings, lingering long after. Brother Long did not even have time to utter a plea for mercy. His head exploded like a watermelon struck by a hammer, instantaneously shattered. Red and white splattered across the ground. The headless corpse swayed twice before collapsing straight back, the fire axe clattering from its grip onto the earth. Silence. A profound silence. The gang of a dozen or so henchmen who had just been swaggering behind Brother Long now stood frozen in place, as if ensnared by an invisible spell. Their trousers suddenly dampened. While they were accustomed to bullying the common folk, they had never witnessed such a scene where a mere disagreement led to a fatal shot. The residents above cowered behind their curtains, trembling in fear. Some even covered their mouths, too afraid to breathe loudly. Guns. This group possessed firearms. Was there anyone left to lead? Scarface blew the smoke from the muzzle of his gun, coldly stepping over Brother Long's body as if it were nothing more than a discarded sack of refuse. No one dared to utter a word. The remaining thugs fell to their knees, prostrating themselves like a field of garlic. Brother, spare us. We submit. From now on, you are the leader. Scarface did not even cast them a glance. He turned, lifting his gaze. His eyes pierced through the darkness, through the layers of shadowy trees, precisely locking onto the only building halfway up the hill that glimmered with a faint light. What place was that? Scarface inquired, pointing towards the hillside villa. A younger thug scrambled over, eager to ingratiate himself. Brother, that is the hillside villa. A wealthy woman lives there. Her home is stocked with supplies. Brother Long had gone to attack it, but was driven back. Oh, Scarface narrowed his eyes, a flicker of greed flashing within them, tempered by a greater sense of caution. He glanced down at the burns on Brother Long's body. Boiling oil. And animal traps? Scarface was a connoisseur of worth. The fact that this group of ruffians had been so thoroughly dispatched indicated that the woman above was certainly no ordinary adversary. She might very well be a formidable character, akin to himself. Quite intriguing. Scarface averted his gaze, refraining from issuing an immediate attack order. Having just taken control of this community, he needed to reorganize his forces and establish a stronghold. Such a tough nut would be best left to be dealt with later. Drag the body away and feed it to the dogs. Scarface waved his hand, issuing his first command, declaring, from today onward, I am the law in this community. All men are to be rounded up for labor, and all women are to gather in the lobby. A dark new order had descended. At the hillside villa, on the terrace, Lin Chu donned a silk robe, holding night vision binoculars, taking in all that transpired below. She witnessed the flash of gunfire firsthand. She saw Brother Long's head burst open. She also beheld Scarface's gaze directed towards her. Guns. Lin Chu lowered the binoculars, her brow slightly furrowed. The former Brother Long was, at best, a thug wielding an axe. But this Scarface was a true outlaw. Moreover, he was armed, organized, and tactical. Such a man posed 100-fold greater danger than Brother Long. It seemed the community had utterly succumbed. Lin Chu sighed softly. Those neighbors who had once scolded her, pleaded with her, and morally bound her would, in the days to come, likely find existence more unbearable than death itself. Men as slaves, women as concubines. This was the true law of the jungle in the apocalypse. However, Lin Chu's fingers brushed against the cold composite bough beside her, and she cast another glance at the traps she had long buried beneath her feet. You wish to consume me? You need not fear the shattering of your teeth. She turned and returned indoors. System, activate level 2 alert mode. All external surveillance activated for mobile detection and alarm. With a stronger opponent arrived, she would have to employ a stronger strategy. Meanwhile, nestled in the grass on the back hill, Guyen lay unconscious due to his broken leg, inadvertently evading the massacre and purge. Alone, he lay amidst thorns, surrounded only by the gnawing of insects. Yet he remained unaware that, in comparison to falling into Scarface's hands, lying here with a broken leg was, indeed, the greatest stroke of luck in his life. Chapter 31, A Hell on Earth. Scarface's Slave Camp. July 18th, 0700 hours. Outdoor temperature, 52 degrees, rapidly rising. The sun rose as usual, but its light no longer symbolized hope. Rather, it heralded a new round of scorching heat. In the central square of the Yujing Bay community, a dense throng of people had gathered. There were no boisterous conversations, only suppressed sobs and heavy breaths. Hundreds of surviving residents were herded like livestock into this space, surrounded by a dozen or so thugs clad in camouflage, brandishing makeshift firearms and nail guns. A new order had been established. Or rather, civilization had regressed entirely back to a slave society. Listen well, Scarface proclaimed. Seated in a leather boss chair commandeered from the property management, shielded by a large sun umbrella above him. He held a bottle of chilled beer, recently scavenged from a resident's fridge, sipping while coldly surveying the group of wretches beneath him. From today onward, there are no owners nor property management here. There is but one rule, my word is law. He extended a finger, calloused and rough, pointing at the crowd. Now, we shall commence the sorting. Men to the left, women to the right. The elderly and children stand in the middle. A ripple of unrest coursed through the crowd. Instinctively, they sensed fear, particularly those families clutching children and supporting the elderly. Move quickly. Do you wish to be shot? A thug fired a shot into the air. Bang. The crowd erupted into chaos, crying out and scrambling to move. Husbands were forcibly separated from wives, fathers from sons. The first round of selection, labor force. Scarface approached the cluster of men, his gaze reminiscent of one selecting livestock. You, step forward. He pointed at a bespectacled rotund man. What do you do? I'm a programmer. The man stammered. Useless. With a wave of his hand, Scarface dismissed him to the labor group, tasked with clearing bodies and digging latrines. Granted half a bottle of water daily. You, step forward. He gestured to a muscular man resembling a fitness trainer. Brother, I'm strong. I can work. The man quickly flexed his muscles. Not bad. Scarface nodded, assigning him to the engineering team, responsible for scavenging supplies and reinforcing the walls. With a daily ration of 1 bottle of water and a bun. The second round of selection, resources, women. Scarface moved to the right. The young, beautiful girls had already huddled together in fear, desperately trying to retreat. Meanwhile, the older, less attractive women wore expressions of sheer terror. The thugs, treating them like cabbages, roughly dragged out several appealing young women, regardless of their screams and struggles. Their fate was all too evident. The third round of selection, refuse, the elderly and the weak. Finally, Scarface approached the group of elderly and children in the center. Among them was the most vocal and morally self-righteous resident, Aunt Wong from Building 1. At this moment, Aunt Wong still clung to a glimmer of hope. She believed that although these individuals were fierce, they were still human. The virtues of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young were cherished traditions in Chinese culture, and as an elder in the community, she surely had some standing. Thus, she mustered her courage to step forward, assuming an air of authority. Brother, Aunt Wong forced a smile, her face lined with wrinkles. You see, we old folks can hardly work. Besides, I'm the head of this building. Everyone listens to me. Perhaps you could simply let us return home? We wouldn't cause you any trouble, would we, building manager? The scarred man halted his steps, regarding her with a keen interest. You are in charge, then? Yes, indeed. I am in charge. Aunt Wong, sensing an opportunity, straightened her back. I am well acquainted with every nook and cranny of this community. Slap. The resounding crack of a slap echoed, more thunderous than the one dealt to Gu Yin the previous night, sending Aunt Wong spinning thrice in place. Her dentures flying from her mouth. Oh no, murder. Aunt Wong collapsed onto the scorching ground, clutching her swollen face, wailing like a slaughtered pig. Is there no law? Even the elderly are being assaulted. This is divine retribution. Old hag. The scarred man lifted Aunt Wong's chin with the barrel of his gun. His gaze as frigid as that reserved for a mere fly. In this apocalypse, wasting food is the gravest sin. You, an old wastrel who can neither work nor rest, are a mere drain on air. He turned to his subordinate beside him, gesturing dismissively. Expel all these old folks from the community. Let them fend for themselves. What? The crowd erupted in despair. The outside temperature soared above 60 degrees Celsius. To cast the elderly out was akin to signing their death warrants. No, I refuse to leave. This is my home. I want to go. Aunt Wong clung desperately to the railings of the community gate, thrashing about, "You bandits. I will report you. Lin Chu. Where is that wretched girl to save us? Her family is so affluent." Bang. A gunshot rang out, abruptly silencing Aunt Wong's voice. A bloody hole appeared in her forehead. Her murky eyes wide open, lifeless. Silence. The scarred man holstered his weapon, surveying the crowd with a chilling glare. Is there anyone else who wishes to remain? A profound silence enveloped the area. Those who had moments ago sought clemency now pressed their hands over their mouths in terror, tears swallowed back in their throats. In the face of absolute violence, familial bonds became worthless. Minutes later, dozens of elderly individuals were forcefully expelled from the community gates. They wailed under the relentless sun, banging on the doors, while those inside could only watch helplessly as one by one they collapsed, becoming new corpses. Meanwhile, in the thicket behind the mountain, Guyan finally regained consciousness, awakened by pain and thirst. His left calf was ensnared in a massive animal trap. The bleeding had ceased, due to the heat desiccating the wound, yet his entire leg was swollen to the size of an elephant's, emanating a foul stench of decay. He was oblivious to what had transpired, only recalling that he had stepped into a trap and then lost consciousness. He was still alive, gritting his teeth. Gu Yin dragged his broken leg, inching forward like a maggot through the underbrush. Each movement was a heart-wrenching agony. I must return to the community to find Wan Wan and Long Go. His memories were still tethered to the events of the previous night. He felt that although the mission had failed, he had at least suffered an injury on the job. Surely Long Go would provide him with some water? He crawled and crawled, his palms shredded by thorns, knees scraped raw by stones. Finally, he reached the fence at the back gate of the community. Through the gaps in the railing, he glimpsed the scene in the square. Long Go was absent. Only a headless corpse, Long Ji's, lay discarded like refuse in a corner, being gnawed at by wild dogs. At the center of the square stood the scarred man, addressing the gathered armed thugs. Guyan's mind buzzed. The world had changed. More ruthless individuals had arrived. Just then, a patrolling lackey detected movement in the bushes. "Who is there?" The lackey approached, brandishing a nail gun. Guyan trembled in fear, instinctively wanting to flee, but his broken leg rendered him immobile. "Please, don't kill me." He raised his hands, his voice frail. "I am a property owner here." The lackey drew near, noticing the trap on his leg and his half-dead appearance. "Oh, we have a survivor here." The lackey disdainfully kicked him, leg broken. "What a waste." Saying this, the lackey raised his weapon, preparing to grant him a swift end. "No, I am useful. I am useful." In this life-or-death moment, Guyan's instinct for survival surged forth. Clinging desperately to the lackey's leg, he spoke rapidly. "I am the president of the Lin Group. I have management experience. I can handle accounts. I can create spreadsheets. Moreover, I know the secret of that woman on the mountain. I am her ex-husband." "Ex-husband?" The lackey paused. The boss had inquired specifically about the situation at the villa on the mountainside. "All right." The lackey lowered his gun, yanking Guyan up by the collar as if he were a dead dog. "You're lucky. The boss has been searching for someone to understand that she-devil. Take him inside. Toss him into the infirmary." And thus, the once celebrated President Gu, dragging a mangled leg, was relegated to the role of an informant. Cast into the so-called infirmary, rife with the stench of excrement and the sounds of groaning, essentially a death zone. At the villa on the mountainside, on the second-floor terrace, Lin Chu completed her morning yoga session, feeling refreshed. As she wiped her sweat, her gaze fell upon the newly added corpses of the elderly at the community gate. Among them, one clad in a floral shirt was none other than Aunt Wong. "Oh." Lin Chu sipped her chilled coconut water. "Aunt Wong, weren't you fond of moral coercion? Now go down below and discuss ethics with Yama." Her attention shifted to Gu Yan, who had been dragged into the community. Though distant, the glint of the animal trap was glaring. "Such tenacity, little cockroach. Now that you've fallen into the hands of true demons, you will regret not perishing in last night's trap." Lin Chu set down her cup, her gaze sharpening. She noticed the scarred man, after wrapping up internal affairs, once again raised his binoculars, fixating intently on her villa. His gaze had transformed from tentative to resolute. "Come forth." Lin Chu pressed a blue button on the control panel. Drone swarm, charging complete. The games within the community had concluded. What lay ahead was a true war. Chapter 32. Intelligence Trade. Guyan's Final Value. July 18th. 10 o'clock a.m. Outdoor temperature, 55 C. Eugene Bay Community, Underground Civil Defense Zone. Originally designed for air raid protection. This space had been repurposed by the scarred man into an infirmary for severely injured individuals and a reserve food supply. The air was stagnant, thick as a pot of boiled sewage. The mingling odors of sweat, blood, and putrid decay overwhelmed the senses, making it nearly impossible to open one's eyes. In a corner, Guyan lay on a piece of moldy cardboard, emitting unconscious groans. His left leg had swollen to the girth of a barrel, the pant leg crudely torn away to reveal a gruesome wound. The enormous trap had been pried open by the scarred man's subordinates with a metal rod, of course, without any anesthetic. Fractured bone shards pierced the skin, the edges of the wound blackened, with a few green flies circling, laying eggs. The pain was profound, penetrating to the marrow. With each heartbeat, the wound felt as though it were being seared by a hot iron. Yet amidst this excruciating torment, Guyan's mind remained startlingly lucid, for he understood he was not yet dead. Survival, however tenuous, affords one the opportunity for resurgence. President Gu, your resilience is remarkable. A chilling voice echoed above. Guyan struggled to open his swollen eyes, beholding the scarred man, resembling the Grim Reaper, standing before him, idly toying with a glinting military dagger. Big brother. Guyan attempted to rise, but the agonizing pain in his legs nearly caused him to lose consciousness. He could only writhe on the ground like a worm. Thank you for sparing my life, Brother Xia. Do not be too hasty in your gratitude. The scarred man crouched, tapping the filthy visage of Guyan with the cold back of his knife. You are aware of my principles. I do not nurture the worthless. That leg of yours is useless, rendering you incapable of labor. If you cannot prove your worth, you shall become tonight's dog food. As he spoke, the scarred man cast a pointed glance at several tethered Tibetan mastiffs in the distance, their eyes glimmering with a feral green. A tremor coursed through Guyan, a visceral fear emanating from the depths of his soul. He did not wish to die, even less did he desire to be devoured by dogs. I have value. I am of worth. Guyan clutched the scarred man's pant leg, his eyes igniting with a frenzied gleam. Brother, you came for the villa on the mountain, did you not? I know how to infiltrate it. I am Lin Chu's ex-husband. I was present during the villa's renovation. I am acquainted with every layout. Oh, the scarred man raised an eyebrow, retrieving a crumpled piece of paper and a pen from his pocket, tossing them before Guyan. Draw it. If you dare deceive me, I shall sever your other leg. With trembling hands, Guyan picked up the pen. He hesitated not for a heartbeat, feeling no remorse as he rapidly sketched, as if he were not illustrating his ex-wife's abode, but crafting a map to the inferno. Here, this is the underground reservoir. Guyan pointed at the backyard location on the blueprint, his voice hoarse with excitement. 50 tons. There lies 50 tons of water, and a complete German purification system. If we seize the villa, we shall have an unending supply of water. Upon hearing of 50 tons of water, the scarred man's breathing grew noticeably heavier. In this apocalyptic world, where a single bottle of water could barter for a life, 50 tons signified power. And here, on the roof, Guyan continued to divulge, the pen scratching furiously across the paper. It is brimming with solar panels. That is a Tesla-grade industrial energy wall. Even if the entire city experiences a blackout, her household can still run the air conditioning at 20 degrees. Inside, there are provisions stockpiled for at least 2 years, all imported premium goods. The scarred man's eyes sparkled with avarice, akin to a starving wolf catching sight of succulent prey. Yet, this was insufficient. While I am aware of the resources, the dilemma lies in how to gain entry. The scarred man regarded Guyan coldly, recalling the traps, crossbows, and the scalding foul water that had claimed Brother Long's foolish life. Do you possess a method to breach it? I do. Guyan swallowed hard, a glint of malevolent calculation flashing in his eyes. Brother, a direct assault is futile. I know that woman, Lin Chu, though she pretends to be ruthless now. At her core, she is a soft-hearted saint. This is Guyan's gravest misjudgment. He remains ensnared in his past perceptions of Lin Chu. She cannot bear to witness the suffering of others, particularly the elderly and children. Lowering his voice, he proposed a diabolical suggestion. Brother, we could employ human shields. Are there not several hundred useless individuals in the community? Let us seize those frail and ailing souls, placing them at the forefront to tread on traps, to absorb crossbow bolts, to deplete her electrical grid's energy. Lin Chu would never dare harm her innocent neighbors. The moment she hesitates, our elite forces shall charge in behind the human shields. Moreover, Guyan pointed towards the front entrance. That is a blast-proof door, impervious to explosives. However, the side's floor-to-ceiling windows, though reinforced with steel plates, possess vulnerable hinges. If we utilize a cutting machine or a homemade bomb for concentrated detonation, we shall surely create an opening. The scarred man remained silent for several moments after hearing this. He then looked at Gu Yan, a cruel yet appreciative smile curling his lips. TSK, TSK, TSK. They say a day as husband brings 100 days of grace. President Gu, your human shield strategy is quite the ruthless maneuver against your ex-wife. Quite venomous. I admire it. The scarred man rose, extracting a half-full bottle of mineral water and a hardened bun from his pocket, tossing them at Gu Yan's face like scraps for a dog. A reward for you. Gu Yan regarded the offerings as treasures. Ignoring the bun that had fallen onto the filthy ground, he snatched it up and shoved it into his mouth, biting into the water bottle with such fervor that he punctured it, sucking greedily. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. As he devoured the morsels, his garbled expressions of gratitude filled the air. Observing Gu Yan's abject demeanor, the scarred man's eyes flickered with disdain. A man capable of so thoroughly betraying even his closest companion for survival is a potential liability. Yet, for now, he still holds value. Relay the orders. The scarred man exited the infirmary, commanding his trusted subordinates outside. Gather the remaining useless elderly and infirm from the community. Inform them that if they wish to survive and quench their thirst, they are to assist us in transporting goods up the mountain tonight. Those who refuse shall be fed to the dogs. At the hillside villa, in the afternoon, Lin Chu was jogging in the gym. Even amidst the hellish chaos outside, she maintained her disciplined regimen. Only a robust physique could ensure survival in the apocalypse. Beep. The surveillance system emitted a subtle alert. Lin Chu halted her exercise, wiping the sweat from her brow, and approached the screen on the wall. In the community square below, an eerie assembly was unfolding. Hundreds of ragged, emaciated survivors were being herded by armed thugs, transporting various items up the mountain. There were large wooden boards, discarded mattresses, cutting machines, and oxygen tanks. Clearly, the new neighbors were men of action. Lin Chu sipped from her electrolyte drink, her gaze steady. She noticed Gu Yan being manhandled by two thugs, gesticulating animatedly. Though the distance was considerable, she could discern that Gu Yan was indicating the structure of the villa's windows. Gu Yan, you are indeed the most knowledgeable about this home. Lin Chu scoffed. Alas, what you comprehend pertains to the past, as does the former version of myself. The human shield tactic? Observing the elderly and children, hands bound and faces wrought with despair as they walked at the forefront, Lin Chu instantly grasped their intent. In her previous life, she had perished under such moral coercion and tactics of overwhelming numbers. But in this life, system, activate active defense mode, phase 2. Preheat the flamethrower. Check the high-frequency sound wave repeller. Lin Chu approached the window, gazing at those slowly advancing in their human wall. Gu Yan, do you believe that human lives can fill the void of my traps? You are mistaken. In this apocalyptic world, human lives are the most inexpensive fuel. Since you wish to escalate matters, I shall grant you a true cremation. Chapter 33, Human Shields. A brutal battle of offense and defense. July 18, 1730. Outdoor temperature, 58°C. The sunset bled red, staining the winding mountain road of the half-mountain villa in a dreadful dark crimson hue. An ominous and vast procession, akin to a dying serpent, lumbered slowly and laboriously towards the summit villa. At the forefront stood over 200 survivors from the Yujing Bay community. Among them were elderly individuals with snow-white hair, women cradling infants, and emaciated men. Each person brandished bizarre makeshift shields, dismantled wooden doors, yellowed mattresses, and even garbage can lids. A mere 5 meters behind them loomed 20 elite thugs under the command of the scarred man, their dark gun barrels perpetually aimed at the backs of the defenseless civilians. Hurry up, move faster. Anyone who dares to stop, I'll shoot them right now. A thug bellowed, lashing a belt across the back of a slow-moving old man. The elderly man yelped in pain and fell to the ground, yet he dared not remain prone, scrambling to his feet and weeping as he continued to inch forward. On the periphery of the crowd, Gu Yan was being carried on a stretcher by 2 henchmen. Despite his broken leg and the sweat pouring down his face from pain, a sickly, almost frenzied excitement lit his features. Clutching a large megaphone, he directed a vicious moral onslaught toward the tightly shut villa atop the hill. Lin Chu, take a good look. These are your neighbors. There's Uncle Wong, who watched you grow up, Aunt Li, and the baby who just turned 1 month old. They've been forced into this because of you. You monopolized the water supply. You turned a blind eye to their suffering. If you don't crawl out of that turtle shell and surrender, these people will die because of you today. As Gu Yan's voice echoed, the neighbors, reduced to human shields, began to crumble under the looming threat of death. They unleashed desperate cries toward the villa. Miss Lin, help us. Open the door. I don't want to die. Please, give us some water. Lin Chu, are you still human? Do you want to see us all get killed? The cacophony of sobs, curses, the crack of whips, and the cries of anguish intertwined into a symphony of hell on earth. This was Gu Yan's insidious scheme. He was certain that Lin Chu would not dare unleash violence upon these unarmed neighbors. As long as she hesitated, as long as she refrained from firing, this human wall could advance unscathed to the villa's doorstep. When the explosives detonated and the door swung open, Lin Chu would be the meat on the chopping block. Ha ha ha, Lin Chu, let us see how you'll handle this. Gu Yan licked his cracked lips, his gaze sinister. You'll show mercy. I know you will. At the hillside villa, on the second-floor terrace, Lin Chu stood behind bulletproof glass, coldly observing the unfolding farce. In her hand, she held a black remote control, refraining from touching the nearby compound bow or activating the lethal traps. Mercy? Lin Chu regarded the self-important man on the stretcher with a smirk of derision. Gu Yan, you still fail to understand me. In my previous life, it was indeed my compassion that led to your feast upon me. But in this life, I shall adhere to reason far more resolutely than you. She pressed a gray button, with a low hum. For black devices resembling searchlights on the villa's exterior slowly turned, precisely aiming at the advancing crowd. They were not searchlights, they were non-lethal crowd control devices. Known as LRAD, long-range acoustic device, commonly referred to as a sonic cannon. It could emit high-frequency sound waves reaching up to 150 decibels. Such sound could induce intense dizziness, nausea, and even eardrum rupture, rendering individuals incapacitated. Against this human wave tactic, it was far more effective than machine guns. Since he refused to leave, then kneel, Lin Chu said, her finger lightly adjusting the power. Power level, 80. Fire. Buzz. There was no explosive flash, no whistling bullets, only a piercing, high-frequency sound wave. At the very edge of human auditory limits, crashing into the minds of those over 200 individuals. My head is going to explode. Ugh. The once advancing human shield collapsed in an instant. The sound penetrated the wooden boards and mattresses, drilling into every person's eardrum, agitating their vestibular systems. The neighbors at the forefront clutched their heads, writhing in agony on the ground. Some began to vomit violently, others bled from their noses, and some simply fainted. Eyes rolling back, the formation disintegrated in an instant. All instinctively sought to escape the sound's coverage area, scattering like ants from a disturbed nest, utterly neglecting the thugs' gun barrels behind them. What is happening? Stop. Everyone stop. The thugs in the rear were equally bewildered by the sudden sonic assault. Though they were slightly farther away, they too felt their heads pounding, nausea rising in their throats. The previously tight human line had gaping holes within mere seconds. Mattresses and wooden boards lay strewn about, and those elite thugs who had been hiding behind the human wall were now completely exposed to Lin Chu's gaze. The opportunity had arrived. Lin Chu turned off the sonic cannon to avoid harming her own hearing, and swiftly seized the Matthews compound bow resting nearby. A specially crafted incendiary arrow was already knocked. Her gaze sharpened like that of a hawk, instantly locking onto a thug grasping a makeshift explosive, preparing to charge toward the door amidst the chaos. Drawing the bow, aiming, and releasing the string, thwack. The black arrow sliced through the air, whistling with the breath of death as it traversed over 100 meters. The thug, clutching his ears and attempting to retreat, suddenly felt a chill at his chest. Immediately after, a tremendous force propelled him backward. The incendiary arrow had pierced his chest and ignited the makeshift explosive he was carrying. No, the thug glanced down at the hissing fuse, letting out one final, desperate wail. Boom! A massive fireball erupted behind the crowd. The explosion's shockwave instantly toppled 3 or 4 surrounding thugs. Limbs and debris flew amidst the flames. Enemy attack. There's a sniper. Find cover. The once terrifying crew of the scarred man was thrown into chaos. Without their human shield, they were mere targets under Lin Chu's elevated assault. But it wasn't over yet. Lin Chu moved with fluid grace, knocking another arrow. This time, her aim was not at the thugs, but rather at Gu Yan, who lay on the stretcher, having been knocked to the ground by the recent explosion, his face a mask of terror as he gazed skyward. Gu Yan, I told you. Your nightmare has only just begun. Thwack. The second arrow was loosed. This one did not target Gu Yan's heart. That would be too merciful. The arrow, slicing through the air with precision, struck hard into Gu Yan's intact right thigh, penetrating deep into the muscle and anchoring itself into the earth below. Gu Yan stared at the arrow pinning him to the ground, letting out a wail 100 times more tragic than that of a slaughtered pig. With his left leg broken and his right leg pierced, he had become a truly immobilized wretch, nailed to the earth. Retreat. Quickly retreat. The scarred man gazed at the terrifying display of combat prowess, realizing he had encountered a formidable foe today. Sonic weapons? Precision sniping? This was by no means a frail woman. This was a special forces operative. Take me with you. Don't leave me behind. Gu Yan desperately extended his hand, yearning to grasp the pant leg of the marauder that dashed past him. Yet, all that responded was the merciless trampling and swirling dust. under the setting sun. The remnants of the sonic cannon still reverberated in his ears. Before the villa lay a grim tableau of moaning casualties and charred corpses. The reinforced door remained resolutely shut. Not even a scratch marring its surface. Chapter 34. The Reaper in the Night, Drones Harvesting. July 18th, late night 2000. Outdoor temperature, 50. The night had completely enveloped this desolate land. Although the sun's direct rays had receded, the ground still radiated like a colossal heat sink, incessantly exuding suffocating waves of warmth. On the hillside, an eerie silence prevailed. Guyen lay forlorn amidst a pile of rubble. A specially crafted carbon fiber arrow had pierced through the muscle of his right thigh, deeply embedding itself into the arid soil, pinning him down like a specimen. With each breath, the agonizing pain in his thigh caused his entire body to convulse. Yet, he dared not remove it. He could sense the barbs on the arrowhead, and if he yanked it out, the flesh would tear, likely resulting in a catastrophic arterial bleed. Surrounding him were a dozen corpses, some charred, others obliterated. The stench of decay attracted mutated green flies, buzzing above his head, and even greedily alighting on his bleeding wound. Help! Someone please help me! Guyen despaired as he gazed down the mountain. The marauders, who once revered him as their strategist, had long since vanished without a trace. Those neighbors he had deceived into becoming human shields would sooner feast upon his flesh than come to his aid. He had been forsaken by the world. Just then, a faint rustling sound emanated from the nearby thicket. Guyen's body jolted. He strained to turn his head, catching sight of a gaunt figure, crouched like a scavenging wild dog, silently drawing nearer in the dim light spilling from the villa. Who? Guyen's voice trembled with fear. The figure paused momentarily before slowly straightening up and stepping into the light. Disheveled hair framed a face caked in dirt, and a tattered sundress barely concealed her form. Yet her eyes shone with an unsettling brightness in the darkness. 1-1. As Guyen recognized the figure, a surge of elation ignited within him. 1-1. Is that you? Thank goodness. I knew you wouldn't abandon me. He excitedly reached out, tears and snot streaming down his face. Hurry, help me pull this arrow out. Or dig the dirt away. Take me with you. We'll return to the garage, and I'll listen to you from now on. Lin Wan stood 2 meters away. Motionless. She looked down upon the man who once held dominion, now reduced to a wretched creature nailed to the ground. Save you? Lin Wan's voice was soft, laced with an eerie amusement. She approached him and crouched beside his wounded leg, extending her grimy hand to grasp the arrow's tail. Ah, don't move. It hurts. Guyen cried out in agony. Be gentle. You need to use a shovel to dig. Guyen, have you forgotten something? Lin Wan did not extract the arrow. Instead, she held its tail and twisted it gently. Ah! The searing pain from the barbs twisting in his flesh compelled Guyen to emit a heart-wrenching scream, his body curling in agony. Last night, when you offered me to that security guard for 2 bottles of water, did you ever consider that I too felt pain? As she spoke, she intensified her grip. Her expression remained eerily calm, almost relishing the moment. Earlier, when you sought to please that scarred face by offering me to those marauders as a prize, did you ever think I might die? And no, 1-1, let me explain. Guyen, drenched in cold sweat, gazed at the unfamiliar woman before him, finally feeling a genuine fear. No need for explanations. Lin Wan released her hold and stood up. She did not kill him, not because she lacked a weapon, but because she felt it would be too merciful for him to die so easily. Her gaze fell upon Guyen's waist, where, although grimy, a belt buckle still bore a set of keys. They were the spare keys to the BMW parked down the hill, out of fuel, yet still a potential refuge. Additionally, in his pocket lay a half-eaten, now hardened bun. Lin Wan reached out, unceremoniously stripping him of his possessions. She stuffed the bun into her mouth and pocketed the keys. This bun is what you owe me. As she chewed on the morsel, imbued with the taste of blood and sweat, it was the only food she had consumed all day. 1-1. Don't go. Leave me a piece. I beg you. Guyen extended his hand in desperation. Save your strength for the flies. Lin Wan swallowed the last bite of the bun, casting him a cold glance. That arrow is buried quite securely. Good. At least tonight, you won't be dragged away by wild dogs. With that, she crouched and vanished into the darkness of the thicket, leaving Guyen alone in this night rife with the stench of decay and despair, continuing his lament. Meanwhile, on the second-floor terrace of the villa, Lin Chu had not succumbed to sleep. Clad in tactical goggles, she deftly maneuvered an industrial-grade drone. The low hum of the rotor blades melded seamlessly with the night, barely perceptible, through the drone's high-definition thermal imaging lens. Lin Chu distinctly observed the camp of the fleeing marauders at the base of the mountain. The scarred man had not strayed far. He had taken refuge with a handful of remaining miscreants in an open parking lot on the edge of the community. Utilizing several abandoned buses, they formed a makeshift shelter, gathered around a fire to cook, boiling looted instant noodles. Did they believe that hiding behind the buses would grant them safety? Lin Chu regarded the clusters of red heat signatures on her screen. How naive. Gently maneuvering the control stick, the drone hovered at an altitude of 200 meters. Its payload bay slowly opening. Inside were not missiles, nor the unreliable homemade explosives, but rather Lin Chu's meticulously concocted enhanced Molotov cocktails. Each glass bottle brimmed with gasoline, sugar, to increase viscosity, and rubber particles, to ensure adherence during combustion, with a cloth wick soaked in oil, preheated by an electronic ignition device. Target locked. Altitude adjusted. Bombs away. Lin Chu pressed the red release button. Whoosh. 3 Molotov cocktails fell silently from the sky, arranged in a triangular formation. Below, in the parking lot, the scarred man clutched his ears, still buzzing from the sound wave, cursing as he sipped his soup. Damn it. That bitch-ass gadget is too wicked. Tomorrow, I will definitely kill her. Before his words could fully escape his lips, crash. Boom. The 3 Molotov cocktails accurately struck the circle formed by the buses, erupting right beside the large pot of boiling noodles. Flames. Explosive flames. Viscous flames. In an instant, a space of 10 meters was engulfed. The splattering burning oil seemed to possess a life of its own, adhering stubbornly to the bodies, faces, and garments of the marauders, impervious to their frantic attempts to extinguish it. Fire. Help. I'm on fire. The once tranquil encampment was abruptly transformed into a hellish inferno. 7 or 8 assailants morphed into fiery specters, shrieking in agony as they scattered in all directions. Some leapt into the still wet ornamental pond, a stagnant pool teeming with bacteria, while others writhed frantically on the ground. The scarred man reacted swiftly, rolling away from the epicenter of the explosion, yet his eyebrows and hair were singed away, making the scar on his face appear even more grotesque against the fiery backdrop. Drones. There are people in the sky. He looked up at the night sky, faintly perceiving the suspended dark speck, as fear finally overshadowed his greed. This was not a battle of equal standing. They were grounded while their adversaries soared above, raining destruction upon them. They had not even laid eyes upon their enemies before being scorched nearly to death. Run. Scatter. The scarred man disregarded his subordinates, scrambling into an off-road vehicle, revving the engine in a desperate bid to flee. Lin Chu, hovering in midair, wore a slight smile. Trying to escape? She pressed the second button. The drone did not pursue. Instead, it released a final specialized spike tire-shredding explosive at the exit the vehicle was bound to traverse. Boom. Mere meters from its launch, all 4 tires of the vehicle exploded simultaneously, sending it careening uncontrollably into a roadside lamp post. Lin Chu retracted the drone, observing the smoking vehicle on her screen, and the scarred man, limping and disheveled, emerging from the wreckage to flee. Tonight, she would collect some interest. Allowing him to live was a gesture of hope for the others in the community. After all, without this vicious dog keeping them in check, managing the corpses of hundreds of refugees would become a daunting task. Lin Chu removed her goggles, massaging her slightly sore neck. Outside the window, Gu Yin was nailed to the ground on the mountainside, weeping. At the foot of the mountain, the burning marauders were crying out. Yet within her villa, only the faint hum of the air purifier punctuated the silence. Cleanup complete. Time for rest. She drew the heavy blackout curtains, sealing off this infernal world completely. Chapter 35. The Birth of the Ogre, the Moral Abyss Plummets. July 21st, 6th day of the extreme heat era. Outdoor temperature, 68. 2 days had elapsed since the brutal siege. Throughout this time, the sun seemed to have gone mad, mercilessly scorching the earth. All the flora in the city had perished, spontaneously igniting. The asphalt roads had completely softened, transforming into a black marsh. The Yujingbei community lay in a deathly silence. No more cries. No more pleas for help. Even the cicadas had ceased their incessant calls. Only the increasingly pungent, cloying stench of decay lingered in the air, a grim reminder to the living that death had never departed. In the underground civil defense zone, the makeshift hospital, dim emergency lights flickered, the voltage unstable. Once filled with hundreds, the shelter now stood half empty. Each day brought new casualties from heat stroke, dehydration, or infected wounds. Corpses were carried out and piled in the green belt at the corner of the community, rapidly rotting, swelling grotesquely. Starving. In a corner, the scarred man reclined on a bamboo mat. His burns had become festering sores, half his face wrapped in charred bandages, resembling a mummy. Yet he was still alive. As the leader, he hoarded the last remnants of antibiotics and water. But one vital thing eluded him: meat. To heal his wounds, he required high protein. However, the cats, dogs, and rats in the community had long been captured. Even the koi in the ornamental pond had been devoured whole. Boss. A trembling subordinate approached, carrying a stainless steel bowl. Within it lay several grayish, unidentifiable chunks of meat, floating beneath a murky layer of grease. What kind of meat is this? The scarred man narrowed his one good eye, coldly scrutinizing his underling. It's what we found outside. The subordinate dared not meet his gaze, his voice quivering. An old man died of heat. The meat is still fresh. The scarred man fell silent for 2 seconds. The air seemed to freeze. Then he extended his burned, peeling hand, grasping a piece of meat and swallowing it whole without chewing. The taste was slightly sour. The scarred man licked the grease from the corner of his mouth. And the last flicker of humanity in his eyes extinguished, replaced by a chilling, primal ferocity. From now on, don't cook it too long, he instructed nonchalantly. And find something tender. The old man's meat is too tough. It gets stuck in the teeth. The subordinate shivered, collapsing to the ground in a bow, repeatedly banging his head. Yes, boss. Pandora's box has been opened. Once the line is crossed, one's kin no longer remain kin. They become mere walking, two-legged livestock. On the mountainside, among the rocky slopes. This was a death zone frequented only by vultures and flies. Gu Yan was still alive. A miraculous feat of survival. Or perhaps, a cruel curse. He had been nailed to the ground for a full 3 days and nights. The arrow remained embedded in his right thigh. The flesh around the wound had necrotized, turning black and emitting a foul odor. His lips were cracked like parched earth, his eye sockets hollow. His form emaciated to the point of resembling a skeleton draped in human skin. He had not succumbed to death because, over the past 2 days, sporadic bursts of brief, torrid rain had fallen, a result of high-temperature convection. Like a lizard in the desert, he greedily lapped at the water stains on the stones. And then there were the insects. The maggots, fly larvae, that had laid eggs in his wounds were extracted and devoured, bursting in his mouth as he swallowed them whole. They were his sole source of protein. Kill me. Someone, kill me. Gu Yan's voice had dwindled to a whisper, barely audible. His consciousness flickered in and out. One moment, he dreamt of sitting in an air-conditioned room, savoring a steak. The next, he envisioned Lin Chu wielding a knife, carving into his flesh. Just then, a rustling sound approached. Not one person, but several. Gu Yan struggled to open his eyes. Through his blurred vision, he discerned several familiar, yet unfamiliar faces. There was the programmer from Building 3, the usually amiable retired teacher from Building 5, and a half-grown boy, likely no older than a teenager. They wielded kitchen knives, saws, and a red plastic bucket. Their eyes gleamed with a feral light, a ravenous, unfocused glimmer. Help me. Gu Yan instinctively cried out for help upon seeing them. Take me with you. The retired teacher stepped forward, crouching before Gu Yan. He did not untie the ropes binding him, nor did he remove the arrow. Instead, he reached out with his withered hand, pinching Gu Yan's intact left thigh. This meat is still good. The teacher adjusted his glasses. His tone calm, as if selecting pork at a market. Though it's a bit thin, it's still fresh meat, better than those rotting corpses down there. Indeed. The programmer beside him swallowed hard, raising the saw in his hand. The meat on that thigh is the most firm. The one with the arrow? Forget it, it's rotting. Inedible. Gu Yan was left in stunned silence. His mind sluggishly turned for several seconds before he finally grasped what they were saying. Fear. A fear deeper than death instantly pierced through his soul. What do you want? Gu Yan desperately recoiled, but the arrow pinned him firmly in place, leaving him to flail like a fish on a cutting board. I'm a human. I'm your neighbor. Have you all gone mad? Neighbor? The half-grown boy regarded him coldly, brandishing a utility knife. Uncle, I haven't eaten in 3 days. Since you're going to die anyway, why not lend us a bite from your thigh? You won't be able to walk, so it's of no use to you, right? Enough chatter. Let us get to it. The retired teacher seemed disinclined to heed Gu Yan's cries of despair. He turned and exchanged a glance with the programmer. Let us do it here. It's too heavy to carry back, and it could easily be snatched by Scarface. We'll just cut off a few good pieces and leave. The programmer nodded. He approached and pinned Gu Yan's left leg down. The cold serrated edge pressed against the root of Gu Yan's thigh. No, don't. Gu Yan let out a desperate scream. Lin Chu, help me. These people are insane. Lin Chu, just kill me. Please, give me a swift end. Screech. The saw moved slightly. The excruciating pain of flesh being severed caused Gu Yan to roll his eyes back, nearly losing consciousness. Just then, in this critical moment, whoosh. A black crossbow bolt, whistling through the air, struck the stone at the programmer's feet. Sparks flew. The group jumped back in fright, like startled wild dogs. They looked up in terror towards the villa atop the hill. On that fortress-like balcony, Lin Chu stood with a compound bow, coldly surveying them. Leave. The word echoed from the loudspeaker, short and frigid. Lin Chu did not intend to rescue Gu Yan. Rather, she felt that allowing him to be devoured by this pack of starving ghosts would be too merciful. Moreover, witnessing such a grotesque display of live cannibalism at her doorstep was utterly repugnant, as it would ruin her appetite for dinner. The remaining survivors exchanged glances. They feared the bow in Lin Chu's hands even more than the infamous reputation of the female demon. Though starved, their lives were more precious. Let us go, quickly. With reluctant glances at the blood-staining Guyan's thigh, they swallowed hard, ultimately daring not to defy her, and scurried away with their bucket in hand. Halfway down the mountain, they escaped with their lives, if this could be considered living. Guyan gasped for breath, his pants thoroughly soaked. He watched the retreating figures, then lifted his gaze to the blurry silhouette atop the villa. Lin Chu, you still care about me, don't you? Guyan felt a ridiculous delusion wash over him. Crying out, Chu, I know you don't want me to die. Take me home. I was wrong, I truly was. However, on the villa's terrace, Lin Chu set down her bow and turned back inside. She did not cast a single glance at Guyan. Care about you? Lin Chu removed her silk gloves and tossed them into the trash. I simply do not wish for my doorstep to transform into a slaughterhouse. Moreover, Guyan, your penance is far from over. I want you to witness how this world deteriorates, piece by piece. She approached the dining table. Tonight's dinner was French pan-seared foie gras accompanied by black truffle soup, the aroma enticing. Lin Chu cut a small piece of foie gras and brought it to her mouth, savoring the delicate texture as it melted on her tongue. Meanwhile, outside the window, the man pinned to the ground was contending with flies over the pus oozing from his wound. Heaven and hell, merely a wall apart. Chapter 36, The Drag Through Darkness. The Return of Blood. July 19th, 04:30 a.m. Outdoor temperature, 42 C, the day's lowest. The darkness before dawn is the deepest. In the greenery of Yujing Bay community, Lin Wan curled up like a frightened mouse among the withered boxwood bushes, trembling all over. She dared not sleep. Just half an hour ago, she had witnessed several shadows sneak into the adjacent building. Shortly thereafter, the building echoed with a woman's heart-wrenching screams, followed by an eerie silence, and finally, a gruesome sound of bones being chopped. Thud, thud, thud. That was the sound of a butcher chopping ribs. Yet in this apocalyptic world, Lin Wan knew all too well what it meant. I can't stay here. I will definitely be eaten. Lin Wan covered her mouth, her teeth chattering, producing a clattering sound. In her current state, she had no support. Long Gu was dead, no weapons, and only this dirty yet still eye-catching figure. To those ravenous cannibals, she was merely a walking, tender lamb on two legs. She had to find a safe place. But where was safe? Lin Wan raised her head, her bloodshot eyes peering through the dense foliage toward the hillside. There, a villa blazed with lights. It was surrounded by high-voltage electric fences, drones, and that merciless Lin Chu. The most dangerous place was indeed the safest. A mad thought exploded in Lin Wan's mind. Lin Chu was indeed ruthless. Whoever approached would be killed. But precisely because of this, the area surrounding that villa had become a genuine no-man's land. Those thugs, cannibals, and homeless individuals were terrified of Lin Chu and dared not come within a step of the hillside. As long as I can reach the villa's entrance and hide in her blind spot, no one would dare to come up and capture me. Nor would anyone dare to kill in front of Lin Chu. Lin Wan's eyes lit up with a fervor akin to a dying person grasping at straws. But then she considered another problem. What if danger arose? Or if Lin Chu were in a bad mood and decided to clear out some trash? She needed a shield. Someone to take the arrows, the crossbow bolts, or even her gaze fell upon the desolate rocky slope halfway up the mountain. Halfway up the mountain, on the rocky slope, Guyan felt as if he had already died or was being tormented in hell. The arrow still protruded from his thigh. The wound no longer bled, as the heat had dried the blood and flesh, adhering to his pants to form a hard, black scab. Yet he could feel the wound festering, throbbing with pain. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Several green-headed flies tirelessly crawled across his face, searching for a place to feast. Suddenly, a set of footsteps halted beside him. Guyan struggled to open his eyes and saw Lin Wan returning. Wan Guyan's voice was nearly inaudible, but he managed to squeeze out a glimmer of hope. You're back, you still don't want to abandon me? Lin Wan remained silent. She crouched down, examining Guyan's injuries under the dim morning light. Her expression devoid of emotion. His left leg was broken, caught in a trap, and his right leg was pinned to the ground by the crossbow bolt. Apart from his mouth, he was utterly incapacitated. What a qualified burden, Lin Wan coldly assessed in her mind. Only by bearing this burden could she appear insubstantial. Devoid of flesh, too emaciated, and pose no threat in the eyes of the ogres. Yet, in Lin Chuxia's gaze, witnessing her former lover's torment perhaps satiated that perverse woman's twisted pleasure, thus permitting them to exist like dogs. Guyan, bear with it. Lin Wan extended her hands, grasping the carbon fiber arrow shaft lodged in his thigh. What are you doing? Guyan's pupils dilated in horror. No, don't pull it out. There are barbs. If I don't extract it, how can I carry you? Lin Wan's voice was as frigid as ice. We must reach the villa's entrance. It is the only place where we might survive. No, I won't go. We'll die. Before Guyan could finish his protest, It transformed into a shrill, agonizing scream. Lin Wan lacked the patience to meticulously excavate flesh. With both hands gripping the arrow shaft, she pressed her foot against Gu Yan's abdomen for leverage and, summoning every ounce of her strength, yanked it upwards with a violent force. The sound was akin to fabric tearing. The specially designed triangular barbed tip had cruelly ensnared the muscle fibers inside Gu Yan's thigh. In the brutal tug, a piece of red flesh, tethered to the fascia, was wrenched free. Blood gushed forth instantaneously, splattering Lin Wan's face. Gu Yan writhed in excruciating pain, his body convulsing, eyes rolling back, frothing at the mouth, and the screams that once filled the air were reduced to desperate, dying gasps. Such a tenacious life. Lin Wan wiped the blood from her face, glanced at the arrow in her hand, now smeared with flesh, and cast it aside. She tore a strip of cloth from her skirt, hastily wrapping it around the gaping wound on Gu Yan's thigh, tightening it to staunch the bleeding. Regardless of Gu Yan's suffering, as long as he didn't perish immediately, it would suffice. Let us go, my dear. Lin Wan seized Gu Yan's wrists, dragging him like a lifeless pig, inching toward the mountaintop. The sound of Gu Yan's body scraping against the coarse gravel was incessant. His broken left leg and the recently freed right leg left 2 long trails of blood on the ground. With each movement, it was akin to a slow execution. Yet, he had lost the strength to cry out, resembling a tattered doll, subject to the whims of this woman. 100 meters, 50 meters, 10 meters. Finally, Lin Wan dragged Gu Yan to the foreboding black blast door that had instilled terror in countless souls. She did not knock nor foolishly stand beneath the surveillance camera. Instead, she located a recess on the right side of the door, a blind spot formed by the wall and the mountainside, the soul sanctuary. Lin Wan released her grip. Thud. Gu Yan collapsed heavily to the ground, emitting a muffled grunt. Lin Wan leaned against the scorching wall, sliding down to sit, gasping for air. She gazed down at the pitch-black expanse below, reminiscent of a gaping maw eager to devour, then glanced up at the surveillance camera, emitting a ghostly glow above. She had won the gamble. Lin Chu had not fired a shot. Ha! Lin Wan let out a fit of manic laughter. She extended her tongue, licking the blood that had splattered on her lips, the salty, metallic taste igniting her senses. Gu Yan, we are home. She patted Gu Yan's face, now contorted in agony, her gaze unervingly tender. From this day forth, we shall be the watchdogs of this place. As long as we bark loud enough and perform our roles pitifully, the master will reward us with sustenance. Inside the villa, on the second-floor terrace, Lin Chu donned a silk robe, cradling a steaming cup of freshly brewed coffee. She stood in the shadows, observing the surveillance screen, showcasing the 2 figures huddled in the corner by the door. She had witnessed the violent extraction of the arrow in vivid detail. Quite ruthless, Lin Chu sipped her coffee, a glimmer of amusement flickering in her eyes. Lin Wan, you have finally matured. She refrained from activating the mechanism to drive them away. A sudden realization struck her. These 2, if they remained alive, could prove to be more advantageous. The survivors and thugs within the community were currently driven mad by hunger. If she had 2 living alarms stationed at her door, it would alleviate much of her surveillance burdens. Furthermore, witnessing the once arrogant scoundrels, now reduced to fighting like dogs at her doorstep, was a spectacle far more entertaining than any television drama. Wanna be dogs? Lin Chu set down her cup and turned toward the kitchen. She opened the bin designated for kitchen waste. Inside lay a piece of ham sandwich, leftover and moldy from 3 days prior. Since they had arrived, a token of greeting was in order. Lin Chu picked up the odorous sandwich and approached the delivery slot at the door. If you are dogs, then let me see how you fight over scraps. Chapter 37. A new home at the door, competing for food with dogs. July 19th, morning 7:00 a.m. Outdoor temperature, 50, rapidly rising. The sun, like an unyielding executioner, rose punctually, commencing another round of torment upon the earth. At the entrance of the villa on the hillside, in the sole shadowy corner, Gu Yan and Lin Wan slumped back to back, like 2 heaps of discarded rags, languishing on the scorching concrete. They had been seated there for a full 3 hours. Gu Yan's condition was dire. The right thigh, from which the arrow had been forcibly removed, was bandaged. Yet blood seeped through, attracting several green flies incessantly buzzing about. His lips were chapped, resembling ancient tree bark, his eye sockets sunken, and he was teetering on the brink of semi-consciousness due to dehydration. Lin Wan fared slightly better, yet she too had reached her limit. Her stomach growled thunderously, akin to thunder, as if a hand were frantically clawing within, and the hunger gnawed at her, making her gaze linger on the raw flesh of Gu Yan's thigh, stirring an impulse to take a bite. I'm hungry, Lin Wan murmured, her voice barely audible. Shut up. Lin Wan licked her dry gums, her eyes fixed intently on the tightly shut black blast door and the tiny metallic delivery slot. That was her only hope. Suddenly, A crisp mechanical unlocking sound echoed in the deathly silence of the morning, piercingly loud. It was as if the gears of fate had been set into motion by a divine hand. Lin Wan trembled, her previously murky eyes igniting with a wolfish hunger. Even Gu Yan, on the verge of death, seemed revitalized, suddenly opening his eyes wide, stretching his neck to catch a glimpse. The rectangular delivery slot, typically used for newspapers and packages, began to slowly swing outward. Then, with a thud, a bundle wrapped carelessly in cling film was tossed out, landing on the dusty ground before them. It was a sandwich, but this was far from a normal sandwich. The 2 slices of whole wheat bread had hardened, their edges curling, and were covered in a layer of fuzzy, greenish mold. The ham nestled in between had transformed into a grotesque dark red, exuding a nauseating sour odor. The lettuce had long since devolved into a puddle of black liquid, oozing out in a sticky mess. This was a biochemical weapon that had been fermenting in the trash for at least 3 days. In times past, Gu Yan would have likely summoned the butler to dismiss the chef for presenting such an abomination, perhaps even feeling sullied by merely casting a glance at it. But now, the air thickened for a moment. A hoarse roar shattered the tranquility. Gu Yan, unaware of where he found the strength, disregarded the searing pain in his thigh, and with his hands braced against the ground, he lunged towards the sandwich like a limping, desperate toad. Get away. It's mine. Lin Wan's reaction was swifter and more ruthless than his own. Rather than seize the food, she grasped Gu Yan's disheveled hair and yanked it back forcefully. Gu Yan screamed in agony, nearly having his scalp torn off, as his attempt to pounce was abruptly interrupted. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Wan, like a nimble serpent, darted straight for the sandwich. She paid no heed to the dirt or potential toxins, nor did she bother to peel away the cling film, opening her mouth wide to devour it. Spit it out, you fool. Gu Yan's eyes reddened. That was survival. That was his only hope for continuing to live. He frantically reached out, seizing Lin Wan by the throat, his fingers digging painfully into her flesh. Simultaneously, his other hand clawed at her mouth, desperately trying to extract the moldy bread. Cough, cough. Lin Wan's eyes rolled back as she struggled. Yet she clamped her jaw shut tightly and even bit down hard on Gu Yan's finger. Crack. Blood flowed freely. Let go. You lunatic. Gu Yan held in pain. Instinctively releasing his grip, and in a fit of rage, he punched Lin Wan's already swollen face. Bang. Lin Wan's head spun from the blow, causing her to release the sandwich, which rolled on the ground, becoming coated in sand and an unknown black filth. Both were momentarily stunned. Then, they resumed their struggle like 2 wild beasts. Despite his broken leg, Gu Yan, being a man, had the advantage in size. He pressed his intact left leg firmly against Lin Wan's abdomen, frantically clawing at her face, attempting to incapacitate her. I am your husband. You should yield to me. Give me food. You wretched husband. Go to hell. Lin Wan screamed, her long nails becoming lethal weapons. She viciously raked her fingers across the wound on Gu Yan's injured right leg. Screech. Her nails sank into the rotting flesh. Aya! Gu Yan emitted a blood-curdling scream, his body convulsing in pain, and he instantly lost his strength, collapsing to the side. Lin Wan seized the chance to escape his grasp. Using her hands and feet, she crawled towards the fallen sandwich. This time, no one could stop her. She snatched up the dirt-covered, foul-smelling, moldy food as if it were a rare treasure. With her mouth agape, she took a huge bite. Ugh! The sour, rancid, cloth-like taste assaulted her senses, causing her stomach to spasm in revolt, a reflex to vomit. Yet, she clamped her mouth shut, forcing herself to swallow, managing to gulp down the nauseating mixture of her vomit and the moldy bread. Delicious, truly delicious. Lin Wan, tears streaming down her face, devoured greedily. With each bite, she could feel the gritty sand grinding between her teeth. Please, just a bite. I beg you, Wan, just one bite. Gu Yan lay on the ground, watching Lin Wan feast in agony, beads of sweat drenching his forehead as he reached out desperately in supplication. Even if it was moldy, even if it was filthy, he longed to taste it. Lin Wan devoured nearly half of the sandwich in just a few bites, leaving only a small crust. She glanced at Gu Yan, who was groveling on the ground like a dog. Uffed. She spat a mouthful of chewed remnants onto the ground, along with the remaining small piece of crust, tossing it in front of Gu Yan. Eat, it's your reward. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Yan, like a true dog, crouched down, extending his tongue to greedily lap up the crumbs mixed with Lin Wan's saliva and dirt. As he licked, tears streamed down his face. A wall away, in the villa's dining room, indoor temperature, 26 degrees Celsius. Before the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, Lin Chu sat elegantly at the dining table, clad in a silk robe. Before her lay an iPad, its screen broadcasting a high-definition live stream of the earlier skirmish at the entrance. TSK, TSK, TSK. In her hand, Lin Chu held a freshly baked croissant. Its flaky, golden crust exuded a rich, buttery aroma. She gently broke it open, revealing a thick layer of cheese and tender scrambled eggs within. Is it really worth such a ruckus over a piece of garbage? She took a bite of the croissant, its outer crispness yielding to a tender interior, the buttery flavor flooding her senses. Paired with a sip of freshly brewed Yirgacheffe coffee, its balanced acidity and lingering sweetness made for a breakfast as exquisite as that of a five-star hotel. She observed the screen, where Gu Yin was licking the ground, and Lin Wan, with her mouth full of mold, wore an expression of sheer satisfaction. It seemed they had not yet reached the depths of their hunger. Their ability to fight indicated they could still be pushed further. Lin Chu set her coffee cup down and picked up the intercom, connecting to a concealed speaker at the entrance. "Hello, you two dogs at the gate." Her cold voice suddenly echoed above Gu Yin and Lin Wan, causing them both to startle. Gu Yin even forgot to lick the ground while Lin Wan looked up in terror. "Did you enjoy your breakfast?" Lin Chu's voice carried a hint of mockery. "The earlier performance was quite entertaining. I was thoroughly pleased. However, indulging without working is unacceptable." Lin Chu's gaze fell upon the monitor, showing a figure stealthily approaching the villa, a vagrant scavenging for scraps. "Do you see that person in blue? He is an intruder seeking to invade your territory. Go chase him away. Whoever barks the loudest and bites the hardest will be rewarded with half a bottle of ice-cold cola at noon." Ice-cold cola. Upon hearing those three words, Gu Yin and Lin Wan's eyes instantly lit up. That was a divine elixir, a treasure far more precious than moldy bread. It was a luxury they could scarcely dream of. Woof! Gu Yin, surprisingly, let out a sound akin to a dog-esque bark from his throat. Dragging his broken leg, he clutched a stone and frantically crawled towards the vagrant. "Get away. This is our territory." Lin Wan, like a madwoman, picked up a stick and screamed as she charged out. Watching the two on the monitor, driven mad by the prospect of half a bottle of cola, Lin Chu elegantly dabbed her mouth with a tissue. "See, this is training. Just a little taste of sweetness, and they transform into the most loyal of hounds." Outside, the sun blazed mercilessly. Lin Chu reclined back in her chair, beginning to relish this rare moment of leisure amidst the apocalypse. Chapter 38, Wound Infection. Seeking medicine for the severed finger. July 20th, noon 12 o'clock. Outdoor temperature, 70 degrees, extreme heat peak approaching. The sun had ceased to be a sphere, morphing instead into a blanket of blinding white poison fire, scorching the world into a sizzle. In the shadowy corner at the entrance of the mountainside villa, the air had become stiflingly hot, even in the shade. Water, so cold. Gu Yin curled up in the corner, trembling violently. Despite the sweltering 70-degree heat outside, he felt as though he had plunged into an ice pit, his teeth chattering, producing a sound that made one's teeth ache. The onset of septicemia. The wound on his right thigh had deteriorated completely after 3 days of exposure, fly bites, and the recent violent tugging. The originally inflamed wound had transformed into a bizarre shade of purplish black, swollen and glistening like a balloon filled with pus and blood. A nauseating stench of decay emanated incessantly from the injury, attracting several green flies that madly buzzed around the tattered bandage. "Wan, save me. I can't take it anymore." Gu Yin, delirious from fever, stretched out a scalding hand towards Lin Wan beside him. "Get away. You stink." Lin Wan disdainfully kicked his hand away, covering her nose as she retreated to a distance of 3 meters. Over the past few days, the odor emanating from Gu Yin had intensified, a scent reminiscent of flesh rotting on a living body. She even suspected that if she remained too close, that miasma of death might infect her. "You're nothing but a waste," Lin Wan coldly observed him. "Better dead. If you die, I will no longer have a rival. And I can consume the dog food issued by Lin Chu all for myself." Gu Yin heard her words, yet he lacked the strength to retort. The shadow of death had already enveloped him. He could feel his vitality rapidly ebbing away with each wave of high fever. If he did not take anti-inflammatory medication by tonight, he would succumb to complete organ failure. "No, I don't want to die." Gu Yan's will to survive overcame his state of unconsciousness. He turned over, propping himself up with his elbow, crawling inch by inch towards the delivery slot that represented a miracle. After crawling a meter, he gasped for 5 minutes. At last, he reached the door. He desperately pounded his forehead against the scalding metal door. Thud, thud, thud. "Lin Chu, please, save me. The dog is dying. Give me some medicine." Gu Yan's voice was hoarse and unpleasant, mingled with sobs and despairing wails. On the first floor of the villa, in the living room, the temperature was a comfortable 26 degrees Celsius. Lin Chu sat on the sofa, holding a bottle of chilled cephrodine, an antibiotic, in her hand. She watched the man on the surveillance monitor, his forehead bloodied from pounding against the door. Finally, cannot hold on any longer, Lin Chu shook the bottle of medicine, the tablets rattling against the glass with a crisp sound. This bottle of medicine, which had cost only a few dollars before the apocalypse, was now worth a life. Should she give it to him? A cruel smile curled at the corners of Lin Chu's mouth. Things that come too easily are never cherished. Besides, I want to see just how far this loving couple's limits truly lie. She set down the bottle and retrieved a fruit knife from the drawer. It was a blade she had prepared long ago, intentionally dulled and speckled with rust. Lin Chu approached the door and opened the speaking tube next to the delivery slot. "Want the medicine?" A chilling voice echoed out. Outside, Gu Yan shuddered, suddenly raising his head as if awakened, staring intently at the opening. Yes, medicine, please. Give me the medicine. Just give me the medicine. I will do anything. I will bite someone. I will eat shit. I will do anything. Very well. Lin Chu's voice was devoid of emotion. I can save you. But this medicine is quite costly, and I don't have much in stock. Let us make a deal. Clink. A rusty fruit knife was tossed out from the delivery slot, landing before Gu Yan. I want one of Lin Wan's fingers. The left pinky will suffice. Cut it off and stuff it through this opening, and I will give you the medicine. Remember, I want it fresh, still warm with blood. Gu Yan froze. Lin Wan, who had been dozing off in the distance, was jolted awake, incredulous as she gazed toward the door. What? Lin Wan screamed, fear propelling her to spring up from the ground. Gu Yan, don't listen to her. She is a devil. She is trying to sow discord. Gu Yan remained silent, his gaze fixed on the rusty knife on the ground. The blade glinted with a blinding light under the scorching sun. A finger for a life, Gu Yan murmured. In his mind, two voices clashed violently. One voice insisted, she is your wife, your beloved. How could you do such a thing? You are human. Yet the other voice was louder, more frenzied. If one does not act for themselves, they will perish. When she sold you to the thugs for 2 bottles of water, she did not regard you as her husband. And losing a finger will not kill you. You are the one on the brink of death. Gu Yan's breathing grew heavy. The fever had turned his eyes bloodshot, his vision a crimson haze. Under Lin Wan's horrified gaze, Gu Yan's trembling hand slowly reached for the knife on the ground. Gu Yan, how dare you? Lin Wan screamed as she stepped back, grabbing a stone for defense. If you come any closer, I will smash your head in. Gu Yan grasped the knife's handle. The rough texture imparted an inexplicable surge of strength. He lifted his head to look at Lin Wan. The face he once adored, now merely a piece of flesh, a ticket for survival. Wan, don't be afraid. Gu Yan steadied himself against the ground, wobbling as he rose to one leg. A grotesque smile, more hideous than tears, twisted across his face. It won't hurt for just one finger. You want me to live? Don't you? I can protect you if I'm alive. You lunatic. You madman. Lin Wan was on the verge of collapse. She looked at the man, knife in hand, dragging his injured leg towards her, resembling a demon from hell. Don't come any closer. Lin Wan hurled the stone with all her might. Thud. The stone struck Gu Yan's forehead, blood streaming down and obscuring his vision. Yet he did not stop. The pain only fueled his ferocity. Come here. Gu Yan let out a primal roar, lunging forward. It was reminiscent of the day he fought for a sandwich, but this time, he wielded a knife. The two grappled fiercely, rolling on the scorching concrete ground. Dust flew, screams and curses intertwining into a cacophony. Let go of me. Help. Lin Wan struggled desperately, her nails raking bloody lines across Gu Yan's face. But Gu Yan was beyond madness. Adrenaline drowned out the pain and weakness. He pinned Lin Wan down, his knee pressing against her chest, one hand choking her throat while the other waved the knife menacingly in the air. Don't move. Move again, and I will kill you. At last, Lin Wan's eyes rolled back as she succumbed to the chokehold, her struggles weakening. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Yan grasped her left hand. No matter how she twisted or clawed, Gu Yan held it firmly against the searing ground. Wan, I'm sorry. I will make it up to you. Wait for me to recover. I will share my food with you. Gu Yan's eyes reddened, tears streaming down his face as he raised the rusty knife. The blade was aimed at Lin Wan's slender pinky. Please, my husband, don't. Lin Wan regained a glimmer of consciousness, gazing desperately at the knife hovering above her head. Gu Yan's hand trembled, yet the searing pain in his thigh reminded him, if he did not act now, he would be the one to perish. Gu Yan roared, summoning his courage. The knife in his hand plunged down with force. Thud. The dull blade met flesh with a muted, sluggish sound. Failing to sever completely on the first strike, Gu Yan was forced to pull and tug like sawing wood. Lin Wan's anguished scream pierced the heavens, startling several crows perched on a distant withered tree. It was a cry that resonated deep within the soul, a lament that transcended mere physical pain. The connection between the 10 fingers and the heart was palpable. In the absence of any anesthesia, a rusty, blunt knife severed her fingers with excruciating brutality. The agony was enough to drive one to madness. Fresh blood sprayed onto Gu Yan's face, warm and vivid. At last, with a soft crack, a bone fractured. Gu Yan discarded the knife, trembling as he picked up the bloodied, twitching severed finger from the ground. By this time, Lin Wan had succumbed to the pain. Lying on the ground like a lifeless fish, her left hand a mangled mass. Guyan did not spare her a glance. Cradling the severed finger as if it were a sacred chalice, he scrambled toward the door. I did it. I severed it. Lin Chu, hurry, give me the medicine. He thrust the finger into the delivery slot, watching it slide down the chute. Moments later, with a soft thud, a small white medicine bottle was ejected. Accompanying it was Lin Chu's faint voice, as if she were critiquing a performance. Your movements were too slow, and your technique was lacking. However, I appreciate the effort. Guyan snatched the bottle, twisting off the cap. Without needing water, he tilted his head back and swallowed the precious white capsules dry. As the pills slid down his throat, Guyan lay on the ground, gazing at the glaring sun, a twisted smile of survival etched across his face. Huh. I am alive. I have survived. Meanwhile, not far away, Lin Wan twitched in her unconscious state, a pool of blood beneath her rapidly drying in the sweltering heat. Turning black. Chapter 39. The Taste of Fake Medicine, A Hell of Diarrhea. July 20th, 1400. Outdoor temperature, 72, breaking historical extremes. The surface was no longer suitable for carbon-based life forms. Even the most drought-resistant cacti at the villa's entrance had withered and turned yellow, drooping their heads. Guyan leaned against the shadow of the gate, clutching the empty medicine bottle tightly in his hand. With eyes closed, a hint of a neurotic smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. The fever had subsided. He felt less scorching. Whether it was a psychological effect or the capsules truly worked, he felt the once fiery heat of his body had cooled somewhat, and the excruciating pain in his thigh wound seemed to drift away. Lin Chu truly couldn't bear to see me perish. Guyan even experienced a ridiculous sense of superiority. As long as I still possess this face and this identity, she will ultimately relent. The severed fingers of that wretched Lin Wan were worth it. This transaction was profitable. He glanced at Lin Wan, unconscious and lying on the sun-baked edge, her severed finger wrapped in a rag, the blood now dried. Guyan felt not an ounce of guilt. In the face of survival, guilt was the most futile of emotions. Suddenly, a loud, thunderous rumble emanated from Guyan's stomach. Huh. He frowned, rubbing his belly. Am I hungry? It has been several days since I last ate. However, in the next moment, that sensation of hunger did not linger. Instead, it swiftly transformed into a fierce, gut-wrenching cramp, as if someone had tied his intestines in a knot and was pulling hard. Ugh. Guyan's eyes widened in horror, his complexion shifting from pale to a sickly shade resembling liver. Cold sweat, genuine cold sweat, erupted from his forehead and back, soaking through his already filthy shirt. What is happening? My stomach. The sensation arrived too quickly, too violently. It was akin to the final dam breaking before a flood, leaving him no time to react. An irresistible, scalding wave surged towards his rear. Guyan, in terror, attempted to clench his legs together, striving to maintain his last line of defense with his sphincter. Yet, as a man with a severed leg and extreme weakness, his muscles had long since lost their control. Uffed! A sound both embarrassingly loud and utterly mortifying shattered the afternoon silence. Immediately after, came the cacophony of liquid gushing forth, akin to a mudslide cascading down. He had lost control. A yellow-brown, foul-smelling liquid streamed down Guyan's pant leg, instantly saturating the concrete beneath him. The air, already permeated with the stench of rotting flesh and blood, was now further tainted by a pungent odor of excrement. No, not like this. Guyan was mortified. Who is he? He is the president of the Lin Corporation, an elite clad in tailored suits, traversing the upper echelons of society. How could he, like an infant, soil himself in public, albeit with only surveillance cameras as witnesses? But this was merely the beginning. Those capsules seemed to have turned his intestines into a blender. Just as the first wave subsided, the second came crashing in. Glug glug buffed. This time, it was even more violent. Guyan curled into a ball, his face pressed against the filthy ground, hands clutching the cement, his nails breaking under the strain. Lin Chu. Guyan finally grasped the reality of the situation. This wasn't a side effect of antibiotics. There were laxatives in that medicine, and they were high-dose, powerful laxatives. Downstairs in the villa, in the living room. Indoor temperature, 26. Lin Chu sat on a genuine leather sofa, holding a platter of exquisite afternoon tea delicacies. The three-tiered stand was adorned with macarons, strawberry mousse, and tuna sandwiches. She watched the surveillance screen, where the man rolled in his own excrement, laughing uncontrollably. Bingo. Correct answer. Lin Chu picked up a pink macaron and took a delicate bite. Indeed, there were 2 capsules of cephalosporin in that bottle. But I also added 5 phenolphthalein tablets, powerful laxatives, and 2 capsules of senna leaf extract. Guyan, you claimed you wanted to detoxify? I'm merely assisting you. Under normal circumstances, diarrhea might only lead to a few days of weakness. But at a scorching temperature of 72 degrees, in a state of extreme dehydration. What does severe diarrhea signify? It means rapid dehydration. It means the electrolytes within the body would drain away like a river bursting its banks. This was more cruel than killing him outright, for he would witness himself transform into a desiccated corpse, parched and humiliated, slowly succumbing to death. This image was indeed somewhat appetizing. Lin Chu set down the macaron, her lips curling slightly at the imagined taste, despite her words suggesting otherwise. However, only such a filthy demise would befit you. At the villa's entrance, a hellish scene unfolded. Water! Water! Gu Yan was utterly depleted. Within a mere half-hour, he had suffered 5 explosive bouts of diarrhea. Now, he could barely muster the strength to pull up his pants, nor could he. He was soaked in the swamp he had created. His lips withered at a visibly alarming rate, and his eye sockets sank deep like a skull. The thirst rising from the depths of his throat burned like fire, searing his sanity. The moisture within his body was rapidly evaporating. If he does not drink water, he would barely last 2 hours. Lin Chu, I know you are watching. Give me water. I need to drink. Gu Yan extended his filthy hand towards the camera, his voice rasping like a torn bellows. At that moment, a feeble, cold laugh emerged from beside him. Hee. Gu Yan struggled to turn his head. Lin Wan had awakened. She was roused by the stench and the pain. Leaning against the wall, she raised her left hand, missing its little finger and wrapped in bloodied cloth, to examine it closely. Then her gaze fell upon Gu Yan, observing her once dashing husband, now reduced to a wretched creature sprawled in filth, begging like a dog for a sip of water. Is this the life you bought with my finger? Lin Wan's voice was soft, yet carried an icy chill. Gu Yan noticed the light in her eyes. It was no longer love, nor hate, but rather a look of disdain reserved for refuse. Wan, do you have water? I want a drink. Gu Yan, devoid of shame, only craved water, even if it were urine. Lin Wan regarded him expressionlessly. Slowly, she retrieved the nearly empty mineral water bottle she had previously taken from Gu Yan. There was scarcely a sip of water left, her lifeline saved before she lost consciousness. Gu Yan's eyes sparkled with hope. Give it to me, he pleaded, crawling towards Lin Wan, dragging a trail of filth behind him. Lin Wan gazed at the murky remnants in the bottle, then at the crawling Gu Yan. A strange smile crept upon her lips. Want a drink? She twisted off the cap, then, with a flick of her wrist, poured the precious life-saving water onto the scorching concrete. The sound of it splashing evaporated into a wisp of steam. No! Gu Yan cried out in despair, lunging forward to lick the dampened ground. But all he encountered was scorching gravel and dust. Why? Gu Yan sobbed uncontrollably, his tears and snot mingling with the grime. Because you are filthy. Lin Wan looked at him coldly. Gu Yan, look at yourself. Even a fly is cleaner than you. With that, Lin Wan closed her eyes, choosing not to look at him any longer. She was gathering her strength. The pain from her severed finger had imparted a vital lesson. In this world, one cannot trust anyone but oneself. Especially not this man. Given the chance, she would not hesitate to rend him to pieces to secure her own survival. Chapter 40. The Final Exploitation, Death Mission. July 20th, 1730. Outdoor temperature, 65, the sun setting, the residual heat lingering. The sun had finally descended, painting the pale sky in a jarring crimson hue. Yet, this transformation brought no relief. Rather, after a day of relentless exposure, the earth began to release its accumulated heat, making the world feel like an oven just extinguished, stifling and suffocating. At the entrance of the hillside villa, the air was thick with a nauseating stench. Gu Yan lay motionless in a patch of dried excrement, appearing as if he had succumbed to death. Flies crawled across his eyelids, and he lacked even the strength to blink. His lips were completely stuck together, his throat scorched, each breath akin to swallowing scalding sand. Severe dehydration had induced hallucinations. He envisioned a crystal-clear stream before him, filled with chilled watermelon and beer. He reached out with his feces-covered hand, yearning to grasp it, but only seized a handful of searing air. Water, give me water, he murmured, his voice as faint as a whispering mosquito. Nearby, Lin Wan leaned against the wall, using a somewhat cleaner rag to extract the last vestiges of moisture from the empty water bottle before sucking on it. She coldly observed the dying Gu Yan, her gaze numb. Death would be preferable. At least then, no one would compete with her for air. Just then, a crackling sound emanated from the black loudspeaker. The source of her nightmares. Gu Yan, have you died? Lin Chu's voice retained its chilling elegance, tinged with a casual laziness, as if inquiring whether a houseplant had wilted. Gu Yan shuddered. This voice was both the whisper of a demon and the gospel of a deity. As long as she continued to speak, it meant he still held value. Value meant the possibility of survival. I'm not dead, Gu Yan strained to utter, summoning all his strength to push out 2 words. He struggled to raise his head, his murky eyes fixed on the camera, brimming with desperate hope. Chu, I'm still here. Save me. It's good you're not dead. Lin Chu's voice bore a hint of amusement. Considering how cleanly you severed that finger, I've decided to give you another chance. A chance to come indoors, bask in air conditioning, and drink ice-cold water. Boom. These words struck Guyan's muddled mind like a thunderclap. Indoors, air conditioning, ice water. The trio of concepts coalesced into a vision of paradise. Even Lin Wan, feigning death, suddenly raised her head, her eyes burning with jealousy. What opportunity? Guyan trembled as he asked, feeling the pain in his body diminish. I require something, Lin Chu replied slowly, her tone shifting to one of seriousness. As if the matter were of utmost importance. You were quite familiar with the property manager, correct? I recall there being a safe in his office. Apart from the gold bars pilfered by that corrupt official, there is a maritime satellite phone. With the communication towers down, my phone has no signal. I need that satellite phone to contact the rescue team. Lin Chu paused, casting a bait. Guyan, you must descend the mountain now. Go to the property office. Open that safe, you know the password, and I know you know it, and bring me that satellite phone. Once you retrieve the phone, I will open the door and let you in. Not only will I tend to your wounds, but I will also share half of my supplies and wait for rescue together. Guyan's mind raced. A satellite phone? Contacting rescue? Yes. Although Lin Chu had ample supplies. She must be frightened too. She wanted to escape this hellhole. Moreover, he was indeed familiar with the property manager's office. He often went there for tea. And the safe's password was the manager's birthday. He recalled the manager boasting about the satellite phone. The logic was sound. Guyan was utterly convinced. In his perspective, Lin Chu, a pampered young lady, lacked the most essential element in the apocalypse, a sense of security. Seeking help was her most pressing need. I'll go. Guyan, seemingly invigorated, managed to push himself up from the ground. I know the password. I know where it is. I'll get it for you. Very well. Came Lin Chu's satisfied voice from the loudspeaker. Go. Remember, be swift. Retrieve it before dark. Otherwise, the rescue team will not wait for you. With that, the crackling sound ceased. Guyan lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath, his eyes ablaze with a fire born of insatiable greed. He turned his head to gaze at Lin Wan. Did you hear that? She invited me inside. She intends to take me away. A twisted ecstasy flickered across Guyan's face, and he brazenly bared his bloodied teeth. Wan, it seems I still hold some value. You can just rot here. Lin Wan fixed him with a piercing stare. She did not believe it. She could not fathom Lin Chu being so benevolent. That woman had just been tormenting others with laxatives. How could she suddenly propose collaboration? It had to be a trap. Yet, witnessing Guyan's frenzied demeanor, Lin Wan refrained from warning him. Is that so? Then congratulations, she replied with a cold, mocking laugh. I hope you make it to the base of the mountain alive. Humph. No need for your concern. Guyan gritted his teeth, dragging his broken left leg across the ground, adjusting his position. Since he could not walk, he would crawl. For the sake of air conditioning, for chilled water, for survival. He clawed at the scorching, rough asphalt, indifferent to the blood that seeped from his broken nails. His body resembled a colossal, battered worm, inching its way down the mountain. The sound of fabric scraping against the ground echoed as Guyan crawled, leaving behind a trail imbued with the stench of excrement and blood. The setting sun elongated and distorted his shadow. Little did he know, the path leading to the office at the foot of the mountain held more than just a distant journey. Awaiting him were those ravenous eyes that had long lurked in the shadows. On the second floor of the villa, in the surveillance room, Lin Chu held a glass of mojito filled with ice, the refreshing scent of mint invigorating her senses. She observed the screen displaying Guyan's arduous trek. A satellite phone? Lin Chu scoffed softly, shaking her head. I have 10 of those in my possession. Moreover, the satellite signals have long since been incapacitated by solar storms. However, deceiving this fool will suffice. She switched the feed to the surveillance camera near the property office at the base of the mountain. Though there had been a power outage, the solar-powered camera remained operational. The footage revealed the office door ajar, the interior in disarray. In the dim corners of the office, a few pairs of glowing eyes could be discerned, eyes belonging to humans. They were remnants of Scarface's men, including the one known as Long Go, who had narrowly escaped death from a burn inflicted by molten gold. They were hiding there, nursing their wounds, desperate enough to gnaw on the leather of a genuine sofa. Delivering a wounded, foul-smelling creature brimming with precious information into the jaws of a pack of starving wolves. Lin Chu sipped her icy drink, her gaze icy as well. Guyan, this is your death mission. I hope you still have the strength to cry for help when the time comes. On the mountain path, Guyan continued to crawl. His knees were scraped raw, his palms were torn. Yet, he cared not. His mind was consumed with thoughts of the non-existent satellite phone and the air-conditioned room Lin Chu had promised him. Almost there, almost there. He gazed at the familiar property building at the foot of the mountain, his eyes alight with fervor. Unbeknownst to him, he was not crawling towards paradise, but rather, a true slaughterhouse. Chapter 41, Dog Bites Dog, the final feast of flesh and blood. July 20th, 1815. Outdoor temperature, 62, sunset. The glass doors of the property management office had long since shattered, leaving only jagged shards glinting in the frame, resembling a jagged, grotesque mouth. With a gruesome hand, bloodied and mangled, Nguyen clutched the dust-laden threshold, his nails ground down to the quick, revealing raw, crimson flesh. Soon after, Nguyen's face, smeared with excrement, dirt, and dried blood, emerged from beneath the threshold. He had finally made it. What would normally take a 5-minute walk, he had crawled for a full hour like a worm. Behind him, the asphalt road bore a long, odorous trail of his exertions. I'm saved. Nguyen's eyes sparkled with a frenzied glint. He paid no mind to resting. Scrambling over the threshold and into the dimly lit office lobby. The lobby was a chaotic scene, collapsed counters, scattered documents, and smashed computers. The air was thick with the musty scent of decay, mingled with a faint hint of roasted meat. Nguyen's mind was muddled, too befuddled to discern the source of the smell. His gaze was fixated on the door to the manager's office in the corner of the lobby. The safe was inside. The satellite phone was inside. Lin Chu, once I retrieve the phone, I can enter. I want cold water, I want air conditioning. Nguyen muttered to himself, dragging his broken leg as he desperately advanced towards the room. The manager's office door stood slightly ajar. Nguyen hurled himself against it, crashing it open. Sunlight streamed through the slats of the blinds, casting blood-red beams into the air, while dust danced wildly within the shafts of light. Nguyen's eyes immediately locked onto the gray safe in the corner, half his height. It was still there. Overcome with joy, Nguyen rushed towards it, trembling fingers poised to press the keypad. 1985, the manager's birthday, etched clearly in his memory. Beep. A green light illuminated. The mechanical lock clicked softly. In that moment, Nguyen believed he had heard the most beautiful music in the world. Holding his breath, he eagerly pulled open the heavy iron door. My phone. My phone. However, as the iron door swung wide open, the smile on Nguyen's face froze instantly. It was as if a shattered mask had become rigid upon his features. Grotesque and terrifying. Empty. The safe was devoid of contents. No gold bars, no documents, and certainly no life-saving satellite phone. Only a shriveled, dead cockroach lay quietly in the corner, as if mocking his foolishness. No, this can't be. Nguyen had lost his mind. He thrust his hands into the safe, frantically searching for something, anything. How can there be nothing? Lin Chu said there would be. Ah! Nguyen let out a desperate wail. He understood now. A ruse. This was a complete deception. Lin Chu had known all along that it was empty. She had toyed with him like a puppet, making him crawl with his broken leg just to witness this empty iron cabinet. Lin Chu, you will pay for this. How cruel you are. Nguyen collapsed onto the floor, pounding his fists against the ground, despairing tears washing the grime from his face. Indeed, it was quite ruthless. Suddenly, a sinister voice emerged from the shadows of the office. Nguyen's cries ceased abruptly. His body went rigid as he slowly turned his head. Emerging from the dark corner behind the desk were two swaying figures, ragged and battered men. One bore a half-burned face, raw flesh rolling back, resembling a vengeful specter. They were the remnants of Long Gu's men, previously burned by Lin Chu's Molotov cocktail and subsequently pursued by the newly arrived scar-faced man. They had been hiding here like rats, having run out of provisions for 2 days. Mr. Gu, long time no see, the man with the burned face said, limping out from the shadows while clutching a rusted steel pipe. His eyes glimmered with a greenish light, reminiscent of a famished beast spotting its prey. What do you want? Nguyen stammered, instinctively recoiling in fear. What do we want? The burned man sniffed, his brows knitting together. Though you reek of filth and stench, you still weigh over 100 pounds. Boom. Nguyen's scalp tingled with dread. They want to eat him. Stay back, please. Nguyen's panic transformed into a primal instinct for survival. He raised his hands and frantically waved them. Don't eat me. I'm sick. I have a contagious disease. I took laxatives. My belly is filled with poison. And I'm very thin. Just bones. Not worth eating. That's all right. Another thug wielding a kitchen knife licked his lips. We can pick the best parts to eat. There is still some thigh meat. Perfect timing. Our brothers have devoured everything else and have been lamenting the lack of stock. As they spoke, the two men advanced step by step. The oppressive feeling of death was more terrifying than Lin Chu's traps, because it was the most primal form of consumption among species. Wait, I'm useful. Nguyen found himself cornered, with nowhere to retreat. In this life or death moment, his mind raced with a surge of malice. Since Lin Chu had deceived him into a death trap, he would drag these fiends to confront her. I know how to enter the villa, Nguyen shouted. The two thugs halted their advance. Enter the villa? The burned man sneered. You said the same last time, and it got Brother Long killed, leaving me like this. He raised the steel pipe to strike. I mean it this time. Nguyen screamed, clutching his head in desperation. Lin Chu just contacted me. She opened the door for me. As long as I take the phone back, she'll let me in. The front gate isn't securely closed. If you take me up, we can rush in. There's an endless supply of meat, an inexhaustible source of water. It's 1,000 times more useful than eating me. Gu Yan's eyes shone with a terrifying sincerity, as this was his only path to survival. He aimed to lead the wolves into the den. Even if it meant mutual destruction, he would bring these men before Lin Chu. The two thugs exchanged glances. Clearly, the resources within the villa were far more tempting than devouring this foul-smelling, pus-dripping Gu Yan. Moreover, they were at a dead end. Death was inevitable regardless. So they might as well take the gamble. Really not locked? The burned man asked, skepticism in his voice. Absolutely true. Gu Yan swore, I stake my life on it. Take me up. I'll serve as your meat shield. If the door is locked, you can eat me then. Fine. The burned man lowered his steel pipe. He stepped forward, seizing Gu Yan by the collar and lifting him as if he were a small chick. I'll trust you one more time. But suddenly, the burned man revealed a vicious grin. To prevent you from running off, and to fill our bellies a bit, let us borrow something. Before Gu Yan could comprehend, the burned man lunged forward, grasping his intact left hand, and, with his mouth full of yellowed teeth, bit down hard on his thumb. Crack. Gu Yan let out a piercing scream, writhing in agony. The burned man had bitten off Gu Yan's thumb as if it were a chicken claw. He chewed a couple of times and swallowed with a loud gulp. A bit sour. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, the burned man's gaze turned cruel. This is a deposit. If you dare deceive me, I'll chop you up for dumplings. Gu Yan clutched the stump of his severed thumb, rolling on the ground in pain as blood gushed forth. His left hand was now missing its thumb, rendered a mere shell of its former self. Go. Another thug pressed his knife against Gu Yan's neck. Lead the way. Up the mountain. On the mountain path, night descended. 3 figures moved slowly through the darkness. 2 thugs supporting a blood-soaked man, one with a severed finger, emanating a foul odor. Gu Yan felt no more pain. He was in a state of extreme numbness and madness. He gazed at the brightly lit villa atop the hill, the very place that had brought him such misery. Lin Chu, he silently repeated her name in his mind. You deceived me. You wanted me dead. Then I shall bring these demons to knock on your door. Tonight. Let us all perish together. A manic smile crept across Gu Yan's lips. He knew the door would surely be shut. He also understood that once he ascended, his demise was certain. Yet, he no longer cared. He only wished to witness the terror on Lin Chu's face, even if just for a fleeting moment. This is the essence of dog-eat-dog. When humanity devolves into beasts, no boundaries remain. Only mutual tearing until flesh is shredded and annihilation ensues. Chapter 42. Trapping the turtle in a jar, the meat grinder in the courtyard. July 20th, evening 7:30 p.m. Outdoor temperature, 55 degrees. The night was heavy, and the stifling wind howled with dust along the winding mountain road. 3 distorted figures finally reached the platform before the villa halfway up the mountain. The burned man and the knife-wielding thug were panting heavily, almost dragging Gu Yan along. Gu Yan, having lost a significant amount of blood and in excruciating pain, was in a semi-conscious state of frenzy. This is it. Gu Yan pointed at the tall black door ahead, emitting a silly laugh. We've arrived. The burned man looked up and was instantly stunned. Before him, the legendary blast-proof door that was said to withstand explosives was ajar. The gap was about half a meter wide, enough for a person to squeeze through sideways. Through the crack, he could see that the courtyard was shrouded in darkness, devoid of light, exuding an eerie silence. The door is really open. The knife-wielding thug trembled with excitement, catching a whiff of what seemed to be the aroma of braised pork wafting from within, which was, in fact, a bait intentionally set by Lin Chu. I told you. Gu Yan collapsed onto the ground, his eyes sparkling with a frenzied light as he stared at the door gap. That wretched Lin Chu must be waiting for me. She is still anticipating that satellite phone. Heaven is aiding me. The burned man let out a wild laugh, shoving Gu Yan aside. You've done well, kid. Once I'm inside and filled, I'll leave you a little broth. With that, their greed could no longer be contained. They disregarded any thoughts of traps. To them, it was akin to 2 hungry wolves rushing into a sheep pen. Whoever seized the prize first would claim it. Charge. The 2 men squeezed through the half-open door, one after the other, leaving Gu Yan abandoned outside. Watching their retreating figures, a cold, resentful smile crept across Gu Yan's lips. Fools. Go die? Let you all die? He braced himself with his hands and crawled inch by inch towards the door crack. He yearned to witness how these men would meet their end. In front of the villa's courtyard, as the burn-scarred visage and the man with the cleaver burst into the courtyard, the idyllic life they had envisioned failed to materialize. Beneath their feet lay not a soft lawn, but cold, unyielding stone slabs. Where were the lights? Why was it so dark? Just as the man with the cleaver reached for his lighter, a sudden, thunderous crash reverberated behind them. The half-open blast-proof door slammed shut with alarming speed. Propelled by an electric hydraulic mechanism, The sound of the lock engaging echoed ominously. This was bad. An ambush. The burn-scarred man reacted swiftly, turning to smash the door. Yet it was forged from special alloy steel, impervious even to a rocket launcher, let alone this ragtag group who had been starving for days. Welcome. Lin Chu's voice resonated as if emanating from all directions. Now that you're here, don't be in such a hurry to leave. My garden could use a little fertilizer. No sooner had she spoken than the 4 powerful floodlights surrounding the courtyard blazed to life. The blinding white illumination transformed the front yard into a scene reminiscent of broad daylight, causing the 2 intruders to instinctively shield their eyes and emit cries of agony. As they adjusted to the light, terror gripped them. They found themselves ensnared within a fully enclosed metallic cage. This was no garden. It was a buffer zone, an arena of slaughter, meticulously welded from high-strength rebar by Lin Chu to thwart any intruders. Meanwhile, behind the bulletproof glass on the 2nd floor, Lin Chu observed the 3 trapped beasts, including Gu Yan, who had managed to crawl halfway in, with a glass of red wine in hand. Let the games begin. Lin Chu pressed the button on the control panel labeled Trap Array Mode 1, Rain of Arrows. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, a dozen automatic crossbows emerged from the flower beds, disguised launchers. These had been modified at great expense by Lin Chu and were equipped with infrared sensing systems, leaving no opportunity for the intruders to plead for mercy. The bolts rained down. The man with the cleaver was the first to be struck. A crossbow bolt pierced his thigh, pinning him to the ground. Following swiftly were more bolts, striking his arms, shoulders, and abdomen. In mere seconds, he resembled a porcupine, collapsing in a pool of his own blood, convulsing. Big brother. Spare me, please. The burn-scarred man, terrified out of his wits, raised a steel pipe in an attempt to defend himself. But it was utterly futile against the relentless hail of arrows. A bolt grazed his scalp, tearing away a chunk of flesh. He screamed in panic, desperately searching for cover. But the courtyard was barren, offering only the lifeless body of the cleaver-wielding man as a shield. Yet the burn-scarred man was ruthless. He seized his still-breathing companion, using him as a human shield. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of bolts embedding themselves in flesh was incessant. The man with the cleaver soon lay motionless. In a corner, Gu Yan, having crawled in and finding himself in a minimized target position, miraculously evaded the initial barrage of arrows by hiding in a blind spot by the door. He curled into a ball, witnessing the bloody scene before him, trembling with fear, yet a twisted excitement flickered in his eyes. Well, another clever one. Lin Chu, observing Gu Yan from above, smirked. Since the crossbows can't reach you, let us change tactics. She pressed the button for Trap Array Mode 2, Ground Spikes. Crack. The ground beneath Gu Yan trembled. Before he could react, several 10-centimeter steel spikes erupted violently from the cracks in the stone slabs. Gu Yan emitted a blood-curdling scream as a spike impaled his palm, the one that had just lost a thumb, while another pierced the top of his thigh. He was skewered to the ground like a shish kebab. It hurts. It hurts so much. Gu Yan convulsed in agony, blood pooling around him. The burn-scarred man fared little better. Although he had evaded the crossbow bolts, the ground spikes were omnipresent. In his frantic escape, he was impaled through the soles of his feet, collapsing to the ground, instantly riddled with holes. In less than a minute, the front yard transformed into a scene of carnage. 2 corpses, the man with the cleaver and the burn-scarred man, and 1 half-dead wretch, Gu Yan. Having completed her grim work, Lin Chu deactivated the traps. She activated the intercom, addressing the still-twitching Gu Yan below. Gu Yan, do you see this? This is the home you so desperately wished to enter. Now that you're inside, how does it feel? Refreshing? Gu Yan lay on the ground, his palm and thigh impaled, blood mingling with tears. He gazed up at the woman on the 2nd floor, and in that moment, he finally understood. He was not facing a mere human, but a deity who had long forsaken all emotion, leaving only cold rationality in her wake. Kill me. Please, just kill me. Gu Yan had lost the strength to harbor hatred. All he desired now was death. Not so fast. Lin Chu shook her head. The ground spikes are merely a restraining mechanism. What comes next is the true punishment. She pressed the button for Automatic Cleaning System. With a whoosh, the sprinklers around the courtyard erupted, unleashing high-pressure jets of water. But this was no ordinary water. It was a highly concentrated saline solution that Lin Chu had concocted specifically for washing away blood and corpses. As the high-concentration saline washed over Gu Yan's myriad of wounds, the severed fingers, the mangled leg, the arrow wounds, the ground spike injuries, the agony transcended the limits of human endurance. Gu Yan's eyes rolled back, the veins in his neck bulging as he emitted a sound that was far from human. Before succumbing to unconsciousness, Lin Chu surveyed the now spotless courtyard, save for 1 living soul, with satisfaction. The physical version of rubbing salt in wounds proved effective indeed. She turned off the surveillance and declared, "Dispose of that waste. I don't want my courtyard sullied." 5 minutes later, the sewage outlet at the side of the courtyard opened. The unconscious Gu Yin was ejected like a sack of trash by a mechanical arm, rolling back to the doghouse at the entrance, a blind spot. There, Lin Wan, who had been feigning sleep, opened her eyes to behold the bloodied, grotesquely tortured man return to her side. She felt no sympathy. In fact, a smile tugged at her lips. "Look, you've come back." Lin Wan extended her hand, missing a pinky finger, and gently poked at Gu Yan's wounds. "It seems we are destined to perish together, you wretched soul." Chapter 43, The Final Frenzy, Excavator Assault. July 21st, 10:00 a.m. Outside temperature, 66 degrees. The sun hung overhead like a pale specter. At the entrance of the hillside villa, the nauseating stench of blood and excrement had evaporated under the sweltering heat, leaving only the dust-laden air. Gu Yin lay like a desiccated corpse in the shadows. Following last night's saline ordeal, he was still alive, but barely clinging to life. His skin was rotting and festering, exuding the fetid odor of impending death. Lin Wan leaned against a nearby spot, gnawing on tree bark. Indeed, the dead ornamental trees at the entrance of the villa had their bark smashed off by her with stones, which she chewed on vigorously. Bitter, coarse, and nearly impossible to swallow, it was nonetheless the only source of fiber available. Desperate thoughts raced through her mind. "I don't want to die. I don't want to die." As she chewed, her gaze remained fixed on the tightly closed blast door. She loathed Gu Yin, and even more so Lin Chu. Why was it that Lin Chu could enjoy the comforts of air conditioning and fine wine inside, while she was left here, gnawing on bark like a dog, constantly wary of being captured and cooked by starving vagrants? At that moment, a rumbling sound erupted. The ground began to tremble, not a mere quiver, but a violent shake that resonated like an earthquake, causing the concrete at the entrance to vibrate. Small stones danced wildly, and Gu Yan's body shook along with it, emitting painful groans. What was happening? An earthquake? Lin Wan raised her head in terror, looking towards the winding mountain road below. Suddenly, a thick, acrid black smoke emerged from the bend, preceding the sound. It was a long-forgotten scent, reminiscent of the industrial age, diesel. In the next instant, a colossal, yellow, dust-covered behemoth of steel roared around the bend, coming into Lin Wan's view. It was a heavy tracked excavator, Sany SY-365. Its bucket was raised high, resembling a massive iron fist glinting coldly in the sunlight. The tracks creaked over the scorching asphalt, leaving deep impressions behind. Inside the excavator's cabin sat a bandaged young man, accompanied by a dozen others. Leading them was the scarred man, astonishingly still alive. At that moment, the scarred man appeared more ghastly than a ghost. His body was covered in burns that oozed yellow pus, his left eye was blind, and his face was wrapped in filthy rags, revealing only a bloodshot right eye. He wielded a submachine gun, likely procured from the police station or the black market, though with limited ammunition. They were here to fight to the death. This was the final frenzy. Lin Wan stood frozen in shock. In this apocalyptic world where even cars suffered blowouts from the heat, how could this heavy machinery still be operational? In truth, the scarred man had doused the engine with water to cool it down, forcing it to move. "Stop," he commanded with a wave of his hand. The excavator roared to a halt 50 meters from the villa's entrance. The scarred man lifted his head, his solitary eye fixated on the second-floor window of the villa, his voice raspy like sandpaper. "Lin Chu, get out here. I know you're inside. Today, I will tear down your turtle shell and unearth you from your hiding." He then glanced towards Lin Wan, who was cowering in a corner. She trembled, instinctively wanting to flee, but the sight of the gun's dark muzzle made her legs turn to jelly. "Please, don't kill me." Lin Wan fell to her knees. "I was forced into this. I am Lin Chu's enemy." "Enemy?" The scarred man sneered, stepping closer and lifting her chin with the gun barrel. "Since you're an enemy, let us have a declaration of loyalty." He pointed to the villa's towering 4-meter wall. "Tell me, where is the wall the weakest? Where are the traps fewest? Say it right, and I'll reward you with a meal. Say it wrong, and the bucket will be in need of a sacrificial filling." Lin Wan stared at the enormous, rusty bucket. She swallowed hard, her mind racing. If she remained silent, she would die now. If she spoke, there was a chance she could survive if they broke in. She felt a surge of malicious intent swell within her. Suddenly, she stood up, pointing at a section of the wall to the right of the door. "There, right under that camera. That section has soft soil in the garden. The foundation is unstable. Moreover, it's a blind spot for surveillance, with no crossbows." This was a fabrication, intended to provoke the scarred man into action. Furthermore, Lin Wan's face twisted into a malevolent grin. Once the wall was toppled, her electric fence would short-circuit. Even if she had to crawl, she could get in. "Ha, good." The scarred man cackled. "This woman is vicious. I like it." He turned and shouted at the excavator operator. "Did you hear that? Ram it. Bring that wall down." Boom. The excavator's engine roared again, billowing black smoke. The massive hydraulic arm extended slowly, carrying tons of force, and slammed down on the wall Lin Wan had indicated. In the villa's control room on the second floor, alarms blared. Warning. Heavy machinery detected nearby. Warning. Vibration level 5. The red warning lights flashed frantically. Lin Chu stood before the window, not holding a glass of wine as she had before, but her expression had grown unusually grave. She observed the approaching yellow behemoth on the monitor. This was the greatest crisis she had faced thus far. Although her walls had been reinforced to be bulletproof, blast-resistant, and fireproof, they were no match for the physical assault of industrial might weighing dozens of tons. If the wall fell, a significant breach would form in the villa's defenses. Moreover, crossbows could not pierce the excavator's armored glass. It was made of shatterproof material, and Molotov cocktails would not damage this iron monstrosity. It seemed the scarred man had played his final card. Lin Chu took a deep breath, her gaze sharpening like a blade. Since cold weapons would be ineffective, she would unleash the wrath of nature upon him. Remaining calm, she turned toward the villa's sub-zero storage. There, alongside her stockpiled food, lay the massive ice blocks manufactured by industrial ice machines she had prepared before the apocalypse, as well as the high-pressure floodgate connected to the reservoir in the back mountains. System, initiate, environmental weapon, steam purgatory plan. She opened the reservoir's valve. The ice from the machines was to be conveyed via conveyor belts to the front yard's flood outlet. Lin Chu's finger hovered over a red start button. Just then, an earth-shattering sound erupted outside. Boom. The entire villa shook violently as the excavator's bucket crashed against the wall. The solid reinforced concrete wall instantly spiderwebbed with cracks. Debris flew, dust billowed. Ha! It cracked. It cracked. The ecstatic cheers of the scarred man and Lin Wan rang out from outside. One more time. Bring it down. Lin Chu watched Lin Wan's distorted face from excitement on the monitor. Laugh now, while you still can. She pressed the red button with force. Release the water. Chapter 44. Steam Purgatory, The Lament of Cooked Flesh. July 21st, 10:05 a.m. Outdoor surface temperature, 82, the heat-absorbing asphalt. Boom. The excavator's second scoop slammed into the wall. The cracks widened rapidly, and chunks of concrete fell away, exposing the steel rebar inside. It was evident that one more blow would bring the wall crashing down. It would fall. It was about to collapse. Beneath the wall, Lin Wan let out a shrill scream, her face filthy and contorted with the thrill of impending triumph. She envisioned Lin Chu kneeling at her feet, pleading for mercy. The scarred man, grinning malevolently, raised his gun, ready to lead the charge. Brothers, prepare. Just then, a peculiar rumble, akin to a distant roar from the depths of the earth, interrupted their revelry. In an instant, the two colossal floodgates concealed beneath the flowerbed in the villa's front yard slid open without warning. What sound is that? The scarred man paused, instinctively glancing upwards. The next moment, his vision was engulfed by a torrent of white. With a thunderous crash, it became apparent that this was no ordinary flow of water. It was a staggering 50 tons of near-freezing icy water, stored for an extended period in an underground refrigeration unit. Countless fist-sized blocks of industrial ice surged forth like a roaring ice dragon, cascading down the flood slope with a force reminiscent of a thunderclap, rushing towards the low-lying entrance. Water. Where is all this water coming from? The gangsters barely had time to react before they were swept away in this deluge. The icy water splashed upon them, sending chills through their bodies in the sweltering heat of 66 degrees. Had it been merely that, it might have been a refreshing baptism. However, they forgot that they were standing on asphalt and concrete roads, scorched under the blazing sun for 6 days, with temperatures exceeding 80 degrees. The moment the near-zero icy water made contact with the 80-degree ground, the most ruthless enchantment of physics took effect. A chilling hiss resonated, akin to the simultaneous hissing of 1,000 venomous snakes, drowning out the roar of the excavator. On the ground, the pooled water did not merely flow away. It began to boil furiously, vaporizing upon contact with the scorching surface. Boom. A colossal cloud of white steam erupted as if a cloud explosive had detonated on the flat ground, soaring into the air. This was no ordinary steam. It was superheated steam, generated from an extreme temperature differential, far exceeding 100 degrees. The white specter enveloped all living beings within a 50-meter radius at an imperceptible speed, including the scarred man, Lin Wan, and the dozen or so thugs, even the massive excavator. In that moment, the world transformed into a realm of pure white. Initially, the cries of agony were muted. For the moment the scalding steam filled their lungs, their respiratory mucosa was instantly cooked, swelling and blocking their airways. Many could only gasp, mouths agape, producing choking sounds. But soon, it was their skin that succumbed. Human skin, when confronted with such searing steam. is far more vulnerable than when exposed to boiling water. In an instant, exposed skin on faces, necks, and arms blistered, whitened, and then peeled away, revealing the raw, bleeding dermis beneath, much like tomatoes being scalded. Finally, blood-curdling screams erupted, resembling the wails of tormented souls in the depths of hell. The scarred man rolled on the ground, clutching his face in a frenzy. Attempting to wipe the water from his visage, he inadvertently peeled away his own skin along with his eyebrows. My face. My eyes. I'm being scalded alive. His remaining eye was blinded by the steam, and he convulsed in the scalding muck. Lin Wan, nearest to the wall, bore the brunt of the impact. Her tattered spaghetti-strap dress could not shield her from the all-pervasive steam. She felt as if she were a crab tossed into a steamer. Every inch of her skin burned and screamed in agony. Desperately, she clawed at her neck and chest, her nails stripping away layers of seared flesh. Help me, Guyen. Save me, Lin Chu. Help me. In a delirium of pain, she writhed on the ground like a maggot, striving to escape this infernal steam hell. Meanwhile, Guyen, lying a short distance away, was not spared either. Though the steam's temperature had slightly diminished by the time it reached him, it was still sufficient to sear his skin. The already festering wound on his thigh was exacerbated by the scorching vapor, the pain causing him to roll his eyes back and lose consciousness, which, in a twisted sense, was a stroke of luck. The air, once filled with the scent of dust, was replaced by a nauseating, sweet, and bloody aroma, the unmistakable stench of flesh being cooked. The excavator's engine sputtered to a halt, rendered inoperative as steam flooded its intake. The driver, shielded by glass, was nonetheless trapped in a rapidly heating cabin that transformed into a suffocating oven. He pounded desperately on the glass, pleading for rescue, yet no one outside acknowledged his plight. On the second floor of the villa, before the floor-to-ceiling windows, Lin Chu held a glass of lemon soda with ice, quietly observing the vast white steam cloud outside. Through the thick, soundproof glass, the distant screams sounded distorted, akin to a farcical silent film. Indeed, physics is the most honest of sciences. Lin Chu sipped her cold drink, relishing the sensation of bubbles bursting on her tongue. When several tons of ice water met an 80-degree surface, the resulting thermal explosion was comparable to a small-scale detonation. She gazed at the thermal imaging on the surveillance screen. Against the backdrop of the white steam, the dozen or so red, high-temperature human forms twisted and writhed before collapsing. Motionless. This was an extravagant sauna. Lin Chu set down her glass. To host you all, I have utilized an entire half of the cold storage's ice supply. I hope you enjoy. As the steam gradually dissipated, it revealed a scene reminiscent of hell at the entrance. The ground was a mire, littered with several humanoid figures, their skin crimson and peeling, still emitting steam. Some lay lifeless, suffocated or in shock, while others twitched weakly. Chapter 45. The dust settles, the broken remain. July 21st, 10:30 a.m. Outdoor temperature, 68 degrees. The vast white steam cloud finally dissipated under the relentless sun. The once boisterous entrance of the villa now lay in eerie silence, devoid even of the sound of wind. The air was thick with an intensified, nauseatingly sweet aroma of flesh, mingling with the stench of sewage and burnt diesel, creating a concoction that could make any sane person retch. With a creak, the recently closed black blast-proof door slowly swung open once more. A tall figure emerged from the shadows. Lin Chu, clad in a silver polar anti-radiation suit that resembled a spacesuit, donned a full-face gas mask. In her hand, she wielded a black Matthews compound bow, with a tactical dagger secured at her waist. She resembled an astronaut freshly landed on Mars, surveying the desolate and cruel wasteland with an air of indifference. The ground beneath her feet remained scalding, her insulated boots squelching in the muck. Lin Chu paused, lowering her gaze to the nearest figure to the entrance. That was Lin Wan, or rather, the entity that was once known as Lin Wan. At this moment, she had completely lost her human form. 90% of her skin had been scorched, peeling away to reveal the vibrant red of muscle tissue and the stark white of fat beneath. Particularly striking was her face. Her eyelids had been burned away, leaving two engorged eyeballs protruding grotesquely, fixed in a haunting gaze towards the heavens. Her lips curled outward, exposing a row of menacing white teeth. She was not yet dead. Racked with excruciating pain, her body convulsed mindlessly in the mud, her throat emitting ragged gasps for air. Through the gas mask, Lin Chu's voice sounded somewhat muffled, yet remained clear. She gently prodded Lin Wan's hand, now a vivid red and bereft of its little finger. Lin Wan, you used to speak of cosmetic surgery, of skin grafts. Lin Chu looked down upon her. Congratulations, your wish has come true. This layer of skin has shed so cleanly. Now you truly embody a unity of form and essence, resembling a skinned red demon. Lin Wan seemed to hear the voice. Her eyelids, now absent, allowed her murky gaze to shift towards Lin Chu's silver mask. A tumult of fear, resentment, and despair intertwined within her, ultimately leaving only the instinctive tremors of her body. Lin Chu did not kill her, allowing her to endure, to feel every inch of skin decay under the searing heat. To witness the process of maggots feasting upon her flesh was the greatest mercy she could offer. Lin Chu stepped over Lin Wan's body and continued onward. 5 meters ahead lay the arrogant, scarred man. Despite his battered state, he remained mentally alert. Upon seeing Lin Chu approach, the lone eye that remained, the other irrevocably blind, ignited with a final spark of malice. Scumbag! The scarred man clawed at the ground, attempting to reach the assault rifle that had fallen a short distance away. Suddenly, a carbon fiber arrow pierced through his wrist, pinning him firmly to the earth. "Ah!" he screamed, his body curling into a grotesque arc. Lin Chu approached him, placing her foot upon his bloodied head. The thick sole of her insulated boot crushed the blisters that had formed on his face. The sound of bursting blisters was enough to send chills down one's spine. "This gun is quite impressive." Lin Chu bent down to retrieve the rifle from the mud, expertly ejecting the magazine for inspection. Unfortunately, it contained only 3 rounds. "I had intended to spare your life." Lin Chu toyed with the weapon, her tone devoid of emotion. "But someone like you, with such grand ambitions and tenacious vitality, is a liability. Keeping you at the entrance would render my sleep restless. Please, don't kill me." The scarred man finally broke. In the face of overwhelming power and cruelty, his underworld bravado crumbled. "I can be your dog. I have men under me. I can help you kill. I already have dogs." Lin Chu cast a glance at the unconscious Gu Yan in the distance. "Moreover, your appearance is far too unsightly. It tarnishes the aesthetic of the area." Bang! Without further ado, Lin Chu pressed the gun against the scarred man's temple and pulled the trigger. The sharp crack echoed as his head exploded like a watermelon. This demon, who had dominated the community for 3 days, claimed countless lives, and even devoured his own kind, met his demise like a wretched dog. Lin Chu did not pause. With the gun in hand, she walked towards the remaining wailing thugs, as if strolling through her own garden. Bang! 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 Every remaining breath, every lingering threat, was silenced. For these beasts, stained with blood and cannibalistic sins, Lin Chu felt no moral burden. This was merely refuse being cleared away. 5 minutes later, the entrance fell silent. Apart from Lin Chu, only 2 survivors remained: the transformed Lin Wan and Gu Yan, who had been knocked unconscious in a corner, sustaining relatively minor injuries, only extensive burns, not yet fully cooked. Lin Chu approached Gu Yan, kicking his severed leg. He groaned in pain, awakening to the first sight of Lin Chu, clad in a gas mask and resembling the Grim Reaper, surrounded by a sea of corpses. "Awake?" Lin Chu's voice revealed no emotion. Gu Yan shivered, instinctively wanting to retreat, only to realize he could not move. "Chu," he stammered, gazing at the smoking gun in her hand, terrified to the point of wetting himself, though he had little left to expel. "Fear not, I shall not kill you." Lin Chu crouched down, her cold gaze piercing through the visor of her mask. "The scarred man is dead, and the thugs are no more. This entrance now belongs to you." She gestured towards the heap of bodies and then to the monstrous Lin Wan. "Gu Yan, this is your final task from me. Handle these corpses. Drag them down the mountain or toss them into a ravine. It matters not. Just do not leave them piled at my doorstep to rot." As payment, Lin Chu produced a small tube of green ointment from her pocket. At this moment, such a balm, capable of soothing itchiness, invigorating the senses, and alleviating the pain of burns, was akin to a miraculous remedy. Upon completion, this tube shall be yours. Of course, you may choose not to comply. In that case, prepare for your wounds to fester and be consumed by ants, bit by bit. With that, Lin Chu placed the ointment on a stone 2 meters away from Gu Yan. She then stood, turning her back to him as she entered through the gate. Boom! The heavy blast door closed once more, sealing off the cool world from the inferno behind it. Outside, Gu Yan stared blankly at the now closed door, then glanced at the corpses strewn about and the still twitching Lin Wan. A profound, hollow despair enveloped him. There was no air conditioning, no cold water, not even a word of comfort. He had survived, yet his current predicament was 1,000 times more wretched than death. As he looked at the bodies of the thugs who had once threatened to devour him, Gu Yan gritted his teeth, enduring the pain coursing through him as he crawled towards the tube of ointment. He was determined to live, even if it meant existing like a maggot. Not far away, Lin Wan's eyelidless gaze fixated upon him, emitting a sound akin to a cry from her throat. Oh, this was the 7th day of the apocalypse. In that moment, all order, dignity, and humanity had dissolved into nothingness, swept away with the dissipating steam. Chapter 46, The Silent August, The Forgotten City. August 15th. The 30th day of the extreme heat era. Outdoor temperature, 75, constant high temperature. Time seemed to have come to a standstill in this city. A month prior, it had been a bustling metropolis, a dazzling testament to human civilization. Now, it lay transformed into a vast, gray-white concrete tomb. The sky was no longer a vibrant blue. Instead, it exhibited a sickly ochre hue, a blend of dust and industrial fumes whipped up by the relentless heat. The sun hung above like a pallid dead star, glaring and insistent, mercilessly pouring its toxic fire down upon the earth. The asphalt on the street had long since melted and dried, only to melt again, ultimately transforming into patches of black, hardened shells resembling solidified lava, within which lay indistinguishable bones and remnants of vehicles. All vegetation had vanished. The roadside greenery was reduced to stark, charred tree trunks, resembling withered hands reaching skyward in desperate supplication. There were no sirens, no announcements, no human voices. Even the howls of stray dogs had fallen silent. They had either succumbed to the heat or been consumed by the ravenous. The entire city was enveloped in the haunting whispers of the hot wind as it howled through the abandoned towers, as if countless vengeful souls were murmuring. This was the true apocalypse. No rescue, no hope, only an interminable wait that felt as though it would stretch on forever. At the hillside villa, the entrance had become the sole remnant of life in this dead city. In the shadowed corner to the right of the villa's grand entrance, a nest constructed from the garments of the deceased, tattered bed sheets, and branches lay. Two peculiar beings huddled there, Gu Yin and Lin Wan. Should any familiar face encounter them now, they would scarcely recognize these specters as the former CEO Gu and the internet celebrity. Gu Yin had become a mere skeleton. His skin darkened and rough from prolonged exposure to the sun and malnutrition, akin to dried bark clinging tightly to a frame of bones. His left leg, shattered by a steel trap, was utterly useless, twisted at an unnatural angle and shriveled to half the girth of his right leg. He could only crawl, his palms thick with calluses resembling animal paws. Lin Wan, in a more horrifying state, had suffered irrevocably. Though the steam bath had spared her life, it had obliterated her essence. Her skin was marred by layers of thick, red-black scars. Particularly on her face, newly formed granulation tissue twisted her features, rendering her countenance akin to a melting wax figure. Her hair had fallen out, revealing a scalp riddled with scar tissue. Her eyes, devoid of eyelids, could never close, perpetually staring with murky, yellowed pupils veined with red. They had ceased to converse, for speech consumed saliva and energy. They lay like true guard dogs, silently waiting in the shadows for the one moment each day that mattered. Creak. A small, black, mutated beetle, no larger than a thumb, crawled aimlessly across the searing concrete. Lin Wan, previously motionless, suddenly sprang into action. Her deformed hand, with only 4 fingers, shot out like lightning, pinning the beetle down. Hiss! The beetle's shell was scorching, but Lin Wan paid it no mind. She seized the creature, offering it not a glance, and thrust it into her lipless mouth. Crunch! The sound of bursting juices filled her mouth, a pungent liquid exploding forth. Lin Wan chewed expressionlessly, her throat undulating as she swallowed. It was protein, sustenance for survival. Gu Yin, aware of the sound, opened his eyes, a flicker of greed flashing through his murky gaze. Yet he remained motionless, recognizing his own weakness against Lin Wan in her current state. Instead, he was preoccupied with licking a piece of cloth that had been left outside overnight. Soaked with the meager morning dew, he greedily sucked each drop of murky liquid from the filthy rag, akin to an infant nursing. This was their existence now, surviving on the occasional expired food scraps dispensed by Lin Chu, sometimes moldy bread, sometimes spoiled meals, on catching insects, and on licking dew. Miraculously enduring in this hellish inferno of 75 degrees for a month. Their dignity, humanity, and emotional ties had long since decayed alongside their flesh. What remained was the most primal instinct for survival. On the other side of the wall, within the villa, indoor temperature, 25. Humidity, 45. Lin Chu, clad in comfortable cotton linen loungewear, stood in a climate-controlled planting room, pruning a cherry tomato plant. The plump, red tomatoes hung from the branches, exuding an enticing fragrance. Nearby lettuce, bok choy, and strawberries thrived. The gentle trickle of the hydroponic system echoed, reminiscent of an idyllic paradise. A month had passed. Lin Chu plucked a tomato and popped it into her mouth, the sweet and sour juices bursting forth. She approached the window, gazing through specially treated radiation-proof glass at the desolate, gray-yellow world outside. She could see the dismal state of the two beings at the entrance, yet her heart remained unperturbed, even tinged with boredom. The rescue team would not be coming. Lin Chu glanced at her phone, long since dead, and powered off. The last official message lingered from half a month prior. Due to extreme solar storm, global communication networks have collapsed. Please remain at your designated locations and assist one another. That was the final elegy. Since then, the world had succumbed to silence. The military had withdrawn, the government had crumbled. Most of those neighbors who once clamored in the group chat were now dead, reduced to bleached bones. The few survivors had retreated deeper underground, transforming into light-averse ghouls. The true dark forest principle had only just begun. Lin Chu turned and headed to the basement armory. She did not allow the external silence to lull her into complacency. On the contrary, she understood that this stillness was the calm before the storm. Those who could endure in such extreme conditions, whether human or faction, had undergone a process of selection and evolution. They would be colder, more professional, and more lethal. Moreover, like sharks sensing blood, they would be drawn to the sanctuary of the hillside villa. Lin Chu picked up the well-maintained, glistening Remington M870 shotgun, skillfully loading it with red deer slugs. Click. The chamber was ready. Guyan, Lin Wan. Lin Chu murmured to the empty room. You two guard dogs had better hold on for a few more days. 4 fiercer wolves are on the way. Chapter 47. Lin Wan's second darkening, inviting wolves into the home. August 16th, noon, 12 o'clock. Outdoor temperature, 76. The heat wave distorted the air, rendering distant scenes akin to those viewed beneath water. In the dog nest at the villa's entrance, Lin Wan lay motionless on the scorching stone slab, resembling a gecko. Her eyeless gaze, eternally unable to close, remained sharp due to her instinct for survival. Despite being dry and bloodshot, she fixated intently on the soul-winding mountain road at the foot of the hill. They are coming. Her lips, turned outward, quivered slightly, producing a raspy whisper. Gu Yan, dozing beside her, stirred awake, curling his frail, shrunken leg, terror evident in his murky eyes. Who is coming? Is Lin Chu coming to kill us? Shut up, fool. Lin Wan did not turn her head, her gaze still locked on the mountainside. Through the shimmering heat, she could see a black convoy slithering slowly along the winding road like a serpent. This was not a procession of ordinary private cars. 3 heavily modified armored vehicles, originally cash transporters, rumbled forward, their bodies fortified with thick steel plating and reinforced bumpers. A turret, though draped with canvas, was unmistakably silhouetted against the sky. Adorning the vehicles was a striking white emblem, a skull clenching a dagger. The Skull Gang. In the sweltering aftermath of conflict, they had absorbed countless minor factions, even raiding armed escort convoys, transforming into a truly militarized band of marauders. Gu Yan beheld the scene, his body trembling in fear, instinctively yearning to retreat deeper into the shadows. Do not let them see us. They appear far more menacing than Scarface. Hide. Lin Wan turned her head, her face resembling a melting wax figure, contorting into a grotesque smile that was more akin to a grimace. Are we to wait here to perish, Gu Yan? Look at our current plight, eating insects, drinking urine, begging like dogs for that wretched woman's charity. Is this existence not sufficiently unbearable for you? What do you intend to do then? Gu Yan inquired, his gaze fixated on the shard of broken mirror that Lin Wan clutched in her hand. A remnant of a rear-view mirror she had secretly hidden during the battlefield cleanup days prior. Lin Chu could eliminate Scarface because he was ineffectual. Lin Wan tightened her grip on the shard, the sharp edge slicing into her scarred palm, crimson-black blood oozing forth, yet she felt no pain. But these individuals were different. They possessed armored vehicles, heavy machine guns, and possibly explosives. This was the singular opportunity to breach that damned tortoise shell. You plan to lure them here. Gu Yan's eyes widened in terror. What if they decided to kill us as well? Let them come. Lin Wan's eyes glimmered with a frenzied green light. I am already a ghost. If I can witness that wretched Lin Chu dragged out, humiliated, and tortured to death, I would descend into hell with a smile on my lips. Having spoken, Lin Wan disregarded the trembling Gu Yan. Enduring the scorching ground, she crawled out from the shadows. It was midday, the sun blazing fiercely. Lin Wan raised the palm-sized shard of mirror, angling it toward the windshield of the leading armored vehicle traversing the hillside. Reflection. A blinding flash of light, akin to a sword, sliced through the oppressive silence, precisely targeting the convoy. It flickered, then flickered again. 3 long flashes. 2 short, an internationally recognized distress signal, a conspicuous bait. Inside the black armored vehicle on the hillside, the temperature reached 40 degrees Celsius, despite the air conditioning. In the driver's seat, a burly man with sunglasses and a face full of excess flesh squinted against the sudden brightness. What the hell? He exclaimed, slamming on the brakes. Beside him, a bald man clad in a tactical vest, gold chains dangling around his neck, was the squad leader, codenamed Hyena. Hyena removed his sunglasses, narrowing his eyes toward the hilltop. There, a reflective point flickered rhythmically. Someone was signaling. He licked his lips, a predatory glint in his gaze. Especially in the direction of that hillside villa. Boss, that villa doesn't look simple. The driver hesitated, noting the stench of decaying corpses littering the road, indicating a formidable opponent. Formidable foes yield the richest spoils, Hyena scoffed, patting his AK-47. Though low on ammunition, it was still a powerful deterrent. In this desolate place, someone had the strength to signal for help, suggesting that there were indeed survivors and resources to be found. He raised binoculars, focusing on the figure brandishing the shard of mirror. It was a woman. Though her appearance was monstrous, her act of signaling indicated she was not the villa's mistress. The enemy of my enemy is my guide. Hyena spoke into his radio. All teams, attention. Target, the villa on the hilltop. Let us see what that little mouse wishes to reveal. The armored vehicle's engines roared back to life. Black smoke billowing forth as the convoy accelerated toward the imposing black gate. At the villa's entrance, upon witnessing the convoy's speed towards her, Lin Chu smiled. Her body trembling with anticipation. The sheer force of her excitement caused the scars on her face to split, leaking yellowish fluid. They had arrived, finally. She discarded the shard and knelt, adopting the most submissive, obsequious posture. Gu Yan, observing this scene, cowered in the corner, feigning death, burying his head in his pants. Terrified of attracting the attention of these ruthless fiends, the screech of tires echoed sharply. The three colossal armored vehicles halted in the villa's courtyard. A cloud of dust rising that induced a fit of coughing. The doors swung open. 7 or 8 heavily armed men descended, clad in matching black combat gear. Wielding guns and machetes, their expressions cold and ferocious. The oppressive aura they exuded was far beyond that of the previous thugs. Hyena approached Lin Chu, surveying the woman who resembled a flayed frog from a height, his brow slightly furrowing in distaste. Was it you who flashed the light? Yes, it was me. Lin Chu replied, prostrating herself, her voice hoarse yet laced with desperate eagerness. Honorable sirs, I know you seek supplies. This villa is brimming with them. Of course. Hyena glanced at the towering 4-meter wall topped with electric fencing. A fortress like this could only contain valuable resources. But why should I believe you? Because I was expelled from within. Lin Chu raised her terrifying visage, her eyes filled with venom, momentarily startling even the seasoned hyena. The woman inside, Lin Chu, has stockpiled dozens of tons of water and generators and an endless supply of meat. But she has many traps. 2 groups have already perished at her hands. Oh, Hyena's interest peaked. Dozens of tons of water? That is an immense treasure for us. Do you know where the traps are? I do. Lin Chu pointed toward the main gate, then gestured to the wall. The gate has a mechanism. It cannot be crossed. The wall has electric fencing. It cannot be climbed. However, a malicious smile crept across her lips. Despite her month of lying low like a dog, she had not been idle. She had been observing and listening. She had heard the sound of flowing water. I know where her drainage outlet is. Lin Chu indicated a seemingly sheer cliffside at the villa's side. She has a water reservoir on the back mountain, which drains every few days. There is a large flood pipe leading directly into the courtyard. If you climb up from the cliff and enter the pipe, you can bypass all the electric fences and traps, directly accessing her backyard. Hyena followed her pointed direction. Indeed, it appeared to be a blind spot, steep and treacherous, a route no ordinary person would consider. But for those accustomed to ambushes, it was a natural Trojan horse passage. Well done. Hyena nodded in satisfaction. He drew a military knife from his waist, twirling it skillfully in his hand. If we can indeed infiltrate, I'll reward you with a crate of canned goods. However, should you dare to deceive me, he pressed the blade against Lin Chu's skinless face. I shall extract your bones one by one. I wouldn't dream of it. Lin Chu trembled, her eyes brimming with a frenzied anticipation. Lead the way. The hyena commanded with a wave of his hand. Several underlings promptly advanced, seizing Lin Chu with force. Despite the pain that made her bare her teeth, she smiled. She glanced back at Gu Yan, who cowered in the corner, then cast her gaze toward the reflective floor-to-ceiling window on the 2nd floor. Lin Chu, you have truly come as a genuine wolf of malevolence this time. I wonder if your little traps will withstand my assault. A portion of the convoy remained to guard the entrance, while the main force, under Lin Chu's guidance, stealthily approached the cliff at the back mountain. Meanwhile, on the 2nd floor, behind the floor-to-ceiling window, Lin Chu lowered her binoculars. The skull gang, is it? She mused, her gaze fixed on the familiar skull emblem. Devoid of fear, now infused with a long-lost battle spirit. Lin Chu, oh Lin Chu, you have indeed not disappointed me. You always manage to bring back a surprise. The flood discharge conduit? Lin Chu approached the control panel, observing the monitor of the valve that was not entirely shut. That conduit was indeed a deliberate flaw I left behind, though it led directly to the high-pressure steam room. She pressed the extreme alert button. Since our guests have chosen to enter through the back door, they should prepare to be scalded. Chapter 48. A knife to kill the screams from the pipeline echoed. August 16th, 1300 hours. Location, the rear of the hillside villa, abandoned flood discharge conduit. Temperature within the conduit, 28 degrees, cool. The sound of heavy Labored breathing reverberated through the expansive circular concrete pipe. This was a massive drainage pipe, 2 meters in diameter, resembling the gullet of a colossal serpent leading to the Earth's core. The inner walls were covered in slick moss, and the air was saturated with a damp, musty odor. For the marauders, who had been scorched under 76-degree heat for a month, this coolness felt akin to paradise. Damn, this place is refreshing. If we could take it over, I'd sleep in this pipe every day. A dozen fully armed members of the Skull Gang, equipped with tactical flashlights, cautiously advanced. Leading the way was Lin Wan. With a gun pressed to the back of her head, she crawled forward, using all her limbs like a deformed spider. Though her body ached, her heart laughed maniacally. Almost there, almost there. She remembered this place. She had supervised the expansion of the villa before and knew that this conduit led straight to the underground equipment level of the villa. As long as they passed through here, they could directly enter Lin Chu's stronghold. How much further? Behind her, the hyena, the captain, impatiently prodded Lin Wan with the barrel of his gun. His military boots splashed in the accumulated water, the sound echoing ominously in the confined space. Right ahead, Lin Wan pointed to an iron gate approximately 50 meters ahead. Beyond that gate lay the entrance to the basement. The hyena raised his flashlight to illuminate the path. Indeed, at the end, there appeared a rather ordinary maintenance door. Excellent. A glint of greed flashed in the hyena's eyes as he envisioned the mountains of canned goods within the villa and the tender woman. All units, accelerate. Prepare for an ambush. The group quickened their pace, eagerly rushing toward the exit that symbolized wealth and desire. They remained oblivious to the faintly glowing red probes silently flickering above them in the darkness. In the control room on the second floor of the villa, Lin Chu observed the red infrared monitoring screen displaying a string of heat sources moving like ants. What a hasty bunch of souls, she thought. Cradling a steaming cup of ginger-infused cola, she felt the chill from the air conditioning and savored the warmth. Lin Wan's navigation had been commendable, leading them directly into my high-pressure cleaning room. This conduit was originally designed for drainage. However, Lin Chu had outfitted it with 2 heavy hydraulic gates during renovations to thwart intrusions via the conduit, connecting it to the industrial-grade steam generator used for heating and sterilization throughout the premises. Since they have entered, let us ensure the doors are sealed. Lin Chu extended her finger and gently pressed a red lockdown button. Within the conduit, just as the hyena's hand was about to touch the maintenance door, a thunderous boom erupted from behind. The entire pipe trembled, dust cascading down. What is happening? The group turned in terror. They saw a half-meter-thick alloy steel gate, resembling a guillotine, crash down behind them, sealing off their escape. This is bad. It's a trap. The hyena reacted swiftly, raising his AK-47 and unleashing a volley at the gate. Rat-a-tat-tat. The bullets struck the steel door, sparking but leaving no mark, ricocheting wildly in the confined space, causing chaos as everyone ducked for cover. Forward. Open the front door. Someone shouted. However, despair quickly followed. Clang. Another identical steel gate thundered down less than 5 meters in front of them, both sealed shut. This 50-meter-long conduit instantaneously transformed into an airtight iron coffin. Lin Wan, trapped among the crowd, let out a piercing scream. She was ensnared too. No, this isn't how it was supposed to be. I know the way. I know the way. Shut up, you filthy whore. Do you dare to deceive us? The hyena, his eyes wild with rage, seized Lin Wan by the neck and slammed her against the wall. What is the meaning of this? Why did the doors close? I don't know. I don't know. Lin Wan trembled in fear. Just then, an electric crackle emanated from the speaker above them. Following this was a chilling, indifferent female voice that sent shivers down Lin Wan's spine. Good afternoon, esteemed guests. Welcome to my high-pressure steam chamber. A large quantity of bacteria and refuse has been detected within the pipeline, initiating high-temperature sterilization protocol. Countdown, 3 seconds. Sterilization? What sterilization? The Skull Gang's marauders exchanged fearful glances, an ominous premonition enveloping them all. 3, 2, 1 hiss. It was not poison gas, but rather a torrent of white steam explosively surged from 12 high-pressure nozzles along the conduit. This steam, sourced from the underground boiler room, had been pressurized and heated to a staggering 160 degrees. In such a confined, narrow space, the dispersal speed of the high-temperature steam surpassed that of a bomb's shockwave. In the blink of an eye, the entire conduit was engulfed in a dense, white mist. The sound of screams erupted, the heart-wrenching, gut-wrenching wails. The most sorrowful cries that human vocal cords could produce reverberated through the enclosed echo chamber. If the water outside turned to steam, it would scald everyone alive. The current high-pressure steam chamber serves as a true steam room in every sense. The scalding steam instantaneously permeates their tactical vests, seeping through their garments to directly affect every inch of their exposed skin. It even infiltrates their lungs with each breath. Cough, cough. Cough. The hyena clutches its throat. The moment it inhales the first wisp of steam, its alveoli rupture. It feels as though it has swallowed a fireball, igniting a conflagration from within. In a frenzy, it strikes the walls with the butt of its gun and rams its head against the door. Yet, such efforts are utterly futile. The plight of the underlings is even more dire. Some attempt to cool themselves by lying in pooled water, only to find that the water is heated to boiling within mere seconds. Others flail amidst the white mist, their nails scraping against the walls, tearing off their very fingernails in desperation. Lin Chu huddles in a corner, curling herself into a ball beneath the corpse of the deceased thug, hoping to shield herself from the steam. But the heat is relentless. She feels as though she has been cast into a pressure cooker, her already decaying skin being further scorched, turning white. The pain transcends the limits of her sensory nerves, rendering her mind blank, capable only of instinctual convulsions. Lin Chu. Lin Chu. She curses this name fiercely in her mind. Yet her lips can no longer part, the muscles in her cheeks having stiffened from the heat. This is a protracted execution. Though it lasts but a fleeting minute, to those trapped within the pipeline, it stretches on for what feels like an eternity. In the control room, Lin Chu observes the blank, white expanse on the screen. The thermal imaging reveals red spots within that are violently convulsing, one by one ceasing their movements until all that remains is a still, dark red void. The extermination is complete. Lin Chu savors her final sip of cola. She feels neither nausea nor pleasure, only a tranquil sense of having purged the pests. She opens the outer discharge valve and presses the button. With a thunderous roar, the gate on the mountainside swings open. A thick plume of white smoke, laced with crimson blood, erupts forth like a fountain, cascading down the cliff. Along with the semi-cooked corpses, they are swept into the abyss below. Waste segregation, automatic processing, perfect. Lin Chu glances at the data panel. Vital signs, 0, wait. There's a faint signal. She magnifies the image. In the corner of the pipeline, a lump of decaying flesh still writhes feebly. It is Lin Chu. Remarkably, she is not yet dead. Perhaps it is because she has hidden in the farthest corner, or perhaps the lifeless body above her shielded her from the lethal heat. Or perhaps her resentment is so profound that even the king of hell dares not claim her. At this moment, Lin Chu is swept out of the pipeline by the rushing water, dangling from a gnarled, dead tree at the cliff's edge, resembling a piece of sun-dried meat swaying in the warm breeze. Truly resilient, Lin Chu shakes her head, refraining from delivering a final blow. Hanging suspended above the chasm, unable to ascend or descend, she bakes under the sweltering temperature of over 60 degrees. This is far more entertaining than a swift death. Enjoy your sunbathing. Chapter 49. The Living Dead, The Remnants of the Sewers. August 16th, evening 1800 hours. Outdoor temperature, 60, sunset. The sun is finally nearing the horizon. Yet this brings no glimmer of hope to Guyen. He lies in the shadow of the villa's entrance, resembling a lump of desiccated dung. His nostrils twitch as an odd scent wafts through the air. It originates from the direction of the villa's back mountain, carrying a moist, cloying aroma of cooked flesh. Guyen is no fool. Piecing together the thunderous noise from earlier, along with the subsequent billowing white steam, he deduces what has transpired. The fearsome skeleton gang convoy has met its end. The assault team led by Lin Chu has likely become the source of that repugnant aroma. Defeat is absolute. Guyen's gaze is hollow. The last vestiges of hope dissipate with the scent. Lin Chu is a deity, and they are but mere ants foolishly attempting to challenge her. I too shall perish. Guyen watches as night descends, a time when the neighborhood becomes far more perilous. The ravenous cannibals, driven mad by hunger, prowl under the cloak of darkness. He, a wretched being emanating a foul stench, would make for an exquisite midnight snack. I must hide. Retreat to a place where no one can find me. Guyen drags his left leg, now half its original girth, using his hands to claw at the ground as he painstakingly maneuvers. His gaze falls upon a nearby rainwater manhole cover, its surface dark and slick. Due to previous tremors and the passage of vehicles, the cover is cracked halfway, revealing a crescent-shaped opening large enough for a frail person to squeeze through. This is the sewer, the city's bowels, a repository for filth. Yet, in Guyen's eyes, it is the only sanctuary. If I can just get inside, I can survive. He crawls to the edge of the manhole and peeks inside. It is pitch black, exuding a nauseating stench of decay. However, a cool breeze wafts out. The temperature of the underground world. Without hesitation, he resembles a maggot returning home, headfirst, forcing his body through the opening. The rough edges of the manhole scrape against the festering wounds on his back, causing him to break out in cold sweat. Nevertheless, gritting his teeth, he releases his grip and slips down to the bottom of the sewer. Splash! He lands in a pool of viscous sludge, deep within the sewer. Temperature, 28. Light, extremely dim. This is an entirely different realm. No blinding sunlight. only a few feeble beams filtering through the cracks of the manhole cover, barely illuminating the dark. Damp space. The ground is knee-deep in muck, a grotesque mix of decaying leaves, plastic bags, and the corpses of dead rats. The walls are slick with moss and unidentifiable fungi. Several enormous, mutated cockroaches scuttle along the walls, producing a rustling sound. Ah, how refreshing. Guyan leans against the damp wall, releasing a satisfied sigh. Though the stench is overwhelming, it is undeniably cool here. He feels his nearly parched body finally cease its desperate loss of moisture. He extends his hand, groping through the filthy sludge. Soon, he encounters a half-dead frog or some kind of amphibian. Without a second thought, he shoves it into his mouth, crunching its skin and bones as he swallows it whole. As long as I remain hidden here, I can survive. A twisted sense of security rises within Guyan. He crawls deeper into the pipeline, seeking a drier perch to serve as his new home. After crawling for about 10 meters, he suddenly encounters a dark obstruction blocking the flow of water. It appears to be a pile of tattered cloth, or perhaps a corpse. Guyan startles, instinctively wanting to retreat. But almost immediately, he hears an extremely faint and agonized groan emanating from the mass. Water. Guyan freezes. That voice sounds eerily familiar. With a surge of courage, he crawled closer for a better view. Illuminated by a faint shaft of light seeping through the manhole cover above, he discerned the grotesque form before him. It was a human being, or rather, a piece of flesh that had been steamed and then brutally smashed. Her skin glistened with a horrific shade of crimson, the hue of exposed dermis, marred by the muck of the sewer and patches of verdant moss. Her spine appeared shattered, contorting her body into an unnatural, reversed fold. Her lower half submerged in the murky water, utterly still. Yet her head remained animated, that eyelid-less visage, with bulging eyeballs, locked onto Guyan. Lin Wan. It turned out that after being thrust off the cliff by the high-pressure steam, she did not perish instantly. Instead, she plummeted into the drainage ditch of the mountainside, swept along the current into the city's sewer system, ultimately becoming ensnared in this forsaken place. Her tenacity was almost unfathomable. Guyan gazed at this monstrous figure before him. Lin Wan too regarded the creature, Guyan, before her. Once, they had been well-dressed patrons, savoring steak in a lavish restaurant. Now, in this filth-ridden sewer, they had achieved a reunion that transcended life and death. Suddenly, Guyan laughed, the sound reverberating eerily through the empty conduit. Ah, Wan, you've come down too. He extended his hand, missing a thumb, and brushed against Lin Wan's skinless face. It felt slick and warm. Lin Wan was unable to articulate a word. Her vocal cords had been scorched, her spine fractured, her body paralyzed. All she could do was swivel her terrifying eyes, fixating intensely on Guyan. Her gaze bore no malice or rage, only a numbing recognition of shared fate. She was Refuse. So was he. Refuse belongs in the trash. Fear not. I shan't leave you, Guyan declared as he found a slightly elevated step beside Lin Wan and reclined. He picked up a dead rat from the sludge, tore off a leg, and presented it to her lips. Here, darling. This will be our dinner. Lin Wan opened her mouth, mechanically biting into the putrid flesh. 2 streams of murky liquid trickled from the corners of her bulging eyes, mingling with the morsel in her mouth. The sewer fell into a profound silence, save for the sporadic sounds of chewing and the scurrying of rats. Thus, they lay side by side in the darkness, a thick concrete ceiling above them severing their connection to the sunlit world that no longer belonged to them. They were no longer human. They had become parasites within the intestines of this city. In this dim, damp, and fetid corner, they awaited the end of their lives. Meanwhile, above ground, at 6:30 p.m., Lin Chu donned her protective gear and approached the broken manhole cover outside the gate. She cast a glance at the crescent-shaped gap. Though the interior was obscured, she could sense a chilling aura emanating from within. Have they hidden themselves in there? Lin Chu mused quietly. She had already tracked Guyan's movements through the villa's underground listening system and deduced Lin Wan's probable location. Since you favor the sewers so much, you may remain there forever. Lin Chu lifted a steel plate and placed it over the opening. With a crackling sound, a blue welding arc ignited. The welding rod melted under intense heat, fusing the steel plate and the manhole frame together with an unyielding bond. Sealed. Completely sealed. This was not merely to prevent them from emerging to repulse others. It was also to thwart any underground viruses or mutated creatures from surfacing. Good night, neighbors, Lin Chu remarked, stowing away her welding gun and brushing off her hands. She turned and returned to the illuminated fortress. The last vestiges of the sunset vanished. The sewer descended into an eternal darkness. Chapter 50, Blood Red Reunion, The Dying Lone Wolf. September 15th, Day 60 of the extreme heat era. Outdoor temperature, 62 degrees. The extreme heat had persisted for a full 2 months. The last remnants of moisture in the air seemed to have been siphoned away. Each breath felt as though sandpaper were scraping against her lungs. Lin Chu sat in the third-floor media room, cradling half of a chilled Chilean watermelon. The ruby-red flesh was translucent, exuding a refreshing coolness. On the screen, an old action film replayed. The booming explosions from the sound system allowing her to momentarily forget the desolate, oppressive world outside. Suddenly, a rhythmic series of sounds penetrated the soundproofing and bulletproof glass, piercing Lin Chu's ears. Her grip on the steel spoon faltered slightly. She turned off the projector. That was not a sound from the film. It was gunfire. Moreover, it was not the chaotic, meaningless cacophony of previous rioters. This was a series of precise shots, each separated by a calculated interval, chillingly methodical. Were there gunfights nearby? Lin Chu's expression hardened as she swiftly made her way to the surveillance room. Outside the villa, on the winding mountain road, through the 360-degree, high-definition thermal imaging surveillance, Lin Chu witnessed the most breathtaking hunt she had ever seen. The footage revealed approximately a dozen men clad in mismatched camouflage, wielding an assortment of weapons, including 2 submachine guns, advancing frantically toward the mountaintop in a formation resembling a pin. By their insignia, this group was notorious in the outskirts of the city, known as the Wild Dog Gang. Their quarry, however, was a solitary man, drenched in blood. He wore no shirt, his muscular back riddled with grotesque old scars. A pair of black tactical pants had been shredded to tatters, and he bore a half-empty magazine pouch at his waist. He was retreating up the mountain, moving backward. Each time he took 3 steps back, he would calmly peek out from behind cover, aim, and pull the trigger. Bang! With a dull thud, a blood blossom erupted from the forehead of the leading thug, who fell backward without even a cry of agony. He's over there. Kill him. The assailants unleashed a frenzied barrage, bullets ricocheting against the rocks, sparks flying. Yet the man seemed like a specter. In a fluid motion, he rolled into the rocks, seized a sharp fragment, and hurled it with ferocity as his adversaries reloaded. Thud! The shard pierced the eye of one thug, causing him to drop his weapon and writhe in pain. In the next moment, the man glided across the ground like a phantom, his military knife tracing a cold arc. With a swift motion, 2 thugs had their throats severed, blood gushing forth in high arcs. Could a human even accomplish such feats? Lin Chu held her breath instinctively as she watched the surveillance footage. While she relied on technology and traps to eliminate her foes, this man wielded the raw, primal skill of pushing his body to its utmost limits in combat. Just then, after dispatching the last armed thug, the man's body froze momentarily. Lin Chu noticed the crimson stain that had long since darkened his abdomen, a grievous wound, with his insides barely concealed. He had reached his limit, yet he continued unabated. He gritted his teeth, summoning the last vestiges of his strength to drive the dagger into the heart of the final supplicant. The dust settled. Scattered across the mountain path lay a dozen corpses, strewn haphazardly. The man leaned against a roadside milestone, gasping for breath in great heaves. He lifted his head, his face, marred by blood yet still sharply defined, facing the direction of the villa's entrance. Lin Chu clenched her fists. It was him, Qin Xiao, the man who, before the apocalypse, had led a team with a stern demeanor to assist her in inspecting the refuge, warning her about potential poisonings through the ventilation ducts. On the surveillance footage, Qin Xiao appeared to sense the camera's presence. He offered a faint yet fiercely defiant smile towards the lens. Then, with his bloodied finger, he pointed at the villa's door, gestured towards himself, and made a signal for help. In the next instant, the aura of this god of death extinguished. He collapsed like a fallen iron tower, crashing heavily just beyond the villa's first line of defense. Blood seeped from beneath him, staining the parched earth a dark purple. Within the control room, the red alarm light flickered incessantly. Warning. Vital signs detected at extremely low levels. Target distance, 50 meters. Lin Chu fixed her gaze on the screen. In her 2 lives, she had long cultivated a heart of stone. To save him, that would mean breaching the fortress, confronting a dangerously formidable individual. What if he turned out to be a tale of a farmer and a snake? To not save him, Qin Xiao was a top-tier mercenary, not only intimately familiar with the structure of this villa, but also possessing the most coveted combat experience and urban defense intelligence in this apocalypse. As natural disasters escalated and faced with more organized marauders, she would need a true warrior to stand guard. Qin Xiao, Lin Chu murmured. She recalled the rumors she had heard in her previous life about this king of mercenaries. He was a man of his word, deeply valuing contracts, and had once fought through an entire fallen zone to protect an employer. It was a gamble. Lin Chu steeled her resolve. She pressed a yellow button on the console. The system lowered the first blast barrier. Prepare taser number 1. Open external disinfection chamber 1. Lin Chu stood up and strode toward the storage room. She donned a fully sealed riot suit, fitted her helmet, grasped a high-voltage baton capable of incapacitating an elephant in her right hand. and held a specialized tranquilizer gun in her left. Qin Xiao, I will save you. But should you betray me, I will preserve you as a specimen, hanging you at the entrance as a warning. Lin Chu exited the living room, advancing toward the heavy metal door that sealed the outside world. Beyond lay a purgatory of 62 degrees, and she was set to retrieve that dying wolf. Chapter 51, Imprisonment and Awakening, the Wolf Gripped by the Throat. September 15th, 10:30 a.m. Location, Half Mountain Villa, B1 level, external disinfection buffer zone. Indoor temperature, 30, independently controlled. The air was stifling, clad in the heavy riot gear. Lin Chu exerted immense effort to drag the towering, muscled figure of Qin Xiao, standing at nearly 2 meters, into the villa's underground garage buffer zone. As the airtight lead door slammed shut behind her, the oppressive heat that could wither a person was finally barred from entering. Lin Chu did not hasten to remove her equipment. Instead, she activated the disinfection spray system. A dense mist of high-concentration disinfectant surged forth, enveloping both individuals. Qin Xiao lay on the cold stainless steel operating table, his brow furrowed, his complexion pale as a sheet, yet he remained unconscious, his body twitching involuntarily from the pain of his wounds. Despite such grievous injuries, he had managed to vanquish so many foes. Lin Chu, peering through her goggles, observed the still bleeding bullet wound in his abdomen and the deep knife wounds on his back that exposed bone. His life was remarkably tenacious. Once the disinfection was complete, Lin Chu did not transfer him to a comfortable guest room, but rather commenced treatment directly in the cold, metallic buffer zone. Or rather, she began the process of handling him. She retrieved 4 high-strength nylon zip ties from her toolbox, those designed for binding criminals, tightening with every struggle. Without hesitation, she secured Qin Xiao's wrists and ankles firmly to the 4 metal clasps on the operating table. First the rogue, then the gentleman. After ensuring he was immobile, she produced a sharp medical scissors. Snip, snip. Qin Xiao's blood-soaked tactical vest and trousers were swiftly cut away, peeled off like banana skin. Soon, the man lay almost entirely bare before her. One had to admit, his physique was striking. Broad shoulders, well-defined abdominal muscles, and scars that resembled medals of honor. Even in unconsciousness, his muscles retained a tautness that hinted at explosive power. Not bad, Lin Chu remarked indifferently, devoid of any shyness. In the apocalypse, it was akin to gazing upon a prime cut of pork. She donned sterile gloves and grasped the hemostatic clamp and probe. Bear with it, there's no anesthetic. Lin Chu was reluctant to waste precious anesthetic at this stage, and pain could rouse him, assisting her in assessing his condition. She inserted the probe directly into the bullet hole in Qin Xiao's abdomen. Ugh! The unconscious Qin Xiao emitted a muffled groan, the veins in his neck bulging, his muscles tensing instantaneously, causing the stainless steel operating table to vibrate ominously. Found it. Lin Chu moved swiftly, inserting the hemostatic clamp and accurately capturing the deformed bullet lodged between his ribs. With a forceful tug, clang, the bloodied bullet was discarded into the tray. Following this was debridement. Hydrogen peroxide was poured onto the festering flesh. Fizzing and bubbling ensued. This would awaken even the dead. Qin Xiao shot open his eyes. What a sight those eyes were, bloodshot, filled with ferocity and vigilance, akin to a lone wolf roused from slumber, having had its tail stepped on. Out of muscle memory. Upon awakening, his right hand surged with force, instinctively reaching for the dagger at his waist or to seize the throat of the person before him. Snap! The nylon zip tie around his wrist snapped taut, digging into his flesh. Qin Xiao paused for a moment, rapidly scanning his surroundings. An unfamiliar ceiling, the acrid scent of disinfectant, and himself bound like a pig awaiting slaughter on the table. Above him stood a fully armed figure, clad in riot gear, obscuring their face. Who are you? Qin Xiao's voice was hoarse and gravelly, akin to 2 pieces of sandpaper rubbing together. His gaze turned icy, exuding a palpable murderous intent. Is this also a stronghold of the Wild Dog Gang? Lin Chu remained silent. She picked up a bottle of iodine and continued to apply it to his wounds. Her movements rough, akin to painting a wall. If it were the Wild Dog Gang, you would already be in pieces. Lin Chu's voice, processed through her helmet, sounded somewhat muffled. Qin Xiao squinted. Is that voice a woman? Moreover, the methodical yet almost callous approach to treating his wound was disconcerting. Qin Xiao attempted to struggle, only to discover the restraints were exceptionally sturdy. He fixed his gaze upon Lin Chu's goggles, his tone chillingly severe. I detest being bound, especially by a woman. You would do well to acclimatize, Lin Chu replied, setting aside the iodine and picking up a needle and thread to commence suturing his wound. The needle pierced through flesh. Drawing tight. Qin Xiao, comprehend your circumstances. You are now my trophy. Upon hearing his name, Qin Xiao's pupils constricted slightly. You know me? He scrutinized the fully armed woman before him. Her physique, Her tone of voice, and the rudimentary yet adequately equipped sterile room all sparked a flicker of recognition. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the name tag affixed to Lin Chu's chest, obscured partially by bloodstains, yet unmistakably familiar. It bore the logo of Black Shield Securities VIP clientele, an emblem he had once meticulously designed. Memories converged. The wealthy heiress who had been expressionless during the acceptance process yet demanded the utmost in safety protocols. Lin Chu. He tentatively uttered her name. Lin Chu's hands remained steady as she tied a flawless knot. Snip. She severed the suture line, discarded her bloodied rubber gloves into the trash, and then removed her heavy riot helmet, shaking her damp hair free from sweat. A visage of chilling beauty, imbued with a hint of mockery, materialized before Qin Xiao. Your mind appears intact, she remarked casually, seizing a can of chilled Red Bull from the nearby table. With a crack, she pulled the tab, the sound of escaping carbonation resonating crisply in the quiet room. She raised the can to her lips, taking a sip before pressing the cool metal against Qin Xiao's feverish forehead. Director Qin, it has been quite some time. You once remarked that my residence lacked a watchdog. It appears, Lin Chu surveyed the restrained Qin Xiao, her lips curling into a playful smile. Are you here to apply for the position? As the chill from the can seeped into his skin, Qin Xiao gazed at the woman before him, a striking figure who remained untainted by the apocalypse, and then glanced at the can of precious Red Bull. He suddenly relaxed his taut muscles, reclining back against the table, a smirk of roguish amusement gracing his lips. If there's Red Bull to be had, this watchdog might not be such a bad idea after all. Chapter 52, The Unyielding Guardian, a Revelation in the Mansion. September 15th, 11:00 a.m. Location, Hillside Villa, basement level 1, connecting corridor. Indoor temperature, 26°C, constant. Snip. The last nylon tie was severed. Qin Xiao flexed his stiff wrists, the vivid red marks from the restraints glaringly apparent. He attempted to sit up, although the abdominal wound had been stitched. Each movement of his muscles sent sharp pangs of pain coursing through him. Yet, he did not furrow his brow, he merely inhaled sharply. Can you walk? Lin Chu inquired, still clutching the tranquilizer gun, maintaining a safe distance of 2 meters. As long as my legs aren't broken, I can walk. Qin Xiao slid off the operating table, wobbling slightly upon his feet but quickly regaining his balance. His bare torso, sculpted with muscular definition, bore the yellow stains of iodine and dried blood, emanating a potent scent of iron and raw masculinity. Follow me. Lin Chu turned, approaching the airtight door leading to the internal area. She input a complex sequence on the keypad and proceeded with an iris scan. With a hiss, the hydraulic airtight door gradually slid open, allowing a refreshing breeze, tinged with a hint of air freshener, to envelop them. Qin Xiao's previously vigilant frame froze at the sensation of this wind. He had roamed the desolate landscapes for 2 months, accustomed to the sweltering heat exceeding 60 degrees, the gritty dust coating his mouth, and the ever-present stench of charred remains and decay. But now, this breeze was the cool breath of air conditioning, the essence of a civilized world. Step inside, Lin Chu indicated, revealing that this was the outer living area, formerly a garage. You will reside here from now on. Qin Xiao took heavy steps across the threshold. If the earlier cool breeze had merely astonished him, the sight before him left his pupils quaking. The former underground garage had been transformed into a vast living and storage space. The floor was impeccably clean, coated in smooth epoxy, reflecting his silhouette. Soft, bright white LED lights illuminated the area, contrasting sharply with the oppressive yellow light outside. What astounded him most was the array of shelving lining the walls, reminiscent of a supermarket aisles. Though merely a storeroom, the shelves were laden with enough supplies to drive any leader of an outside sanctuary into a frenzy. Entire cases of bottled water, heaps of self-heating rice, and neatly arranged rolls of toilet paper alongside laundry detergent. In the corner, a large double-door refrigerator hummed softly, its display glowing with reassuring green numbers. For a moment, a flicker of confusion crossed Qin Xiao's hawk-like eyes, accustomed to witnessing life and death. He turned to Lin Chu, his throat constricting as he struggled to voice his thoughts. Did you rob a Walmart's warehouse? Sort of, Lin Chu replied, withholding further explanation. She approached a nearby wardrobe, retrieving a new set of gray athletic wear, which she had purchased in bulk for emergencies, and a pair of slippers, tossing them to Qin Xiao. First, go take a shower. There's a shower room over there. She gestured towards the frosted glass enclosure in the corner, equipped with hot water and body wash. Wash off that stench of blood. I do not wish for my garage to carry the scent of death. Hot water? Qin Xiao accepted the clothing, feeling as though he were in a dream. Outside, a bottle of clean water could be exchanged for a life. Yet here, this woman was offering him the luxury of a hot shower? He regarded Lin Chu intently, realizing she was far more enigmatic and formidable than he had initially presumed. He had thought she merely survived within the fortress of this house. Now, it appeared she truly lived, rather than merely existed. 20 minutes later, the sound of running water ceased from the shower room. Qin Xiao emerged, towel drying his damp hair, clad in the clean, loose-fitting gray athletic attire. He had shaved away the stubble and washed off the blood. Though his complexion still appeared pale and his gaze sharp, he now radiated an air of refinement, tempered by a newfound vigor. He approached the lounge area to find Lin Chu seated upon the sofa, two items resting upon the coffee table before her: a steaming bowl of century egg and lean meat congee, and an unopened pack of soft Zhonghua cigarettes alongside a lighter. "Have a seat." Lin Chu gestured towards the chair opposite her. Qin Xiao complied, his gaze lingering on the pack of cigarettes for a brief moment before he reached out, adeptly unwrapping it and extracting a stick, igniting it. As the pale blue smoke curled around his fingertips, the acrid taste of nicotine flooded his lungs, momentarily alleviating the agony of his wounds and the tension in his nerves. "Soft Zhonghua," Qin Xiao noted, his fingers trembling slightly as he held the cigarette. "The last time I indulged in this vice was 2 months ago. Should I wish to partake again, I have ample opportunity." Lin Chu reclined against the back of the sofa, arms crossed, her demeanor languid yet exuding an air of authority. "Qin Xiao, let us discuss your remuneration." She gestured to their surroundings. "This garage is yours to inhabit, constantly maintained at a comfortable temperature. 3 meals a day, sufficient to sate your hunger. Occasionally, there will be meat, tobacco, and alcohol. Should you sustain injuries, medicine shall be at your disposal, and should you fall ill, medical care will be provided. This compensation, in the time before the apocalypse, would have amounted to that of a mere domestic servant. Yet in this present age, it is akin to imperial luxury." Qin Xiao took a drag from his cigarette, squinting at Lin Chu. "What is expected of me? To kill?" His gaze swept over Lin Chu's exquisite collarbone. "Do not overthink it," Lin Chu coldly interrupted, dispelling his masculine musings. "Your responsibilities are quite straightforward. First, you must guard the entrance. Aside from myself, any insect daring to approach the perimeter shall meet its demise. Second, assist me in clearing the surrounding refuse. Recently, some audacious petty thieves have been loitering nearby. The traps are too sluggish. I require more efficient methods. Third, absolute obedience." Leaning forward, her gaze suddenly turned intensely commanding. "I am aware of your skills and know that you possess a firearm. However, you must understand that the control of this house resides firmly with me. I can cut off the water, the electricity, or even siphon the air from this room with the mere press of a button. Serve as my dog, and you shall dine well. Serve as my wolf, and your fate shall be death." After a moment of silence, Qin Xiao regarded the burning cigarette in his hand, then glanced at the steaming bowl of congee. Finally, he raised his eyes to meet Lin Chu's, the corners of his mouth curving into an unprecedented, relaxed smile. "Miss Lin," he extinguished the cigarette. "To be honest, during my 2 months of wandering outside, my sole dream has been to sleep in a place with air conditioning. Your terms are exceedingly generous, too generous for me to decline." He lifted the bowl of congee, drinking it as though it were an elixir, finishing it in one long gulp. The warmth of the congee cascaded into his stomach, spreading a soothing sensation throughout his limbs. Setting the bowl down, Qin Xiao wiped his mouth, his gaze sharpening once more, as keen as a blade. "It's a deal. From this day forth, even the king of hell must present an invitation to enter through this door." Lin Chu regarded him with satisfaction, nodding in approval. She knew she had made the right wager. This wolf had been momentarily tamed by her hand, with Qin Xiao, the most formidable guardian, stationed at her side. Her mountainside villa would truly become an unassailable fortress in this apocalyptic world. Chapter 53, Cleansing the Gates, Textbook Slaughter. September 16th, 0630. Outdoor temperature, 45, morning low. Location, mountainside villa, B1 living area. Qin Xiao awoke early, a biological clock honed by the apocalypse. Even though the previous night had granted him the most peaceful slumber in 2 months, the narrow military cot was cushioned with a soft memory foam mattress. The air was free of dust, instead imbued with a faint lavender fragrance. He sat up, glancing at the wound on his abdomen. After a night of rest, combined with Lin Chu's efficient antibiotics and nourishing meals, the wound had ceased bleeding, and the swelling had significantly diminished. His recovery was commendable. Qin Xiao rolled his neck, producing a satisfying crack. Approaching the mirror in the corner, he beheld a clean-shaven visage with clear eyes, reminiscent of the formidable Black Shield instructor from the days before the world fell apart. Suddenly, the intercom on the wall crackled to life. "Good morning, gatekeeper." Lin Chu's voice emerged, laced with a hint of morning languor, yet predominantly exhibiting a detached professionalism. "Take a look at monitor 3. Qin Xiao moved to the control panel, where Lin Chu had granted him limited access to the peripheral surveillance. On the screen, 3 furtive figures were slinking through the underbrush surrounding the villa. clad in tattered camouflage akin to beggars, wielding makeshift spears and a rusty machete. They attempted to cut through the outer layer of barbed wire. They are either stragglers from the Wild Dogs gang or newly arrived scavengers, Lin Chu declared over the intercom. As per usual, I would wait for them to breach the perimeter and then resolve the matter with electric nets or crossbow bolts. However, that consumes too much power and wastes arrows. She paused, seemingly awaiting Qin Zhao's response. Watching the three oblivious mice on the screen, a bloodthirsty smirk crept across Qin Zhao's lips. He reached for his waist. Where he had secured the combat knife Lin Chu had provided him the previous night, the blade treated with a matte finish, preventing reflection. Just a few mice. There's no need for the boss to waste electricity, he replied coolly into the intercom. Give me 10 minutes. I will handle the cleanup. Outside, in the underbrush, the three survivors were crouched on the scorching ground, sweating profusely as they struggled with the barbed wire. Brother, is there really food here? That group from yesterday has all perished, one trembling subordinate inquired. Of course. Fortune favors the bold. The leader, a scar-faced man, different from the previous one, gritted his teeth. That woman's traps are formidable. If we just avoid the main entrance and sneak in from here. Before he could finish, a rustling sound swept through the dry grass. The leader suddenly felt a chill at the back of his neck. It was the scent of death. Instinctively, he turned to look. But a hand as strong as iron clamped over his mouth, silencing him. With a muffled thud, a black military knife plunged with meticulous precision into the gap at the base of his neck, severing his spinal cord in an instant. The scar-faced man emitted no sound, his body collapsing like a sack of flour. The two subordinates remained engrossed in their task, utterly unaware of the grim change behind them. Qin Zhao, like a specter, gently lowered the corpse. He squinted against the blazing sun. The wound on his abdomen throbbed faintly, but this pain heightened his senses, rendering his movements swifter, more lethal. He picked up a small stone from the ground and flicked his wrist. The stone clattered against a rock in front of a left subordinate. Who? The left subordinate jerked his head up, searching for the source of the sound. In that brief 5 seconds of distraction, Qin Zhao struck. As silent as a maiden, as swift as a hare, he surged forward, covering 3 meters in an instant. The military knife sliced through the air, leaving a shadow of black in its wake. With a swift motion, the blade glided across the left subordinate's carotid artery, blood gushing forth. In that same moment, the right subordinate finally reacted. You are, he exclaimed in terror, raising his machete in a desperate attempt to strike down. Yet he was far too slow. To Qin Zhao, the motion appeared akin to a slow-motion film. He did not evade. Instead, he sidestepped, dodging the blade's arc, and his left hand darted out like lightning. Seizing the assailant's wrist, twisting it forcefully, a sharp crack resounded, signifying the fracture of bone. In a swift and decisive motion, Qin Zhao reversed the dagger in his right hand and plunged it forcefully into the heart of his adversary. The act was executed with precision and efficiency, devoid of any unnecessary flourish. A single strike, and the life was extinguished. The young thug's eyes widened in shock as he beheld the bare-chested man before him. His gaze as frigid as ice. Blood foamed from his lips as his body gradually succumbed to gravity. 3 men. From the moment Qin Zhao struck until the end. A mere 10 seconds elapsed. There were no gunshots, no anguished screams. Even the surrounding crows remained undisturbed. Standing amidst the corpses, Qin Zhao withdrew the dagger, wiping the blood on the thug's clothing. He then turned towards the concealed camera nestled among the tree trunks, flashing an OK gesture. Inside the control room on the 2nd floor of the villa, Lin Chu sat in a leather swivel chair, cradling a steaming cup of coffee that had yet to be sipped. She had witnessed the entire scene unfold. The high-definition camera recorded every movement of Qin Zhao, his stealthy approach, the backstab, the feint, the close-quarters combat, and the lethal strikes. It was nothing less than a textbook demonstration of special operations. Is this the might of a top-tier mercenary? Lin Chu murmured to herself. In the past, she had relied on sturdy defenses and high-tech traps to deal with enemies. That was a form of defense. What Qin Zhao exhibited was an aggressive offense, an overwhelming sense of aesthetic violence brought to its zenith. Even with his severe injuries, dispatching those 3 miscreants was as effortless as slaughtering chickens. It seems those bowls of porridge were not wasted. Lin Chu took a sip of her coffee, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. She had often worried about intruders bypassing her traps. Now, with this formidable guardian, she could finally enjoy a truly restful sleep. 10 minutes later, Qin Zhao dragged the 3 corpses, treating them as refuse, and discarded them into a remote ravine designated by Lin Chu, far from water sources and prevailing winds. He then returned to the garage entrance, where an airtight door opened. As he stepped inside, a faint scent of blood mingled with the acrid smell of sun-baked fabric lingered in the air. Lin Chu stood at the entrance, holding a clean towel and a chilled bottle of cola freshly retrieved from the refrigerator. Well done, she remarked. Lin Chu tossed the towel and cola to him, which Qin Xiao caught with one hand. He wiped the sweat from his brow, pulled the cola tab, and took a generous gulp. The icy carbonation cascaded down his throat, alleviating the heat of the slaughter. Leaning against the doorframe, Qin Xiao's gaze retained a hint of lingering sharpness, yet his tone was relaxed. However, boss, if such tasks arise in the future, could you provide me with a silenced pistol? After all, with my injuries, using a blade is rather precarious. Lin Chu observed the bandage on his abdomen, slightly stained with blood, but her expression revealed no sympathy. She merely nodded in acknowledgement. If you perform well, such provisions will be made. I might even take you to see my armory. Qin Xiao raised an eyebrow. An armory? It appears this woman possesses more aces up her sleeve than he had anticipated. I look forward to it, he replied, lifting the cola can in a mock salute to Lin Chu. Chapter 54, Heavy Firepower Suppression, the First Joint Operation. September 16th, 12:30 p.m. Outdoor temperature, 68 F, under the blazing sun. Not long after dealing with the three scouts, the atmosphere outside the villa grew not lighter, but rather more oppressive. A sense of foreboding akin to the stillness before a storm enveloped the air. Even the relentless chirping of cicadas had ceased. A low rumble began to vibrate through the ground. This time, it was not the stealthy approach of petty thieves, but a large contingent. On the surveillance screen, 3 bulletproof pickup trucks, kicking up clouds of yellow dust, charged aggressively up the winding mountain road. The beds of the trucks were filled with fully armed thugs, their rusty machetes replaced by an array of automatic rifles. Even atop the first vehicle, a light machine gun was mounted. The main force of the Wild Dog Gang. Qin Xiao stood before the monitoring station, his expression steely. He instantly recognized the configuration of this group. In the center vehicle, one man bore an RPG-7 rocket launcher. Pointing at the screen depicting a man clad in a red headscarf, Qin Xiao spoke with gravity. While your blast-proof door can withstand explosives, 2 armor-piercing rounds could breach it. Once that door is compromised, those 30-odd men will flood in, and your traps will be futile. Turning to Lin Chu. His hand rested on the military knife at his waist. Give me a gun. Even a pistol will do. I will try to eliminate the one carrying the rocket launcher before the door gives way. It was a suicidal tactic. Without any cover. Facing a barrage of 30 rifles in an attempt to take out the enemy's heavy firepower was a perilous endeavor. Even if he were a king of soldiers, it was a gamble with a high likelihood of demise. Lin Chu regarded the resolute glint in Qin Xiao's eyes. She fell silent for 2 seconds before breaking into a smile, one that was both dismissive and imbued with the calm of a true warrior. Qin Xiao, do you harbor any misconceptions about my residence? Rising, she retrieved a silver electronic key from her pocket and tossed it to him. Follow me. Let me show you what true firepower suppression looks like. On the second floor of the villa, within a concealed weapons cache, was a room Qin Xiao had never entered before. As Lin Chu swiped her card to unlock the heavy safe door, even the seasoned Qin Xiao found himself momentarily breathless. The walls were adorned not with ordinary hunting rifles, but with an arsenal of 416 Hong Kong dollars assault rifles, MP5 submachine guns, and M24 sniper rifles, all fully equipped with tactical modifications. In the center of the room stood a massive pedestal connected to the rooftop terrace via a hydraulic lift, upon which rested a black M134 minigun, a 6-barreled rapid-fire machine gun. You have hidden a Gatling gun in your home, Qin Xiao exclaimed, tracing the cold barrel with a fervent glint in his eyes. It's merely a legally modified large fireworks launcher, Lin Chu replied nonchalantly. She then retrieved a fully equipped 416 Hong Kong dollars and 3 magazines filled to capacity, tossing them into Qin Xiao's arms. Can you handle it? Like the skill of a chef, Qin Xiao replied, expertly racking the gun's bolt and inspecting the chamber with fluid motions, confidence shining in his gaze as if reclaiming his domain. Excellent. Lin Chu settled into the control panel of the Gatling gun, which had been modified to allow remote firing indoors. The combat plan is straightforward, she instructed, pointing at the enemies on the screen. I will provide frontal fire coverage and demolish their vehicles. You will handle the ammunition, particularly that man with the rocket launcher. Remember, don't die outside. It's challenging to find another guardian as effective as you. A bloodthirsty smile crept across Qin Xiao's lips as he donned a tactical headset, grasped the gun, and sped towards the side cover of the terrace. Understood, boss. Outside the villa, the 3 pickup trucks halted 100 meters from the main gate. The leader of the Wild Dog Gang, a one-eyed man, surveyed the closed door and waved his hand. Blow it open. Red Hood hoisted the RPG, aiming it at the villa's entrance. Haha, no matter how resilient the tortoise shell, it won't withstand this blast. Just as his finger was about to pull the trigger, a peculiar humming sound emanated from the villa's rooftop. The Cyclops instinctively looked up, only to witness the bulletproof shield on the second floor slowly descending, revealing a dark, whirring 6-barrel gun. His pupils contracted to the size of pinpricks. Run. Too late. The sound of gunfire erupted like a reaper's chainsaw. With a rate of fire at 3,000 rounds per minute, the cacophony of gunfire melded into a single line, reminiscent of fabric being torn apart. Flames erupted, and a torrential downpour of bullets instantaneously formed a metallic tempest, indiscriminately engulfing the 3 pickup trucks. Bam! 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 The front of the first pickup was instantly riddled with holes, the engine exploded, and the entire vehicle was overturned by the tremendous force. The thugs aboard couldn't even let out a scream as they were shredded by the large-caliber rounds. Flesh and blood flew, the scene as gruesome as a meat grinder. A heavy machine gun. They have a heavy machine gun. The remaining thugs, terrified, scrambled from the vehicles, desperate to find cover. Yet Lin Chu offered them no respite. With an icy demeanor, she deftly maneuvered the joystick, the gun's muzzle methodically tracking each fleeing silhouette. Where she passed, not a blade of grass remained. Even the roadside rocks were pulverized. Amidst this chaotic hail of gunfire, a shadowy figure appeared on the side wall like a specter. Qin Xiao, unfazed by the terrifying din, he remained in a state of extreme calm and focus. He raised his 416 Hong Kong dollars, peering through the holographic sight. And amidst the swirling dust and shrapnel, he accurately locked onto a target, the Red Hood, who had been knocked to the ground, struggling to retrieve the RPG. Goodbye, Qin Xiao whispered softly. He squeezed the trigger. Bang! A 5.56mm bullet precisely pierced the battlefield smoke, burrowing into the Red Hood's temple. The Red Hood's body stiffened, the rocket launcher slipping from his grasp. Bang! Bang! 2 more shots rang out. The 2 thugs attempting to set up a light machine gun for a counterattack hadn't even managed to chamber a round before Qin Xiao blew their heads apart. It was a massacre, yet also a flawlessly orchestrated performance. Lin Chu was the thunderous percussion, utilizing heavy firepower to keep the enemy's heads down. Qin Xiao was the precise strings, responsible for harvesting each note of resistance. 1 minute. Merely 1 minute. The Gatling's barrels whirred to a halt after 2 rotations. Ceasing their roar. Due to the heat, all 6 barrels glowed red, emitting curling wisps of smoke. At the villa's entrance, an eerie silence prevailed. All 3 vehicles lay in ruins, engulfed in flames. Over 30 thugs, not a single one left standing. The ground was littered with spent casings, shimmering like golden jewels under the sun. On the terrace, Qin Xiao lowered his weapon. He gazed at the carnage below, exhaling a deep breath. The adrenaline was waning, and his abdominal wound began to throb, yet he felt an unprecedented exhilaration. This was the battle he yearned for, not one where he wielded a dagger in desperation, but one where he crushed his enemies with the utmost tactical prowess supported by formidable firepower. Footsteps approached from behind. Lin Chu emerged, 2 bottles of ice-cold beer in hand. Without sparing a glance at the corpses below, she walked directly to Qin Xiao and handed him one of the bottles. Your marksmanship is commendable, she remarked, observing the fallen Red Hood in the distance with a discerning eye. Qin Xiao accepted the beer, pressing it against his scorching face for relief. He turned to regard the woman beside him, her long hair flowing, expression indifferent, having just orchestrated the slaughter of dozens yet now appearing as if admiring a scenic view. Boss, he said, cracking open the beer and taking a long swig. For the first time, admiration flickered in his eyes. This work, I wholeheartedly accept. Following you, one can indeed stride confidently through this apocalypse. Lin Chu smiled faintly, clinking her bottle against his. This is just the beginning. Once we finish this bottle, we'll descend to clean the battlefield. This was merely the first wave. Such scenes will become the norm. Under the sun, 2 equally formidable and cold-blooded individuals stood side by side amidst the ruins, the smoke behind them forming their most exquisite backdrop. Chapter 55. Spoils of War and Encrypted Frequencies. Whispers Before the Storm. September 16th, 1400 hours. Outdoor temperature, 70, extremely hot at the surface. Location, outside the villa's entrance, the Shura field. The air was thick with a suffocating acrid scent, a mix of burning rubber tires, car interiors, and protein at high temperatures. Qin Xiao, donned in a complete heat-resistant suit and gas mask, crouched amidst the heaps of scrap metal and bodies. No longer the frenzied gunman from earlier. He had transformed into an exceedingly composed, almost miserly scavenger. He showed no disdain for the dismembered limbs around him. Instead, his tactical knife became a precision instrument, swiftly slicing open each corpse's pockets, bags, and tactical vests. Scavenging was the first rule of survival in this apocalyptic world. The 5.56mm rounds are salvageable. This magazine is crushed, rendered useless. The AK's barrel has burst, trash. As he rummaged, he swiftly assessed the value of each item in his mind. He tossed all usable ammunition, intact weapon parts, and even gold rings, watches, and half a pack of unconsumed cigarettes found on the bodies into a large canvas bag. Finally, he approached the command vehicle, which had suffered the most from the Gatling's onslaught. The vehicle was a honeycomb of destruction. The red hood, the one with the rocket launcher, had his head blown apart, his body grotesquely wedged beneath the steering wheel. Qin Xiao yanked the corpse out, carelessly tossing it aside. His gaze searched the interior of the vehicle. Suddenly, his eyes fixated on something beneath the passenger seat, a black military briefcase made of high-strength engineering plastic. Due to its concealed position and the briefcase's blast-proof properties, it had miraculously survived the recent metallic storm. Interesting, Qin Xiao mused as he wiped the dust from his goggles. Such briefcases were typically only equipped by regular troops or elite mercenaries. How could these wild dog gang thugs possess such equipment? He lifted the case, weighing it in his hand. Quite heavy. He also unearthed the fallen RPG-7 rocket launcher from the back seat. Fortunately, although the launch tube bore a scratch from stray bullets, the core firing mechanism seemed intact. Moreover, he found 2 undischarged armor-piercing rounds in the nearby ammo box. A bountiful harvest. Qin Xiao surveyed the spoils strewn across the ground, a smile creeping beneath his mask. He gestured a sign of completion towards the villa's surveillance camera. Then, like an ant laden with the fruits of its labor, he dragged a canvas bag, carried a suitcase, and hoisted a rocket launcher as he approached the slowly opening airlock door. In the villa's disinfection chamber on the B1 floor, a powerful high-pressure water gun was cleansing the blood and dust from Qin Xiao's protective suit. 10 minutes later, he had changed into a crisp gray tracksuit. Clutching the mysterious black suitcase as he entered the living area, Lin Chu was seated on the sofa, meticulously polishing the still-warm 416 Hong Kong dollars. Upon noticing Qin Xiao's entrance, she lifted her eyelids, her gaze falling upon the suitcase he held. Aside from a few broken firearms and several hundred rounds of ammunition, this was the most valuable item. Qin Xiao placed the black suitcase on the coffee table. It appeared to be either pilfered by that red-scarved bandit or salvaged from a military stronghold. He pointed to the combination lock on the suitcase. Despite its security, such mechanical locks posed no challenge to me. He retrieved a thin wire and a stethoscope from his toolbox. Click, click. The faint sound of mechanical engagement echoed in the quiet room. In less than a minute, with a satisfying pop, the lid sprang open. Lin Chu leaned in with curiosity. Inside the suitcase, there were no gold bars or stacks of cash. Instead, nestled within the shock-absorbent foam, lay a rugged, somewhat cumbersome black communication terminal. Next to it were several documents sealed in plastic bags. Is this a military personal radio? Lin Chu's eyes brightened. Qin Xiao picked up the radio and checked the battery. It still powered on. Truly, military-grade equipment is built to last. He pressed the power button. The screen flickered to life, emitting a harsh white noise. Qin Xiao adeptly adjusted the frequency dial, attempting to capture signals in the air. Such radios typically have preset emergency public frequencies. If there remains a surviving command center, this is the sole channel of communication. The static persisted for a considerable time. Just as the two were patiently waiting, suddenly, a fragmented voice, laden with strong interference, emanated from the speaker. This is the third shelter of the Western War Zone. Emergency announcement to all survivors. Qin Xiao's expression shifted, and he promptly fine-tuned the dial, striving for clarity. Repeating announcement, repeating announcement. According to the National Meteorological Center's last satellite return data, the extreme heat ridge has collapsed, and the Arctic vortex is descending. A dramatic temperature drop is expected within 72 hours. All personnel on the ground must immediately seek underground shelters and stockpile fuel. Winter is coming. The signal abruptly cut out, reverting to meaningless white noise. The room fell into an oppressive silence, broken only by the gentle hum of the air conditioning. Qin Xiao set down the radio. His brow furrowed deeply as he turned to Lin Chu. A dramatic drop? The surface temperature is currently 70 degrees. How could it plummet so suddenly? It is possible. Lin Chu's voice was eerily calm, a tranquility that sent a shiver down Qin Xiao's spine. She rose and walked to the bulletproof glass window. Gazing up at the dusky sky, Qin Xiao, look at that sun. He approached her side and beheld the once blinding, pale sun now shrouded in a peculiar gray-purple halo. The sky was no longer the despairing ochre but had transformed into a leaden gray, heavy clouds rapidly accumulating at the horizon, resembling a wall of darkness pressing down upon the earth. The wind had ceased. The once raging sandstorm had abruptly quieted. The atmospheric pressure was dropping, accompanied by a slight sensation of fullness in the eardrums. It was the same in the previous life, Lin Chu silently reflected. Her memories drifted back to her last existence, where after enduring more than 2 months of extreme heat, everyone had prayed for relief. The cooling did arrive, but not as the refreshing autumn they had hoped for. Instead, it descended as a purgatory of absolute zero. It was a year-long glacial period. Countless who had survived the heat were frozen into ice sculptures that fateful night. The meteorological station was not mistaken. Lin Chu turned to face Qin Xiao, her gaze resolute. Do you remember when I had you install the underfloor heating and double-layer insulation in the house? Qin Xiao was taken aback. Of course, he remembered. At the time, he had thought the wealthy girl was mad for insisting on industrial-grade insulation capable of withstanding -50-degree temperatures in the summer. In retrospect, you knew all along. Qin Xiao's expression became exceedingly complex, a mixture of deep inquiry and trepidation towards the woman before him. It was merely intuition. Lin Chu did not provide a direct answer, merely offering a faint smile. The extreme heat is merely an appetizer. The true main course is the extreme cold. When temperatures plummet from 70 degrees to -50 degrees within a day, this staggering 120-degree temperature differential will transform the outside world into genuine shards of glass. She gestured towards the survivors outside, still clad in tank tops and shorts, even bare-chested, scavenging for food among the ruins. They were still fighting for water, oblivious to the fact that in 3 days, all the water in the world would become lethal ice blades. Qin Xiao inhaled sharply. He gazed into Lin Chu's eyes, which seemed to pierce through all facades, and for the first time felt a profound sense of shock emanating from the depths of his soul. This woman, not only was she wealthy and armed, but she also appeared to be a prophet. Boss, Qin Xiao's tone grew serious. Since you believe this to be the case, we must get to work. Your generator, your diesel, and those ventilation ducts will not suffice if the temperature truly drops to below zero. I am aware. Lin Chu moved towards the control console. We have 72 hours. From this moment forth, we shall initiate Phase 2 of the ARC project. Seal the windows, seal the ducts, and conserve heat. Chapter 56. The final 72 hours, the enclosed bastion. September 17th, 0800. Time until the arrival of the extreme cold, 48 hours. Outdoor temperature, 71, still scorching. On the roof of the mountainside villa, the heat waves were relentless. Qin Xiao, bare-chested, revealed a strong, sweat-drenched back. The bandages on his abdomen had become thoroughly soaked, but he paid them no mind. He donned protective goggles and wielded an industrial sealing gun, working on the 2 massive central air conditioning units and the intake of the fresh air system. All external circulation intakes must be fitted with anti-freeze insulation. Qin Xiao spoke into his earpiece, his voice steady. Otherwise, if the temperature drops to -40 degrees, the intake ducts will freeze instantly, and your fresh air system will be rendered inoperative. At that point, we would suffocate inside. He was performing a warming procedure on the ducts. In weather so scorching that even steel could be scorched, dressing machines and thermal blankets appeared absurd. Received. Lin Chu's calm voice came through the earpiece. I have already cut off all non-essential external ventilation openings, retaining only the main bedroom and control room ducts. Qin Xiao wiped the sweat from his brow and glanced at the searing rooftop tiles beneath his feet. It was hard to believe that in just 2 days, everything would freeze. Though she rationally believed the intelligence, her physiology remained in resistance. This heat seemed to be etched into her very bones. September 18th, 1400 hours. There were still 18 hours until the extreme cold descended. Location, B2 level of the Villa, Energy Center. Lin Chu, clad in a work vest, stood before a massive diesel storage tank. In her hand, she held a bucket of milky white chemical antifreeze. Ordinary no. Zero diesel would precipitate wax when the temperature fell below 4 degrees, clogging the fuel lines. If the temperature truly plummeted to -50 degrees, this tank of diesel would transform into a colossal mass of jelly, rendering the generator utterly inoperative. Pour it in, stir it up. Lin Chu directed Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao lifted the bucket of antifreeze, poured it into the tank, and then activated the automatic stirring pump. Following that, he inspected the generator's preheating system. How's the battery group? Lin Chu inquired. Lithium batteries are particularly sensitive to cold. Qin Xiao wiped the grease from his hands. I've wrapped an industrial heating blanket around the battery unit. As long as the generator is running, the batteries will remain active. After completing these tasks, the two collapsed onto the floor in exhaustion. Though the basement was air-conditioned, the intense physical labor had left them utterly drained. Go pick out some clothes. Lin Chu stood up, brushing the dust from her pants. Clothes? Qin Xiao was taken aback. Yes, battle gear. B1 level of the villa, materials warehouse C-zone, clothing area. When Lin Chu opened the cabinet marked for extreme cold gear, Qin Xiao was once again struck by the overwhelming power of wealth. What hung there were not ordinary down jackets, but an array of red and white polar expedition-grade one-piece thermal suits, custom industrial versions of Canada Goose. These garments were designed for Antarctic exploration teams, capable of maintaining body temperature amidst blizzards at -70 degrees. Neatly arranged nearby were graphene-heated undergarments with battery connectors, fleece-lined tactical boots with anti-slip steel studs, wool knee pads, polar wind goggles, and touchscreen thermal gloves. Choose a fitting set. Lin Chu casually tossed him an XXL outfit. Although the room had underfloor heating, This gear would serve as a second lifeline should the generator fail or if they needed to venture outside. Qin Xiao ran his fingers over the thick fabric, his gaze complex. Lin Chu, you must tell me honestly. He looked at Lin Chu, his tone earnest. Are you truly a reincarnated? Or someone who has traversed time? Generally, even those who stockpiled supplies would not prepare items meant exclusively for use in Antarctica. Lin Chu, organizing the hand warmers on the shelf, replied without turning her head. Just consider me a wealthy neurotic who fears the cold. In this world, neurotics tend to survive the longest. Qin Xiao chuckled softly, choosing not to press further. Regardless of her identity, as long as he could survive alongside her. It mattered little if she were an extraterrestrial. September 18th, 1800 hours. There were still 4 hours until the extreme cold would arrive. The sky had transformed. Qin Xiao and Lin Chu stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows on the second floor, gazing at the outside world. The once leaden gray sky now hung low, as if it could be touched. The clouds exhibited an eerie dark purple hue, resembling a vast bruise. Most terrifying was the stillness. The hot, dust-laden winds that had blown for 2 months had suddenly vanished. The entire world fell into an absolute silence. Even the leaves, if there were any left, remained motionless. The temperature began to drop, not precipitously, but rather slowly and seductively. From 70 to 50, then to 40. For humans who had been scorched for 2 months, 40 degrees felt almost like spring. Lin Chu raised her binoculars, surveying the residential buildings below. She witnessed an exceedingly ironic scene. Those survivors, who had been hiding in basements and bomb shelters, struggling to survive, suddenly rushed outside. They dashed into the streets, arms outstretched, greedily inhaling the cool air. Some cheered, others wept, and some knelt in gratitude to the heavens. It's cooling down. Finally, it's cooling down. We will survive. The damned heat has finally ended. They shed their sun protection gear, reveling amidst the ruins. Some even produced their last few drops of water, splashing each other in celebration. A bunch of fools. Qin Xiao observed this scene coldly. They did not realize this was death's final caress. The boiling frog metaphor. The heat had been extinguished, and now came the rapid freeze. Lin Chu lowered her binoculars, her gaze indifferent. In her previous life, she had also been among those jubilant celebrants. She remembered that feeling, thinking the suffering had ended, believing hope had arrived. Yet that very night, the temperature plunged below zero. Countless people froze solid in their sleep, their bodies so stiff by morning that they could not even be pried apart. Shut the windows. Lin Chu turned away, no longer gazing at those destined for death. She pressed the level 1 lockdown button on the control panel. Buzz. All the villa's windows, beyond their bulletproof glass, descended a thick layer of insulating shutters, leaving only a narrow slit for observation. Activate the underfloor heating. Initiate the fresh air system's internal circulation mode. Check the firewood reserves for the fireplace. As each command was executed, the villa transformed into a temperature-controlled capsule, completely isolated from the outside world. September 18th, 2200 hours. The countdown reached 0. Whoosh! The first gust of north wind, like a knife made of ice, howled through the night sky. The sound was no longer that of hot winds, but rather a sharp, mournful whistle. The outdoor thermometer's numbers began to plunge wildly. 30, 15, 5, 0. The sky did not snow. Instead, it hailed. Hailstones the size of fists, carrying the frigid air, pelted the ground like cannonballs. Crack! The cheers on the streets instantly morphed into screams. Those who had not managed to return to the basement were battered by the hail, suffering grievous injuries. Even more horrifying was the realization that their exposed skin began to redden, sting, and then lose sensation within mere minutes. Hypothermia began to spread on a massive scale. Meanwhile, in the spring-like warmth of the villa's living room, Lin Chu donned a soft cashmere sweater, her bare feet resting on the warm floor. She offered Qin Xiao a cup of freshly brewed hot mulled wine, infused with cinnamon and orange slices, exuding an enchanting aroma. To the bitter winter, Lin Chu whispered. Qin Xiao took the cup, gazing at the rapidly frosting window and the thermometer's plummeting numbers, which had already dipped below 10 and continued to fall. To living, he replied, downing it in one gulp. Chapter 57. The Frozen City, the Knock of Icy Hardness. September 19th, 0700 hours. Outdoor temperature, minus 52. Winter has arrived overnight. The extreme cold has descended. Indoor temperature, 24, constant underfloor heating. The world fell silent. Utterly silent. Gone were the cicadas chirping, the howling of wind and sand, and even the cacophony of the previous evening's hailstorm. In their place lingered a silence so profound it seemed capable of freezing one's very soul. The electronic alarm clock beside the bed rang punctually. Lin Chu extended a hand from the soft, fluffy white goose-down quilt to silence the alarm. She did not rush to rise. Instead, she nestled deeper into her cocoon, luxuriating in the embrace of her pillow, imbued with the scent of the sun. The warmth enveloping her was almost stifling. Dressed solely in a silk camisole, her exposed shoulder felt not the chill, but rather the gentle warmth of the central air conditioning. Is this winter? Lin Chu rubbed her sleepy eyes and stepped barefoot onto the solid wood composite floor. The carbon fiber underfloor heating was operating at full capacity, sending a wave of warmth that radiated through her soles and warmed her very core. She approached the window and pressed the button to activate the protective roller shutter. With a low hum and a clatter, the heavy metal shutter ascended, revealing the thick, bulletproof vacuum glass behind it. In that moment, Lin Chu's breath caught for half a second. It was breathtaking, a beauty that could only arise from the most ferocious forces of nature, both brutal and magnificent. The once grayish-yellow, ruin-like city had vanished. In its place stood a crystalline tomb. The torrential rain and hail from the previous evening had solidified in an instant as the temperature plummeted during the night. The entire hillside villa, the entire city, was sealed within a thick layer of ice, several centimeters deep. Trees transformed into jade branches, only to snap under the weight of the ice. Abandoned vehicles by the roadside were completely encased in ice, resembling white amber. Even the towering 4-meter walls were adorned with long, sharp icicles, as if forged by nature's hand. This was the essence of extreme cold. Lin Chu pressed her hand against the glass. Though separated by 3 layers of glass and an inert gas layer, she could still feel the penetrating chill outside. -52 degrees. It was a temperature capable of turning spilled boiling water into mist instantaneously. It was also a temperature that could lead to human hypothermia and death within 10 minutes. Downstairs, in the living room, the electronic flames in the fireplace danced, a real wood-burning fireplace that Lin Chu had specially installed for ambience, also serving as a backup heat source. Qin Xiao was already awake. Clad in a gray fleece loungewear set, he sat on the carpet before the fireplace, cradling a steaming cup of black coffee. His complexion was somewhat pallid, and his gaze bore a weight of seriousness, as if he had narrowly escaped a calamity. "Good morning," he greeted hoarsely upon seeing Lin Chu descend the stairs. "Good morning," she replied, making her way to the open kitchen to activate the DeLonghi fully automatic coffee machine. The rich aroma of coffee instantly permeated the living room. "Did you see outside?" Lin Chu inquired. "I did." Qin Xiao gestured towards the floor-to-ceiling windows, indicating the direction of the villa's entrance. "If you hadn't sealed the ventilation last night or installed insulation, we would be 2-eye sculptures by now." He stood and approached the window, pointing to the winding road below the mountain. "Look there." Lin Chu followed his finger. On the snow-covered road stood many grotesque sculptures. They were not stones. They were people, survivors who had thought the drop in temperature was a blessing and had rushed outside to celebrate the evening before. Some were outstretched, arms embracing the sky. Others knelt. Some were still running. Yet their actions were frozen in time. The torrential rain had drenched them entirely, and within mere minutes, the plummeting temperature had encased them, along with their wet garments, into rigid blocks of ice. Their faces retained the expressions from their last moments, some laughing, some crying, some with mouths agape, as if pleading for help. Yet beneath that crystalline layer of ice, these expressions appeared eerie and haunting. Frozen throne. The term suddenly emerged in Lin Chu's mind. It was a massacre devoid of bloodshed. Nature had, in just one night, eradicated the most careless of souls from this city. At that moment, a dull thud echoed, resembling the sound of a heavy hammer striking, emanating from the direction of the villa's entrance. In this desolate world of ice and snow, the sound was particularly jarring. "Is someone there?" Qin Xiao's gaze sharpened, his hand instinctively moving to his waist where a gun was holstered. "Check the surveillance," Lin Chu said, leisurely carrying her hot coffee to the control panel. The screen flickered to life. Though the camera at the entrance was frosted, its automatic defrosting feature ensured a clear image. There, before the villa's heavy black blast door, lay a dark figure. Upon closer inspection, it was not a monster. It was a person wrapped in layers of tattered down jackets, swathed in a blanket. However, the blanket had frozen solid, as hard as iron. The individual was pounding on the door with hands that had turned a deep purple and swollen like carrots, frantically striking the door. Or rather, they were attempting to collide with it, as their fingers were likely frozen and broken, forcing them to use their wrist bones, or even their head, against the icy steel door. "Open the door. Please, open the door." There's warmth, heat. The voice was so faint it was nearly inaudible. But she was not there to rob or seek food. She was drawn by warmth. The villa's exhaust fan, though treated, still expelled a steady stream of waste heat. In this hell of -50 degrees, that small amount of expelled warmth was the sole beacon of hope for someone on the brink of freezing to death. It was Aunt Lin from down the mountain. Lin Chu recognized the frozen visage. This neighbor was typically quite harsh, known for her penny-pinching ways. Just the day before, she had mocked Lin Chu in their chat group, calling her a coward for staying indoors while everyone else could survive the cold, saying it was selfish of her to let it happen. And now, She resembled a dying wild dog, crouched at Lin Chu's door, greedily pressing her face against the crack, attempting to absorb any warmth seeping through. "Help me, Miss Lin. I know you're inside. Let me in. I want to come inside. Just let me stay at the door." Aunt Lin's tears streamed down her face, instantly freezing into beads of ice. Her consciousness was fading. Hypothermia was robbing her of her last vestiges of life. She could no longer feel the cold. Instead, she felt warmth, beginning to tear at the blanket draping her. A bizarre phenomenon of undressing, a final sign before freezing to death. Qin Xiao observed the surveillance, his gun slowly lowering. "No need to waste bullets," he remarked coolly. Indeed. Lin Chu took a sip of her hot coffee, the warmth sliding down her throat. In such weather, opening the door was tantamount to suicide. She felt not an ounce of compassion, for she knew that should she open that door, it would not be Aunt Lin who entered. Instead, it would be countless frenzied wraiths driven mad by the cold, who would tear her and Qin Xiao apart for a mere spot by the fireplace. The knocking grew fainter. Ultimately, it transformed into the sound of fingernails scraping against the door. 5 minutes later, the figure wrapped in the blanket lay utterly still. She maintained a kneeling posture, her hands pressed against the door seam, her face resting against the door panel. She resembled a devout, yet forsaken statue. A gust of frigid wind swept through. Flurries of snow cascaded down, swiftly enveloping her form, leaving behind only a white silhouette, a new barrier before the villa's entrance. Inside, Lin Chu set down her coffee cup and turned toward the kitchen. "What shall we have for breakfast?" Her tone was as calm as if she had merely watched a tedious weather forecast. Qin Xiao cast a lingering gaze at the fresh ice sculpture captured in the surveillance footage, then glanced at the icy woman before him. A sudden smile broke upon his lips, tinged with self-mockery and a sense of release. "Anything will do." Qin Xiao took a seat at the dining table. "As long as it's warm." Lin Chu opened the refrigerator, retrieving a bag of frozen soup dumplings and a few fresh eggs. "Let us have fried eggs with soup dumplings. And brew a pot of millet pumpkin porridge." 10 minutes later, the sizzling of frying eggs and the rich aroma of porridge wafted through the house, maintained at a comfortable 24 degrees Celsius. Meanwhile, just a wall away, countless lives were quietly extinguishing in the -52-degree blizzard outside. This was the end of the world. "Your hell, my paradise." Chapter 58, The Heat Source Crisis, The Targeted Lighthouse. September 19th, 12:00 p.m. Outdoor temperature, -55, continuously dropping. Indoor temperature, 24, comfortable and steady. After the warm breakfast concluded, Lin Chu and Qin Xiao did not linger. Lin Chu stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the new ice sculpture outside. That was Aunt Lin. Before Lin Chu's rebirth, Aunt Lin had a penchant for taking advantage of others. She would always inquire about takeout orders from neighboring households, and had even pilfered Lin Chu's packages left at the door. Now, she knelt at the entrance, her face pressed against the door seam, embodying a posture of desperate longing. A thick layer of white frost blanketed her corpse, resembling a shoddy shroud. "She is dead," Lin Chu remarked flatly, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. "In this world of -50 degrees, the unprepared cannot survive the first night. Boss, let us not concern ourselves with that corpse for now." Qin Zhao's voice came from behind, tinged with seriousness. He stood on the second-floor terrace, separated by glass, holding a military binocular, not gazing into the distance but observing the roof of their home. "What is it?" Lin Chu approached him. Qin Xiao pointed to the chimney and the exhaust vent on the side of the roof. "Look at that." Lin Chu followed his line of sight. Under the leaden gray sky, a thick column of white smoke was continuously billowing from the villa's roof. It was not black smoke, but rather the high-temperature exhaust, generator emissions, fireplace smoke, kitchen fumes, that had instantly condensed into a column of water vapor upon encountering the -50-degree cold air. This white column rose straight up into the almost still air, towering dozens of meters high. In this desolate, gray-white frozen city, it stood out like a lighthouse. Damn it! Lin Chu's pupils constricted. She had calculated every detail, yet overlooked this point. In extreme heat, exhaust is invisible. But in extreme cold, this plume signals to everyone within a 5-kilometer radius. Come quickly. There's warmth here. There's a generator. There are living people. Qin Xiao lowered the binoculars, his expression grave. On the battlefield, this is known as heat source exposure. If someone had a thermal imaging device or simply looked with the naked eye, your house would be a live target. We must act immediately. Lin Chu made a swift decision. The generator cannot stop, and the underfloor heating must not cease. If it does, we will freeze to death as well. No need to stop it. Qin Xiao turned and headed to the equipment room downstairs, exhibiting the qualities of a top-level security expert. Remember that abandoned underground water reservoir? We will reroute the exhaust pipe. Let the high-temperature exhaust first pass through the underground reservoir for condensation before being discharged into the sewer. Though this will increase some back pressure, It can eliminate 90 of the visible white smoke. Let us get to work. Lin Chu uttered no further words. Half an hour later, Villa B2, equipment room. The two donned lightweight work attire, engaged in urgent modifications. Qin Xiao skillfully severed the main exhaust pipe leading to the roof, reconnecting it to the backup pipe leading to the underground reservoir. Lin Chu stood by, handing him tools and adjusting the generator's output power to prevent it from stalling due to blocked exhaust. With a low, resonant hum, the fresh air system and generator resumed operation. The two quickly returned to the second floor to observe. Indeed, the conspicuous white lighthouse on the roof had vanished. In its place, faint wisps of blue smoke occasionally emerged from the ground sewer entrance, quickly dissipated by the cold wind, nearly imperceptible. It's done. Qin Xiao wiped the oil from his hands, exhaling in relief. Now, even if a drone were to fly by, it would be difficult to detect any abnormal heat source here. However, Lin Chu did not relax. She continued to hold the binoculars, her gaze fixed on the distant mountain road. Qin Xiao, it may be too late. Qin Xiao paused, swiftly taking the binoculars from her, following her line of sight. Approximately 2 kilometers from the villa, on the winding mountain road, 6 black dots emerged in the expanse of white snow. These were not ordinary refugees. Refugees moved slowly through the snow, often crawling. But these 6 black dots moved with remarkable speed and synchronized precision. Qin Xiao adjusted the focus. The image sharpened. They were 6 individuals clad in snow camouflage, or white professional cold weather gear. They were not trudging. Instead, they glided on professional skis, wielding ski poles, and carried bulging tactical backpacks. The 2 individuals leading the group even held rifles equipped with scopes. They are marauders. Qin Xiao's voice turned icy, laced with a chilling intensity. Moreover, they are professionals. Judging by their gear, skis, goggles, and cold weather attire, this is certainly not a makeshift assembly. They are heading straight for that smoke column. Even though the plume has now disappeared, these hunters have already locked onto their target. The disappearance of the heat merely indicates that the inhabitants have sensed danger and are concealing themselves, further confirming that there is a big catch here. 6 individuals. Lin Chu observed the rapidly approaching shadows, her gaze frigid. Well-equipped, armed, and tactical. This is how one should appear in extreme cold. Qin Xiao lowered the binoculars and strode towards the weapons rack. He picked up the 416 Hong Kong dollars, expertly checked the magazine, and stuffed 2 flashbangs into his pocket. Boss, what is the plan? Wait for them to knock. Lin Chu approached the control panel and pressed the preheat switch for the active defense system. Her finger glided across the screen, designating the approaching red dots. Knock. Lin Chu scoffed coldly. My door only opens for the dead, since they possess a penchant for skiing. Let us elevate the thrill of their descent. Qin Xia. Lin Chu turned her head, her eyes glinting with a cold light. You shall position yourself at the flanking ambush point. I will utilize the drone to drive them into your line of fire. This time, I intend to capture one alive. I am curious to discern the origins of this well-equipped group. A grin spread across Qin Xia's face, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. Understood. Capturing a tongue is my specialty. He raised his weapon and proceeded towards the passage leading to the hidden fortress along the side wall. Boom. Outside, the snowstorm seemed to intensify. 6 white phantoms glided silently along the mountain path towards this warm bastion. They believed themselves the hunters, unaware that they were gliding towards an intricately woven death trap. Chapter 59, Snowfield Sniping. Who is the true prey? September 19th, 13:15. Outdoor temperature, -14°C, blizzard. Visibility, less than 20 meters. White. The world was engulfed in a despairing pallor. The howling winds whipped the snowflakes like countless minute ice blades, mercilessly slicing through every exposed surface. Buzz. A snow-white DJI Mavic 3 Industry Edition drone emerged silently from a concealed exhaust vent on the second floor of the villa. Its propellers had undergone special sound-dampening treatment, rendering it nearly inaudible amidst the roaring winds. The high-definition thermal imaging lens suspended beneath began its search for prey within the vast expanse of white. Inside the villa, in the control room. Indoor temperature, 24°C. Lin Chu sat in a wide ergonomic chair, 3 high-definition screens before her transmitting the drone's live feed. To her left, a cup of freshly brewed hot cocoa sat, with marshmallows slowly melting into the rich brown liquid. Is this what they call a god's perspective? Lin Chu gazed at the screens. In the ordinary view, the outside world was a chaotic blur of white, obscured from sight. Yet in infrared thermal imaging mode, the world transformed into a stark black and white landscape, with the 6 moving figures appearing as 6 conspicuous, bright orange spots. They are quite astute. Upon noticing the plume of smoke dissipate, they did not foolishly take the main road. Instead, they divided into 3 smaller groups, 222 formation, utilizing abandoned vehicles and frozen trees as cover, fanning out to encircle the villa. Qin Xia. Lin Chu pressed her earpiece. her voice as calm as ice. 2 o'clock direction, 180 meters away, behind the abandoned bus. 2 targets. 9 o'clock direction, 220 meters away, beside the rocks. 2 more. Directly ahead, 150 meters away, 2 snipers lying in a snowbank. The villa's sidewall, half-subterranean fortress. Indoor temperature, -3°C, no heating, but sheltered from the wind. Qin Xie lay before the shooting aperture, draped in a white camouflage net, clad in heavy polar attire. He wore fingerless tactical gloves, holding in 416 Hong Kong dollars equipped with a suppressor and a 4x scope. Even within the fortress, the breath he exhaled instantly transformed into a white mist. The gun's cold metal sent chills through him. To prevent the gun oil from freezing and causing a jam, he had deliberately applied low freezing point lubricant to the bolt. Received. Qin Xie's voice came through the bone conduction headset, steady as a calm sea. Peering through the scope, he focused on the snowbank ahead, the location Lin Chu had reported. To the naked eye, it appeared merely as a mound of ordinary snow. Yet these individuals were evidently seasoned, adept at utilizing the terrain for concealment. Professional. Qin Xie mentally assessed. Such tactical maneuvers, such dispersed formations, were certainly not the work of mere thugs. They were likely a gang composed of retired military personnel or members of extreme outdoor clubs. Regrettably, you have encountered a formidable opponent. Qin Xie adjusted his breathing. In extreme cold, the bullet's trajectory would be influenced by air density and temperature, resulting in slight deviations. However, he had already accounted for these parameters. Boss, which one should I target first? Qin Xie's finger rested on the trigger as he softly inquired. The 2 directly ahead. Lin Chu surveyed the heat sources on the screen. Sipping her hot cocoa. Their firearms pose a threat to you. Blind them first. Understood. Qin Xie held his breath. His heartbeat slowed. The world seemed to pause in that instant. PFF. A remarkably subtle sound echoed. A 5.56mm bullet spiraled from the chamber, slicing through the swirling snow, accurately penetrating the head of the snowman lying in the snowbank. In the scope, a burst of red mist erupted against the pristine white ground. The snowman did not even convulse. It simply buried its head into the snow, transforming into a true corpse. The observer reacted quickly. An ambush. He suddenly rolled over, attempting to take cover behind a nearby log. PFF. The second shot followed swiftly. The bullet anticipated his rolling trajectory, piercing through his neck. The observer clutched his gushing throat, writhing painfully in the snow for a moment before going still. Damn, where is it? 9 o'clock? Or 12 o'clock? The remaining 4 raiders were thrown into disarray. They could not see the gunfire. The suppressor eliminated the muzzle flash, nor hear the gunshots. The wind and snow were too loud, only witnessing their comrades inexplicably fall. This unknown terror was 1,000 times more frightening than facing a blade in hand-to-hand combat. The one on the left is attempting to flee. Lin Chu's voice rang out again, laced with a hint of mockery. The one behind the abandoned bus is sliding back. He won't escape. Qin Xie pulled back the bolt. At that moment, the raider hiding behind the bus was indeed trying to flee. He pushed off the ground with his skis, propelled by the downhill momentum, darting away like an arrow. His speed was astonishing, leaving a blurred trail in the storm. If it were an ordinary shooter, hitting such a fast-moving target would be nearly impossible. But Qin Xie was a marksman of unparalleled skill. He did not aim directly at the man. Instead, he lowered the gun slightly, predicting the trajectory of his escape. PFF. The bullet shattered the raider's left ski. In the midst of his high-speed glide, his balance was instantly disrupted. The raider tumbled like a runaway top, crashing into the snow with a thud, rolling several times before colliding with a rock. The sound of bones snapping echoing through the air. Ah, my leg. The scream was swallowed by the wind and snow. The remaining 3 individuals were utterly demoralized. They had lost 3 comrades without even knowing where the enemy lay. This was no battle, it was a one-sided slaughter. Retreat. Withdraw quickly. The leader, clad in white camouflage, shouted frantically. He no longer sought cover but dashed downhill in a mad frenzy. Thinking of escaping? Lin Chu observed the largest heat source on the screen. Qin Xie, leave one alive. I want the leader alive. Understood. Qin Xie adjusted his aim. This time, he did not target the head or the heart, but rather the opponent's thigh. PFF. The bullet pierced through the heavy winter clothing, burrowing into the thigh muscle and even fracturing the femur. Ack! The leading man let out a wretched scream, collapsing into the snow. Blood gushed forth instantly, staining a vast expanse of white snow. In the extreme cold, this blood would freeze within seconds. If not staunched promptly, he would soon succumb to shock. As for the remaining 2 henchmen, the moment they turned to flee, exposing their backs to Qin Xiao, their fates were already sealed. Thud! Thud! 2 precise shots rang out. The 2 figures fell in unison. The battle concluded in under 2 minutes, without so much as a hair from the enemy being touched. Inside the dark fortress, Qin Xiao holstered his weapon, blowing away the non-existent gunpowder smoke. He flexed his somewhat stiff fingers. 6 targets, 4 dead, 2 wounded. The leader's leg was broken. If he didn't drag him back quickly, he would freeze to death within 10 minutes. Lin Chu's satisfied voice crackled through the earpiece. Well done. Return for a cup of hot tea, then go retrieve him. I want to know who gave them the audacity to trespass at my door. Qin Xiao chuckled softly. He pulled a piece of chocolate from his pocket, popping it into his mouth to replenish his energy. Then he pushed open the back door of the dark fortress, returning to the spring-like warmth of the underground chamber. 10 minutes later, in the interrogation room, formerly a storage room, on the B1 level of the villa, the leading raider, known as Lone Wolf, Shen Meng, was dragged in by Qin Xiao like a dead dog. His winter attire had been stripped away, leaving him clad only in thermal underwear. His right femur was shattered, and the wound had been crudely bound with a tourniquet by Qin Xiao to prevent excessive blood loss. Transitioning from the -50-degree snowy terrain to a 20-degree room, the drastic temperature shift caused him to tremble violently, rather than warmth. He experienced excruciating pain as his frozen blood began to thaw. He lay on the ground, his face pale, gazing at the 2 figures before him. One was a tall, stern man wielding a bloodied military knife, and the other was a beautiful woman in a pristine cashmere sweater, holding a cup of coffee and regarding him with the contempt reserved for refuse. Speak, Lin Chu said, taking a sip of her coffee, her tone indifferent. Who are you? Where did you get that snowboard and those guns? Also, she gestured towards the outside. Who informed you that there was a heat source here? The leading man gritted his teeth, attempting to maintain his bravado. I am from the South City Polar Club. Thud. The military knife in Qin Xiao's hand plunged mercilessly into his intact left thigh. The anguished cries echoed in the soundproof room. The boss asked questions without preamble. Qin Xiao withdrew the knife, wiping it on the man's clothing. I'll ask again. Who is behind this? Faced with overwhelming violence and the instinct for survival, the man's psychological defenses crumbled. It's the people from the official shelter. He cried out in confession. We heard it over the radio. There's an encrypted channel broadcasting. It said that there's an anomalous heat source response at the Half-Mountain Villa. They might have hoarded a generator. The official shelter's supplies are running low, and they're encouraging survivors to raid each other. Lin Chu's grip on the coffee cup tightened. The official shelter? Encouraging raiding? It seemed that in the face of the cataclysmic cold, even the once guardians of order had begun to devolve into darkness. This was the true end of the world. Lin Chu set down her cup, a newfound gravity flickering in her eyes. Qin Xiao, we're in deep trouble. Chapter 60, Captives and Baits. The temperature in the interrogation room was maintained at a constant 24 degrees, a paradise for ordinary individuals. Yet, for Shen Meng, the leading man just dragged in from the -50-degree cold, it was an unmitigated hell. Kill me. Kill me. Shen Meng curled up on the cold marble floor, his broken right leg convulsing violently. The extreme cold had numbed his nerves, but as the warmth enveloped him, the previously frozen blood began to revive, and the nerve endings at the fracture felt as though countless fire ants were ravenously gnawing at him. Lin Chu sat cross-legged on the sofa chair, a steaming cup of hot cocoa in hand. She did not rush to speak, merely observing the man with an icy detachment. Qin Xiao stood behind Shen Meng, toying with the bloodied military knife. The blade glinted coldly under the light, occasionally grazing Shen Meng's skin, eliciting involuntary shivers. No need to rush. You haven't completely thawed yet, Lin Chu said, gently blowing away the foam atop her drink. Once your blood flows smoothly, the pain will be tenfold clearer than it is now. At that point, even wishing for death will be a challenge. Shen Meng fearfully raised his head, gazing at the exquisitely beautiful yet iron-hearted woman. He had initially thought that the wealthy woman residing in this mansion was merely a fat sheep hoarding supplies due to her affluence before the apocalypse. Now he realized he had encountered a demon clad in human skin. I'll talk. Shen Meng gasped raggedly, a mixture of snot and cold sweat on his face. The supplies at the South City Gymnasium are running low. They've put your coordinates on the bounty list through the internal channel. The bounty list? Lin Chu raised an eyebrow. ISNT, the official shelter, supposedly capable of accommodating 50,000 people with ample supplies. Official? Shen Meng's face contorted into a twisted grimace. The pain rendered his features grotesque. There's no law left. The one in charge now is the former security chief, Zhao Mingyuan. That guy is a lunatic. According to Shen Meng's testimony, the South City Gymnasium shelter had devolved into a miniature, grotesque slave society. There, people were strictly categorized into 3 tiers. 1. The elite. The management, the so-called divine clan, occupying the best VIP boxes in the gymnasium, equipped with heating facilities, receiving canned food, white rice, and even fresh vegetables daily. 2. The scavenger teams, dubbed hounds, those like Shen Meng, with skills capable of wielding guns to kill and loot, could exchange for high-calorie food, even securing a makeshift shelter to fend off the wind and snow. 3. The ordinary refugees, collectively known as mice residing in the lowest tiers of the stance. Devoid of bedding or heating, subsisting on a daily bowl of gruel mixed with wood shavings and moldy rice. Currently, the shelter had ceased distributing food. Xin Ming's voice quivered as he spoke. Zhao Mingyuan has implemented a contribution point system. Want to eat? You either surrender gold, silver, and jewels, provide supply coordinates, or offer up flesh. Lin Chu's expression darkened. Flesh? Xin Ming swallowed hard, his gaze vacant. Those are the people who froze to death, or those who haven't tea yet. They call them two-legged sheep. The pot at the gymnasium doesn't only cook moldy rice. Standing aside, Qin Shao's demeanor turned icy. The knuckles of his grip on the knife turned white. As a former king of mercenaries, he had witnessed countless hells. Yet the swift transformation into cannibalistic savagery following the collapse of peace still elicited a visceral disgust within him. And what is my villa worth on that list? Lin Chu suddenly inquired, her smile devoid of warmth. You are marked as the highest-level red name, Xin Ming muttered, eyes cast down. Unable to meet Lin Chu's gaze, the coordinates appeared on the encrypted channel 3 days ago. The broadcast stated that the half-mountain villa has an independent power supply and a 10,000-ton underground granary, even greenhouses for vegetables. Lin Chu's heart harbored a bitter mockery. It appears that the plume of heat emanating from the villa has drawn the attention of official satellites or higher surveillance. Zhao Mingyuan has promised that whoever can seize this place shall become the deputy commander of the refuge and receive a share of supplies equivalent to an entire floor. Xin Ming let out a bitter laugh, acknowledging that we are merely the first batch of probing cannon fodder. Behind us lurk the renegade special forces of the Black Hawk Brigade, as well as the main force of the refuge, who have set their sights firmly upon you. Lin Chu placed her cup down, her fingertips gently tapping on the armrest. The refuge at the South City Gymnasium lies approximately 40 kilometers from here. Before the advent of the extreme cold, it was a beacon of hope for the government to shelter the populace. Now, it has morphed into a ravenous powder keg, with our villa serving as the very fuse. Qin Shao, what are your thoughts? Lin Chu turned her head. Qin Shao, expressionless, wiped the blood from his blade. Passive defense is not a sustainable strategy. The white smoke cannot be concealed, as long as we continue to reside here. The heat signature will act like a torch in the darkness. Those starving beasts from the refuge will come at us in relentless waves, until our ammunition is depleted. Lin Chu nodded, a glint of determination flashing in her eyes. In her past life, she had perished in the floods, acutely aware that passive waiting only leads to annihilation. In this life, armed with vast resources, elite bodyguards, and boundless space, why should she wait for others to seize what is hers? Since they consider us mere lambs for slaughter, Lin Chu rose, casting a disdainful glance at the pitiful Xin Ming. Then let us raid the wolf's den. Lin Chu had no intention of executing Xin Ming outright. Qin Shao, staunch his bleeding and feed him some warm rice porridge. Do not let him die, she commanded. Qin Shao raised an eyebrow in surprise. Is it not wasteful to keep him alive? No, Lin Chu responded, moving to the window to observe the gradually calming blizzard. A dangerous smile gracing her lips. He mentioned earlier that they operate in batches. The disappearance of these 6 individuals will undoubtedly raise suspicions at the refuge. We must utilize him to relay false information to Zhao Mingyuan. Lin Chu's plan was both simple and audacious. She intended for Xin Ming to report via radio that they had successfully infiltrated the villa's perimeter. Discovering that the interior was not impenetrable but had suffered a severe internal fire, fabricating the illusion of a thermal explosion, and that the defenses were currently incapacitated. We aim to lure the main force of the refuge out in waves to their demise. Lin Chu turned around, her profile illuminated under the light, cold and chiseled like a marble sculpture. By the way, I would also like to pay a visit to the South City Gymnasium. Since Zhao Mingyuan is so fond of stockpiling supplies, there must be many treasures hidden within the refuge's secret storerooms. Do you wish to partake in a zero-cost shopping spree? Qin Shao discerned the glint in her eyes, a rare and fierce smile breaking through his typically stern demeanor. I like this mission. In the ensuing hours, the villa entered a state of heightened alert. Qin Shao dragged Xin Ming to another isolation chamber, employing professional techniques to instruct him on what to say. Meanwhile, Lin Chu retreated into her space to inventory her heavy firepower stockpile. She had amassed an entire warehouse of contraband before the apocalypse. Light weaponry, 5,416 Hong Kong dollars assault rifles, accompanied by 300,000 rounds of ammunition. Heavy weaponry, 8 M249 light machine guns, 20 RPG-7 rocket launchers, with a total of 100 high explosive and armor-piercing rounds. Ultimate weapons. Additionally, there were 2 disassembled M134 Gatling machine guns and several boxes of directional anti-infantry mines. In the extreme cold, firearms are prone to jamming. and battery life is halved. Lin Chu retrieved 2 sets of Special Forces-grade polar exoskeleton frameworks from her space and placed them on the table. Qin Xiao, these 2 sets of equipment are for you to allocate. Upon seeing the 2 sets gleaming with a cold metallic sheen, Qin Xiao's expression shifted. Is this the latest generation model from Boston Dynamics that hasn't even been made public yet? How did you acquire them? Money can make the devil push the millstone. And before the apocalypse, I was the wealthiest person around, Lin Chu replied nonchalantly. These systems are equipped with temperature-regulating modules, allowing you to maintain peak physical performance in environments as frigid as -60 degrees without compromising shooting accuracy. Qin Xiao caressed the handles of the exoskeleton. Drawing a deep breath, he suddenly perceived that the girl before him might indeed be a rational reincarnate, or perhaps a divine being with infinite trump cards. As evening fell, the blizzard temporarily relented. In the dining room on the 2nd floor of the villa, warm yellow chandeliers cast a cozy glow. The dining table was adorned with a steaming hot pot. The red oil bubbled as thinly sliced beef, lamb, tripe, and fresh lettuce were neatly arranged. 2 glasses of chilled cola fizzed with bubbles. Who could have imagined that while outside lay a frozen hell of cannibalism, they still indulged in the luxuries of a bygone era within these walls? Eat well, Lin Chu said, picking up a slice of meat and placing it in Qin Xiao's bowl. Starting tomorrow, we must pretend to be refugees who haven't eaten for 3 days in front of those hounds. There won't be such provisions then. Qin Xiao gazed at the meat in his bowl, pausing in silence before suddenly speaking. Do you truly trust me? Handing over equipment of this caliber. Are you not afraid I might seize control of your villa? Lin Chu set down her chopsticks, locking eyes with Qin Xiao's profound gaze. Her tone chillingly calm. You may try. I can save you, nourish you, and I can also make you vanish from this world in an instant. Qin Xiao, I hold in my hand a thermobaric bomb capable of flattening this entire mountain. This was not merely a warning. It was an unvarnished truth. In such extreme circumstances, any pretense of warmth is fragile. Only a bond of interests founded on equivalent strength can forge the most steadfast of alliances. Qin Xiao smiled. He raised his cola glass and clinked it against Lin Chu's. Deal. Before your thermobaric bomb detonates, I shall be the sharpest knife in this world. As night deepened, amidst Shen Ming's anguished groans, Lin Chu stood before the floor-to-ceiling window on the top floor. In the distance, towards the South City direction, a faint flicker of light was discernible against the desolate ice field. That was the South City Gymnasium. Zhaoming Yuan, I hope your storeroom does not disappoint. Chapter 61, Lin Chu's Fishing Plan. September 20th, dawn 6:45. The sky remained a heavy leaden gray, the blizzard having abated. Yet fine ice crystals still swept through the howling wind like grains of sand. Are you ready? Lin Chu stood before the surveillance screen, clutching an old civilian walkie-talkie. She had exchanged her lightweight cashmere loungewear for a somewhat bulky, yet exceptionally warm tactical jacket. Qin Xiao stood behind her, grasping the specially reinforced radio communication box confiscated from Shen Ming. Shen Ming's psychological defenses had crumbled. He now yearned for survival more than anyone else. Qin Xiao cast a cold glance at the corner where the man huddled. Shen Ming's face was a mottled shade of blue and purple, his broken leg hastily secured, trembling as he accepted the communication box. Remember what I taught you. Qin Xiao's voice was low and menacing. Say one more foolish word, and I shall dismantle your remaining parts one by one. Understood, understood, Shen Ming nodded fervently. The radio emitted a shrill crackle as Lin Chu pressed the send button. Calling center, calling center. This is the advance team, Shen Ming. Shen Ming's voice was tinged with a quivering timbre of survival and overwhelming tension. A performance underscored by genuine fear of Qin Xiao and Lin Chu. We have come under attack. Those people have automatic firearms. We've lost 4 brothers. There was a momentary silence on the other end of the radio, followed by a deep, menacing voice. Shen Ming, are you saying that you 6, armed with 4 submachine guns, failed to take a single civilian villa? No. Zhao, listen to me. Shen Ming, adhering to the script provided by Lin Chu, shouted with fervent madness. They've ignited within. Moments ago, their explosion-proof glass had shattered, releasing a billowing cloud of thick smoke, reminiscent of a generator overheating and exploding. Amidst the chaos, we managed to reach the perimeter, yet their drones have been relentlessly tracking us. We cannot withdraw. On fire? Zhaoming Yuan's tone shifted to one of skepticism, though greed evidently overshadowed reason. Are you certain? Absolutely certain. I've seen the 2nd floor engulfed in flames. The heat source is rapidly spreading. This is our chance. Chief Zhao, if we wait for the fire to extinguish, all the supplies within may be reduced to ashes. Simultaneously, as Shen Ming engaged in conversation, Lin Chu maneuvered the white Mavic 3 drone, directing it once more towards the mountainside. However, this time, the drone did not adopt the silent high-altitude mode. Instead, It audaciously hovered at a low altitude near the location where Shun Ming and his team had been attacked the previous day. Chief Zhao, look at the thermal imaging signal. The drone is right there. A cold smirk played on Lin Chu's lips. She retrieved a small remote-controlled explosive and affixed it to the drone's body. Then deftly maneuvered it to sway erratically in the air, as if affected by electromagnetic interference or smoke. Boom. A dull explosion echoed. In Shun Ming's description, the drone, symbolizing Lin Chu's omniscient perspective, erupted into a burst of sparks midair before plummeting into the unfathomable depths of the snowy valley, enveloped in black smoke. Its eyes had been blinded. Shun Ming screamed. A resounding thud echoed through the radio, reminiscent of a table being slammed. Good. Shun Ming. Hold your position and keep an eye on the flames. I will dispatch the reconnaissance team and the second squad immediately. 2 armored vehicles will arrive in 30 minutes. The communication was cut off. Lin Chu switched off the recording device and exhaled deeply. 2 armored vehicles, approximately 50 to 80 personnel. She turned to Qin Xiao. Noting Zhao Mingyuan's caution exceeded her expectations, he hadn't deployed his entire force, but this was already the most formidable mobile force at their disposal. That will suffice. Qin Xiao flexed his wrist. He had donned the exoskeletal suit, its metallic frame snug against his limbs, emitting soft hydraulic sounds with each movement. This system not only provided assistance of over 100 kilograms, but, crucially, could automatically adjust temperature via surface sensors, ensuring his muscles remained in optimal condition amidst the frigid -60-degree snowfield. We must prepare the fire scene before they arrive. Lin Chu nodded. She exited the control room. And with a mere thought, the supplies in the space began to be precisely deployed. She hadn't truly set her beloved villa ablaze. Instead, she extracted a batch of expired industrial smoke bombs and several high-powered orange-red LED lights. The smoke bombs were discarded near the terrace and exhaust vents, instantly filling the area with dense gray smoke, which, propelled by the howling winds, mimicked the appearance of an indoor fire spilling out. Subsequently, several lights were positioned inside the bulletproof glass, refracting red-orange flames through the smoke. From the base of the mountain, the once mighty hillside villa now resembled a colossal lantern, struggling for survival on the icy expanse, exuding an aura of ruin and temptation. The bait had been set. Lin Chu armed herself with a rifle equipped with a high-magnification scope, her gaze reflecting an almost ruthless clarity. Qin Xiao, you are to head to ambush point 1 to disable their first vehicle. What about the second one? Lin Chu gestured to a sleek black device beside her, her prized portable electronic jamming barrier. I will ensure they understand that on this mountain, without my permission, any radio signal or electronic ignition device is rendered as mere scrap metal. 30 minutes later, 2 small black dots emerged at the edge of the snowy expanse. The roar of engines pierced the silence of the icy plains. 2 heavily modified riot armored vehicles, equipped with robust snow plows at the front and emblazoned with crooked Southern City security insignia on their bodies, approached. They've arrived. Lin Chu crouched in her third-floor sniper position, her body concealed beneath thick camouflage netting. Through her tactical scope, she could clearly see the gunners atop the armored vehicles, excitedly pointing towards the flames above the villa. Look over there. It's definitely ablaze. Haha, Shun Ming isn't lying. Move quickly. Don't let the fire consume all the supplies. There's bound to be rice and canned meat inside. The armored vehicles, caught off guard, surged into the open space in front of the villa, a necessary route to the villa's entrance, and the very trap Lin Chu had set. The instant the tires of the first vehicle crossed into the marked zone. Boom. Lin Chu whispered softly. Bang. Beneath the snow, 2 pre-buried directional anti-tank mines detonated simultaneously. A colossal fireball erupted, flipping the 1,000-kilogram armored vehicle into a snow pit. Thick steel plating was torn apart, and shattered tracks and debris flew in all directions, accompanied by screams. The second vehicle reacted swiftly, slamming on the brakes. Ambush. Retreat. Quick, retreat. However, just as the driver frantically shifted gears to reverse, Qin Xiao sprang into action. Like a snow leopard that had lain in wait, he leapt from the concealed bunker beside the villa. With the exoskeleton's assistance, each step he took spanned 3 to 4 meters, gliding effortlessly over the thick snow. Pow, pow, pow. 3 precise, silenced shots rang out. Before the gunner atop the second vehicle could even pivot, his head exploded in a shower of crimson mist, his lifeless body collapsing onto the roof. Next, Qin Xiao drew an electromagnetic pulse grenade, EMP, from his waist, and, with an impeccably executed tactical throw, hurled it into the armored vehicle's ventilation grill. Zing! A series of blue arcs sparked. The previously roaring engine emitted a desperate, muffled sound before falling silent entirely. The dashboard dimmed, communications devolved into static, and the entire vehicle instantly transformed into a sealed metal coffin. Lin Chu pushed open the top-floor window. At that moment, the billowing smoke was abruptly halted. The smoke bombs had burnt out, and the red lights were switched off with a single command. The once raging fire scene reverted to its original coldness and severity in mere seconds. The scavenger team members, emerging from the armored vehicle, covered in soot and snow, stood dumbfounded at the sight before them. Where was the fire? Where were the ruins? The villa still stood majestically atop the mountain like a temple, with not a single flake of paint peeling from its exterior. Shinmeng, you traitor! The scavenger leader lay prostrate in the snow, furiously pulling the trigger. Yet the bullets merely ricocheted off the villa's specially reinforced exterior, sparking without effect. Lin Chu seized the loudspeaker. Her voice, amplified to full power, reverberated throughout the valley like a divine decree. To all at the southern city sanctuary, thank you for delivering 2 armored vehicles, along with this cache of munitions. As a token of my gratitude, I shall hang all of you from the trees along the mountain path, turning you into ice sculptures. Let Zhao Mingyuan see the price of his covetousness. Open fire. At Lin Chu's command, concealed firing ports around the villa simultaneously activated. The 416 Hong Kong dollars in Qin Zhao's hands transformed into the scythe of death, each bullet claiming a vibrant life. This was an unequivocal, one-sided massacre. In the desolate wilderness, where the temperature plummeted to -50 degrees, infantrymen found themselves bereft of vehicles, cover, and heavy weaponry, confronted by a fortress armed to the teeth. Mere prey. They were nothing but ripe wheat awaiting harvest. A mere 15 minutes later, the snow was stained a deep violet, swiftly freezing into ice. Over 50 elite members of the shelter met their demise. Lin Chu descended the stairs, treading upon the creaking snow, and approached the only survivor left purposefully by the slaughter, a vice captain. Return and inform Zhao Mingyuan, she commanded, slipping a beautifully crafted business card. Imbued with a faint fragrance, the card of Lin's Group's president she had printed before the apocalypse, into his icy hand. Since he desires meat so fervently, I shall personally deliver him a grand gift tomorrow. The vice captain, terror-stricken, glanced at the elegant name on the card, then at the corpses strewn about, and fled into the storm, scrambling in panic. Lin Chu turned to Qin Xiao, and they exchanged a knowing smile. Can the armored vehicle be repaired? The electromagnetic pulse merely fried the fuses, replace a few parts, and by tomorrow, they shall bear the Lin surname, Qin Xiao replied, wiping the blood from his face. Boss, we need to prepare the refugees' attire before infiltrating the shelter tomorrow. Lin Chu gazed into the distance, her eyes cold and profound. It need not be tattered. It must merely appear sufficiently desperate. Chapter 62, The Death Warriors in the Extreme Cold. September 20th, 1600 hours. The darkness encroached earlier than ever, as daylight became a luxury in the age of extreme cold. The officer whom Lin Chu had spared was named Zhang Cheng, now stumbling through knee-deep snow, his lungs aching from the frigid air, as though sliced by blades. His mind replayed the scene. The woman, standing on the villa terrace, warm as spring, looking down upon them, mere ants struggling in the snow. Unbeknownst to him, a white figure trailed him like a specter, 500 meters behind. Qin Xiao donned an all-white polar camouflage suit, his exoskeleton operating in silent mode. He need not follow too closely. Lin Chu, utilizing a high-altitude reconnaissance drone, locked onto faint heat signatures and transmitted real-time coordinates to his tactical visor. Boss, the fish is hooked, Qin Xiao whispered into the microphone. Do not lose sight of him. Zhao Mingyuan is notoriously suspicious, and he is certain to have set up rendezvous points along the way, what they call screening posts. Lin Chu sat in the control room. A structural sketch of the southern city gym lay before her, a checkpoint designed to ascertain whether returning personnel carried contagions or were traitors. As expected, near an abandoned gas station approximately 15 kilometers from the hillside villa, the roar of 3 snowmobiles shattered the silence. They belonged to the shelter's death squad. Unlike the greedy looters before, these were Zhao Mingyuan's loyalists, nurtured by privileged supplies, each clad in military-grade winter gear, armed with 95 type rifles fitted with infrared scopes. Halt! Where is your squad's armored vehicle? Why have you returned alone? The 3 snowmobiles formed a triangular blockade around Zhang Cheng. The leader, a scarred man, leaped from his vehicle, roughly seizing Zhang Cheng's collar, the cold, dark muzzle of a gun pressed against his forehead. They're all dead, Zhang Cheng stammered, clutching Lin Chu's business card tightly. That woman is a devil. She instructed us to relay a message to Captain Zhao. The scarred man, suspicious, took the card, which remained pristine and faintly fragrant even in the extreme cold, and scoffed. President of Lin's Group, Lin Chu. Captain Zhao was right. This woman indeed possesses valuable connections. He turned to the radio, announcing, report to command. The advance team is annihilated. We have captured a deserter and retrieved an invitation. Additionally, there are abnormal fluctuations near the villa's coordinates. Request to eliminate all traces nearby. Eliminate traces? Lin Chu sneered through her earpiece. He sought to silence Zhang Cheng and anyone who might be tracking him. Qin Xiao, take action. Do not allow them to kill the guide. I still require him to gain entry. Understood. Qin Xiao moved swiftly, refraining from gunfire, for in the frigid wilderness, shots could echo far. He drew a composite recurve crossbow from behind, a high-end item Lin Chu had stockpiled abroad. The carbon fiber bolts possessed penetrating power comparable to handguns at close range, yet remained utterly silent. Thud. The first arrow pierced the throat of the outermost snowmobiler. Due to the extreme temperatures, the blood failed to spurt, freezing into a clot within the trachea instead. The man collapsed silently onto the snowmobile, as if merely asleep. Who? The scarred man turned sharply, alarmed. Thud. The second arrow struck another death warrior's wrist, sending his weapon flying. Qin Xiao ceased his stealth, utilizing the exoskeleton's explosive power to spring forth from the snowbank, crashing into the enemy ranks like a white bear. Crack. With the force of his sweeping kick, he shattered one man's spine. Qin Xiao's movements were precise and lethal. He did not require flamboyant techniques. Each strike aimed at joints and vital points. Within 30 seconds, 2 of the 3 death warriors lay dead, 1 gravely injured. The scarred man reacted swiftly, attempting to retrieve a flare from his waist, only to be seized by Qin Xiao's mechanized hand, lifted off the ground. The dogs raised by Zhao Mingyuan are nothing but this, Qin Xiao uttered through his tactical mask, his voice resonating with chilling resolve. He casually discarded the scarred man like refuse. At that moment, the warrior with the shot wrist attempted to crawl toward the snowmobile to escape. Qin Xiao did not pursue. Instead, he leisurely retrieved a bottle of transparent liquid from his pack, high-concentration liquid nitrogen collected by Lin Chu in the laboratory. Boss said, "You enjoy turning people into ice sculptures." Qin Xiao splashed the liquid nitrogen onto the injured leg of the warrior. A piercing scream erupted, lasting but 2 seconds. At -50 degrees. The introduction of liquid nitrogen caused the localized temperature to plummet to over -190 degrees. Visible to the naked eye, the warrior's entire thigh swiftly turned gray and rigid, ultimately shattering like fragile glass. With a gentle kick, Qin Xiao shattered the leg into numerous pieces, devoid of blood. Only pale marrow and frozen tissue at the fracture points. Witnessing this, Zhang Cheng felt warmth spread in his pants, quickly crystallizing into ice. The scarred man was driven to madness. "Do not kill me. I can take you inside. I know where the backup elevator in the logistics warehouse is," he pleaded, kneeling in the snow, banging his head frantically. Qin Xiao turned toward the mountain's summit. At that moment, a low drone hum echoed from above, signaling Lin Chu retrieving her equipment. "Boss, we've captured 2 significant individuals, 1 officer and 1 death squad leader." Qin Xiao pressed his earpiece. "How shall we proceed?" "Eliminate the officer, Zhang Cheng. He has been thoroughly terrified, and bringing him inside would jeopardize our cover. Leave the death squad leader. He knows the warehouse elevator, which is more useful than the business card. Inform him that if he wishes to live, he must guide us through the Divine Clan's exclusive passage." Understood. Qin Xiao turned to Zhang Cheng. Zhang Cheng had yet to plead for mercy when Qin Xiao's fingers lightly brushed against his neck. It was an act of mercy. At least his death was swift, sparing him the fate of becoming shattered ice. The night was 2,100 hours. In the basement of the villa, the preparation room was a realm of transformation. Lin Chu stood before the mirror, applying a dull, gray silicone makeup to her face. This was a specialized technique designed to render her naturally rosy and delicate complexion akin to that of a malnourished refugee, pallid, cracked, and even bearing the faintest hint of frostbite. The disguise was remarkably convincing. Qin Xiao sat nearby, diligently loading 2 Glock handguns with ammunition, his visage marred by a grotesque scar, making him resemble a desperate survivor battling through an apocalyptic world. As they prepared to enter the sanctuary, they needed to present Zhao Mingyuan with an offer he could not refuse. Lin Chu regarded her reflection, her gaze icy. Within her possession lay 2 boxes of antibiotics, labeled as expired yet perfectly preserved, alongside several bottles of expensive foreign liquor. These would serve as their bargaining chips to gain access to the VIP box in the stadium. Had the Death Soldier captain provided the necessary instructions? Indeed, Zhao Mingyuan resided in the exclusive lounge on the top floor of the stadium, equipped with an independent climate control system, while the supply depot lay beneath the ice rink, accessible only via his fingerprint and voice recognition. Qin Xiao tucked the gun back into his waistband, yet he mentioned a crucial piece of information. The recent fuel shortages had curtailed heating provisions in the shelter, inciting riots among the refugees on the lower levels. This was their opportunity. Lin Chu donned a tattered, stained-down jacket, concealing the bulletproof vest and exoskeleton interface beneath. She turned to Qin Xiao and extended her hand. "Let us proceed, Security Chief. It is time to explore our future warehouse." Chapter 63, Disguise, target, South City Stadium. September 21st, for 30 a.m. The villa's climate control system emitted a faint hum, insulating them from the biting cold outside the thick, bulletproof glass. Lin Chu stood before the fitting mirror, conducting a final inspection of her attire. To the casual observer, she appeared clad in a faded, slightly frayed deep blue vintage down jacket, her feet encased in cumbersome army green boots. In the interest of realism, she had dusted some dirt onto the creases of her clothing and smeared a touch of black machine oil at the collar. Yet beneath this layer of dilapidated disguise lay skin-tight graphene thermal underwear, ultra-thin Kevlar body armor, and two black-coated titanium military daggers strapped to her inner thighs. I have categorized the firearms in my space, ready for instant retrieval, Lin Chu murmured to herself. Qin Xiao approached, his appearance that of a ragtag survivor just emerging from a mound of corpses. A weathered canvas bag hung from his waist, containing several hard, potentially lethal loaves of black bread and 2 bottles of diluted white liquor. How will we handle the death soldier, Captain? Qin Xiao inquired. Administer a potent sedative and leave him on the snowmobile's rear seat, Lin Chu replied, her gaze steely. We will awaken him once we reach the perimeter of the shelter. His life now hangs in our hands. As long as he desires to live, he will know how to lead us. At 5 o'clock sharp, the pair mounted the commandeered snowmobiles, modified for silence, disappearing into the vastness of the night. The 40-kilometer journey, a mere half-hour drive in the world before the apocalypse, now stretched painfully, each kilometer shrouded in frost and bones. Along the way, they encountered numerous survivors frozen to death by the roadside, curled up in fetal positions like gray-white ice sculptures, gradually being concealed by the relentless snow. Look ahead, Qin Xiao's voice crackled through the helmet's radio. At the horizon's end, a massive and contorted shadow loomed. South City Stadium. Once a venue for countless illustrious events, it was now encircled by towering ice walls and barbed wire. The stadium's colossal dome was blanketed in thick snow, while several large smokestacks belched out dark, acrid smoke. Before the stadium's southern gate, a long line of refugees snaked hundreds of meters. Lin Chu and Qin Xiao abandoned the snowmobiles a kilometer from the entrance and proceeded on foot. They concealed the nearly lifeless death soldier captain behind an abandoned transformer box, exchanging a prearranged signal. Remember, your current identity is that of a miner fleeing with a sick wife, Lin Chu whispered urgently. Understood, Qin Xiao nodded. Suddenly, he scooped up a handful of snow and smeared it across his face, rendering his complexion even more ashen. He then tightly embraced Lin Chu's shoulders, and together they staggered into the queue. A nauseating stench assaulted their senses, an amalgamation of sweat, excrement, decaying flesh, and despair. The surrounding refugees appeared largely numb, their eyes sunken. A woman clutching a bundle shuffled mechanically forward, revealing a small, bluish hand protruding from her embrace, lifeless and devoid of breath, yet she held on desperately, as if it were her last lifeline. Hurry up, stop dawdling, barked a security officer clad in black, one of the so-called hunting dogs referred to by Shen Meng, brandishing an electrified baton as he patrolled the line. You, and you, over to the left. A leading security officer pointed at several robust young men in the queue. Sir, please, I don't want to go to the looting squad. I have children at home. A man pleaded, kneeling on the ground. Refuse the looting squad, and you'll end up in the 3rd tier, stands to die? Enough of your nonsense. The officer kicked him aside, as the line inched toward the entrance. Several large iron barrels were brought out. The so-called food distribution had commenced. 2 sullen-faced cooks wielded long-handled ladles, vigorously stirring the contents of the barrels. Lin Chu cast a glance, observing a grayish-white slurry bubbling within, occasionally revealing strands of grass fibers or suspicious black particles. Take it. Next. When it was Lin Chu's turn, she extended her deliberately roughened hands to receive a battered plastic bowl. The thin gruel reflected her withered visage. In a past life, she had knelt in the snow for 3 hours for such a bowl of porridge, only to be met with humiliation. Now, although her bowl contained nothing but filthy refuse, her space held countless war axe steaks, deep-sea prawns, and fine vintage wines. The stark contrast made her fingers tighten around the bowl. What are you staring at? If you're not drinking, then get lost. The security officer glared fiercely at her. Qin Xiao stepped forward, unobtrusively positioning himself in front of Lin Chu. Humbly accepting another bowl, the two silently retreated to a sheltered shadow, witnessing the harrowing scene before them. This is Zhao Mingyuan's mercy, Qin Xiao murmured, his voice low and tinged with sarcasm, sustaining the existence of 50,000 sheep with the most meager of refuse. Just as they prepared to seek out the secret entrance provided by the death soldier captain, a commotion erupted from the main gate. A man, somewhat clean in appearance, swaggered out, flanked by several followers. Upon seeing him, the surrounding refugees recoiled as if from a plague. Director Zhao has stated that the quality of today's sheep is deplorable. There are hardly any worth employing, the man remarked disdainfully, waving his hand dismissively. Go fetch that business card we brought back, and tell him there might be significant movements at the villa. Lin Chu and Qin Xiao exchanged glances. The card in the man's hand was precisely the one Lin Chu had intentionally left for the lieutenant. The business card was carelessly tossed aside, landing in the muddy slush. This scrap of paper from the pre-apocalyptic world is only cherished by someone like Director Zhao. That old relic, the man scoffed. Lin Chu lowered her gaze, concealing the fleeting glimmer of murderous intent in her eyes. Discarding the business card was inconsequential, for she had already infiltrated the premises. Qin Xiao, the plan has shifted. Lin Chu whispered through her miniature earpiece, abandoning the logistics elevator. We must directly capture that man's attention and compel him to lead us to Zhao Mingyuan. How shall we seize his attention? Lin Chu glanced at the bottle of diluted liquor in Qin Zhao's bag, a dangerous smile curling at the corners of her lips. What transpires when a piece of braised meat is cast into a frenzied wolf pack? She retrieved a seemingly filthy yet aromatic Snickers bar from her pocket, slowly unwrapping it in the corner of the refugee throng. A wave of sweet, rich, calorie-laden chocolate aroma erupted in the frigid air. In an instant, dozens of numb eyes glimmered with a predatory green light. Chapter 64, Hell on Earth. That faintly sweet industrial cocoa scent acted as a tangible lure in the sub-zero air. The once dulled, zombie-like refugees, upon catching a whiff of this fragrance, twisted their necks with dry cracking sounds. Countless pairs of glistening green eyes fixated on the brown morsel peeking through Lin Chu's fingers. Is that sugar? It's a Snickers. I recognize that packaging. Meat. Give me meat. The sound of numerous throats swallowing echoed eerily in the suffocating silence. Halt. The previously pristine leather-clad man, Sun Chong, a confidant of Zhao Mingyuan and the supply's supervisor, abruptly halted. His nose twitched like a houndess, sniffing the air before he pivoted sharply, his gaze zeroing in on Lin Chu's corner. Search, Sun Chong commanded, his eyes betraying his greed. Several security personnel shoved aside the obstructing refugees, cursing as they advanced. Qin Xiao feigned a gasp, shielding Lin Chu with his body, curling into a ball, masterfully portraying the terror of an inept man. Don't come any closer. This is what we have left for our child's survival. Qin Xiao's voice rasped. Slap. A guard struck Qin Xiao across the face. He deftly absorbed the impact, leaving only a red mark, swiftly snatching the partially unwrapped Snickers from his grasp. Sun Chong accepted the confection, pinching it with his fingers, his expression shifting. In a supply-depleted refuge, this high-calorie, easily preserved delicacy was true currency. What shocked him further was the production date stamped on the chocolate, 1 month prior to the apocalypse, indicating it had not expired and was remarkably well preserved. Where did this come from? Sun Chong approached Lin Chu, scrutinizing her from a superior height. Lin Chu cast her eyes downward, deliberately allowing her disheveled hair to obscure most of her face. Her voice trembling. I found it outside the hillside villa, where there were many dead bodies and fragments of armored vehicles. Sun Chong's heart skipped a beat. Xin Ming had led a raid on the villa, resulting in total annihilation, a secret among the refuge's higher-ups. Now these 2 refugees had scavenged from that area and returned alive. Take them to the internal interrogation room. Sun Chong decided swiftly. What he sought was not the candy, but the intelligence the 2 represented regarding the villa. As they were escorted toward the interior, Lin Chu and Qin Xiao finally beheld the true nature of the Southern City Gymnasium. This was no refuge. It was a vast mortuary. The once even green lawn had been excavated, transformed into crude trenches for excretion. The air was thick with the stench of ammonia and decay. Tens of thousands of refugees were crammed into the bleachers. There was no heating. People huddled together for warmth, often freezing to death at the edges during the night, only to have specialized corpse collectors carry their stiffened bodies away like firewood at dawn. Help me. Give me water. A hand, dry as a chicken's claw, reached toward Lin Chu, only to be crushed by a guard's boot. Shut up, you filthy rat. The guard spat disdainfully. Lin Chu's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of skeletal men surrounding a dilapidated iron barrel, boiling grayish-white chunks of meat. There were no bones, only skin and flesh. Recalling Xin Ming's earlier mention of 2-legged sheep, her stomach churned. She had witnessed hell in her past life. Yet the sight of this inhumane ruin of civilization sent a bone-chilling shiver through her. Passing through the bleachers and 3 heavy steel isolation doors, the coldness in the air significantly lessened. The interior, once the VIP lounge area, had corridors carpeted in dust, yet maintained a temperature above freezing. Upon opening a box office door, the scene inside left Lin Chu utterly cold-hearted. Several men in suits were seated around a genuine leather sofa. A half-consumed bottle of Hennessy XO and a plate of sliced luncheon meat adorning the table, alongside a shriveled apple, dehydrated, and forlorn. Such food, once commonplace before the apocalypse, now symbolized supreme power here. Director Zhao, I've returned with two intriguing individuals. Sun Chong bowed slightly, placing the Snickers on the table, claiming they scavenged it from the hillside villa, possibly holding substantial goods. The man seated at the head, appearing in his 50s, adorned in a black fur-collared coat, turned his cold, serpentine gaze upon Lin Chu and Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao bowed his head, embodying the utmost humility of a lower-class man, while Lin Chu aptly displayed a mixture of trepidation and cunning. Scavenged. Zhao Mingyuan picked up the Snickers, biting into it, the intense sweetness causing his pupils to constrict slightly. To be honest, I could extend your lives on the bleachers for an additional 3 days. Speak falsely, and you will find yourselves in tonight's cauldron. We truly found it. Lin Chu stammered. There was blood everywhere, and armored vehicles were reduced to rubble. We hid in the crevices and saw a man with a gun carrying boxes of these things out of the villa. He even drank a bottle of that fizzy black liquid, Coke. Zhao Mingyuan's grip on the glass tightened. Coke. In the refuge, even clean water was a luxury. That wealthy individual was drinking Coke? Director Zhao, Shin Ming, and the others were indeed ambushed, Sun Chong murmured. It seems that woman, Lin Chu, possesses considerable firepower. But these two claim that after the villa caught fire, their defenses seem to have unraveled. Zhao Mingyuan remained silent, his gaze fixed on Lin Chu. What else did you observe? Lin Chu lifted her head, her eyes gleaming with desire. I also saw them moving many medical boxes to the basement. Please, give me something to eat. My husband is on the verge of starvation. I can guide you to the hidden path to that basement. No one knows that route. The words medical boxes struck Zhao Mingyuan's Achilles heel with precision. In the extreme cold, the refuge was rife with colds and pneumonia. Antibiotics were worth more than gold. Very well. Zhao Mingyuan rose, approached Lin Chu, and caressed her face with his chocolate-stained hand, smiling cruelly. Give them a bowl of thick porridge and lock them in the dungeon. Once the main force is ready, have them lead the way. Little did he realize, at that moment of turning away, Lin Chu's lowered gaze, once filled with trepidation, now radiated an uncanny calmness reminiscent of the dead. Qin Xiao. In her mind, Lin Chu silently calculated their route. The warehouse lay 3 floors beneath them. At 2 o'clock in the morning, they would strike with precision. Chapter 65, Spatial Teleportation, Emptied Warehouse Number 1. At 2 in the morning, the monotonous sound of the shelter's changing guard echoed 3 times. The dungeon was chillingly cold, with frost seeping from the cracks in the walls, reflecting a ghastly light under the dim oil lamp. Qin Xiao sat cross-legged atop a pile of hay, eyes closed, while the exoskeleton system completed its self-check in the silence. Let us proceed. Lin Chu's voice, though as faint as a whisper, resonated with startling clarity in the stillness. Seizing the 5-minute window during the patrol shift change, the duo swiftly neutralized 2 drowsy guards outside the door. Qin Xiao's movements were swift and decisive, muffling even the slightest gasp of surprise from his foes. The terrain map of the shelter was already etched in Lin Chu's mind as they deftly navigated the blind spots of surveillance, descending through the secret ventilation ducts revealed by the death squad captain, until they reached the most fortified area of the entire gymnasium, warehouse number 1, converted from the underground ice rink. Before the heavy bulletproof alloy door, the red dot of the infrared scanner flickered ominously in the dark. Just as Qin Xiao prepared to retrieve the electronic disruptor from his waist, Lin Chu gently pressed down on his hand. Step back a little. Her demeanor was calm, her clear eyes seemingly imbued with a starlit essence amidst the darkness. Following her instruction, Qin Xiao took a half-step back. While he had already witnessed Lin Chu's seemingly endless trove of resources at the hillside villa, and had even observed her effortlessly retrieving items, he subconsciously regarded it as a mere display of intricate folding technology or advanced concealment methods. However, the scene that unfolded next shattered the boundaries of his understanding as a top-tier mercenary. Lin Chu's palm lightly pressed against the cold alloy door, and in that moment, the once impregnable barrier began to warp and collapse, ultimately vanishing as if consumed by an invisible black hole. There was no explosion, no sound of cutting. Not even a speck of dust stirred. Qin Xiao's pupils dilated, and his knuckles turned pale from the force of his grip on the pistol. He stared intently at Lin Chu's silhouette, a flicker of unprecedented shock flitting through his eyes, an instinctive reverence for the unknown power she wielded. Stay close, Lin Chu urged softly, glancing back before striding boldly into the warehouse. The interior of warehouse number 1 was vast, retaining the stainless steel insulation panels from its days as an ice rink. In the weak beam of the flashlight, mountains of supplies towered, thousands of military-grade winter clothing, crates upon crates of dehydrated vegetables, and even hundreds of bags labeled as special supply quality flour. These provisions represented the last hope for the tens of thousands of rats outside. and were the very foundation upon which Zhao Mingyuan upheld his tyranny. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chu prepared to wield her spatial abilities on such a grand scale for the first time since her rebirth, arms outstretched, her figure appearing remarkably slender amidst the immense warehouse. With each step she took, the once densely packed supplies began to vanish as if undergoing some supernatural formatting. The mountain of canned goods to her left, gone. The barrels of fuel to her right, gone. The 3 rows of insulated tents directly ahead, along with their wooden pallets, instantly cleared. Qin Xiao followed closely behind, feeling as though he had stepped into an absurd dream. He watched as every item Lin Chu's fingertips brushed against dissolved into nothingness in an instant. The speed of the transference surpassed all logic. This was not mere theft, but erasure. The once deft hands, accustomed to manipulating intricate instruments, trembled slightly. Qin Xiao finally comprehended that the boss he had sworn allegiance to required no so-called transport team. If she wished, she alone could serve as an indomitable logistical battalion. Is this your space? Qin Xiao's voice emerged hoarsely, a physiological reaction to profound astonishment. Lin Chu halted, turning to face him. In the flashlight's fading glow, her face, altered by disguise to appear sallow, exuded a divine coldness and confidence. I told you, I am the wealthiest person in this apocalyptic world. Now, all of this belongs to me. As the last box of antibiotics was absorbed into her space, the once cramped and oppressive underground warehouse transformed in a minute into a vast ice cellar echoing with silence. Not a single packaging bag remained on the ground, pristine to the point of unsettling. Lin Chu clapped her hands, turning to face the still-dazed Qin Xiao, a dangerous smile curling at her lips. With the warehouse emptied, it was time to leave a surprise for Zhao Mingyuan. She retrieved timed incendiary devices from her space, meticulously affixing them to the load-bearing columns surrounding the warehouse. Since Zhao Mingyuan relished the theatrics of fire disasters, she would gift him a true inferno capable of incinerating all hope within this fortress of hell. Chapter 66. The Greed of the Darkened Elite. At 3 in the morning, apart from the howling wind that swept through the shelter, only the heavy breaths of the refugees huddled in the stands could be heard. In the half-hour before the explosion of warehouse number 1, Lin Chu and Qin Xiao did not rush to exit the inner area. Lin Chu understood all too well that the disappearance of the warehouse would not escape the notice of the logistics team, who counted inventory daily. Rather than await their discovery and the ensuing citywide lockdown, she preferred to create chaos proactively, deepening the murky waters. At this moment, Qin Xiao had regained his composure after witnessing Lin Chu's mind-bending display of spatial manipulation. He was, after all, the king of mercenaries who had clawed his way out of a graveyard of corpses. His psychological resilience was formidable. Although his gaze toward Lin Chu still held a lingering complexity, his movements were now marked by ruthless precision. Boss, Zhao Mingyuan's bedroom is in the VIP suite on the 5th floor. It is not only monitored but also guarded by 2 teams of bodyguards on a 24-hour rotation. However, the supply supervisor's office overseen by Sun Chong is relatively weakly defended. He possesses access to the central broadcasting system. Let us head to Sun Chong first. Lin Chu smirked in the darkness, recalling how delicious that Snickers bar had been. It was time for him to pay some interest. Sun Chong's office was located in the heart of the administrative area. Compared to the bone-chilling cold of the stands, it was almost lavishly outfitted with 2 small charcoal braziers. Sun Chong lounged in a leather swivel chair, cradling a dazed, shivering young girl in his arms, the wrapper of a Snickers bar still littering the table. The air thick with the cloying scent of cheap tobacco and alcohol. Sun Chong, being a resource scavenger by trade, was highly alert. The moment the lock clicked softly, he thrust the girl away, his right hand swiftly reaching for the gun at his waist. However, his speed was painfully slow before Qin Xiao. A shadow darted past, and before Sun Chong's hand could even grasp the gun's handle, it was pinned to the table by a cold, unyielding grip. Almost immediately, a blackened military dagger pierced through his palm, nailing it to the solid wood desk. A scream barely escaped his lips before Qin Xiao stifled it with a ragged cloth he had snatched from somewhere. Sun Chong's complexion shifted from flushed to ashen, the excruciating pain causing his entire body to convulse, the pinned hand trembling violently, yet unable to move. Lin Chu emerged leisurely from the shadows, effortlessly closing the office door behind her. She paid no heed to the girl who had fainted in fear, instead striding directly to Sun Chong, picking up the half-eaten Snickers bar from the table and tossing it into the nearby charcoal brazier. The rich, caramelized aroma of melting chocolate wafted through the air. Supervisor Sun, you are consuming it far too slowly. This delicacy is no longer yours, Lin Chu remarked, as she gracefully pulled a chair to sit opposite him. Her tone was gentle and calm, yet it sent a shiver down Sun Chong's spine. He stared in horror at the woman who, just moments ago, had appeared timid, but now exuded an air of undeniable authority. It dawned on him that the facade she wore had deceived the entire shelter. Please, no? Sun Chong fervently shook his head, his eyes pleading for mercy. Do not be anxious. I am here to assist you in achieving merit. Lin Chu leaned slightly forward, gesturing towards the internal phone on his desk. Director Zhao is inherently suspicious. If he discovers that his most trusted supply supervisor has unlawfully appropriated an entire warehouse of winter clothing and dehydrated vegetables with the intent to betray him, how do you think he will respond? Sun Chong's eyes widened in terror, and he began to thrash violently. This is a frame-up, a blatant conspiracy. Although I am greedy, I lack the audacity to empty warehouse number 1. Moreover, that contains tens of thousands of military coats. Even if I attempted it, it would take 3 days and nights to accomplish. How could it be possible? Yet, he suddenly recalled the eerie silence reported by his subordinates earlier from the warehouse. Director Zhao was an astute individual, but he was also a paranoid dictator. Lin Chu signaled for Qin Shao to remove the cloth from Sun Chong's mouth. Who are you really? Was that warehouse under your control? Sun Chong's voice trembled, hoarse and barely recognizable. Who we are is irrelevant. What matters is that in 3 minutes, warehouse number 1 will ignite, yet nothing will be consumed by the flames, for it is already empty. Lin Chu glanced at her watch. If you were to call Zhao Mingyuan now and inform him that you have apprehended several infiltrators in the warehouse, and that these infiltrators are associated with his head of security, you might find a quicker demise. Lin Chu intended to exploit the power struggle between Zhao Mingyuan and the head of security, stirring the waters to a tumultuous degree. The hierarchy within the shelter was rigid, with the upper echelons already fracturing over the limited rations and energy supplies. At that moment, a faint tremor reverberated through the ground. The timer within the warehouse had been activated, although the supplies had been removed. The incendiary devices Lin Chu had left behind would ignite the empty wooden pallets and flammable construction materials. To the unknowing, the billowing smoke and roaring flames would signify the demise of their provisions. Supervisor Sun, there is only one opportunity. Will you perish due to collusion with infiltrators? Or will you die for reporting a commendable act? Sun Chong listened to the distant sounds of chaos and screams, his mental defenses crumbling entirely. Trembling, he extended his uninjured left hand and dialed the direct line to the top-tier VIP suite. Director Zhao, warehouse number 1 has exploded. The fire is enormous. It's the security personnel. I saw them colluding with the outside rioters, transferring supplies. Lin Chu gestured for Qin Shao to swiftly snap Sun Chong's neck. His lifeless body slumped against the swivel chair as Zhao Mingyuan erupted in a furious roar on the other end of the line. Sun Chong, everyone assemble. Seal all exits. Security team, disarm. Anyone who dares approach the warehouse will face death, without mercy. Lin Chu rose and adjusted her tattered-down jacket. The hallway outside echoed with the sound of rapid footsteps and the racking of firearms. It was the enraged Zhao Mingyuan mobilizing his loyal troops. Let us depart. The performance is about to commence. Lin Chu tilted her head toward Qin Shao. Above warehouse number 1, black smoke had begun to seep into the gymnasium stands. Thousands of refugees awakened from their slumber, instinctively sensing despair as they beheld the rising smoke. The warehouse is ablaze. Our food is burning. Those are our clothes. That is our lifeline. Panic spread like a plague through the darkness. Zhao Mingyuan, clad in a leather coat and flanked by dozens of black-clad assassins, stormed to the warehouse entrance, his face a mask of fury. Upon seeing the vanished metal door and the empty interior engulfed in flames, he was struck with disbelief. Where's the merchandise? Where's my property? Zhao Mingyuan clutched his chest, nearly choking on a mouthful of blood. That was the wealth he had extorted from 50,000 people, his capital as a local despot. Director, the line to Supervisor Sun has been cut. The head of security is approaching with his men. They claim Supervisor Sun is framing us. A trusted aide reported, breathless. Framing? With so many supplies. How could they vanish without heavy trucks and hundreds of people coordinating within 20 minutes? Zhao Mingyuan turned, glaring at the hastily approaching head of security. Lu Meng, besides your raiding party, who could have stealthily removed my goods without anyone knowing? Zhao Mingyuan, stop spewing nonsense. I have been stationed at the North Gate. Not even having a sip of porridge, let alone moving your precious goods. Lu Meng, the head of security, was equally formidable and raised his submachine gun. Kill them. Leave no one alive. Zhao Mingyuan had completely lost his composure. To him, supplies could not simply disappear. They had to be relocated to some hidden corner. As long as he eliminated these potential traitors, he could reclaim his kingdom. In the gymnasium, the first gunshots rang out amidst the chaotic stands. Lin Chu and Qin Shao concealed themselves in the shadows of the second level, observing the carnage ignited by greed below. The flames cast a crimson glow upon Lin Chu's profile, her gaze as frigid as a tempest in mid-September. Is this the outcome you desired? Qin Shao quietly inquired. surveying the fallen raiders in pools of blood. No, this is merely the interest, Lin Chu replied, turning her attention toward the direction of the sub-level 3 vault, where Zhao Mingyuan's most crucial private stash remained untouched. Chapter 67. The bloodshed triggered by chocolate. On September 21st, at 3:40 a.m., the air within the gymnasium had grown thick and searing. The remnants of wooden supports from warehouse number 1 crackled agonizingly in the blaze. Smoke surged through the central air conditioning ducts, not only depleting the scant oxygen, but also etching a profound terror of obliteration into the very bones of every individual present. The thousands of refugees in the stands were in utter disarray. They surged like a panicked ant colony, trampling and shoving one another amidst the darkness and smoke, their desperate cries deafening. Meanwhile, Zhao Mingyuan's loyal troops and Lu Meng's raiding party had officially engaged in gunfire within the corridor leading to the warehouse. The staccato bursts of automatic weapons illuminated the darkness, each flash marking the loss of a life. Boss, Zhao Mingyuan has diverted all heavy firepower to suppress Lu Meng. Qin Shao reported from the shadows of the second level, gripping a bloodied military dagger, his gaze keen. Now was the opportune moment to descend to the sub-level 3 vault. Lin Chu leaned against the cold concrete pillar, her fingertips gently caressing an unopened Snickers bar. In her possession, high-energy foods were abundant. Yet at this moment within the gymnasium in the southern district, this small piece of chocolate bore more weight than a box of gold. There is no need to rush. Lin Chu observed the tide of refugees pouring into the interior entrance in terror, her eyes devoid of compassion, only calculation. Though Lu Meng's raiding party was numerous, Zhao Mingyuan's loyalists held a positional advantage. A swift conclusion to their conflict was unlikely. We must stoke this fire further, compelling those who have remained coiled at the bottom to take action. Are you inciting a riot? Qin Shao asked, tilting his head slightly, his silhouette stark and resolute in the darkness. Lin Chu did not respond directly. Instead, she deftly retrieved several brightly colored tactical supply packs from her storage. These packs contained not ammunition, but the most alluring weapons of the apocalypse: compressed biscuits, vacuum-sealed cooked beef, and bars of Snickers. Qin Shao, look at those refugees. Lin Chu gestured towards the stands below. In that moment, thousands of ravenous men, their eyes gleaming with a feral hunger, were being driven back by armed security forces behind barbed wire. They had previously waited numbly for death, but the news of a fire in the warehouse signaled the loss of their last rations. When one is satiated, there exists a semblance of morality and law. When one is half hungry, fear prevails. Yet, when one realizes that even the final meal has been snatched away and witnesses the looters feasting on abundant provisions, Lin Chu's lips curled into a faint smile. They transformed into the most terrifying of beasts. Lin Chu tore open a supply pack, deliberately allowing a golden-wrapped Snickers bar to glimmer momentarily in the dim light of the flames. With a swift motion of her arm, she accurately hurled the chocolate towards the most densely packed and agitated center of the refugee throng. With a resounding thud, the small plastic-wrapped package struck the forehead of a gaunt man. Instinctively, he lowered his gaze, his pupils narrowing in shock. Trembling, he picked up the chocolate. The sound of the crinkling wrapper almost drowned in the chaos, but the overwhelming scent of sweetness detonated in the minds of those around him like a deep-sea bomb, shattering all rational thought. Sugar is sugar. The man let out an almost shrill scream. Mine. That's mine. Grab it. The warehouse isn't burned to the ground yet. The good stuff is still inside. As if this were a signal, Lin Chu stood atop her perch, her hands moving in concert, and several supply packs transformed into lethal meteors, scattering across the refugee camp. In that instant, the last shackles of humanity were irrevocably shattered. The refugees, who had hesitated on whether to storm the defenses, erupted into a roar that could topple a stadium upon witnessing the tangible existence of food. Thousands of starving, frenzied men charged towards the barbed wire like mad bulls, undeterred by the sparks from electric batons striking their bodies or the hail of bullets that turned the front ranks into mere pincushions. The ones behind continued to scramble over their fallen comrades. Help! They've gone mad. These rats have revolted. A security guard stationed at the gate shouted in terror, attempting to reload his magazine, only to be yanked into the throng by dozens of emaciated yet powerful hands. In less than a second, the scream of that guard echoed, his body along with his firearm torn to shreds. Now is the moment. Lin Chu repressed her smile and agilely leapt down from the second-floor stands, with Qin Shao closely behind. The two capitalized on the tumultuous chaos stirred by the riot, moving against the tide towards the innermost depths of the stadium. At that moment, Zhao Mingyuan was in disarray, overwhelmed by Lu Meng's flank attack, utterly unaware that the 20,000 men he had always dismissed as insignificant had transformed into a vast ocean capable of engulfing him. Navigating through the chaotic main hall, Lin Chu beheld the once resplendent office area, now turned into a hellish nightmare. The refugees had shattered the glass, storming the boxes, fighting fiercely over a bottle of unfinished red wine. Some even lunged at the high-ranking officials they typically revered, tearing into them with wild abandon. Zhao Mingyuan had stationed an elite squad on the third basement floor, his last line of defense. Qin Xiao whispered a warning, his silenced Glock firing in quick succession, taking down 2 assailants attempting to intercept them. That elite squad should have been dispatched to the second floor for reinforcement. As Lin Chu mentally replayed the fragmented radio frequencies she had heard, she understood that Zhao Mingyuan was an exceedingly selfish man. In his eyes, the supply warehouse could be destroyed, but his life must be preserved. Lu Ming had already reached the door of his office. He had no choice but to withdraw the guards from his private stockpile to save himself. When they arrived at the entrance to the third basement, it was indeed eerily empty. The air was saturated with a pungent mix of formaldehyde and frozen oil. This space, originally the stadium's underground engine room, had been repurposed by Zhao Mingyuan into a fortified underground fortress. The entrance was a heavy automated door requiring both iris and fingerprint recognition. "Boss, I will need 3 minutes to crack this." Qin Xiao stepped forward, retrieving an electronic pulse decoder from his toolkit. Lin Chu, however, shook her head and approached the steel door, which was fortified enough to withstand a rocket strike. 3 minutes is too long. The people outside cannot hold out much longer. Once Zhao Mingyuan regains his composure and mobilizes heavy weaponry, we will be like fish in a barrel. Under the intense gaze of Qin Xiao, Lin Chu extended her delicate, pale hand, gently placing it upon the sensor panel. There was no elaborate hacking, no violent dismantling. The thick, 40-centimeter special alloy door instantaneously shimmered out of existence in Qin Xiao's eyes, as if that segment of space had been forcibly excavated. The once tightly sealed passage suddenly opened wide, revealing a gateway to the treasure vault. Qin Xiao inhaled sharply, forcing himself not to ponder the source of this power that transcended human civilization. His sole focus was to grip his weapon tightly and protect the woman wielding this miracle. Enter. Lin Chu was the first to step inside, as the beam of her flashlight sliced through the darkness. The true nature of the third basement's private vault was unveiled before them. Compared to the bulk supplies of cotton clothing and food in Warehouse 1, the reserves here were nothing short of outrageous. Rows of temperature-controlled cabinets housed expensive antibiotics, surgical instruments, and even entire bottles of vaccines. Further in, they encountered neatly stacked bulletproof vests, night vision goggles, various models of automatic rifles, and mountains of specialized ammunition. What delighted Lin Chu most were the 6 enormous sealed canisters in the corner, filled with high-purity aviation fuel. Zhao Mingyuan intended to reign here as the king of the abyss for eternity. Lin Chu let out a cold snort, her hands sweeping over the armaments capable of equipping a small army to the teeth, which began to vanish in waves from the tangible realm. Antibiotics, collected. Steel rifles, collected. Aviation fuel, canisters included, collected. As this was Zhao Mingyuan's private domain, Lin Chu harbored no reservations. She operated like an efficient vacuum, sweeping away even the dust covers from the floor. "Boss, there are heavy footsteps outside. Zhao Mingyuan's men are returning." Qin Xiao's eyes were glued to the tactical tablet displaying infrared alerts, his tone urgent. Lin Chu took the last box of exclusive red wine, turned around, her eyes gleaming coldly. Just in time. Having taken their belongings, one must leave a token of gratitude. She retrieved several uniquely designed remote-controlled bombs from her space. These devices, upon detonation, would not produce intense heat but instead release a large volume of ultra-cold liquid nitrogen mist. Since they were so fond of this sanctuary, let them remain here forever, frozen in time like ice sculptures. Chapter 68, Fire at the Armory. September 21st, 4:10 a.m. The air in the third basement of the sanctuary, once cold and dry, now felt eerily spacious due to Lin Chu's frenzied activity. The thousands of square meters of underground private vault, which had been filled with Zhao Mingyuan's painstakingly amassed assets over 3 years, now lay in disarray, scattered with wooden pallets and a few cargo containers that had yet to be removed. "Boss, 30 seconds until contact." Qin Xiao leaned against the cold concrete pillar, his 416 Hong Kong dollars already chambered, his breathing steady as a finely tuned machine. On the tactical tablet, several glaring red dots were rapidly descending the emergency stairwell. These were Zhao Mingyuan's most elite black-clad assassins, equipped with night vision goggles and bulletproof shields, evidently aware that the private vault was under siege, prepared to defend this last lifeline with their lives. Leave them a glimmer of hope. Lin Chu chuckled coldly, her hand making one final grasp into the void, pulling the small diesel generator capable of powering the entire floor into her space. Suddenly, She retrieved several uniquely shaped black orbs from the depths of space, frozen honeycomb proximity bombs she had stockpiled in the foreign arms black market. These devices boasted an exceptionally thin shell, encasing a mixture of liquid nitrogen capable of instantly liquefying air. Qin Xiao, cover me, and head to the garage over there. Lin Chu gestured towards a rolling shutter door at the back of the private vault. According to the captain of the death squad, that was the last escape route reserved by Zhao Mingyuan. There were a few heavy weaponry vehicles parked there, modified armored cars intended for a breakout under extreme circumstances. Understood. Qin Xiao pivoted sharply, his assault rifle unleashing a series of muted bursts. Thud, thud, thud. The suppressor effectively muffled the gunfire, and the two death squad members, who had just emerged at the corridor's end, fell in response. The bullets accurately penetrated the gaps in their bulletproof helmets, warm blood splattering against the cold walls, instantly congealing into dark red ice shards. Taking advantage of Qin Zhao's suppressive fire, Lin Chu darted towards the shutter door like an arrow released from its bow. She employed no physical means. The moment her palm touched the metallic door, the force of space surged like a tide. In less than a second, the massive metal shutter vanished without a trace. The sight beyond the door illuminated Lin Chu's eyes. 3 heavily modified armored vehicles awaited her, their bodies reinforced with sloped composite armor, topped with a 127mm caliber heavy machine gun, and equipped with a Mitsubishi snowplow capable of breaching 3-ton obstacles. The tires had been replaced with a track structure resistant to cold and slip, emanating a visceral beauty of steel violence under the beam of her flashlight. Such fine treasures. Now they belong to me. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Chu's palm glided over the hoods of the 3 steel behemoths. The first vehicle vanished, the second gone. Just as the last armored car was about to be taken, a thunderous roar erupted from the direction of the vault's main entrance. Stop! Kill them! It was Zhao Mingyuan's voice. The once imposing Director Zhao, now disheveled, his leather coat stained with blood, stood at the entrance of the ruined vault. Gazing at the empty shelves and witnessing his pride, his armored vehicles, evaporate before his eyes, plunging him into madness. Fire! Turn them into mush. With his command, a dozen automatic weapons roared in unison. Rat-a-tat-tat. The hail of bullets instantly engulfed Lin Chu's position. Qin Xiao reacted swiftly, utilizing the exoskeleton's assistance to wrap his arms around Lin Chu's waist and leap behind a supporting column. Bullets struck the concrete pillar, sending shards flying like stray projectiles. Boss, you go first, I'll hold them off. Qin Xiao, feeling the softness yet resilience of the woman in his arms, spoke with an undeniable calmness. These death squad members have grenades, and the space is too confined. Leaving? I won't leave behind what can't be taken. Lin Chu straightened in Qin Zhao's embrace, her eyes ablaze with fierce determination. She retrieved a crimson remote control from her spatial storage, the detonation device she had placed above the first warehouse, right below the shelter's small armory. Zhao Mingyuan, don't you enjoy fireworks? Lin Chu pressed the red button. Boom! A tremor, tenfold louder than the previous explosion from the warehouse, resonated from above. The ammunition depot stored in the basement had been detonated. Thousands of bullets and hundreds of grenades triggered a chain reaction under high temperatures, shaking the entire gymnasium as if it had encountered an earthquake of magnitude 8. With countless dust and debris cascading from the ceiling. Retreat. Seizing the chaos and smoke generated by the explosion above, Lin Chu grasped Qin Zhao's hand and dashed into the secret escape passage at the back of the armored vehicle garage. Zhao Mingyuan and his death squad were thrown into disarray by the deafening blast, with some even crushed by falling concrete blocks. Chase them! Chase them! Zhao Mingyuan braced himself against the wall, his eyes bulging with fury. He attempted to pursue them into the passage, only to find a bizarre, blue-white chill rising from where the shutter door had vanished. That was Lin Chu's liquid nitrogen proximity bomb. An eager death squad member rushed into the mist. Crack, crack, crack. He had barely taken 2 steps before he froze in place, maintaining his armed stance. This was due to the instantaneous freezing caused by the extreme low temperature. His cold weather suit, skin, and even the moisture in his eyes turned to ice within a second. Subsequently, the following death squad members, hindered by the obscured vision, crashed into the frozen figure. Crash! It shattered. The living man, like a porcelain vase, dropped to the ground, fragmented into countless crystalline ice shards. No blood flowed. Only the internal organs and skeletal fragments, rendered glass-like by the extreme cold, glimmered eerily under the light. This scene utterly shattered Zhao Mingyuan's last nerve. He collapsed to the ground, staring at the shattered flesh, emitting a desperate howl akin to a wild beast. Meanwhile, Lin Chu and Qin Xiao had already exited the escape passage. The exit of the passage lay on a concealed hillside behind the gymnasium. The outside world was still engulfed in swirling snow, and the biting cold wind at -50 degrees sliced across their faces. Yet it brought a refreshing clarity to the two, whose bodies bore the remnants of gunpowder smoke. Boss, should we head back to the villa now? Qin Shao glanced back at the gymnasium, ablaze with fire and echoing with cries of battle, and asked in a low voice. Lin Chu retrieved a brand new snowmobile from her spatial storage and mounted it. She cast a final glance at the hell that was collapsing from within, a chilling smile gracing her lips. No, we will head to the mountain peak first. I want to witness this hell turn to ashes. She had not only emptied the supplies, but had also destroyed the core heating units of the shelter. On such a frigid night of -50 degrees, devoid of supplies, order, and heat, the South City Gymnasium was destined to become a frozen tomb for 50,000 souls. By the way, Lin Chu donned her windproof goggles, her voice carrying over the wind and snow. We need to tidy up those 3 armored vehicles. Tomorrow, we will use them to retrieve our true comrades. Chapter 69, The Embers of Destruction. September 21st, 4:45 a.m. Lin Chu and Qin Shao did not immediately flee. Approximately 2 kilometers away from the gymnasium, on a sloped high ground, the armored vehicle extinguished its headlights, resembling a colossal beast lurking in the darkness of the snowy plains. Lin Chu opened the sunroof, and the biting cold wind rushed in, disheveling her hair dampened by sweat. She raised a high-powered electronic telescope, her eyes reflected in the lens capturing the demise of that colossal structure in the distance. Look, that is the last struggle of civilization. Lin Chu's voice was soft, yet resonated clearly over the radio. At that moment, the South City Gymnasium was in a state of extreme distortion. The recent chain explosions from the armory had completely shattered the building's main structure, and the enormous dome, under the dual forces of high temperature and internal pressure, emitted a gut-wrenching metallic distortion sound. Boom. Within the telescope's view, the northern wall of the gymnasium suddenly collapsed outward. Tons of concrete mixed with frozen corpses cascading down like a mudslide onto the snow below. Zhao Mingyuan is finished. Qin Shao stood beside her, his rifle held steady. His eyes reflected no emotion. He had witnessed too many such self-inflicted destructions throughout his mercenary career. He not only met his end, but also personally ushered 50,000 souls into the frozen abyss. Lin Chu lowered her binoculars and retrieved the infrared thermal imaging device. On the screen, the thermal signatures from the gymnasium were swiftly diminishing. The expansive orange-red area, which had once represented the body temperatures of thousands, was being rapidly consumed by the encroaching deep blue of extreme cold as the heating units failed. The refugees who had burst forth from the building, desperately seeking survival in the flickering flames, would see their thermal signatures transition from vibrant crimson to a darkened hue in less than 5 minutes. The frigid temperature of -50 degrees served as the most impartial yet merciless judge on this planet. Lin Chu focused intently on the screen, her mind racing through the items she had confiscated from Zhao Mingyuan's private vault moments earlier. During her extensive gathering of supplies, she had chanced upon a beautifully crafted briefcase made of solid steel. The instant it was stored in her spatial dimension as its master, she sensed its contents. Besides several encrypted military logs, there lay a uniquely numbered electronic access key. Qin Shao, take a look at this, Lin Chu commanded, her thoughts conjuring the black key into her palm. Qin Shao examined it briefly, a flicker of surprise flashing in his normally impassive eyes. It was a key from the strategic logistics department of a bygone era. Boss, where did Zhao Mingyuan acquire this? Most likely, he pilfered it from the city defense archives during the early days of the apocalypse. Exploiting his position, Lin Chu replied with a cold smile. In my past life, I heard refugees speak of a necropolis buried deep underground in the western suburbs. It was said that guards, glinting with a metallic sheen, patrolled through the snowstorm. Yet the door remained impervious to all attempts at entry. A necropolis? Qin Shao furrowed his brow. Are you referring to those experimental tactical robots? Indeed. Zhao Mingyuan has been guarding this key, presumably intending to unlock it once the bitter cold has passed, but little did he expect it would ultimately benefit us. Lin Chu gazed toward the northwest, a glimmer of excitement illuminating her eyes. That location had once served as a strategic transfer station against nuclear strikes. If we could acquire that batch of robots, the security of our villa would become entirely automated. Boss, there are still remnants of Zhao Mingyuan's forces. Qin Shao interrupted her thoughts, gesturing toward the southeast corner. A small group was frantically fleeing with several snowmobiles laden with supplies, the leader unmistakably Zhao Mingyuan himself. Despite his heavy winter gear, his bulk and frantic movements betraying his panic. Where does he intend to escape to? Qin Zhao's finger rested on the trigger. With Lin Chu's command, he could end that man's life within 2 seconds. He cannot evade capture. Lin Chu coldly observed the small red dots moving on the thermal imager. Before Zhao Mingyuan's snowmobile had traversed 500 meters, several modified pickup trucks surged from the shadows. Remnants of Lu Meng's faction, now transformed into feral beasts of the wasteland. A ruthless black-on-black conflict was unfolding. Zhao Mingyuan's subordinates were gunned down, and the snowmobiles, filled with supplies, became the focal point of a chaotic scramble. The once lofty director Zhao was dragged from the snow by Lu Meng, his hair in hand, treated like a lifeless dog as he was pulled into the darkness. "Let us go. The show here is over." Lin Chu shut the display, refusing to witness the bloody conclusion. She turned and slipped back into the driver's seat. "Qin Xiao, just the two of us in one vehicle, offers the highest mobility. The remaining supplies are safest within my space." As she spoke, Lin Chu focused her thoughts, sealing the two armored vehicles she had previously transported from the garage deep within the corners of her spatial realm, leaving only the one beneath her. With a low roar, the armored vehicle carved deep tracks in the snow as it sped towards the northwest wasteland. Behind them, the southern gymnasium, once a symbol of hope, finally crumbled into a massive tomb engulfed in flames and sealed in ice, the wind and snow swiftly obscuring all traces. The dawn of September 21st was about to arrive, marking the third day of the era of extreme cold. Lin Chu knew that the true winter robbery war had only just begun. Chapter 70. The Snowmobile Escape. September 21st. 5:30 a.m. The howling winds of the northwestern wasteland raged like an enraged beast across the desolate snowfield. A pitch-black armored vehicle surged forward like a silent steel nail, forcing its way through the half-fallen snow. Lin Chu gripped the steering wheel with steady hands, her gaze fixed on the visibility of less than 10 meters ahead. Inside, the heating system operated at full capacity, gradually dispersing the scent of blood and gunpowder that had clung to them from the gymnasium. "Boss, we have a tail." Qin Xiao's voice broke through the engine's roar. He had been monitoring the rear-view screen, where the previously white expanse was now pierced by several pulsating points of light, rapidly closing in on the armored vehicle. "Are they Zhao Mingyuan's men or Lu Meng's?" Lin Chu inquired coolly, pressing the accelerator deeper. "They're from Lu Meng's faction." Qin Xiao adjusted the screen's brightness. They had seized the last of Zhao Mingyuan's snowmobile reserves, approximately 12 in total. These individuals were cunning, aware that in this flat terrain, an armored vehicle could not outrun the agility of snowmobiles. Lin Chu glanced in the rearview mirror. Through the snow, the lights resembled a pack of hyenas drawn to the scent of carrion. Lu Meng's men, having lost everything in the explosion at the gymnasium, were now engulfed in a frenzy of desperation. In their eyes, the heavy, warm armored vehicle capable of withstanding heavy firepower represented their only ticket to survival. "They think we are lambs waiting to be slaughtered," Lin Chu smirked with derision. "At 500 meters, they're accelerating," Qin Xiao announced coldly. The group of motorcyclists, evidently seasoned, did not charge at once. Instead, they split into two flanks, utilizing the snowmobile's high maneuverability to encircle the armored vehicle in a fan formation. Some brandished makeshift Molotov cocktails, flames dancing in the wind, while others clutched sawed-off shotguns. "Qin Xiao, we are still 15 kilometers from the old site in the western suburbs. I do not wish to have a tail trailing behind us, leading prying eyes to our new stronghold." Lin Chu suddenly jerked the steering wheel, the armored vehicle's wide tires screeching against the snow. "Understood." Qin Xiao unbuckled his seatbelt, deftly moving from the passenger seat to the back. He unlocked the sunroof and half of his body plunged into the soul-freezing cold. The temperature of -50 degrees instantly coated his eyelashes with frost. Yet his hand remained steady as a mountain. With a rifle equipped with an infrared night vision scope, he silently locked onto his first target amidst the swirling snow. The faint sound of a shot was immediately swallowed by the howling wind. 500 meters away, the leading snowmobile lurched violently, the driver's forehead erupting in a vivid heat source under infrared vision as the bullet penetrated his skull. The out-of-control snowmobile, propelled by its speed of 80 kilometers per hour, crashed violently into the abandoned barricade by the roadside, producing a muffled explosion, sending both the rider and the vehicle tumbling several meters, instantly reduced to a mass of twisted scrap by the pursuing horde behind. "First one," Qin Xiao murmured, his finger steadily pulling the trigger once more. Puff, puff, puff. The rhythmic crack of gunfire resonated like the tolling of a death knell upon the snowfield. With each shot, another motorcyclist fell from their vehicle. Qin Xiao's marksmanship exudes an artistic flair. He does not rush to annihilate the enemy, but rather prioritizes eliminating the leaders among the motorcycle group. With the demise of several leaders, a momentary chaos erupted within the ranks of the motorcycles. The once orderly charge disintegrated, as some, gripped by fear, began to decelerate, while others, driven by greed, attempted to accelerate and maneuver ahead. "Boss, there are two reckless ones on the left, trying to throw Molotov cocktails." Qin Xiao's voice crackled through the radio. "Let them throw. Let us see whether the fire spreads faster than the freeze." Lin Chu let out a cold snort and abruptly activated the waste discharge valve at the rear of the armored vehicle. Prior to confiscation, a substantial amount of chemical accelerants and lubricants had been added to the fuel tank to prevent wax formation in the extreme cold. At this moment, Lin Chu skillfully maneuvered, precisely injecting a bucket of expired motor oil, which she had casually collected from the gym, into the waste outlet. A stream of black liquid rapidly spread across the compressed snow path. Squeak! The two snowmobiles, in hot pursuit, lost all traction the moment they hit this slick layer of oil. Boom! One of the motorcycles crashed into an abandoned container by the roadside, and the Molotov cocktail beneath the seat exploded with a thunderous roar. The flames, in the frigid temperature of -50 degrees, exhibited an eerie shade of bluish-purple, swiftly engulfing the arsonist who had yet to scream in terror. As he burned in the extreme cold, the excruciating agony of alternating temperatures elicited a primal howl, and he soon rolled into a charred mass of ice. The remaining few marauders were finally gripped by paralyzing fear. This was not a battle. This was a game of cruelty. Retreat. Quick retreat. The people in that vehicle are demons. The remaining 5 or 6 motorcycles frantically turned around, attempting to vanish into the endless curtain of snow. Come and go as you please. Lin Chu's gaze turned icy. She directly pushed aside the operation panel of the passenger seat, revealing a red launch switch. This was a delightful surprise she had discovered while confiscating Zhao Mingyuan's armored vehicle, a small onboard missile launcher for tracking. Although it was a consumable in this apocalyptic world, it was perfectly suited for a kill that would strike at the heart. Qin Xiao, return. The rest is up to technology. Qin Xiao swiftly retreated inside the vehicle and closed the sunroof. Lin Chu pressed the switch. The launch box atop the armored vehicle opened, and 2 fist-sized tracking missiles shot forth into the air, equipped with rudimentary infrared tracking. In this snowfield where only human heat sources existed, they were akin to arrows that never missed their mark. Boom, boom. Distant muffled explosions echoed twice. The last few flickering hotspots on the screen dimmed instantly. The entire snowfield returned to a deathly silence. Lin Chu straightened the steering wheel and glanced at the navigation on the dashboard. Only 5 kilometers remained. She tightened her grip on the electronic key she had salvaged from Zhao Mingyuan's private stash. This piece of black iron, engraved with the logistics department's serial number, was the sole verification of the legendary Steel Guardian she had heard of in her past life. Qin Xiao, if fortune favors us, we may no longer need to patrol the villa. The armored vehicle broke through the last snow wall, and ahead, a colossal entrance to a dome-shaped underground structure, entirely cloaked in ice and snow, finally revealed itself amidst the storm. This was a crucial step on Lin Chu's map of the apocalypse. Chapter 71, The Icebound Biological Research Institute. September 21st, 10:15 a.m. It should have been a time of rising sun, yet the skyline was weighed down by a heavy, leaden gray cloud layer. The blizzard did not cease with the end of the slaughter. Instead, it morphed into an even more terrifying snowstorm. Fine ice crystals transformed into a tangible white veil in the 30-meter-per-second gales, visibility plummeting from 50 meters to less than 3 in mere minutes. Even the heavily armored vehicle began to sway uneasily in such a violent air current, its body rattling against the assault of wind and snow. Boss, this is untenable. The pressure is dropping too quickly. Qin Zhao's gaze was fixed on the flashing red lights on the dashboard, his expression stern. Such a tempest would generate intense static interference, rendering radar and infrared detection utterly useless. If we force ourselves to advance, we would lose our way in less than a kilometer, potentially colliding with an abandoned base station or plunging into snow-covered crevices. Lin Chu's fingers tightened around the steering wheel, pale from exertion. She glanced at the last 3 kilometers to the old site in the western suburbs. Beyond that thick veil of snow lay the Steel Guardian, now utterly isolated by nature's invisible white wall. Where is the nearest shelter? Lin Chu decisively eased off the accelerator, utilizing engine braking to stabilize the vehicle and prevent slipping. 200 meters to the right front, Qin Xiao quickly expanded the scale on the electronic map, pointing to a snow-covered building outline, which had once been labeled as a private research institute named Evergreen Biology, although long abandoned. Its primary structure was made of specialized reinforced concrete and built in a wind-sheltered valley, making it the only viable option. Let us go. Head there. Lin Chu yanked the steering wheel sharply, and the armored vehicle roared as it smashed through a 2-meter-high wall of snow, barreling towards the valley. In less than 5 minutes, a gray-white building, partially buried in frozen earth and snow, emerged through the storm. Due to years of neglect, the institute's exterior walls were draped with blackish-purple vines, resembling shriveled veins in the ice, exuding an eerie aura. The heavy sensor door had long been locked due to power failure, but Lin Chu pressed down on the accelerator, and the armored vehicle forcefully smashed through the door lock, crashing into the courtyard of the research institute. With a clang, As the armored vehicle powered down, the world seemed to plunge from a cacophonous hell into a profound silence in an instant. Lin Chu opened the car door, and the biting cold seeped in through the crack. Even clad in top-tier cold-weather gear, she felt a sharp pain in her lungs from the frigid air. The two of them, carrying tactical backpacks, trudged through snow that reached their thighs, swiftly approaching the side door of the research institute. Qin Shao deftly pried open the rusted latch with his military dagger, and in a flash, the two slipped inside the building. The internal temperature of the research institute hovered around -20 degrees. Compared to the soul-cracking cold outside, this felt almost like a warm sanctuary. Qin Shao skillfully set up a foldable portable heater on the marble floor. The blue flames flickered, casting a precious warmth that illuminated the desolate space. Lin Chu removed her goggles and rubbed her stiff cheeks, finally gaining clarity on her surroundings. This appeared to be the reception hall of the research institute. Strewn with yellowing newspapers and shattered glass tubes, the plaques on the walls glimmered oddly under the flashlight. Anti-aging gene sequence research group, cell autophagy reaction laboratory, cryopreserved biological sample repository. A private research institute? Lin Chu scoffed, observing the advanced research topics. Recalling some rumors she had heard before her previous demise, these subjects were not ones that ordinary private capital could afford to engage in. She vaguely remembered that the upper echelons of the southern shelter maintained their physical abilities due to a special cold-resistant agent. At that time, no one knew the source. Now it seemed likely to be closely related to this place. Qin Shao keenly sniffed the air, his brow furrowing. Boss, there's a peculiar odor here. It's not the stench of decay, but rather a high concentration of preservative, mingled with an indescribable metallic scent. And it's too quiet, unsettlingly so. Let us investigate further. This snowstorm may last at least 6 hours. We need to find a safe place to set up camp. The two advanced deeper down the corridor. The further one ventured inward, the more absurd the surroundings became. The walls flanking the corridor were encrusted with a delicate layer of pale blue crystals. Lin Chu reached out to touch them. The crystals were not icy, but rather resembled some biological secretion that had congealed under extreme cold. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed as Qin Shao inadvertently stepped on a fallen petri dish. As the light beam swept across the shards of glass, it revealed a desiccated mass of flesh with tiny, quivering tendrils, though it had long since ceased to show any signs of life. Its contorted shape evoked a profound sense of physiological discomfort. Boss, take a look at these culture tanks. Qin Shao pushed open the door to one of the laboratories. Inside, several massive transparent cylinders stood in neat rows, their pale yellow solutions having frozen into solid ice, within which various biological specimens were preserved in diverse forms. Lin Chu's beam of light lingered on the last cylinder, a grim scene of genetic editing that should have perished in her past life. Inside was a curled, naked boy, his skin an abnormal slate gray, with a row of bony protrusions resembling fish fins jutting from his spine. Encased in ice, he appeared to be merely in a prolonged slumber amidst an endless polar night. Zhao Mingyuan and his associates might have stumbled upon the embryonic form of the serum here. As Lin Chu observed these heartless experiments, rather than feeling pity, a sense of heightened vigilance emerged within her. Boss, something feels amiss here. Qin Shao suddenly seized Lin Chu's arm, assuming a defensive stance, his gun aimed at the darkness deep within the corridor where the crystals began to stir. Lin Chu whipped around. At the end of the corridor, wisps of pale red mist seeped through the cracks of the blue crystals. Almost immediately, a faint sound emerged, akin to countless tiny feet skimming across the icy surface, emanating from the ventilation ducts. Was it parasites or mutated fungi? Lin Chu swiftly retrieved a portable flamethrower from her pack. Uncertain, but they appear highly sensitive to heat sources. Qin Shao indicated towards a nearby stove that was roaring with flames. The once still blue-violet crystals began to undulate sluggishly, revealing thin, barbed tendrils of dark red within. They were frantically advancing towards the stove. Extinguish the fire. Quickly, Lin Chu exclaimed, and Qin Shao reacted swiftly, kicking over the stove and smothering it with a fire blanket. The room was plunged into darkness once more. The eerie sounds of movement paused for a few seconds before escalating into a frenzied chaos. In the gloom, countless pairs of small, faintly glowing green compound eyes flickered to life on the walls and ceiling. Boss, it seems we've stumbled into a nest. Qin Shao murmured with a wry smile, his 416 Hong Kong dollars shifting to automatic mode. Lin Chu gripped the flamethrower's handle tightly, her gaze cold and sharp as a blade. Since they are experimental products, let them witness what true extinction entails. As the first mutated creature lunged from the shadows, a scarlet firestorm erupted in the corridor, illuminating the grotesque and distorted faces. Chapter 72, The Offspring in the Laboratory. September 21st, 10:40 a.m. The crimson firestorm ravaged the narrow corridor, an inferno spewing forth from Lin Chu's flamethrower. The specially formulated napalm clung to the pale blue crystals, emitting a cacophony of crackling sounds, accompanied by a nauseating stench reminiscent of burning plastic mixed with rotting fish. A chorus of piercing screams erupted from the darkness as the heat-sensitive creatures, previously poised to ambush, finally grasped the terror of impending death. They frantically retreated into the ventilation ducts, scorched limbs littering the cold ground, still twitching. Qin Xiao, head towards the purification chamber on the right. Lin Chu coughed amidst the smoke, but maintained her composure. Qin Xiao's 416 Hong Kong dollars rhythmically spat fire, obliterating several mutated beings attempting to drop from the ceiling's blind spots. These creatures exhibited remarkable vitality. Even when their torsos were pierced, as long as the fungal core-like heads remained intact, they would continue to crawl in a maddened frenzy. With a forceful kick, Qin Xiao slammed open a heavy sealed door, and the two swiftly entered, locking the door firmly behind them. The sounds of pounding and scratching persisted for several minutes, gradually subsiding as the flames spread and the heat source dwindled. The room was evidently a high-security isolation area of the research facility, its walls lined with specialized antibacterial materials, and the floors scattered with precision electronic scales that had not been removed in time. Due to its enclosed nature, the temperature here was slightly higher than outside, hovering around freezing. Phew, we're safe for now. Lin Chu lowered the flamethrower, leaning against the wall while gasping for breath, her face flushed abnormally from the earlier heat. Qin Xiao remained on high alert, kneeling with his gun trained on the room's sole ventilation duct. His gaze scanned the area, suddenly fixating on a piece of equipment in the center of the room. Boss, there's something still operational over there. Following his flashlight beam, Lin Chu spotted a half-human-sized incubator at the center of the debris, emitting a faint beeping sound. This machine evidently possessed an independent backup power source, stubbornly maintaining internal life signs despite the building being powerless and frozen. Lin Chu approached cautiously. A thin layer of condensation coated the tempered glass of the incubator. She wiped it away, revealing a sight that left her momentarily stunned. It was neither a terrifying mutant nor a grotesque mass of fungi. At the center of a soft, sterile cotton pad curled a pure white small creature. It resembled a juvenile Maine Coon cat, but was larger than an ordinary kitten. Its fur smooth as the finest silk, each strand crystalline, as if sculpted from ice. Most intriguingly, a fine layer of silver scales shimmered along its back, refracting a spectrum of colors under the flashlight's beam. A cat? Qin Xiao approached, brow furrowed. How could something so pristine exist in a place like this? As if sensing the presence of outsiders, the young creature slowly opened its eyes. In that instant, Lin Chu felt her breath catch. The kitten possessed an exceedingly rare pair of heterochromatic eyes. The left was a deep, night-like blue, while the right shone as brilliantly as molten gold. When it looked at Lin Chu, its gaze bore no trace of the typical fear or frenzy of wild beasts, but rather an almost human-like curiosity and judgment. Meow? A soft, milky sound broke the laboratory's eerie silence. This call was not piercing. Instead, it seemed to possess a soothing power that miraculously eased Lin Chu's previously taut nerves. Its genetic sequence differed from the monstrous entities outside. Lin Chu scrutinized the display screen beside the incubator, where a complex string of codes flickered. Specimen Snow White 001, perfect template for extreme cold adaptation. This new species had been specifically engineered to survive in frigid conditions. Lin Chu murmured to herself, suddenly recalling the rumors from the latter stages of her past life as apocalypse regarding symbiotic beasts. Those formidable mutated creatures possessed the abilities to foresee natural disasters and assist in combat. Could it be that the origin lay within these clandestine laboratories? Boss, this little one appears quite docile, but it could very well be a remorseless monster, Qin Xiao softly reminded. Having witnessed far too many instances where carelessness led to fatal bites from mutated creatures. It just helped us, Lin Chu suddenly interjected. What? Did you not notice? Since we entered this room, the sounds of those monsters outside have vanished completely. Lin Chu gestured towards the grand door, not due to the flames, but rather out of fear. They were terrified of the aura emanating from this little creature. It was a form of ancestral suppression. Lin Chu extended her hand, and with a mere thought, the clasp of the constant temperature box was forcefully undone by spatial power. The small white cat did not flee. Instead, it gracefully rose, stretching its limbs adorned with fine silver scales. It nimbly leaped out of the incubator, circled around the feet of the two individuals, and ultimately settled firmly on the back of Lin Chu's foot, its golden eyes fixated upon her. Since those monsters outside call you a deity, then accompany me. Lin Chu crouched down, inexplicably reaching out to gently stroke its head. The touch was not cold. Rather, it bore an incredibly comforting and constant warmth. a sensation that coursed through Lin Chu's fingertips, alleviating much of the joint pain caused by the cold. Follow me. Not only will you survive, but you shall also feast upon endless premium cat food and fresh fish. Lin Chu retrieved a slice of exquisite salmon sashimi from her spatial compartment, placing it in her palm. The little creature sniffed, its gaze flickering with a hint of human-like surprise. It opened its mouth to reveal small yet sharp teeth, elegantly rolling away the salmon. Boss, are you really planning to keep it? Qin Xiao holstered his gun, a note of helplessness in his tone. In a world where even the air can freeze, being able to sustain oneself is a skill, but nurturing a companion that can intimidate monsters is an investment. Lin Chu cradled the small white cat in her arms, her movements tender. From now on, you shall be called Fortunate Wealth. In this world, where only snow remains, you are my sole treasure. The little cat, Fortunate Wealth, seemed quite pleased with this grand, yet somewhat cliché name. Nuzzling against Lin Chu before closing its eyes and emitting a rhythmic purring sound from its throat. Qin Xiao, the blizzard has ceased. Lin Chu stood up, embracing this peculiar cub capable of suppressing mutated beings, striding towards the door sealed by impenetrable ice. This time, she felt no fear of the unknown monsters. Instead, a sense of impending control coursed through her veins. This research facility was merely a minor interlude in her apocalyptic saga. The true trump card awaited her in the depths of the western suburbs. Chapter 73, The Mobile Radar on the Snowfield. September 21st, 11 a.m. Though the white winds outside had lessened somewhat, the howling still resembled a vengeful spirit, creaking the dilapidated window frames of the research facility. The leaden gray light cast upon the snow reflected a despairing pallor. Lin Chu sat upon a leather sofa in the hall of the research facility. Although the leather was cracked, it offered a rare refuge from the frigid world outside. She produced a precious vial of spirit spring water from her spatial compartment. This light green liquid had coalesced at the core of her ancestral jade pendant space after hoarding vast resources and absorbing a significant amount of jade energy. Come, Fortunate Wealth. You must eat well to have the strength to work. The little cat, initially curled up in Lin Chu's embrace, instantly sprang to life upon catching the scent of the spirit spring water, its heterochromatic pupils widening as its languid demeanor vanished. It swiftly and elegantly leaped down, quickly lapping up the water in the bowl with its tiny pink tongue. As the spirit spring water entered its belly, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. The faintly visible silver scales on Fortunate Wealth's back began to emit a subtle, rapid vibration, sending nearly invisible pale blue ripples radiating from its surface. At that moment, Qin Xiao was crouched nearby, inspecting his rifle, his gaze sharpening. As a top-tier mercenary, his senses were acute. After the waves passed, he felt a certain oppressive, sticky chill that had accumulated due to the presence of mutated creatures dissipate instantly. Boss, is this cat purifying the surrounding magnetic field? Qin Xiao's fingers twitched around his gun. Not merely purifying. It is marking its territory. Lin Chu observed Fortunate Wealth, a glimmer of surprise flickering in her eyes. Upon finishing the water, Fortunate Wealth did not groom itself like an ordinary cat, but suddenly tensed, its golden right eye transforming into a slender slit. It fixated intently on a vent above, emitting a low-frequency vibration akin to sonar scanning. Meow. A short, sharp cry sounded. Qin Xiao, 3 o'clock direction. Something is in the ventilation duct. Lin Chu could not visually discern anything amiss, yet she trusted Fortunate Wealth without hesitation. In the apocalypse, such near-miraculous intuition was the key to survival. Almost simultaneously with Lin Chu's exclamation, Qin Xiao instinctively rolled to the side, his 416 Hong Kong dollars raised, delivering a series of precise shots. Rat-a-tat-tat. The bullets pierced the rusted metal of the ventilation duct, sending sparks flying. A chilling, inhuman scream echoed from deep within the duct, followed by a splatter of blue-purple pus erupting from the gun's muzzle, landing heavily with a thud as a substantial creature within the duct spasmed a few times before falling silent. It was a mutated being that had previously fled from the hall, evidently attempting to ambush the two while they rested. However, under Fortunate Wealth's perception, such self-assured stealth was as conspicuous as a shadow under the blazing sun. Not only could it sense danger, but it could also predict positions. Lin Chu cradled Fortunate Wealth back into her arms. This time, the little creature burrowed directly into the inner layer of her winter coat, exposing only its fluffy little head, its heterochromatic eyes glowing softly in the darkness. The warmth radiating from Fortunate Wealth seeped through her clothing, making Lin Chu feel as though she carried a constant source of thermal energy. Its presence seemed to counteract some of the extreme cold's oppressive effects on her bodily functions. Let us go. While the snow hasn't completely sealed the way, we must retrieve those veterans. Lin Chu and Qin Xiao swiftly made their exit. Throughout their journey, The mutated beings lurking in the shadows of the corridors and the corners of the laboratories retreated at the sight of fortunate wealth. An air of dominance lingered, perceptible only to the mutated creatures. Pushing open the research facility's precarious door, they found the snow outside piled up to waist height. Clear the path, Lin Chu commanded sharply. Qin Xiao grunted, the heavy mechanical sounds of his exoskeleton echoing as he resembled a human bulldozer, shouldering through the thick snowdrifts. Lin Chu followed closely behind, swiftly entering the armored vehicle through the path Qin Xiao carved out. With the engine roaring ferociously once more, the armored vehicle charged out of the valley, resuming its final 3-kilometer journey to the military depot in the western suburbs. Boss, ahead lies the abandoned logging site marked on the map. The coordinates coincide 200 meters further. Qin Xiao indicated towards a conspicuous snowy mound on the plain. It appeared merely as a small snow-covered hill, surrounded by a few frostbitten, fallen trees. However, according to hearsay from Lin Chu's past life, beneath it lay a transit depot of an old strategic logistics division. Lin Chu turned off the engine, plunging the entire desolate expanse into an eerie silence. She retrieved the black electronic key she had salvaged from Zhao Mingyuan's private stash. This seemingly scrap metal still radiated a cold metallic sheen even in the frigid temperatures. Zhao Mingyuan had guarded this object his entire life without ever unlocking it, as he lacked the requisite biological authorization. Lin Chu glanced at Qin Xiao. In her previous life, it was rumored that this warehouse required a strategic-level password combined with a specialized frequency to activate. Coincidentally, just moments ago, while emptying the encrypted hard drives from Zhao Mingyuan's private vault, she had swiftly scanned through spatial fragments and captured a unique signal frequency. Qin Xiao, the ensuing scenario may surpass your comprehension. Lin Chu pressed the side button on the key. A faint yet resolute electronic waveform emanated from the key. 3 seconds later, the previously silent snowy slope erupted into violent tremors. The thick blanket of snow began to collapse, revealing a massive gate constructed of specialized radiation-resistant alloy beneath. Strategic-level access, frequency verification successful. Initiating the opening of Underground Preparation Facility Number 2. A cold, mechanical yet remarkably melodious synthesized voice resonated across the desolate wilderness. As the 2-meter-thick alloy door gradually slid open, it unveiled a steel tunnel that seemed bottomless, illuminated by orange-red sensor lights. Qin Xiao instinctively tightened his grip on the gun. He could sense an ancient, dormant force imbued with the aesthetic of brutal steel awakening at the tunnel's end. Let us proceed. Lin Chu, embracing the prospect of wealth, was the first to step into this forbidden ground, long coveted by countless individuals in her previous life. Let us meet the future custodians of our villa. Chapter 74, The Steel Guardians Repositioned. September 21st, 11:40 a.m. Deep within the steel tunnel, the sensor lights detected the presence of intruders, illuminating one after another, casting a translucent glow upon the cold metallic walls. Lin Chu stepped onto the anti-slip alloy steel plate, the soles of her boots producing a crisp echo that reverberated through the profound underground space. Qin Xiao, rifle in hand, remained taut, the hydraulic pumps of his exoskeleton emitting a faint hum. Even as the king of mercenaries accustomed to grand spectacles, he felt an overwhelming aura of oppression emanating from this strategically buried fortress of a bygone industrial peak. External environment temperature detected, 58. Internal defense level, level 2. The mechanical synthesized voice resonated once more, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. The two reached the tunnel's end, where their vision widened. Before them lay a semicircular preparation hall the size of 2 football fields, its walls lined with 36 upright sealed chambers. Each chamber door bore striking orange warning signs, marked with the designation, Tactical Guardian Heavy Armor I. Here they are. Lin Chu halted, gazing upward at the silent steel forms. In her previous life, these robots were the legendary ghostly guardians of the last ember of the apocalypse. They were not the clumsy civilian mechanical arms, but killing machines meticulously engineered during the late Cold War to execute defense and extermination missions in exceedingly complex environments. Approaching the central control panel, Lin Chu inserted the black key into its slot. Qin Xiao, guard the entrance for me, she instructed softly, her fingers rapidly tapping on the holographic panel. A series of complex codes appeared on the screen. Due to her prior decryption of the corresponding frequency within Zhao Mingyuan's private vault, the current unlocking felt akin to a seamless activation. Injecting backup energy core matrix initialization commencing. With a heavy mechanical clunk, the first sealed chamber's protective nitrogen was swiftly expelled, transforming into a cloud of white mist. The chamber door slid open, revealing a metallic monstrosity standing approximately 2 meters tall, its entire form enveloped in matte black composite armor. It possessed broad shoulders, with a foldable 6-barrel rotary machine gun embedded in each arm, and a miniature anti-tank ammunition compartment on its back. Its head bore no features. Only a horizontally scanning infrared lens pulsating with red light. It resembled a black knight from hell, exuding a chilling aura of sanguine menace even while motionless. Beep. The scanning lens fixated upon Lin Chu. Authorization identity confirmed. Level 1 Commander. Welcome to execute your mission, Commander. Immediately, a synchronized series of clunks resonated as all 36 sealed chambers simultaneously opened, pairs of red electronic eyes igniting in the darkness like wolves awakening on a snowfield. Qin Shao observed the row of steel monstrosities capable of decimating a light infantry battalion, his throat involuntarily tightening. With these at our disposal, not even a fly will dare trespass into our villa, not merely for patrol. Lin Chu regarded her utterly loyal subordinates, her eyes shimmering with an unprecedented ambition. They possessed excellent cold resistance, capable of sustaining operations in temperatures as low as -80 degrees for 48 hours. Henceforth, when transporting bulk supplies, they would serve as the ideal laborers. With a thought, Lin Chu opened the spatial gateway. Reposition. Following her command, these 36 killing machines, poised to transform the landscape of the southern city, instantaneously vanished from the preparation hall, accurately placed within the heavy equipment zone of the spatial realm. Having vacated the core assets of this strategic stronghold, Lin Chu had no intention of lingering. Once a site like this was activated, electronic signals could potentially draw the attention of certain remnants of official forces. Let us return home. At 2 p.m., the fully loaded armored vehicle finally reappeared within the vista of the hillside villa. As it traversed the final defensive line of the hillside, the automated defense machine gun turrets surrounding the villa emitted a gentle identification signal. Home at last. Lin Chu leaned back against her seat, exhaling a long breath. Inside the villa, the temperature was maintained at a comfortable 24 degrees Celsius. The moment Lin Chu opened the door to the living room, Bao Fu leapt from her arms. This mutated cub, frozen in the laboratory for an indeterminate time, was momentarily stunned as its paws touched the soft carpet and it felt the warmth of the air. A flicker of visible astonishment flashed in its heterochromatic eyes as it curiously surveyed the opulent leather sofa, the crystal chandelier, and the diligent cleaning robot working in the corner of the living room. Meow? Bao Fu cautiously approached the cleaning robot, tentatively extending its silvery scaled paw to give it a gentle pat. The cleaning robot, discerning its intent, turned and resumed its task, while Bao Fu tilted its head, as if discovering a novel quarry. Enough mischief, time for a bath. Lin Chu chuckled as she scooped up Bao Fu and turned toward the bathroom, where she had prepared an array of top-tier pet care products in advance. 15 minutes later, Qin Shao was in the gym on the first floor, engaging in muscle relaxation exercises, while Lin Chu emerged wearing a soft, light yellow home sweater, cradling a fluffy Bao Fu, now resembling a snowball after being blow-dried. How about hot pot for dinner? Lin Chu suggested, glancing at Qin Shao. After 2 days in the gym, my mouth feels as dry as a bird's. Whatever you say. Boss. Qin Shao wiped the sweat from his brow, his gaze softening slightly. Lin Chu approached the kitchen, and with a thought. The dining table was instantaneously adorned with a lavish array of ingredients. A pot of vibrant red beef tallow hot pot base, large platters of marbled fatty beef, freshly sliced lamb, crisp tripe, and even a plate of fresh strawberries and blueberries that had nearly become extinct during the extreme cold era. Gulp. Bao Fu, previously occupied with the cleaning robot, instantly teleported to the dining table. Lin Chu had thoughtfully opened a can of top-quality deep-sea sturgeon caviar, placing it into its designated small golden bowl. The pot at the bottom began to bubble vigorously, and white steam rose, obscuring the pallid world beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows. Outside lay an Arctic desolation at a biting -60 degrees, a frozen hell where countless souls struggled on the precipice of life and death. Inside, however, was a fragrant hot pot, a sanctuary as warm as spring. Lin Chu deftly picked up a slice of fatty beef, swished it in the scalding red oil for 3 seconds, and then savored it. The intertwining flavors of grease and spice made her acutely aware of the significance of living anew. Qin Shao, the villa's security system is set for an upgrade tomorrow. Lin Chu took a sip of ice-cold cola, releasing a contented sigh as she positioned the 36 tactical sentinels within the villa's concealed fortifications. Henceforth, this would be a true Noah's Arkansas, all right. Qin Shao raised his cola can and clinked it against hers. The glutton at their feet, with a face covered in fish soup, emitted a contented snore. On this long winter night, as all else withered, this mountainside villa became the sole vibrant and lethal red in the frozen city. Chapter 75. By the bedside, who dares to slumber? September 23rd. Day 5 of the extreme cold era. The world outside the mountainside villa had been completely engulfed by an eerie silence. The air was frozen nearly solid at -60 degrees, and even the faintest whisper of wind sounded like ice crystals slicing through the air. The villa's exaggeratedly thick walls perfectly insulated them from the harshness outside, maintaining a stable temperature of 24 degrees indoors. Although the eco-friendly charcoal burned in the fireplace, Lin Chu insisted on adding a few pieces of pine wood to hear the occasional crackle and to inhale the faint scent of wood. At that moment, Lin Chu reclined on the sofa, a steaming cup of ginger tea with brown sugar at her side. She was engrossed in a book on cold weapon forging, a piece of intellectual nourishment she had casually brought from the strategic warehouse in the western suburbs. Meow! A shrill, aggressive cry shattered the warmth of the room. The glutton, previously curled up on a cashmere blanket, seemed to activate a lethal switch, leaping from the sofa. Its white fur bristled, and the silver scales hidden beneath its long hair emitted a faint, high-frequency hum. Instead of its usual playful demeanor, it crouched low, muscles tensed. Its mismatched eyes glowing eerily in the dim light, fixed intently on the dense forest behind the mountain. Glutton. Lin Chu set down her teacup, her gaze instantly turning icy. The glutton's reaction was never mistaken. This mutated cub possessed a heightened sensitivity to murderous intent far surpassing any sophisticated radar. Its behavior indicated that something was amiss outside. And it was very close. Boss, we have visitors. Qin Xiao had appeared in a corner of the living room, holding a tactical scope designed for field operations. His expression as dark as the depths of a stormy sea. Lin Chu hastily approached the control panel. The images on the screen were distorted by the blizzard. Yet as she switched to the high-altitude drone's infrared thermal imaging mode, nothing could hide. In the coniferous forest behind the villa, now frozen into sculptures, several faint heat signatures were slowly moving. These were not wild animals. Animal infrared signatures are typically rounded and uniform, but rather these patches exhibited disjointed lines, indicative of humans clad in cold weather gear, wrapped in thermal blankets, with body heat leaking through to leave remnants in the snow. So these are the so-called death warriors? Lin Chu scoffed. Even after the collapse of the southern gymnasium, Zhao Mingyuan's men were still alive. They were either Zhao Mingyuan's elite guards or the eyes left behind by Lu Meng. Qin Xiao swiftly adjusted the surveillance parameters while calmly analyzing the situation. They had dug snow caves, utilizing the extreme cold for concealment. If it weren't for this little creature's sharp instincts, they might have been caught off guard when the intruders approached the villa's exhaust vent to poison or detonate it. The screen displayed a total of 6 heat sources, scattered widely, maintaining a tacit tactical distance with remarkably professional movements. They had evaded the machine gun tower's sweeping arc and were now descending the steep slope of the mountain. I'll take care of it. Qin Xiao turned, retrieving a pitch-black tactical dagger from the weapon rack. No use of firearms? Lin Chu inquired. In this weather, the flash and sound of a gun would carry too far. Qin Xiao began donning a white snow camouflage suit with swift, silent movements, adding, I want to see just how many trump cards these people hold. The dead often keep secrets better than the living, but they also reveal truths more readily. Should I suit up in heavy armor? No, it's too cumbersome. It would leave indelible imprints in the deep snow. Just me, 10 minutes. Qin Xiao donned a cold-resistant mask, double-checking his harness. With a hiss of the back door's airlock, his figure vanished into the swirling snow. Lin Chu stood at the control panel, her hands instinctively clenching. The glutton leapt onto the workstation, crouching beside the screen, its right eye flickering with golden light, as if remotely locking onto the enemy's throat. Behind the villa, the snow depth had reached 1.5 meters. Qin Xiao moved like a feather falling into the snow, devoid of any sensation of weight. He did not force his way through the storm, but instead utilized the exoskeleton's precise pressure to leap between tree trunks and protruding rocks. With every landing, he perfectly stepped onto the hard-packed snow created by the storm, leaving no trace. The first enemy lay prone beneath a massive red pine tree, dressed in white camouflage. He nearly blended into the snowy landscape, holding a suppressed submachine gun. He was quietly reporting via radio. Target's power supply is normal, no patrols detected. Recommend .2 move closer. Before he could finish, a chilling sensation crept up the back of his neck. It was not the wind. Just as he turned, a hand enveloped in frigid air clamped tightly over his mouth and nose. In an instant, a cold blade pierced his jawbone, slanting upward to penetrate his medulla oblongata. The death warrior made no sound, his pupils dilating rapidly. Qin Xiao expressionlessly lowered the body, his movements tender as if soothing a sleeping infant. He did not linger. His form flickered and vanished behind the shadows of the trees. This was a textbook example of a jungle assassination. The second enemy, observing from a snowdrift through a periscope, had his cervical spine snapped by Qin Xiao from behind. The third, attempting to plant a disruption mine in a trap zone, was struck down by a throwing knife that pierced his temple. Each action was executed with precision, as if calculated through countless iterations. Qin Xiao did not underestimate his adversaries because they were remnants. He utilized the terrain, the wind direction, and every moment of obscured visibility brought on by the snow to systematically dismantle their carefully laid ambush. 7 minutes later, only one living soul remained in the forest. This was their leader, who seemed to sense his companion's disappearance and was retreating in terror, his hand trembling violently around his pistol. "Who? Show yourself," he screamed, his voice echoing mournfully across the desolate snowfield. Suddenly, a hand erupted from the snow, grasping his ankle. The leader fell into the snow, unable to pull the trigger before Qin Zhao's shadow appeared before him like a specter. Qin Zhao did not kill him. Instead, he efficiently dislocated his jaw and joints. 10 minutes precisely, the back door of the villa opened. Qin Zhao stepped inside, still exuding an aura of lethal intent, dragging the limp leader behind him. Lin Chu noticed that not a single drop of blood marred Qin Zhao's white stealth suit. "All cleaned up?" Lin Chu inquired, glancing at the captive sprawled on the floor. 5 met their demise on the spot, and this one was their leader. Qin Zhao removed his hood, revealing a face shrouded in a fine layer of frost. Yet his gaze bore an unprecedented gravity. As he surveyed the scene, he not only brought back the deceased, but also retrieved a blood-stained leather bag. "Boss, take a look at this." Qin Zhao spread the bag open on the table. Lin Chu cast a glance, and her pupils constricted sharply. It was a hand-drawn sketch, rudimentary in its lines, yet it clearly marked various orientations of the villa, including several exhaust vents concealed behind decorative walls, the external interface of the floor heating pump room, and even an emergency drainage channel she had always deemed exceedingly hidden, located at the edge of the cliff on the back mountain. How could they have this? Lin Chu's voice grew somber. This was a top-secret sketch from the villa's renovation, known only to the original construction team. She abruptly turned to Qin Zhao. His eyes were equally frigid. The construction team was comprised of my men, utterly reliable. However, the notation on this map is highly professional, not something an ordinary marauder could draft. Moreover, look here. Qin Zhao pointed to a location on the villa's side wing, where due to the terrain, the monitoring system had a blind spot of approximately 3 seconds. This is our visual dead zone. The adversary not only possesses the map, but has also been lying in wait here for quite some time. Having discerned the rotation pattern of our surveillance, a chill surged from Lin Chu's feet. Although the gym had collapsed, and Zhao Mingyuan was dead, it was evident that a force lurked in the shadows, wielding a most lethal scalpel, poised to slice open the soft underbelly of her Noah's Arkansas. By my side. How dare they sleep? Lin Chu's finger traced fiercely across the sketch, her nail even tearing the paper. Qin Zhao, we need to reassess our defenses, not just in terms of weaponry, but also ourselves. Lin Chu turned her gaze to the dark night outside, as deep as ink. She understood that while they had cleared their immediate sight, the true war was only just revealing its fangs. Chapter 76, Shortcomings of Survival in the Apocalypse. September 24th. Day 6 of the extreme cold era. The assassination attempt on the back mountain last night left a greater tremor in Lin Chu's heart than the deaths of those 6 warriors. The sketch Qin Zhao had brought back now lay quietly on the control room table. Lin Chu's slender fingers glided over the professional annotations, her eyes icy. She was acutely aware that this sketch revealed 2 facts. First, the voyeur was more skilled than she had imagined. Second, even if she possessed billions in resources and heavily armored robots, if the enemy circumvented all radars and infiltrated her bedroom from a visual blind spot, in that split second of life and death, she would have no opportunity to activate her space. "Boss, what are you looking at?" Qin Zhao entered, carrying a can of freshly retrieved black coffee from the temperature-controlled cabinet. At the very crux of my survival. Lin Chu looked up at him, her gaze direct and lucid. "Qin Zhao, how long did it take you to kill those 6 men last night?" 10 minutes. If they had spread out a bit more, it might have taken 12. His tone was as flat, as if discussing an inconsequential matter. If it were me, under the premise of not using heavy firepower, I wouldn't survive a single second. Lin Chu laughed self-deprecatingly, then folded the sketch with determination. I despise this feeling of completely relying on the defense system and others for my life. Qin Zhao raised an eyebrow, leaning against the doorframe, observing her with a sense of leisure. "So? Therefore, I want you to teach me, not mere self-defense, but the genuine art of combat capable of taking a life." Lin Chu stood, for the first time since her rebirth, displaying an intense yearning for control over her own body. "I have been overly reliant on my space. This is my shortcoming. Once weapons jam or I encounter extreme conditions where firearms cannot be used, I become a treasure trove unable to unlock its door. I have experienced this passivity once, and I refuse to endure it a second time." The image of her past life, struggling against a surging flood, desperately paddling, yet succumbing to the waves due to exhaustion, loomed in her mind. That feeling of being utterly dominated by nature and death was her greatest nightmare across 2 lifetimes. Qin Zhao regarded her eyes, devoid of the hesitation typical of ordinary women, instead reflecting a fierce survival instinct akin to that of a beast. He set down the coffee, a glimmer of appreciation crossing his gaze. Combat training will be 100 times more grueling than you can imagine. I will not go easy on you simply because you are the boss. If you call it off midway, I will never bring it up again. There is no such thing as calling off midway in my lexicon. Lin Chu replied succinctly. The two proceeded directly to the training hall on the basement level of the villa, with a thought. An entire set of unsealed top-tier gear materialized on the empty ground. Reinforced polymer boxing gloves, ergonomically designed protective gear, and even several resistance bands to enhance explosive strength. These were spoils from her pre-apocalyptic zero-cost shopping spree at elite combat clubs. Let's change. Lin Chu adeptly shed her soft cashmere coat, revealing a tight-fitting quick-dry shirt beneath. 3 minutes later, she stood before the punching bag. The first principle of combat is not strength, but the body's instinctive response. Qin Xiao approached her from behind, delaying her first strike, instead gently placing his palm against her back to guide her breathing. Close your eyes and imagine your space is sealed off, surrounded by utter darkness. The only thing that can save you is your senses. Lin Chu complied and shut her eyes. The villa's temperature-controlled breeze seemed to vanish in that moment. She could feel the remarkable heat radiating from Qin Xiao's body and the faint airflow stirred by his breath. Strike! Qin Xiao suddenly commanded in her ear. Lin Chu swung her fist with force, but overexertion caused her to lose her balance, stumbling forward. Too slow. Your center of gravity is too high. Qin Xiao mercilessly extended a foot and lightly hooked it. Thud! Lin Chu landed heavily on the soft mat. The visceral impact left her breathless, yet she hesitated not for a moment. Bracing herself with one hand and executing a swift roll to stand upright once more. Again, her eyes gleamed brighter, embodying the essence of a hunter. Qin Xiao transformed into the harshest of iron-fisted instructors. He began systematically elucidating the body's fatal weaknesses, the carotid plexus, the armpit, and the intercostal nerves, knowledge not found in combat textbooks, but rather gleaned from the blood-soaked realms of survival. In this world, pretty words are useless, and graceful movements are of no value. Qin Xiao lunged forward. Before Lin Chu could react, one hand had already feigned a grip on her throat, while the other pressed precisely against her heart. In this moment, only death and survival existed. Lin Chu could feel the calloused palms of his hands gliding across her delicate skin, igniting a searing sensation. The palpable aura of death sent every hair on her body standing on end. I remember. Lin Chu suddenly bent her knee, attempting to counterattack Qin Xiao's lower body using the technique she had just learned. Qin Xiao's form shifted slightly, evading effortlessly, but his gaze brimmed with increasing admiration. He noted that while Lin Chu's explosive power was average, her resilience was remarkable, coupled with an exceptional ability to replicate movements. The training continued until 2 in the morning. Lin Chu's entire body was soaked in sweat, her fitted attire clinging to her skin, accentuating the contours of her physique, which heaved with the exertion of strenuous activity. Her fists ached from repeated strikes against the punching bag, yet the solid sensation brought by muscle soreness granted her an unprecedented sense of stability. That will be all for today. Qin Xiao retracted his boxing gloves, gazing at the woman before him, drenched in sweat, yet possessing an unwavering fierceness in her eyes. Boss, you are more ruthless than I had imagined. Lin Chu accepted the towel he offered, casually wiping her face, a confident smile curving her lips. If I weren't ruthless, I couldn't possibly safeguard this vast fortune, nor could I protect my own life. She turned her gaze towards the control room, acutely aware that there were others lurking outside, coveting what she possessed. Yet in that moment, she felt the blade in her hand growing ever swifter. At her feet, the cat, Rich, fixated intently on a component that had fallen during Lin Chu's training session, its heterochromatic eyes shimmering in the darkness. Outside the villa, the blizzard raged on furiously. Yet that night, Lin Chu slept profoundly. Chapter 77, Close Quarters Combat, The Space Between Breaths. September 25th, Day 7 of the extreme cold era. Due to the intense exertion of the previous night, Lin Chu awoke amidst a symphony of agonizing pain. It felt as though every muscle fiber in her body had been relentlessly torn apart, and even the simplest act of turning over required monumental willpower. A self-deprecating smile tugged at her lips as she refrained from immediately rising. Instead, she summoned a small vial of diluted spiritual spring water from her space. The cool liquid coursed down her throat, transforming into a warm current that flowed through her limbs. 3 minutes later, the burning sensation caused by her muscle strain gradually subsided, replaced by a lightness akin to surviving a calamity. If I'm still alive, I'll be downstairs in 5 minutes. Qin Zhao's voice resonated through the bedside intercom, deep and magnetic. Yet to Lin Chu, it sounded like the Grim Reaper-esque summons. What's the rush? I'm not dying. she retorted briskly, flipping off the bed. 5 minutes later. In the training ground, Qin Xiao had changed into a deep gray tank top and was methodically wrapping white elastic bandages around his knuckles. Upon hearing her footsteps, he looked up, and a fleeting expression of hidden admiration crossed his gaze as he noted her usual poise. He had expected this pampered young lady to arrive at least half an hour late. Today, we won't be focusing on stamina. We shall practice close combat disassembly. Qin Xiao tossed 2 bands to Lin Chu, securing his own hands. In the confines of their space, firearms would become a hindrance. The joints of your body are your only weapon. Lin Chu took the bands and silently wrapped them around her hands, mimicking his actions. The white cotton snugly encased her slender palms, emphasizing the pale, almost sickly determination of her fingertips. Come here, enter the circle. Qin Xiao beckoned her, indicating for her to step within his 1-meter radius of defense. Lin Chu complied, stepping forward. At this proximity, she could distinctly smell the blend of ice, gunpowder, and a faint hint of soap emanating from him. The unique pressure of a top predator gradually encroached upon her territory with each of his breaths. Enemies in a post-apocalyptic world do not present themselves with formality. They will strangle you from behind or attempt to seize your space key in close quarters. As Qin Xiao's words trailed off, he suddenly shifted, his form ghosting behind Lin Chu, his broad, solid chest pressed against her slender back. One arm like a steel cable encircling her neck, while the other hand expertly clasped her waist. Lin Chu's breath hitched momentarily. This was not a simulation. It was a combat-level grappling technique. Qin Xiao's strength was impeccably controlled, presenting a suffocating threat without truly harming her trachea. At times like this, where lies your point of counterattack? His voice whispered in her ear, his warm breath sending a shiver down her neck. Lin Chu remained composed, forcing herself to stay calm as her mind raced through the anatomical diagrams she'd studied the night before. The elbow, she murmured, her voice slightly hoarse. Do it. Drawing in a sharp breath, Lin Chu leveraged her core strength, shifting her weight backward. Her right elbow transforming into a swift shadow as it slammed into the ribs of the man behind her. Ugh, Qin Xiao grunted, yet his grip did not falter. He utilized the momentum of her strike to execute a side pull, his foot tripping hers. With a thud, they both toppled onto the thick, cushioned mat. In the ensuing roll, their positions became decidedly ambiguous. Qin Xiao knelt between her legs, one hand firmly pressing her shoulder while the other restrained her wrists, pinning them atop her head. Lin Chu gasped for air, her chest heaving as the heat from exertion melded their sweat together. Your heartbeat is too rapid, Lin Chu. It indicates that fear still resides within you. Qin Xiao did not rise. Instead, he leaned closer, his gaze fixed intently on her eyes, which glistened with sweat, now strikingly bright. In combat, tension can lead to muscle rigidity, a path to self-destruction. You must learn to sense the direction of your adversary's bones rather than fixate on their fists. Their proximity was so close that Lin Chu could feel the warmth radiating from his nose. The long-lost chemistry ignited by their intense contact rendered the room's climate control utterly ineffective. Lin Chu met his gaze, her eyes devoid of retreat, reflecting a fierce defiance. If fear can hasten my ability to eliminate my enemies, I have no qualms about remaining fearful. Release me. It's not over yet. A dangerous smile graced Qin Xiao's lips as he suddenly loosened his grip on her wrists, wrapping his arms around her waist instead, guiding her on how to utilize her core's explosive power for a counterattack. His calloused fingertips grazed her slender waist beneath her form-fitting attire, igniting a fiery sensation. This intimate yet purely lethal game heightened the tension between them, thickening the atmosphere. Rich, the cat, perched on a nearby beam, cocked its head as it observed the 2 humans entangled on the mat. Initially restless, it scratched at the surface but, sensing the absence of true fatal intent in the air, curled back up, its golden eyes glimmering in the darkness. The next 2 hours were filled with countless disassemblies, reorganizations, being immobilized, and breaking free. Lin Chu resembled a hunk of raw steel cast into a fiery furnace, gradually revealing her sharp edges under Qin Xiao's relentless hammering. She learned to obscure an opponent's vision with her long hair and to utilize her hairpin as a final thrust when on the ground. You performed admirably today, go shower. At the conclusion of their training, Qin Xiao unexpectedly displayed a fleeting smile. Though it was brief, it burst forth like a rare hue amidst the ice age. He stood, handing Lin Chu a bottle of warm water. If that knee strike had been just a tad more forceful, I suspect my security chief would be filing for workman's compensation. Lin Chu accepted the water, gulping it down as droplets trickled down her chin into her collar. She shot Qin Xiao a sidelong glance, her eyes reflecting an unspoken understanding that had never before existed. Rest assured, I won't allow you to become unemployed before we eliminate all those prying eyes outside. Turning towards the bathroom, her steps were still somewhat heavy, Yet her posture remained upright, like a sword drawn from its sheath. Qin Xiao stood rooted, watching her disappear through the doorway. After a long moment, he glanced down at the hand that had just clasped her waist, sensing the lingering, remarkable tension at his fingertips. He turned to the floor-to-ceiling window, the snowstorm still raging outside. He was acutely aware that Lin Chu's rate of growth had surpassed his expectations. This woman was, in a manner almost self-destructive, forging herself into the most lethal component within this fortress. And this, indeed, was their sole bargaining chip for survival. Chapter 78, Sweat, Body Heat, and the Distance of Losing Control. September 26th, Day 8 of the Extreme Cold Era. 3 consecutive days of intense combat training have precipitated a remarkable transformation in Lin Chu's physique. Her once delicate skin is now adorned with faint bruises. Yet her gaze has shed its veneer of refinement, becoming as frigid as the waters of a secluded mountain pool. Today's theme is a simulation of actual combat. Boss, I shan't remind you where to strike today. Qin Xiao stands at the center of the training ground, bare-chested and clad only in camouflage trousers. The light cascades over his muscular back, each contour of sinew epitomizing the exquisite balance of strength and beauty. Lin Chu refrains from idle chatter. She forgoes the customary greeting she had offered in previous days, and, at the very instant Qin Xiao's words linger in the air, she launches herself forward like an arrow released from its bow. She has learned to be astute. In the face of absolute disparity in strength, direct confrontation would be tantamount to self-destruction. Seizing the advantage of her lithe frame, she swiftly lowers herself as she approaches Qin Xiao, legs propelling her forward like a sinuous viper gliding behind him. Quick reflexes, Qin Xiao mutters under his breath, yet his form remains unwavering, pivoting with an uncanny grace. The two become enmeshed in a fierce struggle. This is not mere instruction. It is a genuine simulation of life and death combat. Lin Chu's knuckles dig into Qin Xiao's shoulder, attempting to leverage him to the ground, while he counters by locking her waist, both seeking to exploit the other's vulnerabilities amidst the slick sheen of sweat. Thud. Their bodies collide forcefully against the protective wall, producing a muffled thud. Qin Xiao's overwhelming strength drives Lin Chu firmly between the wall and his chest. This proximity surpasses any prior lesson in intimacy. She can feel the thunderous rhythm of his heart within his chest and the heat of his clammy skin. Gritting her teeth, Lin Chu releases, thrusting her knee upward. Qin Xiao, quick as lightning, blocks the blow, but the sheer force sends his back scraping against a metallic hook meant for weights. A faint hiss escapes him, a mere fraction of a second's hesitation. Lin Chu keenly perceives the opportunity. She momentarily withdraws, intending to counterattack. Yet as her gaze sweeps across Qin Xiao's side, she freezes. Upon the center of his nearly flawless back, where they had just collided, lies a grotesque scar that traverses his entire back. It is neither a knife wound nor a bullet hole, but rather a twisted mark, reminiscent of the searing aftermath of flames, resembling a colossal centipede clinging to his robust frame. At the edge of the scar, blood oozes forth, a vivid testament to their recent encounter. You are injured. Lin Chu's voice trembles imperceptibly. Qin Xiao appears unfazed, casually wiping his back, his expression still steely. This is combat. The enemy won't relent simply because you observe his scars. Enough, we shall cease for today. Lin Chu firmly interrupts, her tone imbued with resolute authority. She strides over to the first aid cabinet, retrieving an efficient healing spray and a bandage. Sit down. Qin Xiao regards her with eyes that reflect her stubbornness before silently acquiescing to take a seat on the bench. The training ground is enveloped in a silence punctuated only by their breaths. Lin Chu crouches behind him, carefully tearing away the bloodied flesh surrounding the scar. Up close, the mark is even more harrowing. It disrupts the skin's natural pattern, yet bestows upon Qin Xiao a sense of tragic destiny. When did this happen? Lin Chu's fingers tremble as they lightly graze the jagged edge of the scar through the bandage. After a prolonged silence, Qin Xiao finally responds, his voice gravelly, as if scraped from the depths of his throat. 5 years ago, in the Middle East. He recounts the tale of carrying a lifeless comrade from a munitions depot on the brink of explosion, the flames scorching the bulletproof vest into his flesh. Lin Chu's fingertips quiver. She is suddenly reminded of a past life. Did the Qin Xiao of that existence bear this scar, traversing a fractured world in solitude? And in the whispered tales before her demise, it seemed this man met his end amidst the cataclysm of a surging flood. Was it worth it? For a dead man? Lin Chu's voice softens, her eyes misting. Not worth it. Qin Xiao turns his head, their faces mere inches apart. In his deep-set eyes, Lin Chu sees a raw, unvarnished truth. But at that time, no one taught me what was worth it. I only knew he was the only thing I could bring home. Suddenly, he reaches out, his slender fingers gently tracing a swollen bruise on her cheek, a remnant of their earlier struggle. Lin Chu, In this era, saving the dead is a fool's errand. Thus, I too have changed. At that moment, the intensity of Qin Zhao's breath becomes palpable. He abruptly closes the distance between them, his hand pressing against the nape of her neck, drawing her closer. Their foreheads touch, sweat mingling between them. Right now, I only wish for the living to survive. His words linger on Lin Chu's lips, to let you live. An uncontrollable tension simmers in the air. Lin Chu feels her rationality crumble beneath the weight of his abyss-like gaze. Rather than pushing him away, she instinctively tightens her grip on the bandage. Meow. The cat in the distance stirs uneasily on the equipment table, emitting a low whimper. Outside, the once quiet snowstorm suddenly erupts once more, causing the entire villa to tremble slightly. This jolt brings Lin Chu back to her senses. Qin Zhao, we are not at that point yet. She gently pushes against his chest. Her breath still rapid, but her gaze regaining composure. I know. Qin Zhao straightens himself, suppressing the flames of desire in his eyes, reverting to the ironclad security chief. Is the medicine prepared? Yes. Lin Chu tidies the first aid kit, standing up with her back to him. Tomorrow we rest. I need to visit the space and organize the fire control systems of those robots. Lu Meng and his crew can't wait much longer. Qin Zhao watches her retreating figure, a bittersweet, yet reassuring smile playing on his lips. All right, as you say, boss. That night, the warmth within the villa starkly contrasts with the frigid tempest outside. As Lin Chu lies in bed, she closes her eyes, haunted by the image of the grotesque scar on Qin Zhao's back. Chapter 79, The Miraculous Efficacy of the Space Spring. September 27th, Day 9 of the Extreme Cold Era. After several days of near self-imposed torture through combat training, Lin Chu's body has reached a critical threshold. This pain cannot be instantly alleviated by a single sip of spring water. It is more akin to a deep-seated ache embedded in her very marrow, a byproduct of surpassing her limits, leaving her with a sense of emptiness and discomfort. The private bathroom on the villa's top floor is enveloped in thick steam, illuminated by warm orange light. Lin Chu immerses herself in a vast massage bathtub, the water temperature maintained at a soothing 42 degrees, infused with premium sea salt and calming essential oils sourced from her space. This extravagant indulgence, capable of driving one to madness in the apocalyptic world, gently soothes her taut nerves. Through the frosted glass door, a tall, imposing figure can be discerned standing vigil in the corridor outside. Qin Zhao has not departed. He remains like a silent iron tower, stationed at a safe distance, his rifle slung across his shoulder. Qin Zhao, you should rest for a while too. This is a safe haven, and no one can intrude. Lin Chu leaned against the edge of the bathtub, her voice imbued with a languorous magnetism, softened by the moisture in the air. It's become a habit. Qin Zhao's deep voice resonated through the heavy wooden door, exuding a reassuring steadiness. In North Africa, one had to sleep with one eye open. The safer the place felt, the more one risked losing their head. Lin Chu idly stirred the bubbles on the water's surface and softly inquired, was life back then very arduous? There was a moment of silence from beyond the door, followed by a light chuckle, a rare self-deprecating sound from Qin Zhao. It wasn't so much hard as it was monotonous. Back then, my focus was solely on the mission and the commission. Each day began with checking my ammunition and ensuring I was still breathing. I once believed the world was vast, only to discover that the only place I truly belonged was within that gunpowder-scented sleeping bag. As Lin Chu listened to his recollections of the bygone era, fragments of survival amid the smoke and chaos resonated with her own memories of struggling through floods in her former life, creating an eerie sense of kinship. Two souls, both having crawled through the mire, found an unexpected solace in their shared experience, separated only by a door. Qin Zhao, you no longer have to return to that sleeping bag. Lin Chu lifted a handful of warm water, letting it cascade down her fair arm. Here, the bullets are plentiful, and the bed is soft enough. I understand. Qin Zhao's voice softened, and in that moment, his gaze outside the door transformed, becoming unusually gentle. Half an hour later, Lin Chu emerged from her room enveloped in a thick cashmere robe. The heat from the water had bestowed upon her a captivating blush, her long hair slightly damp, radiating an aura of an exquisite blend of coolness and allure. Qin Zhao turned his head, momentarily breathless, before quickly lowering his gaze to maintain an air of restrained decorum. Here, Lin Chu extended a translucent glass filled with half a cup of vibrant green liquid. This is my latest concoction. It will be beneficial for your old wounds. This was no ordinary supplement, but a potent essence, undiluted, merely masked with a hint of mint. Without hesitation, Qin Zhao took the glass and drank deeply. In the next instant, his expression froze. A wave of heat, like molten lava yet as soothing as a spring, surged down his throat, rapidly spreading through every pore of his being. He could even hear the faint crack of his bones, the lingering injuries from the battlefield that ached in the cold. now seemed to be gently smoothed by invisible divine hands. The gruesome scar on his back produced a remarkable coolness, with the once taut fibers feeling as if they were finally unfurling. Qin Shao clenched his fists, experiencing an unprecedented surge of power coursing through him. His senses heightened. He could hear the blizzard outside battering against the villa's walls and see every speck of dust dancing in the air under the light. His physical prowess was restored to its peak. No, it had surpassed it. Boss, Qin Shao looked up with astonishment. This power was beyond the realm of modern biotechnological explanation. Don't question the source. Lin Chu stood before him, tilting her head, her gaze imbued with a calm authority that encompassed the entirety of their situation. What I have given you is not merely a remuneration. It is capital to live as a human in this apocalyptic world. As Qin Shao gazed at the woman before him, her star-like heterochromatic eyes reflected his rejuvenated visage. In that moment, the spirit of their contractual relationship faded into the background. He finally understood that Lin Chu was not merely his employer, nor just the possessor of resources. She was the only living warmth, a vibrant light in this desolate, cold, and hopeless wasteland. With one knee bent, Qin Shao lowered his head in a gesture of utmost respect, something he had never done before to any authority. Lin Chu, this life is now yours. This was no longer the promise of a professional bodyguard, but an ultimate vow of allegiance from a man who had found his belonging in this despairing world. Lin Chu gently placed her hand on his shoulder. Feeling the surge of vitality within him, she knew that at this moment, she had wholly tamed the fiercest wolf of the snowfields. Meanwhile, downstairs, the cat, Rich, joyfully pounced on a strawberry that had fallen to the ground, seemingly sensing the gradually intensifying and unbreakable bond in the air.